The first thing I did when I returned to the end of the world was to run to the largest funeral home in the city and clean all the bodies. Even though many bodies had already decayed and emitted a foul smell, I was extremely excited, only because the end of the world had come. To awaken as a powerful professional, the work must be scarce, and the higher the intensity of the work, the higher the probability of awakening. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary white-collar worker with an annual salary of $1 million. After the doomsday arrived, I did not awaken to a profession, so I had to become a doomsday mercenary for survival. In the end, I was betrayed and killed by the leader, becoming the appetizer for the cannibals. Now reborn, I not only seek revenge, but also aim to awaken the strongest professional. So I hired an undertaker and worked tirelessly for 3 days to embalm the bodies. After embalming the last body, I hurried back home. I must now find the true master and hellhound after the disaster, which can produce a substance called source core that can directly help humans master powerful abilities. Even if one cannot awaken abilities, they will have the ability to survive in the apocalypse. As far as I know, the hellhound was finally killed by a top professional, who used its source core to create a very powerful ability user. Before the resurrection of the dog demon, it was the big yellow dog guarding our neighborhood. I just got home and saw many people gathered discussing something. Could old Huang have rabies? Why does he bark at people? Yeah, he wasn't like this before. He even scared my daughter to tears yesterday. This dog absolutely cannot be kept anymore. I squeezed into the crowd and saw a big yellow dog being caged in an iron cage. Eyes red, constantly barking, crazily biting the iron cage, looking terrifying. Sure enough, old Huang was influenced by the end-time energy and began to mutate and resurrect into a first-level dog demon. If it weren't for the guard Lao Zhang using thick iron chains to tie him up, he would have probably bitten many people by now. Beside him, Lao Zhang, the guard, kept sighing. He had been guarding the Liangang community for more than 10 years, and old Huang was his companion. Now these people wanted him to kill old Huang. Seeing this situation, I immediately stepped forward and patted Lao Zhang's shoulder, saying with a smile, Lao Zhang, I know a veterinarian. I can take old Huang to see him. Lao Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing heavier, and his expression somewhat weary. My eyes flickered slightly. This was also influenced by the end-time energy, turning into a symptom of a kind of fiber sign, a very powerful one, with combat power equivalent to 7 or 8 ordinary zombies, comparable to a second-level human professional in the early stages. Therefore, on the 7th day of the end times, ordinary survivors encountering mutant zombies basically had no chance of survival. Lao Zhang kept staring at me, dragging old Huang in the iron cage back home, his eyes filled with a fierce light. When I got home, old Huang in the iron cage became more restless and fearful, starting to howl. Once the dog demon completes its resurrection, it will be a disaster for humanity. In the early stages, before human defense and counterattacks are established, they belong to the city-destroying level of overlords. I hesitated for a moment, opened a can of food and fed it to old Huang. Only then did old Huang calm down a bit, eating happily, occasionally looking up at me, unable to tell if it was hostility or gratitude. Suddenly, I found a faint golden aura under the old yellow hair. My pupils contracted sharply. Could it be that the source nucleus material was starting to form so early? The source nucleus material is the substance that monsters emit when condensing the source nucleus, and it is the best treasure for strengthening the body. I immediately used a copper pipe to block the old yellow's head, preventing it from biting me. Then, carefully, I picked up that strand of golden source nucleus material, held it in the palm of my hand, like liquid gold, flowing and hanging in my palm without dispersing. In the past life, although the source core material is not as precious as the source core, it is also monopolized by the upper class. I have only obtained the source core material 3 times in 10 years, but none of them were golden. The golden color represents the source core material of A-grade source core, which will have a better effect on strengthening the body. I suppressed the wild beating of my heart, placed my palm near my mouth, and sucked in the source core material without leaving a drop, just like jelly melting in my mouth, without any taste. Suddenly, a strong energy burst out from my body, and I could clearly feel the muscle fibers becoming stronger and stronger, and my breathing becoming heavier. Taking a breath was equivalent to about 3 breaths of oxygen. With a punch, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, it was probably about 130 kilograms of force. Very good. It seems that I can gather some source core material for a few days before Lao Huang turns into a dog demon. When I turned off the lights, suddenly a face pressed against my window from outside, which startled me, but I didn't make a sound. Through the faint moonlight, I could see a blurry face. It was Lao Zhang's face. Why did he come to his room door so late at night? I could hear the sound of teeth chewing and the sound of licking the glass, which was very creepy. It was not until almost dawn that old Zhang Tu left his window, and thanks to him, Lee Knight stayed up all night. Damn. This particular pre-Fae infection fetish is disgusting. Lee Knight had a belly full of fire early in the morning. He was called over by another call from his boss, said the funeral home had a dozen more bodies come in from electrocution in the water. July 5, 2032, day 2 of the countdown. Lee Knight was busy all day again. I didn't even have time to eat, and only took the time to drink a few sips of water. He was the only one at the funeral home today. Everyone took a vacation because of the rain, and the boss said he was going to give him a raise. He just laughed and didn't pick up on it. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Cash. Useful and useless in the post-apocalyptic world. Useful. The money system will be rebuilt in 3 months. IT doesn't work. A bottle of water can fetch tens of thousands of dollars. Inflation will be as high as it has ever been. Hiss, hiss. Jiang Cheng 17 that breathed as if it were a demon whispering. It's getting clearer and clearer to the ears. It's as if it's a countdown to it breaking ground to finish casketing the last body of the day and push it into the freezer. Glancing at the time, there were less than 30 hours before the end of the world erupted. When Lee Knight returned home again, he found that the old yellow fur in the iron cage had mostly turned gray, eyes flushed with gray. He thrashed about in the iron cage. It seems to have gone blind. A canine demon with no eyesight, but an amazing sense of smell. Old Yellow has been stripped of his vision and the color of his fur has begun to fade after becoming a canine demon completely. It is greenish-black. Fur. Lee Knight saw that underneath Old Yellow's fur, the source core substance was once again overflowing. Dang, dang, dang. Slamming his body roughly against the iron cage felt like it was coming apart. Lee Knight unhurriedly used wire and tied a dagger to a 1.5 meter long copper pipe. The initial zombies were weak in all attributes, however. You must be wary of being bitten or scratched by them. So, a weapon like the iron spear that can hit from some distance apart is best used in the early stages. It's statistically proven and much safer than daggers and kitchen knives and whatnot. Bows and arrows are better, but they are more of a pain to retrieve. As for guns and ammunition, they are pressurized weapons that are out of the reach of ordinary people. Use a well-made iron spear against the Old Yellow, and stroke down the source material in the same way as yesterday. Suck it into your mouth. Powerful energy erupted once more. The muscles of the limbs were noticeably thicker. Snap. Lee Knight throws a jab. This time the cracking sound was even louder. It's about 150 kilograms of punching power. This is how powerful Class A source nuclear material is. Lee Knight was ecstatic. It was only 2 strands of source core matter, and it had already given his body a huge boost. System recommendation. A steady stream of boxes of goods were delivered at the gate. When the pile was finished, it stained almost 3/4 of his house. It's like a warehouse. All the survival supplies he'd hoarded back. Lots of easy-to-store compressed cookies, tin cans and water. Spent all his money. They were all collected by him from a bankrupt factory. The factory owner said that everyone's living conditions are better now. Foods like compressed cookies and canned goods have long since fallen out of favor. There's still a lot of inventory left to sell him at 30% off cost. He kind of picked up the slack. Otherwise, with his savings he would have only had enough to buy 20% of it. The owner's momentary elation when he received the money revealed his inner thoughts. Guess he thought Lee Knight was a big fool, buying so much compressed food and hoarding it at home. I'm afraid I haven't read too many post-apocalyptic novels. Lee Knight didn't bother to say anything to the boss. Once we enter the end times, these things are more expensive than gold, especially in the slums of the security zone where supplies are scarce. A single loaf of bread can trigger 3 or 5 lives. The upper class eat big fish and meat, while the lower class have to fight for their lives for even a piece of moldy bread. This is the cruelty of human beings born unequal. Lee Knight clenched his fists tightly more and more. Lee Knight's idea of dominating his own destiny was strengthened. The rebar and welding tools he ordered also arrived, using rebar and a welding torch. Create a temporary shelter. In a previous life this was a required course of study for post-apocalyptic survival. After the steel reinforces the windows and doors, the glass is then taped up with newspaper. During the night, old Zhang Tu once again plopped down by his window, stretching a blurry face, trying to see into the room. Lee Knight held the iron spear in his hand, his eyes calm and waiting. Old Zhang Tu spent the night grinding his teeth and licking the glass. Lee Knight opened his eyes. The dark circles under his eyes were getting heavier and heavier. He was really getting annoyed by old Zhang Tu. After the end-time outbreak, old Zhang Tu he had to be settled. Old Zhang Tu knew that he was here and would inevitably come here to look for him after he was infected into a Fae. He didn't seal his doors and windows with steel to protect against the Fae, and he couldn't fake and easily bend steel and rip through iron. Lee Knight watched the class group chatting away. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. All graduated, though, due to global storms, everyone was nestled in and the group chat was incredibly hot. Have you guys heard? Lee Knight was dumped by Rowley. Ha? Why? Didn't Rowley put in a lot of effort to chase Lee Knight down at that time? Lee Knight has gotten an offer from a listed company. Why did Rowley dump him? Ha? Looks like you all don't know that Lee Knight turned down an offer from a publicly traded company and went to a funeral parlor to put makeup on the dead. And people, Rowley dumped Lee Knight. So she's with Mr. Ning. The group roared. Lee Knight frowned slightly. Lee Knight broke up with Rowley on the first day of his rebirth. The reason was simple. Rowley, the bitchy woman, had already gotten together with Ning Zhe behind his back. It's just that Ning Zhe didn't agree to be her boyfriend. And she's not willing to give up her potential. While trying to board the bustling gold ship, one side was reluctant to take his feet off the worn wooden boat. Looks like Rowley is making a big deal out of the fact that she was the one who dumped her, changing into Lee Knight's character in his previous life. He would have considered Rowley's reputation at this moment and would not have poked Rowley's lies, but now that he already knew Rowley's character, he naturally wouldn't let Rowley be comfortable. I'm the one who broke up with Rory. I don't want her anymore. As soon as Lee Knight spoke, the group instantly went quiet. Lee Knight then put his cell phone aside and stopped paying attention to it through the chat logs. It was as if Lee Knight could see their faces, ugly, after the post-apocalyptic outbreak. Rowley became Ning Zhe's woman as she wished, but it's just being used by Nins to vent his. Afterwards, Ning Zhe sells Rowley to the slum manager again. It was traded as a piggy bank between multiple administrators, and he had no idea where it would end up. Rowley, a poor person, counting and counting and counting yourself to the end of all time, and then there are these classmates of his. One more snarky than the other, envious of Nins born in Rome and jealous of Lee Knight's life-changing efforts. At this moment, Lee Knight knew that in less than 20 hours, the vast majority of the students in the group would die a horrible death, but he didn't have any reminder as. Go fend for yourself at the moment. Rowley, who was off-screen, had an unbelievably grim expression. Lee Knight, the fucking guy. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. How dare you break up with me, and say it in public. She immediately contacted Ning Zhe, wanting him to help him teach Lee Knight a lesson. Ning Zhe's reply was simple. Good. Rowley was overjoyed. Nins agreed. Ning Zhe really did care about her. Lee Knight, I'm going to make the whole class witness that it's you who doesn't deserve me, not me who got dumped, so that you'll never have the face to associate with your classmates again. Disappear completely from their circle, even this world. Early the next morning, Lee Knight got up and went to the funeral home. July 6, 2032, countdown to one day. Today it's still just him. The owner asks Lee Knight to finish casketing the 10 bodies that were just delivered today. Lee Knight worked into the wee hours of the morning in one breath. A week of intense work in a row had left him a little wobbly looking at the clock. There was still the last hour left. Lee Knight looked towards the last male corpse. The male body was a professional boxer in his lifetime, holding several gold belts. A highly regarded star of tomorrow in boxing. It was now hard to tell the shape of the body, and the legs were crushed into paper-thin pieces of viscera and organs drooped from the stomach. Lee Knight picked out organs and internal tissues one by one from the puddle of blood and dirt next to the man's body. You fill it back into the body and sew it back together according to the original structure of the body. The bodies are decomposing especially fast today. It was only 2 hours, and the eggs planted in the corpse by the fly seed had produced white maggots that wriggled. A dense layer that covered the rotting flesh. The visual was shocking and the putrid odor was much more pungent. The effects of the end-time energy are getting stronger. Lee Knight's heart was beating wildly, and he didn't dare to stop the movements of his hands for a moment. When the casketing of the man's body was completed, Lee Knight prayed life is as short as a white horse. May the departed rest in peace. Lee Knight finished casketing the last male corpse and prayed piously for the deceased, then looked at the clock again. There were still a few minutes to go. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. It was 8 o'clock in the morning at the moment. It stopped raining outside a long time ago. The dark clouds are beginning to thin out, and some red light is already faintly visible. It's coming. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. The few people who knocked on the door came in on their own before Lee Knight could open it. It was his classmates. The head of the group were none other than Rowley and Ning Zhe. Rowley was wearing a sassy short skirt and intimately sat on Ning Zhe's wrist, with a look of celebration. He said, Lee Knight, it's a good thing I broke up with you, punk, or else you'd be dragging me down. After saying that, he even kissed Ning Zhe's cheek. Causing a squeal, Rowley continued, I've entered Ning's group. I'm the manager's secretary. He's the manager. I'm the secretary. The crowd was amazed. Not bad for Nins. Graduation is the manager. It's also the manager of Ning's group, which is one of the premier companies in Jiangchang. Oh, that's really something secretaries do. Nothing. The crowd laughed without saying a word. What are you doing here? Lee Knight frowned. The end times were about to explode in a big way, and he didn't want to cause more trouble. Ning Zhe coldly said, you blatantly slandered that it was you who dumped Rowley, looking at the fact that you don't have a father or a mother, and you were once a classmate. You kneeled down and apologized to Rowley, and additionally slapped yourself 100 times. I can consider sparing you, or I will ruin all of your life behind you. Ning Zhe said such mischievous words with a smile on his face, just like in his previous life. Ning Zhe had gotten used to manipulating other people's lives, whether it is salvation or destruction. It is all at his whim. Now it's borrowing from the Ning family. After that he'll borrow from the Waking Lions Club and the 6th Bureau of Supplies. The crowd gloated as they looked at Lee Knight. Rowley also scolded angrily. No father. No scolding. And still not with his tail between his legs. Incorrigible. Ning Zhe, you have to help me teach him a hard lesson. Ning Zhe stroked Rowley. Don't worry. Even though he has no father, No scolding and no upbringing. I won't sympathize with him. A hint of shade flashed under Lee Knight's eyes. It wasn't true that he was an orphan, but he didn't want people to abuse him for it. Bang! A dark shadow swept in front of Ningze. Immediately afterward, Ningze fell backwards, his mouth covered in blood, horrified. He looked at Lee Knight. Lee Knight's body staggered, his eyes filled with killing intent. A system recommendation. Lee Knight, you dare to hit me? Ningze was shocked and furious. When did this punk, Lee Knight, actually dare to hit him? The others beside him also looked at Lee Knight incredulously. Lee Knight is really crazy. Even Ningze dared to fight. Ning's group was a dominant presence in Jiangchang, taking up both black and white. He has trained a large number of fighters under his hand. Back then, when Ning's group raised the shantytown, those thugs didn't put in a lot of effort. That's why everyone knows that people from Ning's group can't be messed with. Ningze was the son of the old boss of the Ning group, and was even more of an object not to be messed with. Lee Knight's eyes were icy cold. He was counting down in his mind, the end times are coming. And the inherent classes of human society. There's going to be a big reshuffle with the emergence of professionals. Ning's group. LOL. He believed that as soon as he awakened to his profession, even the mighty Ning group could be subverted one day. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, there was a series of rear-end crashes out the window. The firelight instantly illuminated the window. The end of the world. The great eruption is upon us. The crowd rushed to the window and looked out. The dark clouds parted and a red glow enveloped the great expanse. The creatures that were infected by the red light began to have dull eyes. What happened to them? Rowley was a little scared. Suddenly, they realized that they were surrounded by several students, and similarly dumbfounded. He looked at the red light in the sky. The eyes were very wide open and covered with red blood. Immediately afterward, a gas station explodes in the distance and planes crash in the sky. The roads are littered with people who are mad as hell chasing each other. When you catch up, you get a nibble. There was a beautiful girl not far from their window. Half of his face was torn off raw by another man who had gone mad. The hearts of the crowd trembled. It was too frightening. Lee Knight's eyes widened as well. He wasn't shocked by the scene, rather. It's because he didn't succeed in awakening the mortician profession. Lee Knight instantly broke out into a cold sweat. How? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. He's obviously fully met all three of those conditions. Could it be that the information from the Mythical End Times Institute was wrong? Suddenly, the body of Ningze's horseman next to him twisted strangely. The crowd was instantly covered in sweat. The horsey has mutated as well. The ponyboy lunged and bit at the girl next to him. A girl's strength was already weak. Not to mention, after mutating into a zombie, her strength and speed would increase drastically. So the horsey bites into the girl's neck. The girl lost her life on the spot. Rowley was shocked to the point of shrieking. Ningze was also scared to the point of turning pale, backed into a corner, his whole body shaking. The most calm person in the room was Lee Knight. Everything was as he expected. Suddenly, the girl's body was rapidly decaying, and a crack appeared on her white skin. Dense white maggots crawled out of the cracks. The female corpse screamed and lunged towards Lee Knight. Lee Knight used all his strength to block it, but the female corpse was strangely powerful, pinning him against the wall. He bit over with his bloody mouth open. Golden light once again erupted from Lee Knight's body, which barely managed to hold up and block it. Lee Knight! In the class, Lu Qing shouted. This person was still on good terms with Lee Knight, sort of one of Lee Knight's few friends at school. Help me! Get it! Lee Knight pointed to the iron spear placed on the organizing table. Lu Qing was about to go get it, but saw that no one else had come up to help. He hesitated. Rowley immediately shouted, Lu Qing, leave that punk alone. That punk will surely die. Ningze also said indifferently, if you help him, you're against me. He just beat me up, so I'm going to watch him die. Lu Qing agonized for a few seconds, but eventually took the iron spear, but it wasn't handed to Lee Knight. Instead, he held the iron spear and sent it to Ningze. To show his heartfelt devotion to Ningze surveyed this homemade iron spear with a hint of doubt in his mockery. Do still like that, Lee Knight? You should not. He was going to say if Lee Knight knew the world would turn out like this, but ask again. This idea was too stupid. How could he, Lee Knight, possibly know about such a bizarre and huge change? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. At this moment, Lee Knight, who was facing the zombies alone, was going crazy, and he lost his way. Intelligence 10 years later deceived him. Lee Knight's heart cried out and sorrowed. Is this the only way he can end up in a new life? He was not happy about it. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his head. Frowny face ding. Congratulations! You have been successfully selected for the first 1 in 10,000 career awakening batch among survivors. Your awakened profession, mortician profession. Occupational level, I. Occupational rarity, unique remaining number of entombments today, 4/4/5. Occupational talent level, initial SSS level, can grow to divine at the highest level. Occupational natural skills, to bury the dead and to return them to their resting place. Randomly gain some of the deceased's memories. Experience. Skills, And traits, increase the goodwill of the departed wink with a frown 100% favorability. Can execute command, the natural skill mnemonic is frowny face life is as short as a white horse. May the departed rest in peace. Detects that you are currently enshrining a deceased person frowny face lightweight gold belt defending champion, loading some of the memories. Experience. Skills, traits of the current lightweight champion for you. Loading successful. Loaded with content for 37 memories totaling 41 hours, 100% King of Fighters fighting experience, 100% fighter fighting skills, 80% fighter trait, 80% punch power and punch speed, fighter deceased favorability, 10%, 100 seconds for same level walker / 10 seconds for same level Xeno walker, strength plus 50, endurance plus 10, agility plus 10, spirit plus 20. Lee Knight instantly realized that the female corpse's movements were all broken, and his power skyrocketed. The arms are set too high. Lee Knight instantly transforms into a professional boxer, blasting away the female corpse's arms. He slammed his fist into the corpse's ribs, breaking a few of them. The head has no defense. The female corpse was not human and could not perceive the pain of broken ribs. So Lee Knight's real aim was to force back the female corpse the moment he could, and blast his fist onto the female corpse's head. The female corpse's head was sent flying by him like a leather ball. The headless female corpse, instantly incapacitated, was pushed aside by Lee Knight. Lee Knight hijacked and desperately gasped for air. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. He had just thrown that punch with at least over 200 kilograms of force, and his fighting mind is extremely clear. The response time is also fast. So strong, it was comparable to his level after 3 years of end-of-life experience. This is the skill of the mortician profession. Lee Knight was ecstatic. The initial rank is actually SSS.AT, the highest level. It can grow to be godly. It's simply a god profession. An occupational talent rank S would already be a 1 in a million talent. As far as he knew, anyone with an SSS ranked profession, either that or become a demon of might, either that or become a safe zone war hero, either that or the god eater who decimated the aberrant monster, all of them were powerful and great people, while in his previous life he could only look up to those people like ants. As for the god level, it seems like it never appeared at all in the previous life. The mortician profession skill is to gain benefits by encoffining the deceased. At the end of the world, the last thing that's missing is the dead. Do zombies count as deceased? Definitely counts. What ability do you gain by enshrining a zombie? Lee Knight just wanted to try it on a female zombie, but suddenly, he realized that Ningzhe and the others were still looking at him. Then he stopped moving. He couldn't expose his professional attributes in front of others. Lee Knight coldly looked at Lu Qing, who had just betrayed himself. Lu Qing lowered his head in shame. It would have been fine if Lee Knight had died, but if Lee Knight hadn't died, it would have been too embarrassing. Lee Knight, when did you learn to box? Rowley asked suspiciously. She never knew Lee Knight could box. The others didn't know. After all, as far as they could remember, Lee Knight is a nerd who only knows how to study, know nothing about all sports. Ningzhe sneered. What boxing? It's nothing more than the fact that this kind of walking corpse's IQ is too low to know how to defend itself, which is why his punk ass was able to get away without any problems. Then Ningzhe continued. The situation is now clear. For whatever reason, the end of the world has truly come. The crowd erupted. That anchor was really right. And we're stuck here again. Ningzhe was worthy of having seen the world. And with the end times coming, most people were incredibly frightened. But what Ningzhe showed was excitement and madness. He began to show his management skills. First of all, block the doors and windows first. Don't let the zombies rush in. And secondly, gather up the food and water. I'll be the one to distribute them. Food and water. The crowd looked at the instant noodles and coke that Lee Knight had placed on the table that he hadn't had time to take away yet. System recommendation. This is what Lee Knight put here as an overtime midnight snack. Bring it over. Ningzhe ordered Lee Knight. It's mine. Why should I hand it over? Lee Knight asked rhetorically. Ningzhe laughed. A very contemptuous laugh. Haven't you ever seen a movie? When the end comes, a group of survivors gather in an enclosed space, and survival supplies must be uniformly distributed by someone. Ningzhe continued to sneer. As for why I should be the one to distribute, of course, whoever is powerful has the right to distribute. Ningzhe glanced at the others, and the crowd comprehended and surrounded themselves towards Lee Knight. The head of the group was his good friend Lu Qing. Lu Qing bitterly advised Lee Knight. Lee Knight, just listen to young Master Ning. Young Master Ning will lead us to survive. Lu Qing, when he was in school, was considered a good student. He was first in his grade and second in the Yu Young class, but they had a good relationship, and he often took care of Lu Qing in his studies. And the two often went to the library to study together in pairs. Later, when Lee Knight and Rowley were looking for a date, Lu Qing started to contact Ningzhe and the others. It's now completely Nimza was pony. Lee Knight doesn't know how Lu Qing died in his last life. All that is known is that Lu Qing died in the first month after the end times came. Lu Qing has awakened. Researcher's profession. Knowledge can be quickly drawn from research results. It's not as good as super brain scientist, but But as long as he's at peace. It's easy to get into the End Times Institute on the strength of your career. With low risk and high income. It will be very moisturizing. It's just a shame that he's with the wrong people. Ningze didn't care about any research or scientist. Everyone was just a tool for him to climb to a higher position. Li Knight just mockingly glanced at Lu Qing and didn't say anything. He was not willing to be a saint again in this life. The end times had come and gone, and there were still many things waiting for him to do. Lu Qing is, in the end, just an underbred white-eyed wolf. Having betrayed him once, he would betray him a second time. You're on your own. Li Knight pushed Lu Qing several meters away with a slap, then stepped closer to Nins. Bring it here. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. This is what Li Knight put here as an overtime midnight snack. Bring it over. Ningze ordered Li Knight. It's mine. Why should I hand it over? Li Knight asked rhetorically. Ningze laughed. A very contemptuous laugh. Haven't you ever seen a movie? When the end comes, a group of survivors gather in an enclosed space, and survival supplies must be uniformly distributed by someone. Ningze continued to sneer. As for why I should be the one to distribute, of course, whoever is powerful has the right to distribute. Ningze glanced at the others, and the crowd comprehended and surrounded themselves towards Li Knight. The head of the group was his good friend Lu Qing. Lu Qing bitterly advised Li Knight. Li Knight, just listen to young Master Ning. Young Master Ning will lead us to survive. Lu Qing, when he was in school, was considered a good student. He was first in his grade and second in the Yu Young class, but they had a good relationship, and he often took care of Lu Qing in his studies, and the two often went to the library to study together in pairs. Later, when Li Knight and Rowley were looking for a date, Lu Qing started to contact Ningze and the others. It's now completely Nimza was pony. Li Knight doesn't know how Lu Qing died in his last life. All that is known is that Lu Qing died in the first month after the end times came. Lu Qing has awakened. Researcher's profession. Knowledge can be quickly drawn from research results. It's not as good as super brain scientist, but as long as he's at peace. It's easy to get into the End Times Institute on the strength of your career. With low risk and high income. It will be very moisturizing. It's just a shame that he's with the wrong people. Ningze didn't care about any research or scientist. Everyone was just a tool for him to climb to a higher position. Li Knight just mockingly glanced at Lu Qing and didn't say anything. He was not willing to be a saint again in this life. The end times had come and gone, and there were still many things waiting for him to do. Lu Qing is, in the end, just an underbred white-eyed wolf. Having betrayed him once, he would betray him a second time. You're on your own. Li Knight pushed Lu Qing several meters away with a slap, then stepped closer to Nins. Bring it here. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. The chances given to mankind by the end of the world are not just awakening, occupation, but also bring about supernatural abilities. For example, there are some physically strong people who work out and fight all the time. The top of the list may awaken the boxer, or fighter, professions. Those who are slightly worse off may have their physical attributes strengthened by the end-time energy directly. Let the strength, speed, and blockiness skyrocket. The barbarian King Dahiro was such an alien. Moreover, the barbarian King Dahiro was a monster before the end of the world, standing over 2 meters too. He has great strength. It's a strange person that Ning's group found from nowhere. Most of the oddballs have become exalted after being enhanced with post-apocalyptic energy, and their original abilities have become even more exaggerated. The barbarian King Dahiro was one of the more typical exalted, very powerful, only in terms of pure combat power. Ordinary professionals wouldn't dare to fight head-on with barbarian King Da Huang. Nicknamed the Barbarian King, Li Knight was pondering how to take out Ningze under the protection of barbarian King Da Huang. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, that breathing sound came more clearly to his ears. Sun Liang's cold hairs stood on end. The super-infected River City 17 is going to crawl out. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. There is no fear of being burned when you have a green hill to climb. There will be plenty of chances to take out Ningze later. Li Knight ran violently toward the door. Dahiro, grab him and beat him to death for me. Ningze excitedly gave the order. With a big broad like that, it felt like it could tear through anything. Dahiro didn't hesitate to charge towards Li Knight. The truly terrifying place of the barbarian King Dahiro was that in addition to possessing terrifying strength, it likewise had extremely high speed, and the prey that was targeted by the barbarian King Dahiro could hardly run away. But he's Li Knight. Fighter's faked pace immediately shrugged off Ohiro's almost one-handed stance. Li Knight rushed out the window on the other side. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Standing by the window, Li Knight compared a shooting gesture to Ningze and Rowley before leaping down in a single bound before Dahiro rushed over. Dahiro was about to continue the chase when Ningze called out, "There's no need to chase after him. Beware of that brat's shifting of the tiger from the mountain." Under the eaves of the first floor, Li Knight saw that Dahiro didn't come out after him. TSK. Ningze really is a troublemaker. He had planned to lure that stupid simpleton from Ohio away and then circle back to finish off Ningze, but Ningze had already defended him against this step. The streets were already in chaos, filled with zombies that had just mutated. and were in the process of mutating. There are also unmutated people who are being hunted by walkers. Li Knight rode his bike and immediately headed for home. He has to hurry home. Although the intelligence described that the recovery time of the Inu devil was 1 week, but he also couldn't canine the devil from which day it had been in the recovery stage. In case the Inu devil revived today, he had to rush to kill the Inu devil to take out the source core before the revival was completed. Along the way, there were tons of walkers chasing him. There were also people who asked him for help. But Li Knight didn't intend to be dragged down by these people. He was still relatively weak, and he could hardly defend himself. In one breath, he rode to the United Harbors community, which was also in complete chaos at the moment. This community of 30,000 people will turn into a giant zombie hive with over 20,000 walkers. Dangerous, but not so dangerous, because of the sheer number of zombies here. It masks the scent of the living. That's why the super-infected and powerful Fae hardly ever pass through here. The iron spear was not in his hand, and he casually picked up a rusty iron pipe, madly knocking out the heads of the zombies in his way. He killed all the way back to his second-floor home, and the moment he closed the door behind him, the world seemed to fall silent. Bang! 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 Outside, the doorwalkers are frantically pounding on his door, but his doors and windows have been sealed and welded with steel. So the zombies outside are immediately drawn to the screams from elsewhere. System recommendation. Li Yin took several deep breaths, and his violent heartbeat gradually calmed down. He had seen this kind of scene many times in his previous life. So it wasn't that scary. Everything was as he expected, apart from the fact that the barbarian King Dahiro spoiled him. Woof! 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 Old Yellow's hair color changed again. A few wisps of cyan appeared vaguely in the white. First off white, then cyan black, and finally black. It's just like the intel said. 10 years later, humanity had gotten hold of a lot of information on Fae and revived monsters. The process of reviving Inuyasha was also mastered by humans. It takes 1 day to go from green to green-black, and 2 days to go from green-black to black. After resurrecting as a canine demon, the base strength reaches the level of a level 2 Fae. A level 2 Fae, with a strength almost comparable to a human level 3 professional. And a thoroughly developed canine demon could be comparable to a human level 7 professional at the highest. According to the Mythic Endgame Institute's speculation, there are 12 levels of professionals. In the 10th year of the end times, the most powerful professional in the world was only level 9. And at that time, the most powerful revived monsters had already transcended human cognition and were comparable to godlike existences, could easily destroy a safe zone made of poured steel with millions of survivors. Li Knight clenched his fists. Although he could be ahead of everyone by being reborn, but there is still a long way to go to eliminate the end times. Woof! Woof! Old Yellow's eyes were crimson and he roared in anger. Oh, I forgot to give you some. Li Knight was just about to throw over a can, then hesitated. Having moved his hand to the compressed crackers, the canned meat he had to save for a slow meal. Woof woof woof! Old Yellow roared wildly in displeasure. Take it or leave it. It's reasonable to say that there's enough post-apocalyptic energy for you to recover now. Although Old Yellow was angry, he took a big bite after glancing at Li Knight. While eating, he also looked up at Li Knight. A strange gleam in his eyes now and then. Li Knight no longer paid attention to Old Huang. He had to run through those things he had just obtained. Reread the description of mortician profession, and the description of the content gained from mortifying the Fighter King's corpse just now. Remaining number of entombments today, 4, 4/5. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. It means he can only put in a maximum of 5 bodies per day. I wonder if you can increase the number of entombments as you get higher and higher in your career? After enshrining the king's corpse, it loads with 10% favorability in addition to the king's fighting experience and skills, as well as some physical qualities of this favorability. He didn't understand what it meant. Was it the king's corpse that was kind to him? Only 10% favorability? Your own mortician is not good enough? Can't make the deceased very happy? A small line of words below attracted Li Knight's attention. 100 seconds for a normal zombie of the same level / 10 seconds for a Fae zombie of the same level. What do you mean? 10% favorability and he can manipulate enshrined dead or Fae walkers? Even though it's limited time, it feels as if the ability is pretty counterintuitive as well. But how to raise the goodwill of the departed was a subject he needed to study. In the end, the memory of the boxer's body was all that was left. 37 memories for a total of 41 hours. There's a small line underneath sadface. 100 hours of current stored memory. That said, a level 1 mortician can't store many memories at all. 40 hours of memory are gained by enshrining a deceased person. 3 memories in the coffin are full. However, there are 2 options behind the memories. 14 experience, and 14 delete. Acquired memories can be deleted. Just keep the important and necessary ones. Li Knight's mind moved and began to experience the memories of the Fighter King's corpse. It's first-person experiential memory playback, and you can speed up and slow down. The first memory is that of the champ going on a highway rampage before his accident. The engine of the gorgeous sports car hissed loudly. The champ is doing that kind of thing with a young model in front of countless streams of traffic. Li Knight instantly froze. This is? Li Knight was shocked. For the memory of the deceased in the coffin, not only can he watch in the first person, but he even has first-person feelings. Don't ask him how he knows. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more a system recommendation because he empathized with the tender model pinning technique. Can't eat. Really can't. Where has Lee Knight ever been treated like this? Rowley was his first love. But Rowley always had reservations about him, and how can Rowley be as professional as this young model? Originally, Lee Knight thought that this was the time for the peak experience. The young model actually took a step into the boxer's lap. Lee Knight completely stunned. The car speed of 105. The two actually did this kind of thing? Fuck. This is a real treat. Lee Knight hurriedly prepared to look around for paper. Buzz suddenly. An ear-splitting honk came. It was followed by the sharp sound of brakes. A transport truck loaded with sand next to them was affected by the sudden lane change of their sports car. It went straight sideways and Champ immediately had his hands full correcting his direction, but it was too late. Bang! Lee Knight was instantly jerked out of the fighter's memory, touching himself. He was still intact. I'll be damned. This memory is so real. It's almost like experiencing it all over again in its original form. Based on the memories of the deceased. In that moment just now, Lee Knight really felt like he was dead. Phew, that was exciting. But this memory is of little use. It's the last memory of the champ before he dies. Lee Knight opened the next memory. The second memory is of the champ hanging out at a bar with a bunch of his fox friends drinking and calling in a couple of girls in short skirts to accompany them, then up and down. Lee Knight unconsciously made the same move. So flexible. This hand feels so real. Then the back started doing that again. Hey. It doesn't help. Lee Knight hesitated for a moment. Not willing to delete either of these two memories, this chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Well, start with the next memory and keep the important and necessary ones. Turns out the next memory was buying clothes with a young model. In the fitting room. The venues are different. The doings are exactly the same. From the next memory was arriving at the home of a young woman whose husband was away on business today. The two hugged as soon as they entered. Lee Knight was silent for a moment. From the next memory, shit, is that all Nima does every day? Lee Knight used fast forward to skim through the boxer's memories. This boxer is extremely horny and likes all different types of women. You really deserve to die. And to live is to destroy families and jeopardize society. Suddenly, Lee Knight noticed a very long memory, over 7 hours in total. The memory begins with opening the door with a code very high-end villa. He clearly saw the full 8-digit code through a first-person view. As soon as Champ entered, he immediately walked quickly into the basement. The basement is also opened with a mechanism hidden in a bookcase. The moment the lights in the basement turned on, Lee Knight's eyes instantly widened. This is a room full of guns and ammo and all kinds of cold weapons. Lee Knight's breathing immediately became rapid. It's a small ammo dump, perfectly capable of fully arming a combat squad. In the post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people don't have access to hot weapons. Ultimately, this memory leads to the champ taking a pistol, then ran to an underground garage and waited for hours. Wait for a fat, drunk, middle-aged man. Then the champ took out the middle-aged man with one shot and drove off in his car. A few memories after that, and again, nothing of value. However, Lee Knight learned that the middle-aged man was a member of the Ning family. Those arms in the champ's basement came from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had mentioned a secret about the barbarian King Ohiro to the boxing champion. The barbarian King Dahiro has a disabled sister who was the barbarian King Dahiro's soft underbelly. Using his sister, he could blackmail the barbarian King Dahiro into doing anything. System recommendation: Dahiro and his sister, both orphans. My sister is seriously ill and needs advanced medical treatment. It's the director of Ning's group who sees Ohiro's special talent. So pick up both their big broad and their sister. While Ohiro was in the process of receiving specialized training, his sister was receiving treatment elsewhere. But, in fact, Ohiro's sister had long been sick and died. Every time De Guang saw a video of his sister, it was a video synthesized by Ning's group using artificial intelligence, keeping Ohiro on a leash like that. Following Nimzawa to the death as a super hitman. Lee Knight mused that this might be something that could be put to good use. It might be possible to turn Dahiro against Ning's group. Oh, the barbarian King Dogwang violently wiping out the Ning clan. That's a drama worth watching. Lee Knight made another iron spear and pressed it against old Huang's head, gathering up the source core substance that had seeped out under the old yellow hair. And then swallowing it in one gulp. The source nuclear substance quickly spread to his limbs. Muscle mass is once again metamorphosed. After a long time, the transformation of the source nuclear matter was completed. Snap! Lee Knight blasted out with a punch, and the sound of breaking air was even louder. The moment he was punching at least 250 kilograms, over 500 pounds of strength. If he encountered barbarian King Da Huang again, he should also have the power to fight. It's hard to imagine that a metamorphosis of this magnitude happened in just a few days. The corner of Lee Knight's mouth lifted into a smile. With the experience of my last life, it seems that everything is easier. Help! Bang! 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 Suddenly there was a violent knock on his door. It was the young woman next to her. By the sound of her voice, next to him lived a young couple, coming up from the village to work. The men seem to be engaged in manual labor and have lean bodies. The women are even more famously beautiful in this building. Every time a man goes to work he doesn't feel comfortable with the woman being home alone. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation and living next to them. Knight had no shortage of them keeping him awake at night. The silo was very poorly soundproofed, and whenever you hear a rhythmic creaking sound, it would cause him to consume paper towels at a very fast rate. The body is also getting thinner. Knight's mind moved. In the end times women were an asset in themselves. Many women living in the slums are trying to escape their hard lives. Flesh is exchanged for goods. And almost every slum has one or more red light districts. Far from it, this mega neighborhood he's in within a day. There will be less than 1,000 survivors left. There will be less than 800 left in the coming week. Within a month, there were less than 300 left. Knight opened the door. Just as he opened the door, the buxom young woman dove into his arms. A male walker lunged in behind him. It was instantly pierced through the zombie's chest by Knight's iron spear, then brought the zombie in and proceeded to lock the door. The zombie struggled desperately, reaching out to try to grab Knight, but it was pinned against the door by Knight and didn't move. Some golden light flowed from Knight's body. The powerful force made this ordinary zombie unable to resist at all. The young woman next to her was shocked and immediately pleaded for mercy. "You are gentle. He is my husband." Before the young woman could finish her sentence, her hand hadn't even touched Knight before Knight stomped on the bottom of her foot. "He's not your husband anymore. Have you been bitten?" I didn't." The young woman was terrified like a flower. She had never been treated like this before. "Strip," Knight ordered the young woman. But the young woman was a bit intimidated that Knight was going to force her. That's what she was most worried about. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. The reason she came here for help was because she knew a shy college student lived next door. If you go to someone else's house, you can't tell what kind of abuse you're going to suffer, but I didn't realize that this college student was like a different person. Let her undress as soon as she comes in. Take it off or die. I'm off the hook. Don't kill me. The young woman felt herself enveloped by a shocking killing intent, not daring to hesitate for a moment. This college student would never kill her if she didn't do as she was told. She hadn't really been wearing much in the first place, having just been made to work all night by her husband. Last night I was taking a shower and showering in the morning when I saw her husband standing outside the bathroom glass room, scratching the glass. She thought it was her husband who wanted it again. As a result, through the water vapor, she saw a very hideous and horrible face. In the heat of the moment he put the dampened bath towel over her husband's head, casually pulling on a nightgown and rushing out for help. So once the young woman's nightgown was off, her entire body wasn't covered in any way. The young woman shyly covered her core area. Accepting Knight's scrutiny, it was determined that there were indeed no bite or scratch marks from the walker on the young woman. Put it on. The young woman had a feeling like she was being pardoned, and hurriedly put on her thin nightgown. It doesn't really make much difference whether you wear it or not. The fabric, which was made of such a snug material, instead fit over the young woman's body. It looks more like a fleshly charm and temptation. No wonder it's missed day and night by a whole building full of men. It's so earthy. Throw it in the ghetto red light district and it's sure to fetch a good price. May I ask my husband what happened to him? Why has he suddenly become like this? The young woman timidly inquired. Turned into a zombie. He's not your husband now, but a man-eating monster. A zombie. How is this possible? He was fine in the morning, and last night we were. The young woman immediately shut her mouth, even though the facts were right in front of her. The young woman still couldn't seem to believe them. Knight didn't taunt the young woman. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. In the young woman's body, he saw a shadow of his former life. The vast majority of ordinary people are in disbelief when they see someone close to them turn into a zombie. I wonder if I saw my wife being bullied. The zombies became more frantic. Knight's purpose of dragging the zombies in was to try out the skills of the mortician profession again. Knight pierced the zombie's head with an iron spear. A sharp flick of the wrist, the zombie's head turned directly into a black puddle of dirty blood. The young woman was about to scream in shock when Knight covered her mouth. If you make a noise and attract walkers, I'll throw you to the guys to eat. The young woman nodded in horror. How had she not realized before that this college student was simply evil? Knight touched his hand to the body of the zombie and recited the mantra silently under his breath. The brevity of life is like the passing of a white horse. May the departed rest in peace. Mortician profession skill activated. White silk threads extended from the fingertips. It could easily penetrate the dry, hard skin of a walker. Interlacing the stitches, it was much more efficient than if he had used a needle and thread to get into the coffin himself. It was less than 2 minutes. And a hideous and terrifying zombie was actually restored by him by at least 50%. The original appearance of the deceased can already be roughly seen. Husband. The young woman cried silently, tears streaming down her face. Originally, Knight thought that it should have been coffined and finished, but a dialogue box popped up in front of him. Current satisfaction level of the deceased is 30%. Whether to continue with the coffin, click to see the current options for raising the favor of the deceased. Embalming skill can be boosted by 0%. Cremation of the ascended dead can be boosted by 20%. Entombing the deceased can be boosted by 30%. Cremation plus entombment of the deceased can be boosted by 40%. Cremation plus entombment plus Buddha Hall offering to the deceased can be raised by 50%. Lee Knight had been stunned. System recommendation: he's here as a level 1 embalmer. Current embalmer skill level: enshrining a normal zombie will initially only give you 30% of the deceased's goodwill. There is only 0% room for improvement in technology, but if the entire funeral process is perfected, it can continue to increase the goodwill of the deceased. The better the process, the more favorable the deceased will be. Even if the process is done to the best of his ability, this walker can be 80% favorable. It can be manipulated for 800 seconds, maybe even get something more. But it's useless to say anything. He can't have a cremation at home. He'd have to cry his eyes out if the supplies burned, burial in the ground and a Buddhist temple are even less conditional. So he can't choose anything. Ding. Successful encoffinment of a level 1 common digger walker. Loading some of the current walker's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Loading successful. Loaded with content for a 15 memories totaling 25 hours, 100% raw miner experience, 100% raw digger skills, 10% tier 1 necrotic resilience, stamina, life force, digger walker favorability, 30%, 300 seconds for same level walkers / 30 seconds for same level fey walkers, strength plus 50, speed plus 10, endurance plus 10, spirit plus 10. Lee Knight ties the walker to a chair with a rope. He still has a use for this walker. He can maneuver it for at least 300 seconds. It can come in handy in a pinch. As for the young woman, she was also tied up by Lee Knight right back to back with the walker. If she dared to sneak a struggle, she would be bitten by the walker. The young woman shivered, not daring to move a muscle. Kung Leon goes back to the memories of the digger walker. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. The first memory was that he had begun to mutate. The body was shaking with frantic convulsions. Then, with what little human consciousness remained, he slowly approached the glass booth of the bathroom. The glass room was hazy with water, some whiteness seen faintly, itchy to look at. Then it was covered with a bath towel by the horrified young woman. Memory over. The memory was short. Just the last snippet before he mutated. Lee Knight backtracked to its second fragment. It was one night when he had just gotten off work, showered and immediately pounced on the already sleeping young woman. Then the bed creaked rhythmically. Everything the man felt, Lee Knight could clearly feel a few. How does it always come back to this kind of thing? Lee Knight was depressed. And this time the heroine was right across from him, nothing but a thin layer of nightgown. It's a real beauty on earth. No wonder next door is always up all night. The young woman couldn't help but become more fearful when she saw that Lee Knight's eyes were a bit cloudy. She knew all too well what that look meant. However, Lee Knight held back. After all, he already had the mindset of his previous life. In his previous life as a post-apocalyptic mercenary, he hadn't gone to the red light district to decompress. He was long past being a fledgling who couldn't walk away from the sight of a woman. Lee Knight continued to go back to other memories of the man's life. Half of the memories in bed are nothing more than position changes. There is also a part of the memory that is a scene of men at work. The man worked at the Ning Group's gold mine before he was born. Lee Knight knew about this gold mine. The present vein of this gold mine is located beneath an ancient battlefield tomb complex. Ning's Group had gone to great lengths to buy the mining rights to the gold mine. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation, because if we were to dig for gold, we would risk destroying the ancient battlefield tombs, but Ning's Group wasn't willing to do that. So they secretly dug. The story came to light in the third month after the end times. The ancient battlefield tomb complex suddenly made a loud collapsing sound, collapsing inside. The ancient battlefield burial complex collapsed into the being gold mine, but there's no one left to hold Ning responsible, because 3 months later, Ning's Group hired a group of professionals and psychics, belonging to the mastery of high-end warfare. Who dares to turn over the back of the Ning Group? And what Lee Knight knew was that at that time, someone had said that it was in the gold mine below that ancient battlefield tomb complex. A golden flower grows and gives off an enchanting aroma. It looks very extraordinary. There were bold teams of professionals who went in to explore, but the result was that there was no return point. One after another, dozens of professionals and aliens went in, and all of them were able to not come out later. The sound of neat footsteps came from the ancient battlefield tombs. Then out came an army from the ancient battlefield. The very same ancient warriors and generals buried in the ancient battlefield tombs. They turned into legions of zombies and unleashed an unprecedented onslaught on the newly completed South City shelter. In that battle, the ancient battlefield zombie army was completely destroyed, but the South City refuge was also fallen, dead and wounded. But that was later. Lee Knight took a deep breath, not realizing that his neighbor was a miner from Ning's Group, and he had discovered, from his neighbor's memory, a secret passage known only to the miners of the time. This secret passage gives access to the gold mine from the ancient battlefield tombs. Gold mine. Gold flower. In the post-apocalyptic world, Some special plants mutate under the influence of post-apocalyptic energy, grow into a legendary, or never heard of, spirit plant. There are spiritual plants that positively help humans, and there are spiritual plants that contain intense poison, and that golden flower was a positive spirit plant that could induce the Vidra's body ability. In a previous life, someone ate that golden flower and possessed an almost adamantine body, nicknamed King Kong. He's a tough guy. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Whenever the zombies are overwhelmingly pressing into the shelter, the golden light then incarnates the hope of mankind. Charge into the zombie horde and make a killing point. One of the fiercest generals in the Jiangcheng endgame army. Li Knight's eyes became wild once again. Not if he was right. The current golden flower was still a seed. Just bring back the seeds and leave them for a month or so to grow into golden flowers. No one should know about the golden flower yet. He, on the other hand, knew of the golden flower and a secret passage into the gold mine. The golden flower he was bound to get. At that moment, Li Knight saw the messages from the class group on his cell phone were overwhelming. Civilian signals will be disappearing one after another from all over the place in the next few days. The signal continues to work intermittently now. The class group is still in a state of shock. What's going on out there? The internet says the world is ending. Is that true? Crap. Can't you tell if it's real or not? My mom and dad both turned into zombies and were hacked to death by me with a kitchen knife. Woo hoo hoo hoo. How can I survive in the post-apocalyptic world? Someone help me. A few days ago, there was an anchor called Prophet on the internet talking about the end times. I thought it was a liar, but it turned out that people are really prophets. I can't get out of my house right now. There are walkers all over the building outside. All I have at home is 2.5 buckets of instant noodles, and half a bag of dog food. What am I going to do with my dog? As in their previous lives, these people have fallen into a state of confusion and panic, not at all sure what I should do next. At this time, Rao Li and Lu Qing shouted in the group, everyone, if you can make it out, come gather at Ning's group. Young Master Ning is willing to take us in. The crowd immediately responded enthusiastically to this statement. He called out that Mr. Ning was the reincarnation of a great saint, and that he was still willing to help them in the last days. Li Knight sneered. Ning Zhe was the same as in his previous life. It is very clear that there is an urgent need to form their own staff, and all of these students that he had summoned at the beginning of the end times basically died as cannon fodder. But Nins is also really good at system recommendation. Gollum. Li Knight's stomach made a hungry sound. It just occurred to me that he hadn't eaten much since last night, feeling especially hungry right now. Professionals are very energy intensive. One of the most important ways to replenish your energy is to eat. This was also the reason why he hoarded so many supplies. These supplies he really wanted to eat openly. It was estimated that they might not even be able to let him eat for 3 months. Every time you move up a career level, you consume more energy. Li Knight opened a few cans and gurgled them into his stomach with food and drink. Woof! Woof! The old yellow started barking furiously again. Li Knight didn't want old yellow's screams to attract zombies, especially to the FAE.so. Throw old yellow a pack of compressed crackers, but old yellow kicked it away in disgust, his eyes staring straight at the canned meat in his hand. Damn! It's nice to have something to eat and you're a picky eater? Li Knight immediately picked up his iron spear and pushed it against Old Yellow's head. Although Old Yellow had also gained some strength, he hadn't recovered after all of being suppressed by Li Knight and unable to move. He didn't dare to ask for canned meat and obediently nibbled on dry compressed cookies. Gollum. On the other side, the young woman also looked at her stomach shyly. I'm hungry too. The young woman looked at Li Knight prayerfully. Originally, she wasn't very hungry from being scared, but she saw Li Knight eating so well, the stomach growled uncontrollably. Li Knight stared at the young woman for a while, got up and untied the young woman from the chair, then threw the young woman a pack of compressed cookies and a bottle of water. The young woman immediately wolfed it down. This packet of cookies and this bottle of water are your food for the rest of the day. The young woman had just opened a large mouth, but when she heard Li Knight's words, she immediately turned into a small mouth and slowly ate. It was aggravatingly skittish. Not only is this college student overbearing, he's also stingy. This house clearly had enough food and water for them for quite some time, but the young woman didn't dare to say anything. Her own little life was still held in the other party's hands. Chop. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Chop. Suddenly, there was the sound of licking glass from the window. A face with unreadable features, vaguely reflected in the glass outside the newspaper, was dark. There was also a numbing low growl. Li Knight's face was instantly icy cold, and a cold light and killing intent burst out from his eyes. Old Zheng too. Damn. Sure enough, I found his house by living memory and instinct. Come here and I'll kill you. Woohoo! Old Yellow let out a whimper of fear when there were other zombies at the door before. Old Yellow didn't make this fearful noise. Old Zheng too really did mutate into a Fae. Fae can generally match a tier 2 professional in their initial state. The combat power far exceeded that of ordinary zombies, and even he might not have 100% certainty that he could win. Don't be a hero. Don't take chances. Don't take actions you're not sure of. This was one of Li Knight's greatest experiences in surviving the end times for 10 years. How many people of good strength have died just because of bravado? A zombie can miss many times, but a fleshly human misses once and it's gone. Li Knight glanced at the young woman and asked, "Are you full?" The young woman didn't know whether to answer full or not. "I know you're not full. Want to get full?" Li Knight asked again. The young woman quickly bowed her head. "Okay, do something for me if you want to get full. What is it?" The young woman's heart chilled when she saw the cunning in Li Knight's eyes. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Li Knight opened the door. At this time, old Zhang Tu had mutated into a monster with greenish-black skin. It has long, ruddy eyes, but its eyes always give off a very dark feeling. I don't know what the occasion was for such a change. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Old Zhang Tu didn't rush in right away. Instead, he stood in the doorway and surveyed the people inside the room. The Fae possessed a certain amount of intelligence and would not fall for it so easily. It's a survival instinct of the Fae. That's why Fae are so hard to kill. And directly in front of old Zhang Tu is the young woman. The young woman's entire body trembled as she tried to squeeze out a smile in accordance with Li Knight's instructions. "Hey, Chang, want to come in and play?" Roar. It was as if old Zhang had been provoked and irritated, frantically rushing towards the young woman. The young woman was frightened to the point of blossoming, and at that moment, Li Knight slammed the door. The iron spear instantly stabbed at old Zhang's back, used the speed of the jab to maximize the speed of the outgoing iron spear like a black lightning bolt. It was instantly nailed into old Zhang's back. Roar. Old Zhang let out a furious roar as he realized he had been duped. Something like a shockwave emanated from his back, followed by a violent fling that sent Li Knight flying onto the pile of supplies. The cans were smashed up quite a bit and a lot of soup stock spilled out. Damn! That's a lot of strength. Li Knight also exploded as he underestimated old Zhang Tu. Old Zhang Tu was not an ordinary Fae, but a Fae with special abilities within the Fae and Nimbo. Nimbus can attack humans remotely. By the late post-apocalyptic period, some powerful Fae could even use their intelligence to manipulate the Nimble wave to achieve the terrifying effect of moving mountains. Of this ability, placed at the beginning of the end times, for humans who have not yet adapted to the post-apocalyptic survival battles, it is definitely a big killer. Li Knight heard the low roar of the zombies outside, and footsteps came from the hallway. Immediately, he jumped up and unlocked the door from the inside. Knock knock knock. A dozen zombies frantically slammed the door, but they were clearly not enough to break the steel bars Li Knight had arranged. Why now? The young woman had been stunned and sat paralyzed on the floor. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Or the young woman couldn't cry or laugh. What the hell is this? Li Knight once again attacked old Zhang Tu, who blasted over with a claw, but Li Knight immediately avoided it by using the fighter's small broken step stance, then a sliding shovel and a run to the side of the neighboring walker, cut the rope binding the neighboring walker with a pocket knife. Of the neighboring zombie opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Li Knight. Li Knight immediately manipulated his mind. The neighboring zombie stopped and looked at Li Knight with some confusion. Li Knight's heart was beating wildly, and as he watched the nearing zombie stop, his heart was immediately ecstatic. It really worked. He can actually manipulate walkers for real. At that moment, a countdown appeared on the neighboring zombie's head. 300 seconds, 299 seconds, 298 seconds, only 300 seconds of maneuvering time. Roar. Old Zhang Tu lunged again. Li Knight's mind moved, and the neighboring zombie turned its head and bit at old Zhang Tu. Old Zhang Tu still has some intelligence, so he has some doubts about the behavior of the neighboring zombies. The neighboring zombie, on the other hand, took the opportunity to bite old Zhang Tu's arm and tore it off in one bite. The ordinary zombies were nowhere near as powerful as the Fae, but their strength was enhanced. The neighboring zombies frantically attacked old Zhang Tu, who only reacted at that moment. This walker isn't with it. Old Zhang Tu was furious. Boom. Immediately used the nimble wave to send the neighboring walkers flying. The strike flew to the roof of the house before rebounding down heavily, smashing the floorboards with a loud thud. But the neighboring zombie immediately stood up and attacked old Zhang Tu again. Roar. Old Zhang Tu roared furiously. It started an extremely savage tussle with the neighboring walkers. Li Knight couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zombies had no sense of pain and nearly unlimited physical endurance, as long as the neighboring walker doesn't get killed. A system recommendation. But Li Knight didn't just watch. He saw the right moment and pulled out the iron spear on old Zhang Tu's back. Old Zhang Tu angrily turned to attack him, but the manipulated neighbor zombies are 100% loyal to Li Knight, not giving old Zhang Tu a chance at all. He once again pounced on him. Old Zhang Tu's eyes glittered with the ghostly light of death as he pinched his neighbor's zombie's head, letting the neighboring zombies frantically attack his body. But old Zhang Tu had only one purpose. It's crushing the head of your neighbor's walker. Crunchy. The neighboring walker's head made a cranial wailing sound. Bang. It's like Hercules crushing a watermelon. The neighboring zombie's head was instantly in pieces. Black and red gooey substance splattered all over the room. The young woman let out a shriek of horror that splattered all over her. So disgusting. At the same time, Li Knight was splattered. But Li Knight was used to it in his previous life. Lin raised his iron spear high and fiercely stabbed at old Zhang Tu's head. Even for Fae, Most of their weaknesses are still in their heads. If your head is blown off, even a Fae must die. Old Zhang too seemed to howl unwillingly, and the ghostly light of death under his eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, and finally nothing. Phew! Li Knight dropped to the ground and gasped for AIR.so close. Fae are still hard to kill, especially an unusual Fae like old Zhang too. If he hadn't had the experience of fighting zombies in his previous life, he would have been dead by now. Li Knight looked at the young woman who was cowering in the corner and shivering, walking over. He retied the young woman to the chair again. He's going to enshrine old Zhang too. The silk thread that extended from the tips of his fingers quickly stitched up old Zhang tu's body. At this point, there should be no next step, however. See the cue to ask him if he wants to go ahead with the coffin. The subsequent steps are either cremation or burial. Cremation is unlikely to pay for itself. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. As for getting into the ground, it suddenly occurred to him that he had acquired the minor skill from his neighbor's walker before this. Originally, he thought it was just a normal minor skill, but it wasn't. This minor skill is the ability to quickly dig holes anywhere. He can even achieve instantaneous digging of pits in unusual soil and sand. It was a skill that was literally tailor-made for him to put the deceased in the ground. Li Knight mused. If it's normal ground, it takes no more than 2 seconds to dig a 2-meter long, 1 meter high and 1 meter wide. 2 seconds. He's on the 3rd floor here. In his current physical condition, even if you jump straight down, you won't get hurt. Take 2 seconds to finish digging the hole. Bury old Zhang's head in it, and then quickly climb back up. The whole thing should take less than 10 seconds. It's still worth trying out. It's okay to have some more good feelings. At least it's a Fae that can come in handy in a pinch. Li Knight carried old Zhang tu's body on his shoulders. An iron spear in one hand and a neighboring walker with a crushed head in the other. When the zombies at the entrance had almost dispersed, Li Knight took a deep breath, slammed the door and stormed out, following the path previewed in his mind. He jumped over the railing in one step onto the front lawn of the building. After glancing around, he immediately activated the minor skill. As soon as his hand opened, a rectangular pit appeared on the flat lawn. It took another second to fill the pit by dropping old Zhang tu's body in and recite the mantra. Time passes like a white horse. May the dead rest in peace. The career page suggests that a coffin is being put into the ground. The countdown takes 8 seconds. There were tons of walkers all around him lunging at him. Even the zombies in the hallway were frantically rushing down the stairs. The scene was spectacular and thrilling. Li Knight frantically swung the corpse of the neighboring zombie in his hand to repel the zombies that rushed in front of him. He now had the power to swing 3 kilograms with ease. Knocking out normal walkers wasn't too hard for him. Ding. Successful encofflement of a level 1 Fae zombie. Loading some of the current walker's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Frowny face. Loading successful. Loaded from. Li Knight couldn't be bothered to look. Spread your legs and run. Leaving behind the corpse of his neighbor's zombie, he frantically stabbed the head of the zombie in front of him with the iron spear in his hand. In 3 steps, he tumbled to the 2nd floor, then stepped over the railing of the 2nd floor hallway, jumped up to the 3rd floor. The body is very athletic. It only took a few seconds to scurry back to his house. The heart was jumping out of his throat. A wave of corpses, no matter how many times you've experienced it, still makes your heart skip a beat. Looking at the young woman again, I don't know if she was scared or not, but she had already fainted. Li Knight checks to enshrine old Zhang tu to get something. 17 memories totaling 22 hours, 100% experience with sadist hidden bodies, 100% sadist tracking skills, 100% car thief skills, 10% tier 1 Fae walker recovery, stamina, vitality, masochist Fae favorability, 10 plus 30%, 400 seconds for same level walker / 40 seconds for same level Xeno walker, strength plus 100, speed plus 20, endurance plus 20. Spirit plus 20. Li Knight froze for a moment as he stared at the career panel. What's this? Sadist corpse hiding skills? Sadist tracking skills? What's all this? Kindly old Zhang tu? Is it a sadist? Li Knight immediately retraced old Zhang tu's memories. He found that whenever a deceased person mutated into a zombie, there were fewer memories extracted. It could be due to the fact that when you mutate into a zombie, you lose some of your memories first, and then he can access even less. The first memory was the last fragment of old Zhang tu's life before he was infected into a Fae. Old Zhang tu was panting heavily in the security booth as his vision began to get blurrier and blurrier, watching the female residents passing by as they came and went. Their eyes would stare at them dead in the face. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations, especially if they are young and beautiful and wearing short skirts. The girls who walk around with their little asses wiggling. It would give old Zhang tu an extreme sense of thrill and excitement. The uncontrollable began to burn from Li Knight's belly, yet he didn't expect old Zhang tu to have such a lust for women. It's just sick. Li Knight took several deep breaths before calming down, but as soon as he looked down, he saw that his little brother was completely aroused. Li Knight looked again at the young woman who was unconscious in the chair. The ultimate choice is to drink water. It took several gulps of water to calm down. Immediately after that, Look at the second memory of old Jung-tu. This memory came on a dark night when old Jung-tu was on duty at the security booth as usual. A young girl, hurrying over, said she was being followed. The girl was wearing a short skirt and stockings that emphasized her figure to the fullest. Sure enough, there was a hangdog-looking youth slowly following. Li Knight's pupils shrunk. This youth he knew. A former post-apocalyptic horseman of an organization that specializes in robbing homes for survival supplies for ordinary survivors. That organization is purely a rogue organization. After looting large quantities of supplies, they sit on the ground and negotiate material deals with some official or private organization, even though it is officially known that there are a lot of bottom survivors who have been screwed out of their homes by this organization, but still turning a blind eye. After all, the officials, too, were desperately short of supplies in those days. They need someone to help them so gather supplies. It was only later that order was regulated and the strong-arm looting and pillaging was not so blatant. Even Li Knight has been robbed by this organization. Old Jung-tu stepped in front of the girl and confronted the youth. The youth waited a few minutes before leaving. The girl then breathed a sigh of relief and thanked old Jung-tu from the bottom of her heart. Old Jang said with a kind smile on his face, "Girls must protect themselves outside. Don't give those wrongdoers an opportunity to take advantage of." The girl nodded her head back and forth, seeing that the youth was indeed gone. Before she dared to head in the direction of her building, old Jung-tu stared at the girl's back and murmured in a low voice, "The girls nowadays are so well developed, so watery, so big, must be very comfortable." System recommendation. Suddenly, Li Knight felt another evil fire burning in his belly. The realism when going back to memories is 100%. He would have the exact same feelings and emotions as the object being recalled. Immediately after that, he saw from old Jung-tu's first viewpoint that old Jung-tu had wordlessly followed the girl. The girl didn't notice old Jung-tu the entire time until the girl went upstairs and opened the door to her own room. Old Jung-tu suddenly tapped the girl's shoulder. Startling her, old Jung-tu kindly asked, "Little girl, it's dangerous for you to come home so late every day. Don't do that next time." It was late at night, and she and old Jung-tu were the only ones in the hallway. The girl was obviously a bit disgusted with the old Jung-tu who was following her, but she didn't dare to provoke the old Jung-tu, just had to smile and agree. But old Jung-tu had no intention of leaving. The girl asked old Jung-tu if there was anything he wanted. Old Jung-tu nodded and smiled. "I want to taste you. Do you have a boyfriend? Ever slept with a boyfriend?" The girl looked at old Jung-tu in shock, not expecting old Jung-tu to suddenly say such nasty words. It was about to expel old Jung-tu immediately, but old Jung-tu was very strong. One covered the girl's mouth, then pushed the girl into the room. The girl struggled desperately, but he was controlled to death by old Jung-tu. Old Jung-tu took out the tape he had prepared in advance and wrapped the girl's mouth, tied her hands, and spread her legs apart. Then like a wild boar, he desperately arched over the girl. The girl was in tears, but all she could make was a very small whimper, enduring old Jung-tu's crazy insults and torture. Phew! Li Knight kept taking deep breaths as well. At the same time, his heart was overwhelmed with horror. Old Jung-tu, who looks harmless, is actually a big. Eventually, old Jung-tu had enough of playing and the girl was killed by him alive. Then old Jung-tu skillfully transferred the girl's body in a suitcase to an unoccupied place. There's a dry well there. Dropped the girl's body straight down. Li Knight watched a few more videos of old Jung-tu and came to a conclusion. Old Jung-tu is actually the serial killer that the police in Jiangcheng have been looking for all these years. Specializes in young, pretty girls and manages to clean up the scene without a trace. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. 5 girls were killed in the United Harbor community alone. Throughout Jiangcheng, he committed hundreds of crimes. Li Knight frowned slightly. In his previous life, he saw these memories. It is estimated that the scalp has long been numb. After all, in a peaceful society, the perverts like old Jung-tu are still few, but after experiencing the end times for 10 years and losing the constraints of order, he had seen many perverts like old Jung-tu. Phew! Li Knight kept taking deep breaths, but the evil fire in his belly just couldn't be extinguished. The young woman had woken up at the moment, and Li Knight walked over to the young woman. "Seriously, this young woman is the best on earth. Much better than the ones he paid for in the slums in his previous life. Undress." Li Knight's voice was flat. The young woman's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she had expected this. After all, someone like her had nothing but a line about skin that could drive men crazy, and there's nothing worth saving this college student for. She wanted to survive, and she certainly couldn't on her own. If it cost her something to get the college student to protect her, then she was willing. When the young woman removed the nightgown on her body, Li Knight was not polite. He sort of saved the young woman anyway, so he didn't feel much guilt. A vicious wolf pounced and rushed up, and the young woman exclaimed slightly, "So scary." Not a moment later, the room immediately rose in a charming atmosphere. 2 hours later, Li Knight stood butt naked, looking out the window. The building he was in was across the street from a road. Across the road would not be the silos of the Union Harbor neighborhood, but higher-end townhome commercial residences. Anyone who can afford to buy a commercial building with a townhouse over there is very rich. Li Knight took out the telescope bought in advance. The magnification is not high, But there is no problem to see a few hundred meters. Some survivors could be seen trapped in their homes, standing by the windows, strangely looking out at the smoke-filled world. There are still some people who are fighting walkers. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation, and on the other side of the townhouse commercial building should be several rows of villas. According to the memories of the boxer's deceased, his home was among those rows of villas. The gold flowers and the gold mine he is bound to get. But the gold mine is not ownerless. Ning's group had recruited a wide range of strange men and women, as well as trained a bunch of fighters. One of them, Wang Xiong, is a notorious gangster in Jiangcheng, supposedly a retired mercenary with a lot of power. It's always been the head man in charge of protecting the gold mines. Awakened bodyguard profession. After the end of the world, the nature of the profession is that all aspects of the attributes are substantially increased whenever you are on a protection mission. In the first stage, he followed the chairman of the Ning group, and in the later stage, he became Ning Zhe's bodyguard. I don't know what's going on inside the gold mine at this time, and it wouldn't be easy to forcefully break into the gold mine. After all, Ning's group is an arms dealer. He'd seen the gold mine's bodyguards toy with firearms in their hands several times from the memory flashbacks of his neighboring walkers. In the early stages, firearms are still a strong deterrent. So, he had to make a trip to the champ's mansion first, get some guns and ammo out of that private armory. That's when it seemed the signal came back on and messages from the group chat began to appear continuously on the phone. The man who spoke was Nins, and he told his classmates to gather to the location he had sent them to. You get a gun for coming. It was a stone's throw in the class group for ordinary people. If they have a gun in their hands, they have the ability to fight walkers. Endgame survivability goes up dramatically. All fear comes from a lack of firepower. The heavy reward will be brave. And immediately some students said they had already set off, and Nins continued to call for others to rally to him. Li Knight's eyes glittered with coldness. Ning Zhe was already going to start training his own battle squad, though this combat squad would all be reduced to cannon fodder that would be sacrificed to protect Ning Zhe. But in the early days, Ning Zhe did have a long time to shine with this combat squad that at one point was close to 50 men. It was also because of this that he was favored by the Waking Lions Club and had resource dealings with them. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. He got the umbrella of the Waking Lions Club. Li Knight's smile was a bit grim. Ning Zhe, how do you feel about taking you out when you're at your most glamorous? It could be that God wants him to succeed in his revenge. The location of Ning's release is exactly the gold mine. It seems that the gold mine is also being used as an arsenal by the Ning group, hiding illegally obtained guns and ammo in gold mines. It was just as well that when he went to take away Goldwarp's seed, he took out Ning Zhe in the process, killing two birds with one stone. Li Knight has a backpack on his back, packed some lightweight compressed cookies and 3 bottles of water. As for the young woman, of course, she was tied to the chair again by him. It's not that he's afraid of the young woman stealing his supplies, but that she'll go crazy and destroy his base. Anyone who has survived the end times is less likely to trust other people. Even a soft, harmless woman he just slept with was just as unworthy of his trust. Putting your trust in someone else in the end times is something only a fool would do. Li Knight looked at old Huang again, and old Yellow has been slumbering, getting closer and closer to a complete restoration. Everything is ready. Li Knight saw the right moment and slid down the burglar bars of the window. Then in 2 strides he ran to a small car on the side of the road and crouched down. And with a wire he had prepared in advance, he dug a few times in the lock hole. Click. An unlocking sound. Old Zheng Tu's car thief skill is really good. A lifetime of killing and running away, stealing a car or something is a necessary skill for old Chang to escape. Just as he started it, the sound of the engine startled the walkers roaming the road, charging toward him with teeth and claws. Damn it! Run you over! Li Knight naturally crushed over nonchalantly a crunchy. It was like the sound of chucking a rotten watermelon. And a black, blood-scrubbed, sticky substance splattered the windows of the car. Li Knight lit a cigarette. It's only a bit post-apocalyptic to drive this car. System recommendation. He originally didn't know how to smoke, but after the end of the world, he learned to smoke. Tobacco has also become an extremely expensive material after the end times. Only those who were big shots were entitled to them, and the lower class could only smoke inferior cigarettes fried in leaves, and the ghetto people can only sip their cigarette butts. He didn't stock his room with cigarettes because they were just too expensive. It didn't matter though. The end times had only just arrived, and the first thing on many people's minds was survival supplies. This need above and beyond survival is not something the average person would compete for. When you get a chance, go visit convenience stores and supermarkets and stock up on a few boxes of wazoo to smoke slowly before they are overrun by certain people. It's fine to sell them when the time comes, or trade supplies with others. The military is the most generous. A piece of wazi can be exchanged for a gun and 100 rounds of ammunition. Li Knight had a big throttle all the way to the villa that the fighter walker remembered. This is a rich neighborhood, and there are fewer zombies instead. Li Knight got out of the car, took out a few zombies, and rushed to the front door of the boxer's house. Pressed the code that appears in the memory recall. TikTok. The door was opened without incident. Just as he opened it, a woman in a silk nightgown with fair skin rushed over to him. Li Knight was taken aback, because going back to the fighter's memories, There was no one in the house. When he subconsciously prepared to poke him to death with his iron spear, he realized that his opponent was alive. No mutations yet. The girl was scared and covered her face and screamed. Lee Knight immediately rushed over to plug the girl's mouth. Suddenly, both froze at the same time. Aha! The girl opened her beautiful eyes incredulously and looked at Lee Knight. Lee Knight was also a bit surprised. This girl was one of the schoolgirls of their Jiangcheng University of Finance. Chukwanqing. The University of Finance has a couple of schoolgirls who are courted by guys on campus all year round. Among them, this Chukwanqing is even more famous for her big breasts. It's really big and mouth-watering. So when Zhuowanqing was in gym class, there were always a lot of drooling men around the side. Zhuowanqing could be much higher than Rao Li's level, a true goddess level. From her looks to her body, she was impeccable. And there was no man who didn't want to get Zhuowanqing. Even Ning Zhe had pursued Zhuowanqing, but it seemed that she had been rejected by Zhuowanqing. This shows how high Zhuowanqing's vision is. The most crucial thing was that Chukwanqing would later become the beloved wife of one of the vice presidents of the Waking Lions Club. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The status is honored. It's a real upper-class person. Technically, she's higher than the later ninjas. The vice president has a lot of power and can mobilize a lot of Waking Lions war resources. Ning Zhe all had to look at the vice president's eyes as Zhuowanqing was surprised. She had thought that her brother had returned to IT. Turned out that the people who rushed in were directly trying to kill her. I didn't realize it was actually this guy. Lee Knight? What brings you here? Lee Knight didn't answer Zhuowanqing, but asked rhetorically, "You're also the boxer's lover?" Love. Zhuowanqing herself froze. She knew Lee Knight, the one with the top grades in the same graduating class, but that was all she could remember about Lee Knight. She hadn't cared much for Lee Knight given her family background. Good or bad academic performance could not be a factor that could catch her eye, but the current Lee Knight seemed to be a bit different from what she remembered. Seemed to be a bit different to in that moment just now. She really felt that Lee Knight would kill her without mercy. Lee Knight looked at Zhuowanqing contemptuously for a few moments and didn't continue to pay attention. It's not uncommon news for college girls to get bagged anyway. Boxer's house is nice, much better than his shanty town, but Lee Knight didn't intend to move his base here, because after the end of the world, many poor people who have awakened their professions or have supernatural powers all will compete to be the first to come and grab these mansions and experience the life of the rich. And the mansions will become a place of chaos. From what I recall from memory, there was a porcelain vase on the living room shelf. Just turn the direction of the porcelain vase to enter the chamber. Lee Knight did as he was told, and a mechanism rattled, and the stairs leading to the secret room did appear. Even Zhuowanqing's eyes widened. There's actually a basement here? She doesn't even know. Lee Knight walked down, and below was a secret room of about 10 square meters or so, hanging all sorts of guns, and all sorts of sharp cold weapons. It's all fine. Zhuowanqing also followed down, covering her mouth in surprise. Oh my god, how did you get these things? Are these real guns? Lee Knight frowned, his eyes glowing with an icy cold light. Get out. Zhuowanqing's body was as cold as an ice cellar. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. It was definitely the coldest look she'd ever seen in her life. She could see that Lee Knight's purpose was just these some firearms. He himself was far less valuable than these guns in Lee Knight's opinion. For some reason, Zhuowanqing actually felt a bit lost. Isn't she everyone's favorite schoolgirl? So you'll take me? Zhuowanqing suddenly asked. You? Lee Knight once again sized up Zhuowanqing. It had to be said that Zhuowanqing was really loved by men looking at her and envied by women looking at her angelic face, siren body. Hot as hell. A silk nightgown with a low neckline reveals a large expanse of whiteness. It's no wonder that he's being looked at by the vice president of the Waking Lions. Such a woman is the best of the best. In his previous life, he worked as a post-apocalyptic mercenary who ate 100 meals, having seen Zhuowanqing holding the vice president's arm and cruising them. The inferior people. At that time, he did have complaints about why his fate was so different when he was a student of the same financial university. Lee Knight remembered that the vice president hadn't taken a lot of favors from Ning Zhe and the Ning group. That's why he helped give Ning Zhe the green light all the way and boosted Ning Zhe's prestige. It even covers up Nimzer's crime of sacrificing his men as cannon fodder. When he thought of this, Lee Knight's eyes flared up with murderous intent again. There was so much scum he had to kill after he was reborn. Ning Zhe was going to be killed, and so was the vice president. Scum like them are to be killed. This killing intent scared Zhuowanqing to the point that she thought Lee Knight was going to kill her. There's no room for you in my car. You're on your own. Lee Knight didn't take too many weapons, mainly taking 2 pistols and pinning them to his waist and an assault rifle to carry on his back. In his hand was a tanged sword that cut iron like clay, and in his other hand he carried several boxes of bullets, put it in the car and was just about to close the door. Zhuowanqing also did not know where the courage came from, actually dared to run out and rush to the passenger seat. You go down. Lee Knight was furious. I'm not going down there. I can't survive alone. Zhuowanqing was sober. She was a weak woman who would never be able to survive in a world full of monsters. When Lee Knight saw that zombies were rushing in all directions, he could only bring Zhuowanqing with him. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more a system recommendation away across the street. Sticking the car against the wall below him to stop and turn off the engine. Anyway, if he doesn't say anything, who's going to know that this piece of shit car is full of guns and ammo? Everyone will think the vehicle lost control and hit the wall. Li Knight was about to climb up along the burglar bars, and Zhuo Wanqing held his legs for dear life, not wanting to be noticed by the survivors in the other buildings. Li Knight carried Zhuo Wanqing up as well. Anyway, with Zhuo Wanqing around, that vice president might also slowly appear. This was so that it would be easier for him to take out the vice president, or even subvert the waking lion society that served as an umbrella for Ningzhe. Zhuo Wanqing entered the house and saw the young woman tied to a chair, an old gray dog in an iron cage, and a room full of survival supplies. It froze straight away. Another look at the messy bed and the bruises on the young woman. Any fool can guess how intense things have happened in this bed. Zhuo Wanqing's pretty face instantly turned red. If they also imagined themselves when they were pressed into this bed. Just as he was thinking about it, Li Knight pressed Zhuo Wanqing onto the chair. Ah, in a chair? This chair is so hard. Zhuo Wanqing thought that Li Knight wanted it now. However, Li Knight tied her and the young woman together with a rope. Li Knight said in a cold voice, "Don't make any noise if you don't want to die." Zhuo Wanqing immediately shut her mouth, still uneasy. Li Knight used another tape to cover the two women's eyes and mouths. Only after that did Li Knight feel relieved to run some source core matter out from under the old yellow hair. Inhale it in your mouth and one gulp. Explosive power instantly filled his entire body. Though by enshrining the departed, you gain some attribute boosts each time more or less, but at this stage, it wasn't as fast as directly inhaling source core matter to enhance it. Bang! A punch is thrown. The sound that broke through the air this time was very thick. The power of his punch was at least 350 kilograms. Li Knight rejoiced that he was getting more and more curious as to what kind of enhancement effect he would gain from swallowing the source core of an A-ranked K9 demon. There was still one more day before he could swallow the K9 demon origin core. The first thing to do after swallowing it was to go to the gold mine to kill Ningzhe and bring back the seeds of the golden flower. System recommendation: although Li Knight now had guns and ammunition, but there are a few more preparations that need to be made before you go to the gold mine. Into the coffin. Old Zheng 2. He gained a total of 3 skills. One skill is the car thief skill. The other 2 skills, one is the sadist stalking skill and the other is the sadist hiding corpse skill. The sadist tracking skill was actually old Zheng 2's silent tailing technique, going back to old Zheng 2's memories. Li Knight saw that old Zheng 2 could silently tail the person being followed all the way. God-awful tracking skills are one of the reasons why old Zheng 2 was able to commit hundreds of murders. As for the sadist hiding corpse skill, it was old Zheng 2 who, after killing someone, took the body away from the scene of the crime through a variety of means and then took it to another place to destroy the body. However, after upgrading to the hide the corpse skill, it's not so simple as shredding corpses or suitcase carrying or anything like that. Instead, they have a space to hide the body, which is as big as 10 cubic meters. This space couldn't hold other supplies, munitions, or anything else, only corpses, and only corpses that he had coffined. This ability made Li Knight feel that he could make use of it. After all, the corpses he had enshrined could be controlled for a period of time. If you take a corpse that's been encoffined, put it into a hidden corpse space, and then suddenly release it when you get somewhere, isn't that the equivalent of summoning a lot of helpers? It's just a shame that his first-class mortician profession would only be able to encoffin 5 zombies per day, but it is only at the second level of the embalmer profession that the number of encoffinments can be expanded to 50.10 times the number of boosts. Next to his career level, there was an experience value bar. This is one of the essential differences between a professional and a psychic. Exalts could only raise their strength by devouring source cores, source core substances, or exotic flowers and herbs. However, professionals are able to complete upgrades just by killing zombies, and the upgrades are equivalent to source cores, and the danger factor is much lower. Exotics usually need to go to areas of very low exploration to gain access to natural resources that no one else has found. 9 deaths, and professionals, even killing normal zombies, can make themselves stronger. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation for a level 1 professional. A level 1 normal zombie has an experience value of 1. A level 1 Fey with an experience value of 10. He had killed the Fey old Zheng 2 earlier, and his experience value had skyrocketed by 10 points at once, and the rest of the 27 points were gained from the 27 ordinary zombies he had killed. At this stage, many professionals should still be in the exploratory stage of their careers, and he, Li Knight, was the same. However, some of the rules for professional generalization have been published long after the decade has passed with the relevant information. So Li Knight could be very clear about what his next step should be. Li Knight's eyes went wild. The young woman and Zhuo Wanqing were a bit scared because Li Knight seemed to have gone crazy. At times, he looked grave, at times excited, at times frenzied. This is usually a precursor to becoming insane. Maybe Li Knight couldn't bear the despair of the coming end times, so his heartstrings broke? Li Knight, it's okay, just calm down. I think you're already very good. Even if the end times come, you should be able to survive. Zhou Wanqing comforted Li Night. Her intention was to keep Li Night from breaking down under so much pressure. Once Li Night collapsed, the situation of the two of them weak women was unimaginable. Li Night coldly glanced at Zhou Wanqing. Nonsense. Of course I can survive. What else do I need you to say? You want to make my blind self-confidence skyrocket by flattering me? Then I'll run out to die. So you can inherit this sanctuary of mine? Dream on. Zhou Wanqing's pretty face was instantly ugly. She means well. But it was rewarded with a flurry of disdain and angry curses from Li Night. Zhou Wanqing felt aggrieved and a bit angry, and turned her face away to say nothing more. Li Night didn't bother to pay attention to Zhou Wanqing. He slung the assault rifle on his back, then took the tang knife, held the door handle, and took a deep breath. Although the iron spear was the most secure melee weapon, his homemade iron spear was actually rather average. Not as good as this refined tang sword that cut iron like mud. Li Night, what are you doing? Zhou Wanqing looked at Li Night as if he was planning to open the door, hastily asking in a shocked voice. Li Night, are you prepared to beg for death? Why obviously there are so many supplies in this room. Even if we don't go out, it's enough for us to live for a long time. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Zhou Wanqing was horrified. The low growls of walkers were everywhere outside, even in the hallways on this floor. As long as Li Night opens the door, all three of them will have to die. One more bleep and I'll throw you out. Zhou Wanqing beamed good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. She never wanted to talk to Li Night again. Li Night immediately opened the door, and a walker just happened to pass by the doorway, looking at him with a dumbfounded look on his face. The zombie reacted by lunging at him with open teeth and claws. Madaka. Li Night swung his tang blade and chopped off the zombie's head, and the zombie immediately fell to the ground. The other zombies in the hallway heard the commotion and gathered like crazy. A quick glance across the room revealed ordinary zombies. That makes it easy. Li Night confidently held his tang blade in both hands in a strict stance. The tang blade that cut iron like mud was wielded with 400 kilograms of strength under the baptism of his source core substance, could easily cut off a walker's head. The headless zombie, like a robot with its electricity unplugged, fell limply to the ground. The second one, Li Night slashed another zombie to death. The third one, another cut. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The fourth one, he needs 100 walkers. Initial calculations show that his 10 cubic meters of hiding space can hide almost 100 or so corpses. It could still only be a normal-sized zombie. If it was a slightly larger phase zombie, it wouldn't even be able to hide 100 corpses, but 100 walkers would be enough. In the narrow enclosed mine tunnel, 100 zombies suddenly appearing would be a catastrophe. Enough for Ning Zhe to drink a pot of water. The two women in the room were completely stunned, although they couldn't see outside. They could see Li Night's figure through the newspaper-glued glass. Chopping walkers' wide open hands rise and fall, and the heads of the zombies are strewn about. It's almost as if he's the god of war that stands. Zhou Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She thought that Li Night had collapsed and was desperate to die. It turned out that she had underestimated Li Night. People aren't even afraid of those monsters out there. How did Li Night's classmate become so powerful? Such a Li Night was completely different from what she remembered. A third-grade student? Academic representatives? Scholarship resident? These labels, and the crazy demon out there, don't fit at all. Li Night killed for a full half hour, and the hallway was clogged with piles of headless corpses of zombies. The walkers outside can't even rush in. Ding. Mortician profession level +1. Now at level 2. The beep sounded. Li Night stopped and gasped. Yes. System recommendation. Li Night was on the career panel, and his number of entombments went from 0/5 to 0/50. He crouched down, first close to the coffin of the corpse. Life is like a white horse. May the dead rest in peace. The walker at his feet, its rotting skin stitched back together. The skin color has also morphed several shades of white and has become more and more like the external state of a living person. Currently he was about 70% entombed against a level 1 normal walker. The favorability can be almost as good as 60 or 70%. To the extent that if you get to 100%, you probably won't even be able to tell that you're dead. Ding. Successful encoffinment of a level 1 ordinary zombie. Loading some of the current walker's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Loading successful. Loaded from. Ding. Successful encoffinment of a level 1 ordinary zombie. Loading some of the current walker's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Ding. Successfully enshrined a level 1 common zombie. Continuous mortuary beeps sounded in Li Night's head. The speed of Li Night's entombment was getting faster and faster, partly because his mortician skills were becoming more and more proficient. On the other hand, he realized that with the upgrade of his mortician profession level, he didn't gain as much as he did before when he encoffined another level of zombie deceased. Previously enshrining a normal zombie could add almost 50 pounds of strength to him. Right now it would only add 5 or 6 pounds. which is better than nothing. It seems like it's better to enshrine a walker of the same level to maximize the gains. Lee Knight in one breath into the coffin is 50 zombies. All into his hidden corpse space. There are still more than 50 zombie corpses in the building, so they can only be put in coffins tomorrow. Kung Leung returned to the house, feeling hungry all of a sudden. That he hadn't eaten long before he was hungry again, and it felt like the kind of hunger that comes from not eating for years. Lee Knight carried a box of canned luncheon meat, skillfully opened the can, and then picked out the luncheon meat inside. One bite. Mouth full. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Looking at Zhuo Wanqing and the young woman both had hungry stomachs rumbling. Within a few minutes, Lee Knight had already finished showing off a box of canned lunch meat. By the time you get to level 2 professional, the meals become much larger. By the middle and end of the end times, this problem was actually a huge headache for all of humanity. Professionals and aliens were the backbone of humanity's battle with the end times, but they had very large meals. Even powerful professionals, one person is equivalent to the meals of hundreds of ordinary people. And such people are very abundant after the end of the world, not to mention the post-apocalyptic world where supplies are in short supply. Even in normal society, I'm afraid that we can't afford those big appetizers, that is, until a superbrain scientist with the name Yuan in food research, a family school heritage, developed the super nutrient solution. 1 drop of super nutrient solution is equivalent to the nutrient content of a cow. And it doesn't cost very much. Sort of alleviates the problem of scarcity of food supplies in the post-apocalyptic world to a certain extent. It just tastes extremely hard to swallow though. Nowhere near as good as real food. There were rumors going around at the time that the nutrient solution was extracted from zombies. This idea is not officially recognized, although the true composition of the nutrient solution is not officially published either. Lee Knight smacked his lips and was half full from a case of canned lunch meat. He carried another case of canned beef. The canned beef has real chunks of braised beef and broth in it and tastes much better than the lunch head cans. Lee Knight even ate meat with soup and ate another dozen boxes of canned beef before he felt a sense of satisfaction that he was full, having survived the post-apocalyptic world for so long in his previous life. Even getting enough to eat was a luxury. Gollum. Zhuo Wanqing's stomach let out a hungry growl. Zhuo Wanqing's pretty face turned red. She bit her lip. Lee Knight, can I have some? Lee Knight glanced at Zhuo Wanqing and laughed coldly. It's not like I begged you to come. You took the initiative to follow me. Why should I give you food? What favor can you give me? Supplies aren't given for nothing. They're traded. Zhuo Wanqing was even more embarrassed. She never thought that she would one day lose her dignity so much for a bite of food. I'm here. Isn't that considered a favor? Zhuo Wanqing's voice was as small as a mosquito. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Women to the end times. You really think that women are worth a lot of money, don't you? A good-looking one like you can at best be sold as a slightly better piggy bank to the slum rulers, but that's about it. Not much else. Lee Knight refers to her as a piggyback. Zhuo Wanqing's face turned blue, but she was smart enough to know that if she wanted to survive, she had to go soft, even if it is sold as a piglet. But such one of my character. Is it possible to sell it slightly more expensive? If I'm starving with a yellow face and skinny bones that make people want to vomit when they look at me, I'm afraid I won't be able to sell for a few dollars. Lee Knight narrowed his eyes and sized up Zhuo Wanqing. In his previous life, he had thought that Zhuo Wanqing was just a good-looking vase, and that it was pure luck that he was able to be looked at by the vice president of the Waking Lions Club, but now it seemed as if he had underestimated Zhuo Wanqing. Zhuo Wanqing has a very deep heart and city, and has a very strong survival. From the very beginning when Zhuo Wanqing took the initiative to jump into his car, to now when Zhuo Wanqing was not afraid to lose her dignity to make a living for herself. Zhuo Wanqing was not a simple character. The boys at school describe her most as busty, silly, and simply adorable. Brainless, dumb and dumber, simple. It's women like that are the scariest. Perhaps in his previous life, becoming the wife of the vice president of the Waking Lions Club was also the way out that Zhuo Wanqing had plotted for herself, with the least lethal appearance, to hide their heart. If such a woman is an ally, it will be can be relied upon. If it is an enemy, it is necessary to cut off the roots early. Lee Knight smiled and went to untie Zhuo Wanqing and the young woman before giving them each a pack of compressed cookies and a bottle of water. Here are your supplies for the day. The next distribution will have to wait until tomorrow. The young woman is used to it, but Zhuo Wanqing complained. But we don't have enough to eat at all. So you don't eat? Lee Knight asked. Zhuo Wanqing beamed. Lee Knight, you're so cold-blooded. Everyone's descriptions of you in school are all false. Oh, don't you? Lee Knight walked towards Old Yellow's iron cage, where half of Old Yellow's fur had begun to turn greenish-black. More source core matter spilled out, which was stroked down by Lee Knight, then inhaled into his mouth without a single drop. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Pounds of energy once again filled his body. The body, which had already somewhat reached a bottleneck, was now starting to get a substantial boost once again. Lee Knight clenched his fists. He probably had 500 kilograms of strength already. A single punch would easily blow up an ordinary zombie. Lee Knight. Joahara hasn't finished his compressed cookies yet, shouting Lee Knight's name again. What again? Lee Knight was a bit impatient. There were so many things. I need to go to the bathroom. Big and small? There's big and there's small. Lee Knight frowned. The young woman next to Zhuo Wanqing also timidly raised her hand. I also. Zhuo Wanqing said savagely. If you want us to pull into your room, we don't care. It's just that the smell may be a little. Before Zhuo Wanqing could finish her sentence, Lee Knight had already reached Zhuo Wanqing's side. He picked Zhuo Wanqing up in a squatting hug, and then set Zhuo Wanqing up on the window as Zhuo Wanqing's body is inside and her ass is outside. Zhuo Wanqing was a bit confused. What is Lee Knight doing? As you go to the toilet, do you still really want to shit into my room? Dare to pull into my room. I'll let you eat. Zhuo Wanqing's face instantly turned red. You let me go to the bathroom like this? Or what? What if someone from the building across the street sees me? I'm a girl. Are you going on or not? If you're not, hold it. Lee Knight lost his patience and was just about to put Zhuo Wanqing down when Zhuo Wanqing hurriedly begged for mercy. Up. You have to hold me up. System recommendation. Zhuo Wanqing completed the process of going to the toilet in a humiliating manner. Everything she did was seen by Lee Knight, despite the fact that the guy acted as if he didn't bother to look. He did so several times, and she didn't even have the face to live. After Zhuo Wanqing finished solving it, it was the young woman's turn. After all, there had been skin-to-skin contact, so the young woman was a bit more relaxed than Zhuo Wanqing. Shit poured over his car parked below, but this was something Lee Knight had done intentionally. Fishing. Anyone with a little bit of brains could tell by the excrement on the roof that there were survivors on the floor. At this time of year, there will always be some unknowing people who will come to the door, just like that organization that specializes in burning and looting. The mountain stream. It wasn't long before the sound of car brakes came from the road. Then a group of people got out of the car with iron axes or some other weapon in their hands, and they used the weapon to smash the zombies that rushed over in an orderly manner, and then pressed forward towards the community of United Harbors. Zhuo Wanqing saw them through the window and her pretty face changed in shock. Isn't this the famous gangster organization Mountain Stream in Zhangcheng? You know that too? Lee Knight asked Zhuo Wanqing. Zhuo Wanqing nodded. My brother often hangs out with people from Shanlu. Shanlu is also the largest underground boxing ring in Zhangcheng to maintain law and order. To put it bluntly, it's a group of people who get rich by robbing homes. People like them are very inhumane. Your brother? Who? The boxing champion? Yeah. Lee Knight froze for a moment. He until just now still thought Zhuo Wanqing is the boxing championess lover. What else do you know? Well, the leader of the mountain stream is a retired boxer. Used to kill people in the ring. After retiring from the military, he organized a gang of hooligans and gangsters, and became the largest underground force in Zhangcheng. I don't know much about the rest. Well, almost. Based on memories from a previous life, the head of the mountain stream awakens the fighter profession with 2-finger tigers attached. You can blow away several walkers with one punch. At one point, it was one of the most powerful humans in the pre-river city, retired professional boxer. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. No wonder you can awaken such a powerful profession. They seem to be coming our way. The young woman suddenly said. It was obvious that the dozen or so people were aiming for their room. Was slowly approaching Lee Knight's car parked downstairs, looking at the fresh excrement on the roof of the car. Then a middle-aged man looked up and saw Lee Knight, who was staring at them. He immediately waved at the others, signaling to climb the stairs. A dozen or so trained men climbed upwards, frightening the two girls so much that their pretty faces paled. If they fell into the hands of these gangsters, their fate would be predictably tragic. The first one to climb up was a rather thin man. It was also the most nimble, with a hammer in his hand, ready to smash their windows. Lee Knight took the initiative to open the window, then slashed the man to death. The man's body crashed down, smashing the others down as well. Damn, dead monkey, you won't hold on to something. The middle-aged man's pupils plummeted. The monkey is dead. The head was severed flush. The others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and those who were less courageous were directly scared to the point of falling to the ground immediately afterward. A dark shadow crashed down. Lee Knight jumped down. He put the tang knife on the middle-aged man's neck and asked with a light smile, "What do you want?" Didn't want to do anything. We're here to save you." The middle-aged man's voice was trembling. This young man kills without a second thought. He's a tough guy. Save me? Lee Knight's smile grew colder and colder. When have you scum been so kind? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendations. The chowder. With one slash, he chopped off the middle-aged man's head. Wow. The other dozen or so people immediately scattered in fear. The man is a madman. Human life is like grass in his eyes. It's even scarier than their mountain streamers. Lee Knight smiled more and more coldly. These people were too slow. Lee Knight's speed was more than 10 times that of theirs. and it almost took only a few seconds to easily catch up and slaughter them. The people in the Mountain Stream organization seem to be wimping out right now, but before long, Shan Lu kills people, and he is the same ruthless, or even more ruthless than him, unarmed, old and weak, sick. Women and children are killed. So he kills a few of the mountain streamers and does the people a favor. Lee Knight had killed the last man and had chased him to the parked mountain stream truck, knocked on the car window with a Tommy knife. The truck rolled down its windows, and a bald man, with a full face, forced himself to look at him. This man is the leader of the mountain stream. Zhang Zude, also a retired professional boxer as described by Chuk Wanqing. Zhang Zude's eyes were cold and filled with a murderous aura. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have been scared down by that look. Li Knight, however, still looked at him indifferently without humility. What are you? Forget it, this kind of meaningless question. I will not ask you. You killed so many of my men. I now give you two choices. The first choice, you go to death. The second choice, you sell your life for me. I will not treat you badly. Lee Knight wanted to laugh. He was just a minion in his previous life. None of them were qualified to make Zhang Zude take it so seriously. He's just been with one of the ponies from the Mountain Stream organization. And he's been a pony for that pony. Now he is available to be invited by Zhang Zude himself. Li Knight laughed coldly. Zhang Zude, I'm not interested in you right now, so don't force me to kill you. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The killing intent under Zhang Zude's eyes immediately erupted and he directly rushed down from the truck with a metal finger tiger on his hand, smashing it towards Lee Knight's head. Lee Knight had been on guard for a long time, immediately launching the champion's many steps. He dodged Zhang Zude's punch and then Lee Knight violently blasted Zhang Zude's jawbone with a swinging punch. It knocked Zhang Zude off his feet and into a wobbly position. Zhang Zude wondered softly. Professional? Zhang Zude actually wanted to say that this guy was actually a few points more professional than him. He had awakened the fighter profession, and although he didn't understand what the profession was about now, he felt quite a bit more powerful than before the end of the world. Would have thought it would have been easy to smash this guy's head in, but simply did not expect that it would actually be dodged by the other party, who seemed to have seen through his movements, and even made a strong counterattack against him in the first place. It brought back memories of how he felt when he was on active duty at the time, when he fought a champion-level boxing champion. He never remembered such a number one young champion. Look at his little crunching steps and his counter-swinging punches, brings him back to someone, his brother Zhuo Lai, lightweight world champion. It was even much stronger than Zhuo Lai in terms of strength and speed. This can't be right. Zhang Zude greeted him again, but every move he made was seen through by Lee Knight. A single missed attack would be met with a counterattack like a raging storm. Zhang Zude was beaten black and blue, and hastily held his head and admitted defeat. I've lost. I won't fight. I can't beat you. System recommendations. Not only was this young man far superior to him in terms of technique, he was even completely crushed in terms of strength and speed. The key is to strike very hard, wherever it kills you. The other members of the Mountain Stream organization in the truck were confused. Their boss fights like a thief and has never lost to anyone except a world-class champion. Now it's lost to a second person. The key to this is that the person is still not very old, and his appearance looks civilized and weak, kind of like a recent college graduate, extremely deceptive. Lee Knight stopped. He didn't really want to take this guy's life, keep it and use it. Zhang Zude is definitely not a good person. Don't look at the early days of the end times when he sold the supplies he had burned and looted to the officials as well as those civic organizations. But the other side didn't really think that Zhang Zude was a good person either, because Zhang Zude is a total prick repressing ordinary survivors down below and cajoling all sorts of power holders up above. There were a few forces that tried to recruit Zhang Zude at first, but he refused. Zhang Zude likes to be free and loose by nature, but then again every place doesn't do good, totally shit stirring. And the best thing about Key Tibetan is that a lot of people see him as a bad guy, but they just can't fuck him up. Ambitious and driven. It's even possible to fight for your life in order to get there. It's also an ability to excel in a sense. If utilized well, Zhang Zude will become a sharp weapon for him to deal with Ning's group. No, I should say a piece of shit. It wasn't enough to take out Ning's group, but it could discuss Ning's group. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Zhang Zude, I can tell you a piece of information. If this information is used well, maybe your Mountain Stream organization can become the overlord of Zhangchang. Interested? What intelligence? Zhang Zude was a little disbelieving. With your chain of intelligence, you must have known that the Ning group was mining gold privately, right? Zhang Zude didn't retort. He naturally knew about it, and he even had some side deals with Ning's group. Ning's group eats meat. He drinks some soup. At the same time, you should also know about the Ning group's private arms stockpiling, right? Zhang Zude still didn't retort, and he knows it, but what's the point of knowing? What are the most important supplies when the end times come? What are you trying to say? Say it in pain. Don't be a pussy. Dang. Zhang Zude's quota hadn't even dropped. Li Knight's punch had blasted up, hitting Zhang Zude's face. Ask you, you'd better set yourself straight. If I want to kill you, I can do it any time. Don't make me lose my last bit of patience with you. Li Knight's tone was chilly as Zhang Zude didn't dare to say anything else. Ning's group hides arms in gold mines. And I can tell you very responsibly that a very large amount of arms is enough to equip a special operations company. Zhang Zude's eyes snapped open and he now understood why the boy spoke with so much padding. At the same time, he certainly knew what arms supplies meant in the end times. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. He had people, and at present his people were only armed with such primitive weapons as swords, guns, and clubs. It's small at best, but if he armed his men with guns and ammunition, it would be a very different story. And the fighting power would soar at least a few dozen times. Become the overlord of Zhongcheng? It's not out of the realm of possibility. But Zhang Zude was still uneasy. If you know such important information, why don't you keep it to yourself and tell us, who have nothing to do with you? Li Knight seemed to expect Zhang Zui to ask this question, laughing. He said, there are a few reasons. The first point is that you guys have people and I don't have anyone. No matter how strong you are, in the end, it's just a solo fight. The second point is that although you are a rabble, you are also a pack of rabid dogs with the ability to stir the pot. After the end times come, the class that has already been solidified may change a little, but those who hold the resources will still hold the first opportunity after the end times come, and can be a big step ahead of the ordinary people. Just as even if you are a professional you still can't compete with the big plutocrats. It's the same reason. That's why I need you mad dogs to break the ice. Being called a mad dog, Zhang Zude on the contrary did not feel much anger, but felt a little bit pleased. He liked the adjective mad dog, and of course the last point. I have a grudge against the Ning group, but that doesn't detract from the fact that this is something that will be beneficial to you, right? Zhang Zude's eyes gurgled. But how am I supposed to believe that what you say is true? How do you know that Ning's group hid the arms in the gold mine? Did you see it? Or did you hear it from hearsay? Zhang Zude is not a fool. Of course he will not listen to the wind and hear that there are arms and immediately take people to flush out the Ning group's gold mine, in case they pounced. Flying Egg couldn't get any benefits. And instead, they would still offend Ning's group but the gains don't pay for the losses. Li Knight narrowed his eyes and smiled. And there was a bit of coldness in his smile, turned right around and left. Hey, aren't you going to prove it to me? What if I do get my heart set on it? Li Knight violently turned around and had taken out the two pistols on his waist, firing wildly towards Zhang Zude. It scared Zhang Zude so much that he held his head and screamed. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Where do you think my gun came from? Li Knight took out his assault rifle again and aimed it at Zhang Zude's head. It scared the hell out of Zhang Zude. He could see that the kid was a bit of a shot but not much. This kind of person is the scariest. You never know if he is intentionally intimidating you or if he really can't hit you. In case you are killed by an intimidating bullet. It's a damn injustice. I believe it. I believe it. Zhang Zude hastily begged for forgiveness. Someone with this kind of shooting skill, he could only have gotten the gun halfway by chance. So he believed that there were armaments in the Ning group's gold mine. There were tons of walkers on both sides surprised by the gunfire. Boss! The man from the mountain stream shouted in a hurry. Zhang Zude hurriedly climbed onto the truck, glanced at Li Knight, and shouted with a smile. Brother, if our Shan Lu succeeds, I will certainly not forget your great kindness. Brother, and the two of us brothers will divide this Jiang city together. Zhang Zude drove off in his truck without a care in the world. Li Knight climbed upstairs and closed the window, the corner of his mouth lifted into a playful smile. He had only advanced the timeline of Ningzhe's meeting with Zhang Zuide, but he had a hunch that the landscape of Ning City might change as a result. He felt that Zhang Zude had the ability to do so. You just negotiated a deal with Zhang Zude, right? Zhuo Wanqing suddenly asked Li Knight. It's not good to be too smart. If you really want to climb a big tree, then you'd better do your best to disguise yourself as brainless as you did in school. Men don't like women who are too smart. Li Knight pulled over Zhuo Wanqing and tied her back to back with the young woman once again. Next, he had a more important matter to attend to. Inuyasha is going to be completely revived. System recommendation. The hair on Old Yellow's body turned as black as it could. It's also gotten a whole lot bigger in size. It's almost filling up the steel cage. A constant whimper of pain, counting the days. It will be revived today. Li Knight gripped the Tang sword in his hand tightly and stood on guard. It was recorded in the data that when the canine demon had just been revived, it was still less than 3 meters in size. Then there would be a frenzy of devouring other lost and Fey and survivors over the next week. The body size will also quickly soar to 10 meters. A full membrane that reaches a body size of 10 meters is essentially the primary form of the canine membrane, and it's quite destructive, with a keen sense of smell and superb mobility, as well as a certain amount of intelligence. It's easy to find survivors hiding in buildings, and this canine devil in Zhongcheng had eaten up tens of thousands of zombies and survivors in the United Harbor community. The body size even grew to more than 30 meters. Even level 6 professionals can easily be torn into pieces. Unfortunately, he could only take out the source core of the Inu devil. And if he could make the Inu devil work for him, the effect would actually be far more valuable than an original box. Woohoo! Old Yellow let out a howl of pain, eyes pitifully looking at Lee Knight. It seemed to want to pray that Lee Knight could help it not suffer so much. Lee Knight sighed to in fact, he and Old Huang were on pretty good terms during the year he had moved here. Every time he came back Old Yellow ran to him with his tail wagging, welcoming him home. It made him feel so warm in this cold metropolis. Everyone else in the community treats Old Yellow like a guard dog, disliking him for being dirty and not letting him near them. Every time Old Yellow tried to please them, he would get a very harsh scolding from them, and Old Yellow could only run away with his tail hanging down in frustration. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. But he would often bring Old Yellow some food like ham and sausage, so he would be considered one of the few humans in the community that Old Yellow liked. In his previous life, he probably wouldn't have been able to strike hard even if he had known that Old Yellow was about to revive into a monster, but he was, after all, a man who had been hammered through the end times for 10 years, and had long since become hard-hearted. To put it mildly, that means he has no family and is an orphan, but where his loved ones were about to mutate in front of him, he probably would have killed them as well. Li Knight opened a few more cans for Old Huang, even though the post-apocalyptic energy that had descended on him was sufficient now that Old Huang had revived, and there was no need to replenish his energy through food at all. But a little bit of tasty food might ease Old Huang's pain a little bit, walk a little more peacefully, despite his great physical pain. Old Yellow still couldn't help but take a big bite when he looked at the canned food in front of him. While eating he also looked up at Lee Knight, tears bearing down from his eyes. The two girls could no longer watch. Zhuo Wanqing said, "He seems to be in a lot of pain right now. You have to let him go a little bit more painfully. I look at the heart so hard." Lee Knight didn't say anything, just sulked and opened more cans for Old Yellow. Of course he wouldn't do it now. Now that Old Huang hadn't been successfully revived, the source cores of erranked canine devils hadn't been molded yet either. Now kill Old Huang and get nothing. Old Yellow's tears flowed and turned into tears of blood. The last vestige of life in the bottom of his eyes gradually dissipated. Old Yellow took a fond last look at Lee Knight. The size suddenly grew wildly. In an instant, he broke through the 2-meter-long iron cage. Lee Knight held the Tang sword in both hands, aimed at Old Yellow's neck and was about to chop. Suddenly he sensed what kind of aura was fading fast from the Old Yellow mountain. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. It's the breath of life. He understood that because he was a mortician, he could sense the breath of life. Old Yellow's anger fades again. When the anger was completely gone, Old Yellow died. Theoretically, he could now put Old Huang in a coffin. All those walkers he'd enshrined before would have gone through battles and killings first. It's not about killing the walker. The walker is already deceased. He's just going to incapacitate the walker. Life is like a white horse. May the departed rest in peace. Lee Knight instantly unleashed the mortician skill, and dozens of white threads shuttled between the Old Yellow's greenish-black fur, repairing the Old Yellow's dry and cracked fjord. It was a good thing that Old Yellow hadn't finished reviving and his body was trembling madly, so he was ignored. Lee Knight clenched his teeth and held on. Soybean-sized beads of sweat flowed down, and for the first time, he felt the limits of the current mortician's professional skills. It's quite a strain. It feels like you're mortifying a lump of steel. The whole process lasted about a few minutes, and finally, his career page came up with an indication that he was in the process of being inducted, and a countdown was displayed. 3 minutes. Lee Knight was a bit surprised. I can't believe it still takes 3 minutes. Lee Knight could only harden his heart and pray that Inuyasha wouldn't suddenly revive and finish it this time. Turning around and eating him in one bite would be so wrong for him. Just after praying, Old Yellow's body stopped trembling and slowly turned his head, looking at him with ghostly green eyes. Lee Knight's heart stuttered. It's not over. Fear of what will come. Old Yellow has fully revived into a canine demon. Lee Knight saw unrivaled hunger in Old Yellow's green mouth. Lee Knight was going to be scared silly. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. In the heat of the moment, he kicked over a box of canned beef, spilling soup all over the floor. Old Huang hesitated for a moment, looking at the soupy beef chunks and beef broth on the floor, and then glancing at Lee Knight. As if he had been insulted. Old Yellow growled angrily. Roar! The fishy breath was about to make Lee Knight vomit. Lee Knight tugged on Old Yellow's fur and flipped over to jump onto Old Yellow's neck. Old Yellow fought to shake his head, trying to throw him off, but Lee Knight's 2 legs were no vegetarians now, and his legs were like pincers, with over 1,000 pounds of strength, deadlocking Old Yellow's neck. Even though Old Yellow was a canine demon, Old Yellow couldn't do anything with Lee Knight for a while, rampaging through the room and stomping the supplies he had hoarded in most of the room. Lee Knight looked at the heartache, but he can only harden his head and continue to cough down at this moment and then want to kill the canine devil. With the current him, has not been so easy. If the coffin is not successful, it is likely that even the source of the nucleus is gone. In the end, the basket is empty. Lee Knight exerted all his strength to keep him from being thrown down by the canine demon. The 2 girls were so frightened that they also used all their strength to move to the door. Zhuo Wanqing didn't know when she secretly untied the rope. but the next moment the canine demon also rushed towards the door. "Open the door!" Lee Knight shouted. Ojua Wanqing opened the door with her hands and feet, and the canine demon instantly rushed out, cracking the door frame. "Old Yellow, where the hell are you taking me?" Old Yellow leaped high. Lee Knight was so scared that his soul flew up with him. Old Yellow flew all the way to the roof, jumping around on the roof of the building, and with Old Yellow's athletic ability, he could easily span dozens of meters and jump to the roof of the opposite building. The claws were razor sharp, scratching deep scratches into the steel and concrete roof. Terror. He had seen a scene in his previous life. A company of tanks, lined up in a long line to destroy the canine demon, but was used by the canine demon as if it were a springboard. Jumping around, a claw can scrape a tank, in the blink of an eye. Lao Huang had taken him around the Liang'an community several times. Both zombies and Fae actually have their own territories, or what they instinctively perceive as safe areas. Normally, a level 1 ordinary zombie might not move more than 30 meters without outside stimulation, while a Fae would move no more than 1 kilometer, even for a level 1 canine demon. The area it recognizes as safe is only the area it lived in during its lifetime. Lee Knight's legs were on the verge of breaking Inuyasha's neck when the countdown finally ended. System recommendation: Frowny Face Sting. Triggering hospice service during the deceased's lifetime. The deceased's favorability is broken by 100%, loading some of the current walker's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Loading successful. Loaded from 5 memories for 1 hour, 100% canine demonization skill. Skill lasts for 3 minutes. Wink with a frown during canine demonization. Strength, speed, agility, endurance, and defense are increased by 5 times on all fronts. During the demonization process, the dog's brutality and bloodthirstiness are 3 times higher than normal. Dogs will have a 2-hour weakness after demonization. Please use with caution. 100% canine demon sniffing. Wink with a frown. Sense of smell covers 3 kilometers and can identify up to 30 odors. 100% Inuyasha steel teeth. Wink with a frown can easily bite through rebar. 10% tier 1 canine magic recovery, stamina, vitality, first degree of goodwill, 20 plus 100% favorability for full control, strength plus 300, speed plus 60, endurance plus 50, spirit plus 50 on the careers page. A long list of contents appeared. Ally Knight had a feeling of being overwhelmed. It's not bad to be enshrined in a canine demon and receive more benefits than ever before. Lee Knight was ecstatic. He looked down and turned. He triggered hospice? A straight up 100% break in favorability? Lee Knight recalls what he did. Suddenly, I remembered that during the last period of his life, Old Huang was in great pain and difficulty, and he knew that Old Huang didn't need canned meat to replenish his energy, but he still gave him several boxes of canned meat, with the aim of easing his pain a little. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Yeah, that's hospice care. Isn't it the point of hospice care to make the deceased's deathbed a little more comfortable? And hospice care wasn't part of the funeral aisle. But by doing hospice care, he was breaking the rules and doing good. So he broke the rules and got 100% goodwill. All straightened out. It seems it's sort of a bug in his profession that as long as he does hospice care, his favorability can be increased by 100% without discrimination. The bug isn't actually easy to trigger though. There aren't that many chances that he can wait until someone is on their deathbed and then give them the appropriate way of end-of-life care. Lee Knight continued to look down. He can canine demonize, which is roughly what bestiality means. In his previous life, there were also some professions that could be bestialized, and their combat power soared after bestialization. And the same thing happened with canine demonization. Also gained the sense of smell and steel teeth of a canine demon. Ally Knight inhaled hard, sniffing almost all the vengeful breath of the zombies, almost sending him straight away, kneeling on the ground for a while before slowing down when he saw the line of small words underneath the 100% favorability. His pupils immediately shrunk. Complete manipulation? What do you mean? How come it's not some normal walker manipulating for a few hundred seconds and a Fey walker manipulating for a few tens of seconds or something like that anymore? When you get to 100%, it just becomes fully manipulated? Lee Knight glanced at the canine demon beside him, and with a thought, the canine demon immediately got down on the ground and wagged its tail and spat out its tongue according to his idea, and there wasn't that manipulation of the time countdown above Inuyasha's head anymore. Inuyasha has become his battle pet. Lee Knight did have such extravagant hopes before, but he didn't expect that extravagant hopes could actually become reality. Lee Knight's goosebumps rose up. That's the biggest benefit. It's much more useful than anything like 300 pounds of increased strength, 1/10 of an Inu Devil's recovery ability, and so on later on. It was important to know that the combat power of a level 1 canine demon could at least be comparable to a level 3 Fey, and a level 5 ordinary zombie. It was just the beginning of the end of the world, and the world was filled with the most level 1 zombies and Fey. So wouldn't he be able to run rampant as long as he had the canine demon? Provided, of course, that no other recovery monsters are encountered. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more a system recommendation, but that's pretty much unbeatable. From behind them came the low growl of a walker. It was the walkers that had plopped onto the rooftop from the stairs. Numbering about a dozen, they were all ordinary zombies that Lee Knight could handle by himself, but when he pointed at the zombies, the canine devil immediately rushed out and killed 7 or 8 zombies with one paw and 2 or 3 zombies with one bite. In the blink of an eye those dozen zombies were wiped out. Lee Knight was pleasantly surprised. It's too strong. No wonder battle pet masters are very popular in the military. The war pet master can attack zombies with zombies, which is simply the most perfect way for humans to fight. Every battle pet master, when they arrived in the army, could have an extremely high status and treatment, and the risk factor is minimal because it's not like you have to go to war yourself. Ha 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 ha. Lee Knight couldn't hold back his maniacal laughter, then eyes rolled with murderous intent. Alright, everything is ready. Ning-zai, it's time to kill you. I wonder what happened to that rabble of Yamashiros. With his understanding of Zhang Zude, Zhang Zude would never be spared such an opportunity. So 80% of the Mountain Stream organization has already crossed paths with the gold mines. Ning-zai's status is extraordinary for Ning's group to become the premier plutocracy in Jiangchang. It wasn't rootless. Ningzai has a far more than average background. His father is a high-ranking member of the Jiangcheng Law Enforcement Agency, the mother was the chairman of the Ning Group and the niece of the former chief secretary of the Jiangcheng Garrison. According to his memories of backtracking to his neighbor's zombie, half of the security guards in that gold mine were veterans, and the head of the security guards led by Wang Xion was even a veteran mercenary at the level of the special forces. The battle power wasn't normally strong, so he didn't have high expectations for the Mountain Stream organization. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more a system recommendation. As long as the Mountain Stream organization could attract some of the opponent's attention, he could kill them by surprise. Lee Knight lets Inuyasha lead himself back to his house, where a number of zombies have gathered in front of his house. Upon further inspection, the door wasn't very solid anymore since the frame had been smashed by the canine demon, revealing a wide gap. The zombie reaches inside and bites its teeth, scaring Zhuo Wanqing and the young woman inside and screaming in shock. With a wave of Lee Knight's hand, the canine demon's large mouth swept, and the zombies blocking the doorway were basically cut off at the waist, and the other zombies pounced on them, but they were also crushed by the canine demon's claws. Inuyasha is strong, but it's a shame that the zombies that were taken out by Inuyasha are basically impossible to put in a coffin. They're too thoroughly rotten. It didn't matter though. He still had 55 headed zombie corpses stockpiled at the gate yesterday, with Inuyasha beside him to protect him. Lee Knight hummed as he casted the zombies and put them into his hidden corpse space, not filling it completely. And he also reserved space for Inuyasha. Gee, gorgeous. When you think about it, what kind of life did you have in your previous life? There's no comparison. Night is coming. Using rebar and cement, Lee Knight repaired the doorframe. He'd done a lot of hard labor building shelters in his previous life, so he was handy at fixing his own home's door. Now, when everything was ready, Lee Knight retied Zhuo Wanqing and the young woman to the chair, and this time he confirmed that Zhuo Wanqing, the scheming woman, could not break free. Zhuo Wanqing looked at Lee Knight with a gun on his back, a knife on his shoulder, and a gas mask, and seemed to be going out again. In a hurry, he shouted, "Lee Knight, you're going out again? Why can't you just live in peace? If you die out there, what will the two of us do?" Lee Knight laughed lightly. "So you should just pray that I can come back alive." After saying that, Lee Knight went out and chained the door of his home right up to Inuyasha's neck. With a wave of his hand, Inuyasha led him straight up to the roof of a 30 to 40 meter tall building and then jumped from roof to roof under the moonlight. He and Inuyasha were like a flash of dark light. By the time they reached the outskirts, the number of zombies was significantly less. Lee Knight heard what seemed to be the movement of a firefight over at the ancient battlefield ruins, so he didn't have to think about it. It was bound to be the Mountain Stream organization starting to make their move. He, on the other hand, is looking for the culvert that the neighboring walker remembers that leads from the ancient battlefield ruins into the gold mine. He was now curious to see what Ning-zai's expression would be when he saw himself suddenly appear beside him. System recommendations of the entrance to the gold mine cave. The two groups are in a fierce firefight. Zhang Zuda's group actually had guns in their hands as well. Hey that kid really didn't lie to me. There really are a lot of arms hidden inside this gold mine. Zhang Zuda wields an old World War II machine gun, though that gun is very jittery, but Zhang Zuda was a professional after all, so he was able to suppress such a strong recoil. There's nothing wrong with this old machine gun in terms of power, except that it recoils a lot and is nearly accurate. At first glance, Zhang Zuda didn't usually have a lot of fun. The accuracy was pretty good too, and it really silenced the fire from the students on the gold mine side. Hey, such a good gun. It's a waste to put it in their hands. Brothers continue to add mahjong. As long as we end this armory, we'll be the overlord of Jiangcheng. The other side, students who just got their guns not long ago, being suppressed by such strong firepower from the other side made it completely impossible to rush out. Wang Xiong, who had awakened his bodyguard profession, Asked Ningzai if he needed him and Da Huang to make a move. Ningzai shook his head. It's fine. These students need to be trained properly if they want to be of use to me. If they want to live and eat food, they need to serve me with their lives, or else they won't die. Wang Xiong looked at Ningzai with some surprise. I had long heard that the eldest young master of the Ning clan was a very mature child with a very mature heart, and had been given high hopes by the Ning clan. Now that I look at it, I can see that I am a ruthless man. Wang Xiong couldn't help but sympathize a little when he looked at all these students who were rushing forward and backward to the guns for the sake of food, these college students who have just graduated not long ago. How do they know what it means to be shot at? How do they know that being hit by a bullet will really kill them? Ningzai's eyes were glowing with an icy cold light, and next to him was Rao Li, who was wearing a tight dress. Rao Li's hair was disheveled and her face was a little dull. The dress was very thin, so you could tell that Rao Li wasn't wearing any other clothes underneath it. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Ningzai stroked Rao Li's head, causing Rao Li to shiver physically. Ningzai snorted. Rao Li, I've already given you enough preferential treatment. At least you don't have to rush to the front line with a gun to die. So that little sacrifice you just made was worth it, right? After all, if you want to create some value for me, you can only rely on this passable body of yours. Ningzai played with Rao Li's hair. You can't really think that I like you, right? I just see that you're a nice plaything. Tired of playing with it, you naturally have no value in my place. Rao Li shed tears of despair. She regrets it now. She shouldn't have broken up with Li Knight. Although Li Knight was a bit boring as a person, he was at least a normal person. And this Ningzai was a pervert. Just now, Ningzai had actually used her as a prize, and whoever was willing to lick the soles of Ningzai's shoes to show their loyalty could fuck her. Just now she had suffered the darkest 2 hours or so of her life when she was tied to a post and hung upside down by her feet. She could never forget in her life how those moralistic boys had abused her. The other side. Li Knight had already entered the ancient battlefield ruins. The so-called ancient battlefield site is actually a museum of ancient battlefield mass graves. A large number of skeletons and weapons of soldiers from 1,000 years ago have been unearthed here, covering dozens of kilometers, and the gold mine is just below the site of this ancient battlefield. And ancient literature chemists have researched and said that the soldiers of all these nations that were at war may have been fighting over this gold mine. Li Knight had been to the ancient battlefield ruins museum a few times, and this place felt eerie when he came in the daytime. Not to mention coming in the middle of the night. Gust of wind. Below the atrium on the first floor is a complete terracotta warrior pool with exactly 3,000 terracotta warriors, which seem to have been made by the descendants of a king who died in battle on an ancient battlefield in order to pay tribute to the body of a soldier who died in battle. The bottom of Li Knight's eyes were flooded with evil chills. It was these terracotta warriors that would revive in the near future. 3,000 revived terracotta warriors, and a ghost-faced general, launched an unprecedented onslaught against the newly established South City refuge. The human side rose up to resist. Weapons of all kinds flew in the sky, and the soldiers went forward, using their corpses to stop the 3,000 terracotta warriors. That battle was fought extremely magnificently, and it also brought out the backbone and blood of the human race. But even so, the steel walls of the southern city refuge were still pushed down by 3,000 terracotta warriors. The refuge fell. The river city fell. These 3,000 terracotta warriors are the ones who started the fall of Jiangchang. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Li Knight took a deep breath. According to the memory of the neighboring zombie, the culvert leading to the gold mine is underneath this terracotta pool. So he needs to cross this pool of terracotta warriors. Li Knight jumped without hesitation. In his previous life, he definitely didn't have the guts, but now he wasn't that scared. I don't know if it is a psychological effect. The temperature in the pool of terracotta warriors seems to be particularly low, as if entering the ice cellar. Cool. And the cool air seems to be the body of these terracotta warriors exuded obscure without stopping. Li Knight quickly crossed the terracotta warrior pool. During the period, he saw some terracotta warriors on top of the terracotta has fallen off, revealing the inside of the withered bones. And the withered bones actually attached to some of the rotting flesh and blood? It's too unbelievable. The corpses that made these terracotta warriors have been dead for at least 1,000 years. Not to mention the flesh and blood. The bones are already considered to be firm if they don't turn into ash. It seems that 3,000 terracotta warriors is this time to start, has been slowly affected by the end of the world. Energy began to recover. Only the process of recovery is relatively slow, so it has been until 3 months to completely recover. Li Knight walked too fast and accidentally scraped down a terracotta warrior with his tang blade. The terracotta warrior actually subconsciously had a rising action, but it was just a trend. But it was still captured by Li Knight. Li Knight wasn't prepared to stop and continued on. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Suddenly, Li Knight vaguely seemed to hear footsteps. Li Knight jolted to a halt and looked behind him, finding nothing unusual. The terracotta warriors were still standing in rows and columns in a standardized manner. Li Knight continued to walk. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The footsteps came again. He could be sure that it wasn't a hallucination. It's true there. Kung Leong quickened his pace to a trot. The footsteps actually picked up the tempo. Clunker. Immediately, Lee Knight's scalp went numb. Damn. It's losing. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. As he ran and looked around, he seemed to see something moving in the pool of terracotta warriors, and just follow him in other rows and other columns. He couldn't make out what was on the other side. It felt like a terracotta warrior. With its earthy yellow coat and the characteristic footsteps of this terracotta, Lee Knight got goosebumps frantically. He looked around for the hole in the ground that his neighbor remembered. Clunk clunk clunk. The footsteps were getting closer to him. Lee Knight tightly gripped his tang blade when he suddenly saw what looked like a small cave-in with a downward hole in the ground in front of him, but in fact, it should be the craftsmen who built this terracotta warrior pool in the first place, purposely leaving themselves a secret passage to prevent being buried alive. It's exactly like the hole in the ground the neighbor remembers. Lee Knight jumped down without hesitation. Meanwhile, the moment he jumped in, he felt something touch his hair. He looked up as he fell through the hole in the ground and saw a terracotta warrior stretched out to look at him. Sure enough, it's a terracotta warrior. Lee Knight's heart was beating wildly. Won't the 3,000 terracotta warriors be revived after 3 months? How come it's revived now? Could it be because he appeared here and disturbed the terracotta warriors in advance? It was good that the terracotta warrior didn't chase down, but even if it did, he, Lee Knight, wouldn't necessarily lose to his opponent. Lee Knight slid all the way down the hole in the ground for about 50 to 60 meters, sliding out of the hole in the ground. He emerged into a mine that was relatively wide and showed signs of human excavation. Some golden material can be seen on the mine. Gold. System recommendation: you'll die if you follow Ningzhe around. Lee Knight hadn't wanted to remind, but Lu Qing was kind of his only friend in school. Without Lu Qing, his 4 years of college would have been a very boring and lonely time. Lee Knight was well-intentioned, but Lu Qing didn't appreciate it at all. Lee Knight, don't be slandering Big Brother Ningzhe. Big Brother Ningzhe took out very valuable arms and food for us. This is a life-saving favor. Lu Qing continued. I know you're biased against Big Brother Ningzhe. To be exact, you should be envious of Big Brother Ningzhe, having a life that's much better than yours, being in Rome at birth, with a golden key, a height that we ordinary people can't reach in a few lifetimes, and because Big Brother Ningzhe stole your girlfriend, so you are even more harboring a grudge against him, so you crazily denigrate him. However, Rao Li's taste is really good. When you fuck her, are you going to be all high? Lu Qing suddenly revealed a lustful expression. Li Knight was slightly puzzled, and remembering that smell he had just smelled in the mine, he guessed what Lu Qing was talking about. Oh, as per Nin's usual tactics, he's trying to get you idiots to work for him, so he's contributing his own women for you to enjoy? How do you know? Did you just see it all? When Lu Qing thought back to the taste just now, he couldn't help the evil fire burning madly in his belly. No, you must give me that golden flower. As long as I contribute it to Big Brother Ningzhe, Big Brother Ningzhe will definitely let me enjoy Rowley once more. That woman is such a juicer. Addictive. Lee Knight frowned. Lu Qing wasn't like this before. Well-mannered and well-read. Now it's simply a primitive man who thinks with his lower body. Lu Qing, I've said my words to this point. Consider the rest yourself. Lee Knight didn't want to kill Lu Qing. Who would be left to fend for himself anyway? Wait, you can't leave yet, because I have to take the golden flower from your hand. Lu Qing was like a madman at the moment. Lu Qing should have awakened the researcher profession. So even before the news of the golden flower was announced, he could already instinctively name the golden flower. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: this is one of the competencies of a researcher, basic material cognitive all around. If it was a researcher professional of a little higher rank, they could even instantly read the effects of the golden flower's medicinal effects. If it's a higher order researcher, gold flowers can be used as research material to come up with rarer composites. It's a pity. If Lu Qing wasn't so dead set on following Ningzhe, Lu Qing should have a pretty bright future. Working in a post-apocalyptic research organization is one of the few most envied post-apocalyptic careers. The large backcountry established in the human security zone is very secure and well supplied. Of course, Lee Knight wouldn't say too much. He didn't want to be a saint again in this life. As soon as Lee Knight pushed Lu Qing away, Lu Qing crashed into the stone wall of the mine and knocked his head. Lu Qing's eyes were red. Lee Knight, I treat you like a brother. Is this how you treat me? You push me? You're finished. Lu Qing took out a pager and immediately called Ningzhe, who was in front of him. Ningzhe was first slightly stunned when he learned that Lee Knight had actually appeared behind them. Then immediately afterward, he revealed a playful smile. Looks like fun again. Ningzhe gave Wang Xiong a wink. Wang Xiong immediately understood and violently closed his hands into fists. Lead. Bodyguard profession occupational skill activated. Mission accomplished. Suddenly Wang Xiong's body seemed to be quite robust again, but it was not a monster-like body like De Guang's. but rather a living muscle with very high agility, then instantly rushed out against the rain of gunfire. Zhang Zude on the opposite side was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Wang Xiong, who rushed over. Crap! What the fuck is this? Zhang Zude pressed his gun and frantically declared bullets towards Wang Xiong. However, Wang Xiong, who was born as a mercenary, was too experienced in combat, as if he could predict the trajectory of the bullets, and perfectly dodged a large series of bullets after the bodyguard profession skill was activated. Wang Xiong's abilities in all aspects were increased by several times. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation, coupled with the fact that the moment one awakens a profession, one would have received some ability boosts. So at this moment, Wang Xiong could easily dominate the entire battlefield. Wang Xiong was holding 2 submachine guns in his hands, shooting accurately in any position, and alone suppressed the firepower of a dozen people on Zhang Zude's side. Within 10 seconds or so, he rushed to Zhang Zude, who took a look at the people around him. All of them were dead, and he was left as a bare-bones commander. Shit, if I don't get mad, do you think I'm a limp-wrist shrimp? Zhang Zude throws a lightning punch. It directly punched a dent in Wang Xiong's abdomen. Wang Xiong himself was shocked. This force? Are you a professional or an alien? As a mercenary, Wang Xiong's thoughts were more agile than normal people, and when he himself awakened his profession, he began to collect whether there were any people who had undergone the same changes as him. Then he tallied up a scenario where, for the moment, 2 types of people would be stronger than the norm. One is that those who awaken a certain profession like him will gain the characteristics of a certain profession. The other is like the hero, who didn't awaken his profession but got a drastic boost in all areas. A kind of psychic ability. What professional alien? Are you writing a novel here? You're not as good at writing novels as you are at talking nonsense. Snap. Zhang Zude raised his arm and threw 2 more lightning punches. Zhang Zude sneered. Technically speaking, at close range, my fists are faster than bullets right now. These 2 punches bent Wang Xiong over. 2 more punches to finish you. Zhang Zude put on his finger tiger and was about to smash Wang Xiong's head. Wang Xiong suddenly raised his 2 submachine guns and fired a burst of shots at Zhang Zude's head. Zhang Zude used the evasive techniques of the fighter's profession to the extreme. 2 punches blew up 2 submachine guns, but he was also injured. One eye was grazed by a bullet from the side, and the bead of his eye was cut, bleeding profusely. When Zhang Zude saw a student rushing over with a gun, he could only give up on killing Wang Xiong and quickly scurried into the forest and disappeared without a trace. Wang Xiong looked at the direction Zhang Zude left. His eyes were filled with viciousness. This person he would kill. Well, run away if you want. I know who he is and I'll find him to avenge you. But until then, let's go take care of a fun guy. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Ningzi walked over. Who? Wang Xiong wrapped both of his hands with bandages. His tiger's mouth was cracked by that guy. An old schoolmate of mine, who was once in the limelight, has come to join me, and I am going to make him lick the soles of my shoes. Ningzi looked at Rowley. According to you, it seems like he hasn't fucked you, right? As long as he licked the soles of my shoes, I'll let him fuck you once. You're willing to be fucked by him for me, right? Rowley looked at Ningzi with shadowy eyes. She's going crazy. This Nins guy is a pervert. Clothesline. Of course. She only dared to curse angrily in her mind. The other side. Li Knight unhurriedly found a rock and sat down. Wipe your hand with it and it's full of gold dust. That's a lot of gold in that gold mine. Ning's group doesn't know how much gold they've secretly dug up either. Nowadays, Ning's group has grown so much, and this gold mine definitely accounts for the main reason. Li Knight, as long as you're sensible, I'm sure big brother Ningzi won't make things difficult for you. Lu Qing had already broken his head and was still persuading Li Knight to submit. Li Knight was too lazy to bleep with Lu Qing. He was just waiting for Ningzi to come over of his own accord to die. Lu Qing, you did a great job. We're here. Ningzi's voice came out. Ningzi was followed by this group of young-faced students. Most of them were holding guns, but they didn't even hold them in the right position, which reminded Li Knight of the militia back then, which was also the prototype of the local armed forces. A system recommendation. The smile on Ningzi's face gradually turned into a sneer. Well said. For the sake of us being classmates, as long as you lick the soles of my shoes clean, I'll forgive you for what you did in the funeral parlor before. Give you back food, and I'll allow you to fuck Rowley once. How about it? Isn't it heartwarming? Ningzi pushes Rowley out of the way as soon as he can. Rowley's body was dressed in a light, form-fitting material dress that revealed every inch of her body. Shivering, in a trance and terrified. It seems to have been subjected to inhuman treatment. Next to him, Lu Qing also added fuel to the fire. Yes, Li Knight. As long as you're willing to submit to big brother Ningzi, you'll have endless blessings. Li Knight snorted out a laugh. The smirk on Ningzi's face instantly disappeared, and his voice sank. Rubbish. What are you laughing at? When was it your turn to laugh at me? Ha 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 ha. It's okay not to say. As soon as he said that, Li Knight laughed even more and Ningzi frowned slightly as he was irritated. It seems as if you've mistaken something. I'm not here to subjugate you, but to take your life. Ningzai froze for a moment, then squirted out a laugh as well. Did I hear you right? Have you been reading stupidly? You want my life? Do you have the strength? Did the end times come and scare you into insanity, and you started talking nonsense? Ningzai was full of contempt and abuse, satirized Li Knight into the ground. Li Knight picked up a stone and turned it upside down in his hand. Ningzai, you always have a high and mighty stance, playing other people in the palm of your hand. But have you ever thought that even if you follow more rabble around you, they won't be able to save your life? Ningzai frowned. What are you dreaming about? The words were not yet spoken. A cracking sound came from the air. The stone was shot over like a bullet. It grazed Ningzai's neck and flew past. Li Knight froze for a moment. Hit crooked? Li Knight picked up another stone. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Ningzai suddenly stood up in a sweat, then immediately retreated behind the crowd, covering his bleeding neck and roaring with a fierce expression. Damn, dare to get on Lousy. Give Lousy to kill him. No, give Lousy to catch him alive. I want to slowly torture him to death, so that he regrets that he shouldn't have offended me. Ningzai continued to raise the stakes. Whoever manages to capture him alive will be rewarded with a case of canned beef and will be allowed to go on Rowley 10 times. After saying that, Ningzai covered his neck and hurriedly left under Wang Xun's escort. It wasn't a big wound, but he didn't know if he would contract some virus and mutate into a zombie, so it had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Next to her, Rowley's body trembled even more. As soon as they heard such a reward, the boys pounced on Li Knight like chicken blood and went crazy. In their impression, Li Knight was the kind of person who had good academic performance but very poor physical fitness, and often failed sports and needed to take makeup exams. Any one of their boys could easily pin down Li Knight. Li Knight, remember I treated you to KDC once before? For the sake of that KDC, just fulfill me. I'm burning up right now. I can't wait to immediately strip Rowley of that beaker and press it to the ground. Before the words were out of his mouth, the other man was immediately disgruntled. Get lost? What's wrong with you buying KDC? I even bought Li Debanchan half a month's worth of Coke in a row. Others added, Coke is nothing. I'm buying soy coffee, and that's not more expensive than a Coke. Li Knight watched these people fight over each other. It seemed to have taken him on a plate, just to see who would be the first to pinch his dish. Don't argue, all of you. I'm the one who found him, and I'm the one who informed Big Brother Ningzai, so I should be the one to bring him over alive. Lu Qing domineeringly blocked in front of the others. The others froze. A boy who was physically stronger and practiced taekwondo during his college days, and was the president of the taekwondo club, slapped Lu Qing across the room with one hand and sent him flying out. Fuck you. You're nothing. Holding a chicken feather as an arrow. Do you really think young Master Ningzai thinks highly of you? You piece of shit? What's the use of a career in the academy? Can you carry a gun and kill zombies? Lu Qing fell on his face. Don't dare to fight anymore. One could only look at the curvaceous Rowley unwillingly. He really wants to taste Rowley again. Li Knight pulled out his ears faintly. He said, don't argue. I'm in a hurry. You guys go together. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The crowd froze. The taekwondo president in the lead burst out laughing outright. Ha 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 ha. Li Knight, I see that young Master Ningzai was right. You really have gone insane. Since you're so rampant, I'll be impolite. The president of taekwondo grabbed it with his big hand. A shrewd aura flashed under Li Knight's eyes. It's too slow. Li Knight lashed out with a punch to the ribs of his taekwondo president, who hadn't set up a defense because he'd dropped his guard. Click. His ribs were directly broken by Li Knight. The president of taekwondo took a deep breath, then he covered his ribs in pain and bent over. And in the moment that the taekwondo president bent over, Li Knight landed an uppercut that was like a bottom-up hammer. It slams into the face of the taekwondo president. Deforming his face, the body flew straight out several meters away. The crowd then quieted down and looked at Song Liang in shock. Rowley next to her was also surprised. Although she had seen Song Liang use boxing at the funeral parlor, it was nowhere near as shocking as it was now. The boy who had just been knocked away by Li Knight was the president of the Financial University's Taekwondo, as well as the third-place winner of the Jiangcheng University Student League Taekwondo competition. The strength is very strong. I heard he killed a dozen walkers on the way over here. A real slugger. But such a fierce man was KO'd by 2 punches from Li Knight? Li Knight moved his wrists. The waist. Said you guys go together? Is it that you don't understand? 1. All together. Take him alive. Then we'll rally together. I don't know who shouted. 20 or 30 boys were fuming and swarming. Lu Qing was no exception. Desperately squeezing into the crowd, thinking about what if he could get a piece of the action. Li Knight laughed coldly. Right. That's right. We need to save up into a pile, so that it's convenient for K9 Demon to slap all of you to death with one claw. The words just fell. Inuyasha leapt out of the space where the body was hidden. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. With a body of more than 3 meters long, it was like a fierce beast, and the intimidating power was quite impressive. It's a canine demon. It's a resurgent fae. It's monsters. It's zombies. Lu Qing shouted out the name of the canine demon. The crowd was horrified and dispersed in a huff, but how could they possibly escape from the Inuyasha? The canine demon could kill several people with a single claw, and eat several more with a single bite. And in a few round trips, people were dead. Li Knight had little mood swings. It was these people who took it upon themselves to seek death, and he's only advanced the deaths of these people. After all, in the near future, they would all be used as sacrificial cannon fodder by Ningzai and sent to their deaths in the ancient battlefield ruins. There were only 2 people left on the scene. One was Lu Qing, and the other person was Rowley. Lu Qing, not to mention, has long been paralyzed with fear, and his pants are wet. Rowley, on the other hand, looked at Li Knight dumbfounded, not knowing if it was regret or what in her complicated eyes. The reason Li Knight didn't kill the 2 of them wasn't because Li Knight was mindful of his old feelings. On the contrary, he actually hated these 2 people even more. One was his former girlfriend and one was his best friend, but both betrayed him. So just plain dying wasn't enough to quell his anger. He wanted these 2 to die in remorse. Li Knight let the canine demon return to the space where he hid the corpse and walked deeper into the proximity. His sense of smell had already locked onto the direction where Li Knight was. What made Li Knight a little surprised was this: even now, at times like this, it didn't hurt that Nins was in a room somewhere, doing sweaty workouts with a couple of wonderful women. It seems that there is something wrong with this mind. The boys, just now, were overly obsessed with that aspect as well. Anything to get on Rowley for once. Listen to Nims for everything. It's not normal. System recommendation. And further in, this gold mine has been remodeled to a very high degree, more than simply a device for mining. There are even some pretty nice cozy living spaces. It looks opulent and is comparable to those upscale clubs. There are even a couple of gambling halls. Just by observing the furnishings, it all seemed as if you could see the gamblers spending their money recklessly. I see. This gold mine is also used by the Ning clan as their underground casino. It seems like the Ning clan is really making the best use of what they have. Li Knight's fists clenched and creaked. That's why rich people are getting richer. They were taking advantage of resources in what would have been. He also has to utilize his own heavenly means to do all sorts of profit-making business that ordinary people cannot do. A few of the customers who come here to gamble make their money with their own hard-working hands. All of them are variously squeezing and raiding the people's fat and wealth to accomplish their own huge accumulation of wealth. It may even be that every minute and every second of the wealth accumulated is already a goal that an ordinary person would have trouble accomplishing in a lifetime. Ning's group should have been exterminated a long time ago. Following the scent, he found an elevator. In the doorway of the elevator stood 2 big, burly men. They're not even close to the same clothes that the security people in the gold mine were. They were dressed in suits and had the feel of thugs in suits. It's a bouncer from the casino. When the 2 bodyguards saw Li Knight, they immediately scolded. This is not a place you can come. Hurry back. These 2 bodyguards should also treat Li Knight as a college friend who had come to join Ningzai. Li Knight shrugged. Is Nins here? The bodyguard ignored Li Knight's question and instead reprimanded Li Knight with a louder voice. Get lost or I'll break your legs. The bouncer was full of crosshairs, eyes as wide as a commander's. The average recent college graduate would be shocked to see it, but Li Knight remained unmoved. Not only were they not scared, they even rubbed their noses leisurely. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Why do I smell a strong slutty odor here? Is there a vixen here? The tawdry smell that Li Knight was talking about was actually the same one he had smelled in the mine. The one that had made the boys wash out of their minds. It's especially strong here. I'll say it for the last time. This is a heavy casino area, and no idle people are allowed to enter. Anyone who violates the order will die. The bodyguard's eyes flashed with an even more terrifyingly ferocious light. The electric baton crackled and flashed in his hand. It lit up Li Knight's face. Li Knight's face was calm, even hanging a shallow smile. 2 big brothers, my target is just Ningzai. It has nothing to do with you. So if you're sensible, don't stop me or I'll kill you. Oh. When the bodyguard heard this, he was furious. Big words. Just this small body of yours. 10 of you are also the goods that I step on the bottom of my feet. The bodyguard's words hadn't even left his mouth. Li Knight violently rushed to the bodyguard with an arrow step. The bodyguard subconsciously used his electric baton to repel Li Knight. As soon as Li Knight gripped the electric stick, the powerful electric current directly pierced through Li Yan's body. The bodyguard sneered. A fool who dares to hold an electric baton with his hand. Li Knight closed his eyes and savored it for a moment. Phew. This feeling of being penetrated by electric current is awesome. The bodyguard was confused. This is an extra high voltage electric baton, which can strike tens of thousands of volts in a split second, far beyond the limits of voltage that the human body can withstand. An average person would immediately lose control of their body and become incapacitated after being hit, but this guy was holding the electric baton, continuously feeling the hits of the electric baton's extra high voltage current. Nothing happened to the guy until the power in the baton ran out and the arc disappeared. How is this possible? The bodyguard was completely stunned, the other bodyguard froze in his tracks. As if seeing something unclean. Li Knight let go of the electric stick and opened the palm of his other hand. Electric current jumping around the tips of his fingers. It still works. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: he just got hit by an electric baton on purpose. It's to experience the skills he's gained from scavenging. Utilization of lightning storage and release. It's a strange name, but that's really what it says on the career panel. Earlier he had gone on a zombie body casket frenzy with 100 corpses in front of his house, in addition to giving him a considerable boost in areas such as strength and speed, also gained a whole mess of attributes and skills. He just skimmed through them, and basically there weren't many useful ones, but among them, this, lightning storage and release utilization, caught his attention just by the name. He thought it was the name of a college program. As a result, once he took a look at the description of the skill, Li Knight became excited. Lightning storage and release utilization: store lightning into your right hand and release it through your left hand, withstands up to 100,000 volts. Up to 10 releases can be stored. The rules are simple and so is the usage. It could be that one of the walkers he put in his coffin was an electrician or worked on the electrical system in life. 9 times out of 10 that staff member could have awakened lightning powers if he hadn't been infected into a zombie. Or even a thunder and lightning professional. This was much stronger than normal psychic abilities, and only professionals were more likely to be this powerful. The lavender current, between his fingers, flowed flexibly like a living loach. Sometimes it turns into a small snake, sometimes a cat, sometimes a tiger. Morphological control is self-contained. It still feels like the snake looks more dominant. Li Knight muttered. The two bodyguards' eyes froze as they watched. How is this possible? Could it be that my eyes are blinking? Is this person playing with electricity? One of the bodyguards spoke. Li Knight pointed to the other side. That current immediately transformed into a greenish-purple python, opened its bloody mouth, and took a bite at the man. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: ZZ. Thunder immediately wrapped around that bodyguard, and a sharp electric current rang out. That bodyguard didn't even wail. His body straightened up. Not a moment later, the current gradually disappeared, and that bodyguard had been thunderstruck on the outside. Not bad. The power of thunder is truly overbearing. Li Knight looked to the other bodyguard. The bodyguard was scared out of his wits and immediately picked up the intercom, ready to report the matter to the people in the room. Li Knight pointed at the phone, and another thunderbolt turned into a dart, directly cutting off the phone's line. Li Knight walked towards the bodyguard, who fell to the ground in shock, crying and begging for mercy. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. Really, don't kill me. I'm just a working man. I just said, you stop me and I'll kill you. Zip. Li Knight struck a thunderbolt into the bodyguard's head. The bodyguard's pupils instantly dilated, and several streaks of black smoke floated out of his head. Life is like a white horse. May the dead rest in peace. Li Knight enshrined the bodyguard, mainly to obtain the bodyguard's memories. Ding. Successful burial of the deceased. Loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the currently deceased for you. Loading successful. Loaded from. Li Knight swept a glance, directly skimmed over it. There was nothing to see. Even the base attributes increase very little. A total of 33 memories were acquired, totaling 22 hours. Most memories are of scenes in the casino. As a bouncer at the casino, he gets to see a lot of people and a lot of things every day. He also understood better the darkness of the world and how pathetic ordinary people were. How many politicians, academics, businessmen and celebrities who usually seem to be crowned, here they are exposed for what they are. Wine, color, and pith are rotten. But it's a life that ordinary people can't enjoy for the rest of their lives. A system recommendation: these memories are of little use. Li Knight fast-forwarded through them and deleted them. Staying is also a waste of space in his memory, although the memories can be stored for up to 1,000 hours after the second level of mortician. It is better to delete the useless memories as you go, so that when there are more memories, it will be troublesome to clean them up, and you will have to read them again line by line. He saw the latest entry in the meme as Nins walked back in, covering his neck and cursing. The bodyguard immediately helped Ning Zhe enter the password for the door, and as Ning Zhe went inside, the bodyguard glanced inside. What a picture of the country, with a huge hot spring pool and several unclothed girls around it. When they saw Ning Zhe walk in, the girls immediately crowded up, looking at Li Knight. He blushed. No wonder Ning Zhe doesn't think much of Raleigh. So it turns out that Ning Zhe has formed a harem group of his own here. Each of them is absolutely stunning, like the spider spirit in the coil caving journey to the west. Li Knight opened his eyes and revealed a cold smile. The more Ning Zhe got now, the more Sakazo he killed, the more chagrined Ning Zhe would be. He entered the same code he had seen in the bodyguard's memory. Rumble rumble. The door was opened. That hot spring pool immediately came into view. At the edge of the hot spring sat two beautiful young girls with nothing but bathing suits on their bodies. When the two girls saw Li Knight enter, they faintly showed some puzzled expressions. Ningza, where is it? Li Knight asked. The two girls were even more puzzled. You're looking for young Master Ningza? Who are you? They haven't been here long though, but it was also known that those who could come in here were either high up in the gold mines or high up in the casinos. That served people who were usually of this status, but they had never seen this boy before, and the boy's deep eyes were filled with a horrible murderous aura. Again, he saw the blood-stained clothes on Lee Knight. The girl couldn't stop shaking. Young Master Ningza is in that room. Following the direction of the girl's finger, Lee Knight saw that on the side of the hot spring pool, there was actually a villa built. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. What a lot of work. It was like an underground palace. Lee Knight went straight over, ignoring the two young girls. At the same time, Lee Knight had Old Huang come out of the hidden corpse space. Old Yellow was now getting used to his power and could control his form freely. In its regular state, the Old Yellow is the same old, goofy-looking big blonde, but if he needed to fight, Old Yellow could immediately switch to his canine demon form. It's easier to camouflage. The two girls were even more puzzled. This man and dog both look strange. However, they do not know that this prosperous underground palace, it will soon be hell on earth for this man and his dog. At the entrance of the villa, there were no more bodyguards guarding it. Maybe Nins thought that no one could get in that door outside, and that this place was perfectly safe. Entering the villa, I also saw many girls in bathing suits with tall figures. They're working like servants. Some cook, some chop, some plate, some peel fruit. Li Yuzhen felt as if he had entered a palace. Nice guy. It's so damn true that it's a top-notch rich brother. Nima. The supplies were much more prepared than his. He's all kinds of easy to store canned goods and stuff, and Nims is eating fresh food here. And with so many beautiful women serving him, it's not too much to say that this life is an emperor. The girls froze slightly when they saw Lee Knight. One of the girls took a closer look at Lee Knight, then covered her mouth in some surprise. Lee Knight? Lee Knight looked towards the girl who had called out his name. Fong Yu? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. One of the University of Finance's schoolgirls, sort of on par with Zhuo Wanqing. Although in terms of face value and figure, it was not yet possible to completely compare with Zhuo Wanqing, but Fong Yu has another identity. The talented woman. He, Lee Knight, was first in his grade, and this Fong Yu was second in his grade. At that time, Fong Yu also often took the initiative to seek him out to go to the library group together, making the other boys envious. That's why Lee Knight was still a bit surprised when he saw Fong Yu here. After all, a great beauty like Fong Yu was sitting beside her and studying. There are probably not many boys who can't be impressed. He was also trying to suppress his emotions at the time, or else he wouldn't even have the heart to learn. This time, Fong Yu was still wearing those close-rimmed glasses, but unlike her previous ascetic attire, Fong Yu was wearing a very hot swimsuit at the moment. There was very little fabric, and it was still the thin, see-through kind you can basically see inside. Although Lee Knight knew that Fong Yu's top was large, he didn't expect it to be this big, and it was comparable to his neighbor's young woman. When Fong Yu noticed Li Yan's gaze, she hurriedly covered her breasts shyly, and her face instantly turned red. Not long ago, they had studied and discussed together over their graduation defense. Fong Yu was still a glittering finance department talent at the time. Now that I see it again, Fong Yu already looks like this, like a slutty street girl. Lee Knight, what brings you here? Fong Yu asked with some urgency. It seemed that being seen by Lee Knight on such a side of her made her very humiliated. Li Knight's face had little expression. He wasn't really that emotional, after all. For him, studying in the library with Fong Yu in school until late at night, that was 10 years ago, and for the past 10 years, he's been scared and busy every day trying to survive. I've long since forgotten the talented woman I was. It was only when Fong Yu appeared in front of him again that it made him suddenly remember a bit of memories from long ago. I'm here to see Nins. Where is he? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Lee Knight asked. Fong Yu pointed to the innermost room. He should be in there right now with Messi's sister. Before Fong Yu could finish his words, Lee Knight went straight over. Hey, Lee Knight, don't go in. If you go in now, young Master Ningze will be angry. He is. Bang! Lee Knight had kicked open the door to the room. At the moment, the room. A woman with a hot figure, clad in red tulle, was standing in front of Ningze, huffing and puffing, and Nims was panting like crazy. Nothing had happened yet, but Nin's heart was already racing to the top. Chaos! You really are the woman who wreaks havoc on the world. Can I, Ningze, really have you? The woman's delicate and stunning face was covered in a light smile. The voice seemed to carry some kind of magic. It depends on what heights you can climb. Only the most powerful men can conquer me. A woman's knitted brows and smile carry the ultimate charm. A delightful body odor was emanating from her. Good. I'll stand over everyone, and I'll make you my woman. Ningze's eyes were red, as if he was under compulsion. As long as you can continue to help me with your abilities, make those fools work for me, and I can definitely become the most powerful man. You can control everything, and then I'll give you whatever you want. Ningze was promising with conviction. One side was about to put his hand on the mess. Bang. There was a loud bang, the door was suddenly kicked in roughly to it startled both the woman and Nin's chaos turned back to the man who kicked in the door with a sidelong glance from his deep, beautiful eyes. It's a strange guy. As for Ningze, upon seeing the person who kicked the door in, he immediately became furious. System recommendation. Ningze stormed out, the person he despised the most actually dared to badger him at this moment. If it wasn't for that kick, maybe with that atmosphere just now, he could have gotten messed up today. A pair of disheveled eyes full of seduction curiously surveyed Li Knight. Li Knight also saw the chaos, and his pupils instantly shrunk. Messy girl, why is she here? This man he knew. Rather, it was not that he knew them, but that he had heard of them in his previous life. In that post-apocalyptic world of male supremacy, where women were reduced to playthings, few women stood at the top of the world, but this messed up girl is one of them. I remembered that Messy Girl had become a level 7 professional at that time, and there are other psychic abilities. The battle power is very strong. A women-only survivor safe zone has been established. She was known as the Empress of Chaos. In the post-apocalyptic world, where men dominate the stage, women are for the most part bargaining chips or negotiating accessories, but in the safe zone of messy women, women are at the top of the heap. And instead men assume a social position like women. It's the last life for many women who are struggling in the end times. Whenever a woman loses hope in a life that is like a quagmire, she thinks of the one place where they can have peace in JOY.SO. It becomes involuntarily strong. That's why some people have commented on the profound significance of the existence of the Messy Empress. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Of course, most of the comments were very nasty about her, saying that she was a bad character, misbehaved, used her body to get ahead, and so on, but the chaotic Empress's style of acting does tend to invite remarks from others. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been to the safe zone of the chaotic Empress once when he was delivering supplies, and saw that the comfort level of everyone's survival in that safe zone was significantly better than the other safe zones, he realized that all those bad things said about the messy female empire were actually made up by the male elite. The chaotic woman frowned slightly and began to look squarely at Li Knight. You know me? Li Knight was embarrassed. He had just accidentally blurted it out. In fact, by all accounts, he and the Messy Girl were two people who had no interactions whatsoever. Even he hadn't expected that the Messy Girl and Ningze knew each other so early on. And the two seemed to have an unusual relationship. This made Li Knight a little upset in his heart. He admired the chaotic Empress, not realizing that the chaotic Empress was actually someone who hung out with Ningze. I've heard that. Li Knight casually said that he would not continue this topic and instead looked at Ningze. Ningze, you left in a hurry just to warm up here with the Messy Girl? Ningze's eyes looked dangerously at Li Knight. Who the hell are you? What do I need your permission to do? Where are those losers? How did they let you in? What do you say? Li Knight smiled playfully. Ningze was slightly stunned, and thinking that Li Knight knew a little bit about boxing, he asked, "Did you take care of them all?" Li Knight shrugged his shoulders and considered it a tacit acceptance. Originally, he thought that Ningze would be scared out of his wits, but he didn't expect that Ningze would just snort. Indeed, it's a bunch of losers. They can't even stop a loser like you. Ningze clapped his hands. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation from each side of the room. One person came out. One was Wang Xiong, who had already made a move earlier, and the other was De Guang. No wonder De Hero wasn't there just now, so he had been placed here to provide close protection for him. With Da Huang and Wang Xiong here, there was indeed no need for any excessive bodyguards. And Ningze crossed his legs and leisurely looked at Li Knight. As the pride of heaven, the way he viewed all his peers was almost always condescending. Li Knight, for the sake of my classmates, I was going to spare your life. Even though you didn't steal my thunder in school, I actually don't really care about it. You've already seen it when you came in, right? Fang Yu was there as well. When you were in school, Fang Yu was secretly in love with you. Did you know that? Li Knight frowned. If Fang Yu has a crush on him? He didn't really know. In his impression, although Fang Yu was a particularly well-behaved and quiet girl, but there is never a lack of suitors around her. It's just that Fang Yu was so drunk on her studies that she'd rather go to the library with him than date other boys. He didn't realize that Fang Yu liked him, because in the back of his mind, he thought that a schoolgirl like Fang Yu could not possibly look at an orphan like him. Ningze continued to chuckle. That big-breasted woman who used to have a crush on you is now my servant. Do you know how contrarian he is? Do you know how loud she screams? Ningze's expression's very grim. Can't see it, can you? Fang Yu looks like a good girl from the outside, but in her bones she's also a very flirtatious. Li Knight's pupils plummeted. A sudden anger rose up from the depths of his heart, but Li Knight quickly calmed down. Ningze was deliberately trying to make him angry and then make him square up. Both Wang Xiong and Da Guang, who stood in front of Ningze, were very powerful, and Da Guang was even more powerful than Wang Xiong. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Wang Xiong's profession was characterized by the fact that there had to be an object to protect in order to inspire the bodyguard profession. which meant that Wang Xiong was destined to become only underhuman in his life. This is not the case with Ohiro, whose brute strength makes no difference, it's just a bit of a bad IQ. And if Ohiro was a normal IQ person, it wouldn't be so bad that he'd be manipulated by Ning Ze. Li Night revealed an oozing, incomparable smile. Ning Ze, you're still so good at attacking the heart. In this regard, I have to admit that coming from a wealthy family, you do have abilities that far exceed those of your peers. But this little trick of yours is not enough in front of me. Ning Ze frowned, looking at Li Night in astonishment. How can this be? My tapping technique, which I've learned by ear since I was young around my parents and practiced in major social occasions, has never failed amongst my peers, yet you're unaffected by it? The chaotic woman next to her also started to take an interest in Li Night. This was because the city spirit that Li Night had displayed was also far beyond his age, even more urban than Ning Ze. It was hard to imagine how a young man in his early 20s could have such deep urbanity. The chaotic woman began to observe Li Night. This was an interesting fellow. Ning Ze glanced at the chaotic woman, and sure enough, the chaotic woman's eyes were rubbing water out of her eyes as she looked at Li Night. Ning Ze gritted his teeth. Li Night, you can really pretend. You look like you have a lot of city spirit, but it's actually just because you're a wimp, right? In your heart, you've actually hated to break me into pieces, but you saw that I was protected by Wang Xiong and Daguang, so you didn't dare to act rashly, right? Ning Ze clapped his hands again. Go bring Fong Yu in here for me. Isn't he very city smart? Isn't he good at hiding his emotions? I'm going to ravage Fong Yu in front of him. I want to see how he behaves. Fong Yu was dragged in by two men. When Fong Yu saw Li Night, she immediately lowered her head in shame. She tugged tightly at her clothes, which weren't much to begin with, and the two men had to make a point of ripping them off. Don't you guys, please, don't do this. Fong Yu cried out in pain and pleaded. Ning Ze didn't pity Fong Yu at all when he saw her begging so bitterly, but instead became even more excited. Fong Yu, isn't it true that being stripped naked in front of your crush would make you very undignified? I've already told Li Night about your crush, so thank me. System recommendation. As soon as Fong Yu heard this, he became even more ashamed, stabbing. The thin swimsuit on Fong Yu's body was torn right through. Her proud body was immediately exposed to everyone. Fong Yu looked at Li Night in stupefaction, and her entire body had already cried into tears. Come and serve me. I was going to talk it over with you, but if you don't submit to me yet, then I'm going to throw you to those miners. You should know how rough and barbaric they are. Fong Yu's body began to shake. They had seen it with their own eyes. The chaste girls who didn't listen to Nims pressed to the ground by a large group of blackened miners. He was ravaged as if being gnawed on by wild animals. For the miners, they, the white and tender college students, were all top-notch beauties that they couldn't access on a regular basis, so ravaging them would be even more exciting and rough. In the end the girl was ravaged to death. It's much more horrible than just dying. Since then, no girl has dared to express her displeasure blatantly. At this moment, all of Fong Yu's dignity was taken away, standing there and crying all the time, and no longer covering her body with her hands because there was no point anymore. By her favorite person, the two men who pulled her in, looking at Fong Yu's alluring body, couldn't help but start licking their lips. Young Master Ningze, when you're done savoring it, can you let us brothers savor it as well? Ningze smiled and nodded. But you guys have to be careful. This is a schoolgirl level beauty. I still want to play a few more times. Ningze hooked his finger. So Fong Yu walked towards Ningze in desperation. Suddenly, a hand stopped Fong Yu. It's Li Night. Li Night asked Fong Yu, what did he do to you? Fong Yu was just crying, unable to say anything. Perhaps, Fong Yu felt that even if she said that, it wouldn't change the fate she was about to meet. Fong Yu didn't say anything, but Ningze said for Fong Yu, Li Night, to tell you the truth, my words just now were used to provoke you. I haven't touched Fong Yu yet. I was planning to make Fong Yu's heart happy and submissive to be my woman, but you coming here has made me change my mind. I feel that it would be more pleasurable for me to spoil Fong Yu in front of you. Ha 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 ha, is that it? He didn't touch you? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Li Night asked Fong Yu. Fong Yu nodded with teary eyes. Li Night nodded, then draped his lab coat over Fong Yu's body. Just stand behind me and I'll get you out of here. Fong Yu looked at Li Night in surprise. She didn't expect Li Night to say something like this. But this is Ningze's territory. You can't take me with you. Fong Yu really couldn't figure out how Li Night, a weak scholar, was going to get him out of this place. It's okay, trust me. Ningze was all happy to hear it. Li Night, are you kidding me? Are you in charge? You're taking her away? Can you walk away by yourself? Ningze asked several questions in a row, then said with a cold, penetrating voice, Li Night, today you will surely die. At Ningze's command, Wang Xiong was the first to charge over. The bodyguard profession skill was unleashed, and Wang Xiong's qualities in all aspects underwent an astonishing enhancement. A kick splits over like a knife blade. Li Night immediately dodged with a small mincing step. Wang Xiong was a bit surprised. Still a practiced fighter, but after all, Wang Xiong was a mercenary by trade, and had seen all kinds of enemies on the battlefield. One hand turned into a claw and grabbed toward Li Knight's neck. Li Knight stormed back a few steps and dodged Wang Xiong's hand. His neck felt hot and painful. Li Knight touched his neck and it was still there. This Wang Xiong was really fast under the bodyguard profession skill, but it's just okay. The boosts from the previous career skills were far less than the boosts from the source core matter. Li Knight steeply accelerated his speed. To others, it almost appeared to be a double image. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Wang Xiong was horrified. So fast. He blasted his fist over, but it only hit Li Knight's heavy shadow. Where to hit? Li Knight's voice sounded from behind Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong's chilling hairs stood straight up, and he immediately intended to finish off Li Knight with an elbow strike, but Li Knight had gotten the fighting experience of a world champion. So he instantly saw through Wang Xiong's movements, using his hand against Wang Xiong's elbow. He then kicked at Wang Xiong's knee socket, sending Wang Xiong to one knee, followed by Li Knight locking Wang Xiong's neck. This triangular lock, it's deadly. Wang Xiong wanted to use brute force to throw Li Knight off the front, but he realized that Li Knight behind him was not moving like a mountain, was checkmating him with a power greater than his. So strong. Wang Xiong's entire body was confused. He had never thought that someone could actually be able to crush his in terms of strength and speed even with his bodyguard profession skill enhancement. This person is also a professional. Wang Xiong's face became red and had started to turn a little green. The others present all revealed unbelievable expressions when they saw that Li Knight, whose body looked somewhat thin, had actually countered Wang Xiong so easily. Wang Xiong, why are you such a waste? Can't even beat this punk? Ningza was furious. Shame on him in front of the messy girl, the chaotic woman. On the other hand, narrowed her narrow eyes at Li Knight. This guy is getting far more interesting. It seems that an extraordinary character is going to appear in Jiangcheng. Fang Yu covered her mouth in surprise. She had never seen such a violent Li Knight. Li Knight used to be gentle and now fighting someone unarmed was a complete contrast to what it used to be. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. What are you waiting for? Ningze shouted. Give it to me. Kill him. The two men looked at each other and immediately pulled out their daggers. It stabbed towards Li Knight's heart. Fang Yu screamed loudly in fear, while Li Knight sneered slightly, leaping upward. He then did a backflip, dodging both of their daggers. Pust. The two daggers were simultaneously stabbed into Wang Xiong's back heart. Both of them were confused. Wang Xiong turned his head with difficulty and looked at the two people with an angry face. You two losers. Wang Xiong protruded a mouthful of hot blood, then pinched the two men's heads and banged them both hard. The blood-colored and also white mixture of goo immediately splattered everywhere. Ouch! Gross! Li Knight dodged in disgust. Wang Xiong staggered to his feet. Step by step, he walked towards Li Knight, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Aha! Wang Xiong pulled out the two daggers in his back heart and rushed over like a wild beast. Fang Yu was shocked and lost her color. At a distance of 2 meters away from Li Knight, Wang Xiong collapsed. The two daggers slid down to Li Knight's feet. Li Knight picked it up and looked at Ningze with a smile. What if he's dead? Ningze was horrified, and he swore that he definitely didn't expect Wang Xiong to be killed by Li Knight. System recommendation. Ta-da-da-da-da. There was the sound of heavy footsteps outside the door. I can tell a lot of people are coming just by the sound of it. Ningze then became even more arrogant. Do you really think I've raised a bunch of trashy college students in a gold mine? Seeing as you're about to die, I can tell you a secret. There are armed mercenaries on the scale of hundreds in this gold mine. Wang Xiong is just one of them. You can defeat one Wang Xiong, but you can still defeat hundreds? Li Knight sneered. Of course I know. Not only do I know that you've hidden a mercenary army the size of hundreds of people in the gold mine, I even know that many of these people are foreign army deserters who escaped back to their home countries and were hidden here by you. Ningze's pupils plummeted. You actually knew? This news has always been kept very strictly by Ning's group. There's no way anyone else could have known. Even many people in the gold mines were unclear about this. Li Knight laughed lightly. A lot of secrets that were kept like iron before the end of the world didn't matter after the end of the world. What can you do if you know? It's the end times now. No one can sanction us. Immediately 3 or 5 strong men rushed in, all heavily armed. Young Master Ningze, I heard that someone dared to cause trouble in the Ning clan's gold mine. Is there such a thing? At the head of the group was a man with a full face and a scar that spread from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. It still looks more intimidating. This man's codename is Scar. After the end of the world, he became one of the fierce generals under Ningze, extremely brutal and murderous, sort of helped Nins establish a certain amount of authority up front. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations, but because he was so brutal and murderous, he was boycotted by many survivors afterwards. Ningze tried to save his own reputation, so he betrayed Scar, saying that everything Scar did was for his own personal gain and had nothing to do with him at all. In the end, Scar lost the shelter of Ning's group and was killed by many survivors who had a grudge against Scar in a very gruesome death, and the man is very horny. Almost every once in a while, he would go outside and sweep around, mainly to see who still had a beautiful woman hiding in their home, and if he found one, he would definitely tie them back up and ravage them hard. Ningzai pointed at Fong Yu behind Li Night. Haven't you had your eye on this big-breasted girl for a long time? Now I agree to give her to you. But someone disagrees. Someone has to take her away. Who? Scar immediately shouted. Who dares to spoil my good deed? Don't want to live? Don't you know that I, Scar, kill people like crazy? Scar immediately looked at Li Night. The only person in this room who was an unfamiliar face was Li Night. You're the kid who dared to steal my woman. Scar looked at Li Night's thin body and flirted contemptuously. With this skinny little body of yours, can you satisfy her? This big-breasted girl looks like the kind that can't get enough. And only a fierce man like me can feed him hard. Scar's language is very vulgar. Fong Yu's pretty face turned iron blue. But she only dared to be angry but dared not say anything. The girls are very afraid of this man. For one thing, he had a horrible-looking scar on his face. Secondly, the man is strong and horny. Several girls have already been caught by him and never returned to. Fong Yu nervously pulled on Li Night's coat. Ha 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 ha. Instead of asking for help with this useless guy, you should beg me to go lighter later. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Ningzai reminded Scar. Be careful. Wang Xiong was just taken out by him. Scar actually saw Wang Xiong fall to the ground as soon as he came in. He snorted. Wang Xiong is a fool. Since he thought he had awakened some messed up profession, he started to float. He doesn't even put Lao Zi in his eyes anymore. He must have belittled his opponents. I won't make the same mistake as him. Scar flung two round-bladed daggers in his hand that looked dazzling. A master with a knife. Scar approached Li Night step by step. His expression grimly laughed. Lao Zi in the battlefield. Known as the double knife meat grinder. Wang Xiong, that kid did not awaken at what profession before. In front of me even 3 strokes cannot hold on. Do you think you can hold on to a few strokes in front of me? A mocking smile also hung on Ningzai's face. Scar, don't make it too disgusting. This is my room after all. Scar laughed. Alright then, I'll stop strangling the meat for a while and finish him off with a single slash. The twin knives played more and more fancy in Scar's hands, making a whistling wind sound like 2 propellers. Fong Yu tightly grabbed Li Night's arm. How had she ever seen such a battle? This man was bloodthirsty, and looked like someone who often licked blood from the tip of a knife. Li Night. Fong Yu trembled with fear. It's okay. Li Night just made a faintly soothing remark. Ningzai laughed. Li Night, you're having a hard time keeping yourself safe, but you're playing the role of a hero. Is a hero that good to play? Li Night glanced at Ningzai. Both you and Scar. It seems that neither of you understand the true meaning of a professional. Scar said that the former Wang Xiong couldn't last more than 3 moves in his hands. But does he know what strength the current Wang Xiong is? What? Ningzai frowned. Li Night continued to chuckle. By the same token, you guys wouldn't understand how terrifying I am as a professional, much less realize the gap like a rift between professionals and non-professionals. Wang Xiong is just a stupid person. Although he awakened the bodyguard profession, he doesn't know how to maximize the advantages of the profession. But I'm different. When Scar saw how calm Songliang was, a sudden chill rose in his heart and he fiercely stabbed Li Night. That's a lot of crap. Go to hell. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. A jab lands there for Scar. Li Night didn't even dodge. Raised his hand, and lightning like gripped Scar's hand, then he violently flipped outwards, and the sharp pain sensation made Scar give up his dagger, while also kneeling on the ground with his back to Li Night. A position that looked very humiliating. Scar was shocked. He had trained hard, and it was surprising that he would be tackled so easily by his opponent. Moreover, this person is so strong and fast. That's at least 1,000 pounds of strength in just that one hand. It's fucking Hercules. Li Night pinched Scar's neck, then slowly turned it. Scar was shocked and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Master, I was wrong. Spare little brother. Little brother will never dare again. As Scar begged for mercy, Li Night really let go of Scar. Not far away, the disorganized woman snorted. Scar immediately turned around and used the knife in his other hand to stab towards Li Night. Little friend. Still too naive. How can you believe what the enemy says so easily? You flowers grown in a greenhouse. After all, you still can't withstand the hot sun's rays. Scars was just halfway through his sentence when he suddenly froze, because he realized that his other hand, at some point, had been crushed. He didn't feel a thing. Li Night revealed a sneer. I knew you would be inappropriate, so I'm going to let you feel what it means to usher in a new despair just as you see hope. With the hilt of his dagger, Li Night smashed Scar's head, and Scar instantly fell to the ground. At this moment, Ningzai was completely startled. System recommendation. If Wang Xiong lost in the hands of this guy, it could still be said that Wang Xiong was gullible. But what about Scar? The messy girl was a bit surprised. This college student, unlike most she'd seen, killing, indecisive, and sexually brutalized. Not only will he show no mercy to his enemies, He will even torture them by giving them false hope when he has every advantage. A hint of playfulness flashed in the chaotic woman's beautiful eyes. It was kind of interesting. Being that she had found an interesting boy. Li Knight once again looked at Ningzai. What else can you do now? Ningzai was humiliated and angry. This guy was doing it on purpose. He purposely allowed himself to make layer upon layer of undercurrents, and then shattered his hopes one after another as a way to keep his mood on a roller coaster, constantly plummeting from the highs to the lows, totally treating him like prey. Li Knight is on the hunt. You guys are still watching the show. Kill him for me. Ningzai growled at the hundreds of mercenaries outside the door. The people outside the door immediately wanted to rush in, and Li Knight laughed again. You're not the only one who can have help. With a wave of Li Knight's hand, the hundreds of zombies he had enshrined came out of the hidden corpse space in a stream, and clear of headless walkers. It looks rather spooky, with so many zombies appearing at once. The mercenaries were scared to death and immediately pulled the trigger frantically. The bullets hit the zombie's body, sending the dry body of the zombie into a flurry of corporeal flotsam. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation, but it's just not that easy to die. This was Li Knight's new train of thought. Most of the zombies' weaknesses were in their heads, and it was the same case with the zombies he manipulated, but when he finished off the zombie, he had already chopped off its head, which was equivalent to controlling the zombie's corpse. So wouldn't it be equivalent to having no weaknesses if the zombie had no head? Unless they could beat the zombies into incapacitation, the corpses of these zombies would come at them in a steady stream. Ningzai's legs went weak in fear. How can you manipulate walkers? Li Knight mocked. Having said that, you don't understand what a professional is at all. You think that because you've seen one bodyguard profession, you think that all professionals are nothing more than that? There was a cacophony of noise outside, gunshots and shouts, and putting out 100 zombies in this kind of confined space was like a coliseum, and it was impossible to survive without extremely strong personal abilities. Of course, the time was only 800 seconds only. He had to finish off Ningzai within 800 seconds and then leave this time. It was Li Knight who stepped closer to Ningzai. Ningzai could only take out his last trump card. Da Wong, you're all I have. You're the only one protecting me now. You mustn't let me die. If I die, you won't be able to see your sister. As soon as he heard his sister, the bottom of the mute hero's eyes suddenly glowed. This time, Li Knight suddenly remembered that when Fist King had chatted with one of the Ning family's top executives, he had talked about how Tahiro's sister had actually died a long time ago, and that the video chats and whatnot that Tahiro had conducted later on were actually fake movies synthesized by the Ning group using AI. Tahiro nodded seriously. I will protect you. Then the 2-meter-tall body, like a human tank, madly rushed towards Li Knight. Li Knight could have dodged it, but he wanted to try. The barbarian king, Tahiro, with just his strength, he had become the top alien in Zhangchang, so he wanted to try to see if his current self could go head-to-head with Tahiro in terms of strength. Li Knight used his body to block Ohiro, but he was being pushed backwards by Ohiro's brute force. So strong. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Li Knight clenched his teeth and united his waist in Horstot and the barbarian king, Ohiro, put up a spirited tussle, but he was still pushed against the wall a little bit by the barbarian king Tahiro. You can't hurt Ningza. He's my sister's savior. Although the barbarian king Tahiro was a bit retarded, his love for his sister was more sincere than any other. Oh, you're really a fool. Haven't you ever wondered why you haven't seen your sister in person in all these years? The barbarian king said in a loud voice. Because my sister is in a high-tech built sterile ward. I can't go over there to see my sister or I'll bring the germs I'm carrying to my sister. That's stupid. Your sister died a long time ago. You were talking to AI before. You were fooled by them. Ohiro suddenly froze, the force loosened a little. What did you say? And seeing this moment, Li Knight violently propped up Ohiro's arms, and then blasted a heavy punch into Ohiro's abdomen, bending Ohiro's body. Li Knight, meanwhile, took the opportunity to press on top of Ohiro, using a crossbody technique from judo to keep Ohiro firmly in control. Tahiro struggled desperately. My sister isn't dead. Why did you say my sister is dead? Of course your sister is dead, because both you and your sister have a special bloodline running through your bodies. A bloodline that gives you stronger bodies than normal, greater wild power. And since the Ning group wanted to replicate this gene through genetic technology to produce more powerful people like you, they used your sister as an experiment. They didn't cure your sister at all. Tahiro was in unbearable pain, but still tried hard to ask Ningzai. Young Master Ningzai, is what he said true? Ningzai immediately denied it. Of course it's fake. I can put you and your sister on a video call right now. But he said the video was synthesized with AI. Ningzai had a moment of panic that he wondered how this information was leaked again. How did Li Knight know their family was so secretive? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations, but now that the matter was resolved, Ningzai had to deny it, so he scolded Dehiro. Have you forgotten the time when you siblings were desperate and rummaged through the garbage cans on the side of the road for food? Have you forgotten who saved you? We were kind enough to treat your sister, and we were still met with such suspicion from you. Dehiro had some bewilderment. But, why did you never let me see my sister? And, my sister in the video call. These years, why hasn't she grown up? Lee Knight immediately understood, actually, a lot of things that Ohiro was observing, but with his intelligence he may not be able to figure out what's going on at the time. After being reminded by others, Ningzai suddenly fell silent. Oh, is still a real pain in the ass. Nims took a pistol out of his desk with an icy expression. He aimed at Dogwang and Lee Knight, and said in a contemptuous tone, "It's really for your face. It's good enough to let you eat and drink in our house. What's the point of releasing some of your sister's blood? She originally had a terminal disease. Rather than dying in vain, it's better for us to use it." Nin showed his cards. Ohiro was suddenly stunned. Suddenly, Ohiro roared like a brown bear with a click under the weight of his anger. He instantly yanked both of Lee Knight's shoulders out of their sockets before getting up and frantically pouncing towards Ningzai. Stupid one. Nin shot, bang, bang, bang. Several shots were fired in quick succession. A body shot lands from Ohiro. Even if Dehiro was strong, he was still a mortal flesh after all, and his body staggered as he knelt on the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Why did you lie to me? Why did you hurt my sister? Why? Nins wiped up the blood splattered on his table. System recommendation, because you're stupid. Nins pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Several shots were fired in quick succession. Blood splattered all over Ohiro's body from the beating. Ohiro eventually fell to the ground in response. Ningzai laughed softly. What can an alien do? What can a professional do? Can you guys be more powerful than bullets? Ningzai aimed his gun at Lee Knight again. Does your journeyman skill make you invulnerable to knives and guns? Lee Knight shook his head. I can't. Oh, then who are you to be mad in front of me? Ningzai had an absolute advantage. It's never been the case that I'm the only one who plays others. No one else plays me. I have a lot of guns and a lot of people. Do you think that a few deaths in the district can break my bones? I, Ningzai, am invincible after all. Lee Knight shrugged. I've said it many times. You don't know anything about professionals and shifters. What did you say? You're on the verge of death. And you're still talking tough here. Ningzai's words had just fallen. Why did you hurt my sister? Ohiro stood up with a wail, like a brown bear. He pounced on Ningzai. Ningzai was so frightened that he tried to continue shooting, but he completely underestimated Dehiro's speed. The reason why Barbarian King Dahuan was terrifying could not only be because he possessed extremely strong strength, there was also his speed that was quite astonishing. Tank-like body, brown bear-like strength, cheetah-like speed. This is the real Barbarian King Dehiro. Ohiro slaps the gun out of Nin's hand with a jab, and then the huge fist swung on Ningzai's head. Bang. The punch was like hitting a drum. It knocked Ningzai's head back and planted it out of the air. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Why did you lie to me? Why did you hurt my sister? Ohiro was angry to the core. Punch after punch after punch. Every punch was one of those punches. It croaked like smashing a watermelon. Don't even bother looking. Ningzai's head had been completely smashed, but Nin still has a breath left in him. In extreme fear, desperately asking the messy girl for help. Chaotic girl, I'll agree to your terms and supply you with arms, but you must call me now. If I die, you'll get nothing. The chaotic girl sighed enchantingly. I'm just a weak girl. How can I beat this little brother? Ningzai gritted his teeth. Don't pretend. I know you're also a professional or an alien. As long as you can save me, you can do whatever you want. With our Ning Group's financial power and networking resources, we can quickly help you achieve your goal. The chaotic woman knitted her brows slightly, as if she was beginning to hesitate. What can you give me? The messy woman asked in a nice voice. I'll give you whatever you want. I'll give you whatever I have. Nins desperately promises. His priority now was to survive. As for whether or not he would be able to honor it later, or whether or not the messy girl would make any unattainable demands, he didn't even have time to think about it now. That's a tempting offer. The chaotic woman looked at Lee Knight. What about you? What can you give me, little brother? Lee Knight was speechless. It was just as the legend had heard. Messy girl is very good at making deals. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Often they will maximize their benefits in a deal. Lee Knight thought about it seriously. I can't give you anything, but I can tell you that there is nothing wrong with the path you want to take right now, and with determination, you will bring hope to many female survivors. The disorganized woman was a bit surprised. You know the path I'm on? Yes, precisely because I know that. That's why I don't want to make an enemy of you, because I think you're one of the few people who are going to be decent in the end times. Although there's also your paranoia. For example, if you're misogynistic, you think all men are big piggies, And when you see a man and a woman arguing, you'll first assume that it's the man's fault and then kill the man. Meanwhile you have a sweet tooth and won't let men have sweets because you don't think they have enough class to have the same tastes as you. Lee Knight chattered a lot. The disorganized woman's expression changed. A lot of what this guy says is simply not true because she hasn't killed anyone, but she does have an extreme aversion to men, even hated the fact that all the men in the world were dead. And while she doesn't keep any guy from eating sweets, it does make her very sick to see a guy with the same tastes as him. The guy's description of her is pretty bizarre, but then again it did seem like something she could do. Do you recognize me? Lee Knight nodded. Sort of. Just heard about you from my teacher's mouth. Teacher? Are you my father's student? The disorganized woman's eyes widened even more. Yes, I'm a student of folklorist Nanaki. Lee Knight spoke in a serious manner. He's talking nonsense. He's a student of the Jiangcheng Finance University. How could he be a student of Professor Nanaki? He's all lying to you. Nins roared as he tore his heart out. The chaotic woman stared at Lee Knight. You know I'm Nanaki's daughter? Yes, Professor Nanaki spoke of you. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Ningzhe was desperate. He didn't understand why the chaotic woman who had always been too smart for her own good. How could she be so stupid at this time? How was she willing to trust Lee Knight? The messy girl did believe it. Because the fact that she was Namiki's daughter was actually unknown to many people, because her father always thought she was a daughter who couldn't get on. Tears flowed from the disorganized woman. Didn't he despise me? Why would he mention me to outsiders again? Lee Knight was apprehensive. I didn't expect to actually bluff. Nanaki, the same prophet who described the future on all the major platforms before the end of the world. Prof. Nanaki was said to be a psychopath by everyone before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, he became a godlike figure. There are many big names and large organizations that want to have Professor Nanaki as their guiding light, or military advisor, but Professor Nanaki has disappeared. I don't know where it went. Some say he was an angel sent from heaven to warn mankind. And after the warning was over, Professor Nanaki left the blue planet in the form of an angel. Others say that by telling everyone about the future, Professor Nanaki has leaked the secrets of the heavens and therefore suffered the punishment of the heavens. Others say Professor Namiki was so pessimistic about the future that he committed suicide anyway. There were a lot of claims about Professor Nanaki, but it was true that Professor Nanaki had not been seen since the end of the world came, and in all likelihood, he had met an untimely end. The reason he knew that the messy lady was Professor Nanaki's daughter was because the messy lady had publicly searched for her father after she became the messy lady emperor. And that's when everyone realized that the messy lady emperor was actually the prophet's daughter. Lee Knight had only slightly utilized the memories of his previous life, and had really spoken to the heart of the chaotic woman. It would be a good chance to befriend the future chaotic empress as a result. Since you are my father's student, do you know where my father is? The chaotic woman immediately asked Lee Knight. Lee Knight shook his head. I don't know, messy girl. Don't you want arms anymore? Save me. Ningzhe wailed. The chaotic woman just glanced coldly at Ningzhe. Do you think I won't be able to get the arms if you die? I've long looked at you with displeasure. What do you take women for? The messy woman's words made Ningzhe despair. System recommendation. Lee Knight finally had an unimpeded feeling. The great revenge was avenged. Painful. In his previous life, before he died, he saw Ningzhe was looking at them with a mocking gaze. In Ningzhe's view, the lives of all people were worthless. As long as they were of no use to him, he could use them as stepping stones or kill them outright without hesitation. Lee Knight patted Dahiro's body, which was already covered in stained blood. The tears on his face and the splattered blood and flesh of Ningzhe were intertwined in a very sad manner. Even if he beat Ningzhe to a pulp, he couldn't save his sister. Ohiro cried silently. Lee Knight patted Da Huang's shoulder. From now on, if you're homeless, you can come to me. Although I, Lee Knight, am not as rich as Ningzhe, I won't be as inhumane as him. As long as there's a bite of food for me, there's a bite of food for you. Lee Knight was sincere, not because he wanted to incorporate the powerful warforce that was Da Huang. Ohiro was strong in the later stages, and humanity needed strong men like him who could fight powerful Fae. Dahiro didn't say anything, and I don't know if he'd heard him or not, but he'd said it anyway. Lee Knight squatted down and looked at the body of Ningzhe, who was no longer humanoid, and sighed helplessly. The body was so badly damaged that it was not clear if it would make it to the coffin. His aim was far more than just taking out Ningzhe, who was just the tip of the iceberg of the Ning clan's reign of power. If one wanted to subvert the big ship that was Ning's group, one needed to know Ning's group very well in order to do so. As the crown prince of the Ning group, Ningzhe must hold many secrets of the Ning group. He placed his palm on Ningzhe's body, then mouthed, "Life is like a white horse, may the departed rest in peace." A few silver-white threads quickly traveled across the surface of Ningzhe's body, and the pile of rotten flesh was gradually sewn into shape. It was also thanks to the fact that his mortician profession level had been promoted to the second level. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to uncoffinish such a dilapidated corpse. The smashed to batter head just couldn't be recovered. which meant recovering 2/3 of the chest cavity, but Lee Knight used that pile of rotten meat again and barely pinched the shape of a head for Ningzai, then drew on the five senses. And it actually looked like it made one's head spin a little. The messy girl was beside herself with vomit. Oh my god. What are you doing? You're putting him in a coffin? Is this your post-apocalyptic profession? Lee Knight didn't say anything, try to keep it a mystery to others though. However, his mortician profession skill is more complex, and the average person may not know what he can gain through the skill even if they see him in a mortuary. On the other hand, he was actually aware of the Chaos Lady's journeyman skill. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Frowny face. The promiscuous one, being able to make all species indiscriminately indulge in lustful fantasies, without the slightest perception of what is happening in the outside world. The Chaotic Lady can easily kill her opponent. That's a pretty scary skill for a professional, though Chaotic Lady has more than one careerist skill in the later stages. She does kill it in the early stages with her Chaotic Lust career skill. So he wasn't too squeamish about being seen by the messy girl with his professional skills. Ding. Successful enshrinement of an elite human. Loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the currently deceased for you. Loading successful. Loaded with content 401 memory for a total of 5 minutes. Skills, none experience, none trait, none elite human favorability, 1% strength plus 5. Speed plus 1. Stamina plus 1. Spirit plus 1. Sure enough, it doesn't work. The level of entombment is too low. The main thing is that it's so difficult to get into the coffin after half a day's work. You only get a 5-minute memory. He skimmed through his memories, and all that he remembered was the sight of being teased by a messy girl in a bath of fire, even though Lee Knight had already used the young woman to help him with his meat before he came. Seeing such a scene in the first person immediately made him feel all hot and bothered. The chaotic woman hadn't actually given Ningzai any chance, and Ningzai hadn't even touched the chaotic woman's hand. The chaotic woman just relied on the curves of her body, her stunning beauty and enchanting expression, coupled with a burst of unknown scent, making Ningzai spellbound. Even Lee Knight, who was retracing this memory in the first person, was a bit mesmerized. The chaotic woman was slightly stunned when she saw that Lee Knight's eyes suddenly became a bit mesmerized. This look. Why is it so much like being hit with your own promiscuous desirist skill? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Or was this guy a little boy of pure love and she could make it difficult for this guy even without activating her skills? The messy girl teased. Cute and innocent boys like you don't come along very often, yo. I hate men, but I've noticed that you seem to be slightly better than other men. So Leon jolted awake, then immediately cursed himself. Fuck. What a bummer. Just being hit with the promiscuous desirist skill from the memory flashbacks and he almost fell. Just now. It was fortunate that he had convinced the chaotic woman not to help Ningzai, or else it would be hard to say who would lose and who would win. That was close. Lee Knight looked at Ningzai's corpse. After half a day's effort, he basically didn't get a single benefit, which made him very upset. Suddenly Lee Knight thought of the funeral. A dragon right now he gets less simply because he has a low level of encoffinment and the deceased's favorability towards him. But if he can improve the deceased's favorability by perfecting the process of burial, can he not get more content? Current satisfaction level of the deceased 1%. Whether to continue with the coffin, Lee Knight chose yes. Click to see the current options for raising the favor of the deceased. Embalming skill can be boosted by 0%. Cremation of the ascended dead can be boosted by 20%. Entombing the deceased can be boosted by 30%. Cremation plus entombment of the deceased can be boosted by 40%. Cremation plus entombment plus Buddha Hall offering to the deceased can be raised by 50%. The body had no value for manipulation anyway. Try cremation this time. Let's see what it looks like when it's cremated. Even if the body burns away at cremation and then a burial, favorability pulls straight up 40%. Is there a photon? Maybe there really is. After all, it's a gold mine. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation, but it could be Zazen. So there's no point in wasting time looking for it. Lee Knight burned Ningzai's body with a fire. On the career panel, the time progress of the cremation is displayed. 10 seconds to cremation, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Lee Knight's eyes lit up. Is cremation that fast? Looking at Ningzai's body again, the flames were also gradually extinguished, only scorching the body a little. 1 second, successful cremation. Plus 20% favorability of the deceased. Lee Knight immediately changed when he saw what he had loaded. 0.6 memories totaling 3 hours. So this is cremation. Cremation is not really about burning to ashes, but going through a ritual. I should have known he'd cremate all those walkers. Lee Knight moves on to the next step, getting into the ground, utilizing the absenteeism skill. A pit just big enough to put down Ningzai's body was immediately dug in the ground. The messy girl looked dumbfounded again. Are you crazy? What is he to you? Isn't he your enemy? The messy girl found herself looking at this guy more and more. It's so hard to figure out what this guy is doing. The more mysterious Lee Knight was, the more curious the chaotic woman became. So much so, that she felt as if she was becoming more and more interested in this guy. trying to pull off this guy's clothes layer by layer. System recommendation: frowny face inurnment has been successful. Current satisfaction of the deceased is 41%. Should we continue with the inurnment? Lee Knight no longer have the conditions for the next step into the coffin? It can only be terminated here. 13 memories were jointly acquired, totaling 6.5 hours. No skills, experience or anything gained. The chaotic woman next to her laughed softly. You are quite merciful to your enemies, no matter what the person is. If they die, they are deceased, and the deceased need to be respected. Lee Knight spoke sincerely. The chaotic woman had a strange expression on her face, and she didn't know if Lee Knight's heart was thinking the same thing. Lee Knight was planning to browse through what was in Ningzhe's memories first. Bang. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The entire mine was shaken. The sound of a megaphone horn came faintly. Whoever dares to touch my son, I'll have him buried under this gold mine. It was the voice of the chairman of the Ning Group. I didn't expect to alert the Ning Group's headquarters so soon. Sounds like the other side has artillery and looks to be bringing out their armored vehicles. Ning's group had secretly traded a lot of arms, which also included some retired large armored vehicles and tanks and the like. That was fast. Lee Knight saw the camera in this room lit up with a red light. As if a red eye was staring at him. A silver-colored lightning arc appeared on Lee Knight's finger, pointed at the camera, which was instantly shattered by him, opening the door. There were a number of people at the door who had turned into zombies. Even if you are physically harmed by a zombie's body attack, you will be infected with a zombie. These zombies froze for a moment, then immediately rushed towards Lee Knight. Ah! Fong Yu screamed loudly in fear. So many walkers in such a small space. They're dead. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation: Lee Knight grabbed Fong Yu's waist and hugged her into his arms. Fong Yu's face swished red. Hold me tight, Lee Knight ordered Fong Yu. Fong Yu immediately hugged Lee Knight tightly. Then a huge dog appeared next to her. Fong Yu was scared to the point of screaming again. The chaotic woman was also shocked. What kind of monster was this? Lee Knight summoned? She couldn't read Lee Knight's skills, so of course she couldn't understand them. Lee Knight tugged on the canine demon's fur and leapt up, glancing back at the messy girl. I'm sure you have a way of doing that yourself. Then without looking back, he let the canine demon lead them to run through the zombie herd. Inuyasha rushes and eats at the same time. Eat while you punch. Canine devils are invincible in front of such ordinary zombies. Bang! Bang! During this time, there were constant artillery attacks on the gold mines. The people in the gold mine panicked and fled outward, but Lee Knight, who was riding a canine demon, was faster than them. The canine devil raced all the way out and through the mouth of the mine. Dozens of people came from Ning's group. Each heavily armed .2 tanks and 3 armored vehicles also came over. What a great deal. Lee Knight was a bit mocking that Ning's group had such strong military power, yet they didn't use that power to kill zombies and Fae. Instead, they are used against fellow humans. Also, after all, the gold mine is Ning's group's arsenal, so someone invaded the gold mine. Ning's group probably thought that it came from the handiwork of some local armed forces, and came over in such a big battle. When Lee Knight and Fong Yu rushed out on their canine demons, they directly stunned those people. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: such a huge dog. Oh my god, this can't be one of those monsters. What monster? I have a relative in Haibo City. I heard that a huge sea python appeared in their place. That sea python is 30 to 40 meters long, amphibious. On land it can easily smash through buildings through the halls, and eat people on sight. Whatever. Fight! Ning Changhai, the old boss of the Ning clan group, roared angrily. The bullets immediately shot towards the canine demon in an overwhelming manner. Lee Knight also got angry. Inuyasha, blow up those iron lumps for me. Roar! Inuyasha had been furious for a long time. If it wasn't carrying out Lee Knight's orders, it would have already looked at those fire-breathing iron bumps with displeasure. Inuyasha jumped onto the roof of the tank with a leap against the bullets. The weight of the Inuyasha tilted the tank a bit. The people sitting in it are dying of fear. Roar! Bang! Inuyasha smashed the top cover of the tank with a claw, and the people inside shivered and frantically attacked Inuyasha with the guns in their hands. But the bullets hit Inuyasha's body like scratching an itch. Of the opening in the top cover of the tank was too small for the canine demon's claws to reach in, so he simply stuck his tongue in and rolled it, and the cockpit of the tank immediately exploded in a massive spray of blood and no sound. Inuyasha jumped to the armored car next to him again and used the same method to roll the people in the armored car to death with their tongues. As it was, the tanks and armored vehicles of Ning's group were immediately rendered useless. The people of Ning's group were stunned. This monster was invulnerable to swords and spears. Lee Knight laughed lightly. Canine demons weren't afraid of this level of artillery. When the top of the last armored car was lifted, it was discovered that there was no Ning Changhai inside, only a satellite radio. He wasn't there himself and was directing it remotely via satellite radio. How devious. Lee Knight saw that these people had lost the will to fight. Then they did not continue to stay and did not rush to the end. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: the ones who should really be killed aren't these people, These people are cannon fodder for Ning's group. The one who should be killed is the owner of the Ning group like Ning Zhe. Only then did the people of the Ning clan breathe a sigh of relief as they watched Inuyasha take off immediately afterward. However, a large number of zombies rushed out from the gold mine. It made them immediately nervous. The gold mine had been overrun by zombies and they had to fight and retreat. On the way back, Lee Knight thought back to their discussion, the giant sea anaconda in Seaport. The one who was talking should be the Emperor of Haibo City. Neptune Python later evolves into a Sea Emperor Scout. It is the first recovered augur in the world. The Sea Emperor Jiao, like the canine demon, was a recovery type Fae. However, the canine demon was only an A-rank qualification, while the Sea Emperor Jiao was an S-rank qualification, or a godly qualification. 10 years after the end of the world, the Sea Emperor Scout was completely unrivaled. He became the most powerful emperor in several cities in a radius centered around Haibo City. Even the top human professionals didn't dare to go toe-to-toe with the Sea Emperor Jiao. Haibo City is not too far away from Jiangchang, and if it wasn't for the fact that Jiangchang had a canine devil deterring the Sea Emperor Jiao at the beginning of the end times, the Sea Emperor Jiao might also be overbearing enough to reduce Jiangchang to its subsidiary territory as well. But the current Sea Emperor Jiao shouldn't be that strong. According to the illustrations put out by the End Times Mythological Research, the initial combat power of the Sea Emperor Augur was actually similar to the initial combat power of the canine demon. It was only that the Sea Emperor Jiao was resuscitated in the body of a deep-sea boa, so its size was already huge. And then with the addition of the freshly resuscitated Fae, so its size was even more exaggerated. He decided to make a trip to Haibo City sometime and take out the source core of the Sea Emperor Jiao. Perhaps he could obtain an unexpected powerful ability. The canine demon was running extremely fast, and since the canine demon exuded the aura of a revived Fae, the normal zombies didn't even dare to block the road. Suddenly, Lee Knight felt a gaze, sideways glanced out on the roof of a building. He saw a man. System recommendation. Lee Knight's heart immediately sank to the bottom. The super-infected body with the serial number River City 17 crawled out of the cemetery behind the funeral home. After all, super-infected bodies are more specific. They are the super spreaders of the Fae. It is possible to create a large number of Fae with a relatively high level of intelligence, nearly equivalent to humans even. Some super-infected are more cunning than humans. Jiangcheng 17 stood on the roof of the building and watched him. Behind Jiangcheng 17, a few heads could be vaguely seen gathering, which should be the Fae infected by it. Although the Fae also feared the aura of the canine devil, they were not as fearful as ordinary zombies. And if Jiangcheng 17 remembered the location of his home, Jiangcheng 17 would most likely attack him. Lee Knight patted canine demon's neck, making canine demon stop. Inuyasha also noticed Jiangcheng 17. River City 17 is the first zombie to make the canine devil feel threatened. The canine demon kept letting out a low whimpering growl. The two sides began to face each other. A ghostly green light emanated from Jiangcheng 17's pupils. There was something oozy about the way he was staring at him. Fang Yu got scared. Lee Knight, this zombie seems to be a little bit different. I feel as if it has the ability to think that other zombies don't have. This is so creepy. Zombies are scary enough. Thinking walkers. Wouldn't that be without its drawbacks? Lee Knight nodded. Fang Yu is worthy of being a scholar. The ability to summarize and analyze issues is really more impressive. Super-infected bodies have the ability to think, and it's not easy for this River City 17 to do so. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Lee Knight suddenly took out his gun and fired a burst of shots at the roof of the building. Jiangcheng 17 immediately dodged nimbly. Go! Eat him! Lee Knight ordered the canine demon. Inuyasha's combat power was definitely above River City 17. Just not in terms of intelligence, which might be considered a limitation of the rules of the end times for all types of species. Most of the most gifted recovery Fae are beast-like in their intelligence, so even if they have power that can destroy the heavens and the earth, they are not premeditated and plan to do something. The super-infected, on the other hand, have intelligence, but are not as good as the recovered Fae in terms of combat prowess, and may even be similar to the regular Fae, yet they are highly intelligent, and with their ability to create new Fae, they are able to form organized and premeditated hunts and attacks on human survivors. The canine demon chased after it until it stomped on the wall and chased it to the roof of the building, while Jiangcheng 17 had already left, leaving only a few Fae to attack the canine demon painlessly. And the canine demon ate those Fae in a few bites. Lee Knight told canine demon to hurry back. He wanted to hurry home while Jiangcheng 17 couldn't see him. Lee Knight rode canine demon and let canine demon use full speed to make several large circles around the city, making sure that there was no Jiangcheng 17 following in the rear. Then he felt relieved to climb back to his house. Zhuo Wanqing and the neighboring young woman fell asleep with their backs against each other and opened their eyes when they heard a commotion, only to find that Lee Knight actually brought back another girl, and Zhuo Wanqing recognized the girl at once. Fang Yu. Zhuo Wanqing? Fang Yu was also surprised. The chowder. Lee Knight immediately taped the window with newspaper. The seeds of the golden flower are back, And he probably won't be going out again anytime soon. 1 to 2 months down the road, the city will be a mess, because by that time, the survivors were more or less capable of surviving the end times, and their supplies would be scarce to the bone. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. The instinct to survive compels them to come out of their homes in search of survival supplies. The first step is to go to a small neighborhood store. The second step is to go to a smaller store a little farther away or to a large supermarket if the smaller store is out of supplies or is occupied by someone else. Step 3. If it's too dangerous to go farther away, or if there are no supplies at the smaller stores in the distance, and the large supermarkets are either overrun by the likes of Yamashiro or are roaming with tons of zombies. So they would set their sights on their neighbors' homes, and if they didn't give, then they would forcefully rob them. In the process of looting, you will either kill someone or see that it's a big beautiful woman and have an animalistic attack on your female neighbor. So going forward it's going to be very messy for a month or two. And in his previous life, he chose to join the Mountain Stream Organization as a horseman, although most of the supplies that were looted by following the Mountain Stream Organization would have to be turned over to Zhang. At the very least, they would be able to eat for themselves in this life. He certainly wouldn't do those unconscionable things again. This room is full of supplies for this stage. Instead of tying Fong Yu up, Li Night told Fong Yu to find a place to rest. Zhuo Wanqing and the neighboring young woman were a bit uncomfortable. Zhuo Wanqing immediately said, "Why doesn't she have to be tied up? Why do we have to be tied up? You're treating us differently." "Yeah, I'm just making a distinction. If you don't like it, you can get out of here right now. I didn't beg for you to come. You're the one who followed me here on your own dead ass." Li Night showed no mercy. Zhuo Wanqing had already seen Li Night's iron heart. She had no doubt that Li Night would really do it when he said he would let her go. "Count on it." Zhuo Wanqing huffed and pouted without saying anything. If Fong Yu was flattered and sat on the bed, she didn't realize that there were already two great beauties in Li Night's room, and this bed is so messy. It just feels like it's already rolled. Fong Yu carefully glanced at Li Night. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Nor did she say anything. After all, she had seen even more horrific scenes at Ningzai's. Li Night glanced at Fong Yu. It wasn't that he didn't feel relieved about Fong Yu, but his 10 years of survival experience in the post-apocalyptic world had made him lose the ability to trust anyone. It was also self-evident what Li Night meant by placing the Tang sword across his leg. Fong Yu pretended not to read it even when she saw it. Li Night began to retrace Ningzai's memories. The first 1-minute memory, he had already retraced it in the gold mine. There was nothing interesting about it, and he directly deleted it. The second memory was of Nin splashing around with a group of unclothed girls at that hot spring pool deep in the gold mine. Each of these girls had outstanding looks, a good picture of living color. Ningzai really thought of himself as a prince. At this moment, Li Night could feel all of Ningzai's touch above below. Phew, Li Night kept taking deep breaths. Who the hell can top this? When the three girls saw Li Night's physical changes, they immediately all blushed. Several such memory fragments in a row. Li Night basically fast-forwarded through them, giving him the feeling of watching a small movie. And those who don't fast-forward through a small movie are ruthless. Suddenly, in the fifth memory, Fong Yu appeared. The Fong Yu in his memory seemed a little different from the Fong Yu he had seen. Dressed in a competent suit and short skirt, she looked quite a bit like a female secretary. Somewhat similar to how Fong Yu looked in school. I see. It seems that after Fong Yu graduated, she took up a job similar to a secretary or assistant. Ningzai leaned back in his chair, his eyes recklessly sizing up Fong Yu. "I asked my dad to give me some living expenses. Why did he let you come over? Are you tired of being played by my dad?" Li Night was surprised if Fong Yu was actually Ning Changhai's secretary. It was a bit out of his league. Fong Yu didn't talk to him about this. System recommendation. Li Night glanced at Fong Yu, who was sitting on the bed. Fong Yu looked at Li Night suspiciously. Li Night directly put the tang blade in his hand up in front of himself, then continued to retrace Ningzai's memories. As he remembers, Ningzai asks Fong Yu why his father, Ning Changhai, sent his female secretary to him. Fong Yu said faintly, "Chairman Ning said that since you're now the head of Ning Group's 36 Monsters department, you can't act as freely as you did in the past, and that the 36 monsters will act as a sharp blade hidden in the shadows in the future, and that it will help the Ning Group to utilize unnatural means to sweep away all of its enemies and rivals. So, Chairman Ning has sent me to assist you." Ningzai laughed, crossing his feet on the table and playfully sizing up Fong Yu. "Saying that you're here to assist me, you're actually here to keep an eye on me, right? Afraid that I'll use the 36 monsters to dictate to them in order to achieve my own ends, right?" Fong Yu didn't say anything, obviously acquiescing to Ningzai's statement. Ningzai continued to size up Fong Yu. "You're just a college student who hasn't even graduated yet, and you've been recruited by my father. So how many monsters are you again?" Fong Yu was silent for a long time. "I'm the 13th monster. The money monster, i.e., I can utilize the professional economic and financial knowledge I've learned to help Ning's Group make more correct investment strategies and earn more money." "I see. So how's your mouth work? Show me?" Ning Zhe said frivolously. What did you say? Fang Yu huffed. You'd better do as I say. I'm now the head of your 36 monsters. If you don't get my satisfaction, I have 10,000 ways to get you out of Ning Group. Don't ever doubt me. After all, I'm the crown prince of Ning Group. Fang Yu's fists clenched tightly. Then he walked over to Ning Zhe and slowly crouched down. Li Knight slowly opened his eyes once again. He locked eyes with Fang Yu on the bed. Fang Yu had an ominous feeling in his heart. She felt as if Li Knight knew something, but felt it was unlikely after all. The secret that she was the 36th monster of the Ning clan was only known to a very small number of people in the entire Ning clan. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. And before he died, Ning Zhe used his own death to get her to come to Li Knight's side as an undercover agent. There was no way that Li Knight could have known about this. Li Knight, what's wrong with you? Your eyes are so scary. Fang Yu said softly. Li Knight looked at Fang Yu for a while, then suddenly asked with a smile. Fang Yu, I remember that you worked very hard in school. Right, but what was the reason why you always failed your exams? It seems like you were always only good at finance department subjects and weren't very good at other public classes. Or rather, lacked interest, right? Fang Yu didn't understand why Li Knight suddenly asked her this question. So he nodded. Yes, I really couldn't understand subjects other than finance, but thanks to you helping me with my tutoring at that time, that's why my grades improved. But I still couldn't pass you is all. Fang Yu's face blushed a little. The IT looks dainty, wearing a raincoat, with an incomparably voluptuous figure, wearing glasses and a small red face. There shouldn't be many men who can carry off the temptation of such a beautiful woman, right? But Li Knight's eyes were calm as could be at the moment, surviving in the post-apocalyptic world for a long time. The people around you don't know when they will betray because of their interests. That's why he especially hates traitors. Even if the other party is a super beautiful woman, but as long as it's a traitor, it will make his disgust far higher than any other S*****T. In the next moment, Li Knight laughed with a naive face and said, It's fine. Anyway, I don't have much else to do in school other than studying, and it's my honor to help a great beauty like you improve her academic performance. Seeing Li Knight smiling as harmlessly as before, Fang Yu then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she hadn't been exposed yet. And yes, it was impossible for her to be exposed, with Li Knight's ivory tower thinking. I'm afraid he couldn't even imagine that there would be such a thing as a student joining the special department of the Ning Group before he even graduated, right? Fang Yu suddenly felt so tired. This place was nowhere near as good as the house that Ning's group had given her, but it made her feel very at ease. Perhaps because she hadn't lived the life of an ordinary person for years, just in time for a few days of leisure here. And no surprise, the department will soon pick her up based on the locator she has on her. Madaka. Suddenly, the cold blade crossed Fang Yu's neck. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Fang Yu looked at the indifferent Li Knight in surprise. Li Knight? What are you doing? Fang Yu looks very innocent. Anyone looking at such an expression should feel sorry for Fang Yu, right? But Li Knight won't. Li Knight's expression was somewhat slightly hideous. I still underestimated Ning Zhe. I should have thought long ago. That guy Ning Zhe is not such a simple guy. He actually acted with you before he died, just to let you, the eye of Ning's group, stay by my side, and then let the Ning's group take revenge for him. What are you talking about? Fang Yu's eyes widened incredulously. He looked at Li Knight. These thoughts were just a flash in her mind. How was it immediately said by Li Knight? Could it be that Li Knight can read minds? Unlikely. The ability to read minds. In the 36 monsters someone possessed such an ability. It was an extremely rare endowment. It was impossible for Li Knight to be able to read minds. Fang Yu, don't pretend with me. You're the 13th monster, Money Monster. I indeed didn't expect that you'd be one of the 36 monsters of the Ning Group's great fame. Not simple. Big name. What big name? How? I never heard of the so-called 36 monsters? Li Knight laughed softly. Ning's group had already begun to collect capable people from all sides before the end of the world. Among them, Da Hero was a force monster, ranking 9th among the 36 monsters. The reason why he was ranked 9th was because Diguang's IQ was relatively low and he couldn't stand on his own. He could only follow others and listen to their instructions in order to accomplish the appropriate tasks, which lowered his ranking among the 36 monsters. However, in other words, Ohiro wasn't even the strongest of the 36 monsters yet. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The 36 monsters was a department that Ning's group had spent a lot of money on and assembled. So after the end of the world, quite a few powerful professionals and supernaturals had walked out. The appearance of those professionals and psychics had elevated the status of the 36 monsters to new heights. And the Ning clan, which had mastered the 36 monsters, had become the true emperor of the land of the Ning clan. At one time, it became the largest private organization in Jiangcheng. Even the officials had to look at the Ning group's eyes. So in the later stages, Ningzhe relied on the background of the Ning Group and entered the official End Times Material Management Bureau. And the oil and water was very rich. The 6th Bureau of Materials that Ningzhe was a part of was more of a direct counterpart to the End Times mercenaries. And some of the departments of the organization, often releasing missions that were difficult to accomplish and sacrificing a large number of humans. But the payoff was quite low, drawing the displeasure of many. But no matter how much they reported it, they were unable to shake Ningzhe's position, because behind Ningzhe was the Ning clan. And it was the Ning clan that was really working for the tiger. System recommendation, of course. The 36 monsters really became famous after the arrival of the End Times.so in Fong Yu's opinion. It was impossible for him, a college student in an ivory tower, to know about the existence of the 36 monsters. Fong Yu, there's no need to pretend to be innocent in front of me. I already know what I should know. The reason I'm keeping you now is because you're a bait. As long as you're here, the 36 monsters will come over to die. Fong Yu looked at Li Knight in horror. The Li Knight of today made her feel strange. Fong Yu wanted to argue something more, but Li Knight no longer gave her a chance, directly put his pants, stuffed into Fong Yu's mouth, and then tied up the defense with a rope. Woof woof. A dog barked from the doorway. The dog is naturally a canine devil. Inuyasha is free to manipulate his energy. To control the size of your body when not fighting. Inuyasha can take on the appearance of the original Old Yellow. And if you don't stare into Old Yellow's eyes, you basically can't tell what's going on. He couldn't always keep Inuyasha in the hatch space because Inuyasha needed to keep eating to make himself stronger. So Li Knight put letting Canine Devil go out by himself to eat his fill before coming back. And when he came back, Canine Devil took on the appearance of Old Yellow, lying on the doorstep of his house, helping him as a watchdog. Now that Inuyasha had suddenly barked, it meant that something had moved to alert Inuyasha. Li Knight slightly lifted the newspaper, did not see anyone outside. The dog demon barked a few times and then stopped barking, continued to lie on the ground. Li Knight didn't pay too much attention to it. He was a bit groggy at the moment and very sleepy, though becoming a level 2 professional had given him so much mental energy that even if he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't necessarily be sleepy. But retrospective memory, very consuming of his essence, especially fast-forward retrospective memory. The feeling is like the previous vacation, sitting in front of the computer to catch up with the drama. A chase after a day of feeling almost. Li Knight glanced at the 3 girls and then at Inuyasha outside the door. He instructed Inuyasha to immediately wake him up with a yell to help him if anyone or any zombies came to attack him. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Inuyasha nodded understandingly, and only then did Li Knight lie down on the bed and fall asleep with peace of mind. I don't know how long it took, but Li Knight was awakened by the cool moonlight that passed over the edge of the newspaper. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that his door was opening. A cool, cold breeze blew in from outside. Li Knight sat up violently, looking over there on the chair. The 3 girls had long since disappeared, and the ropes they were carrying were scattered on the chair. They untied the rope and opened his door to get out? Li Knight subconsciously thought so. Immediately, he jumped out of bed with his Tommy knife and went to the door. A clump of dog hair was seen in the doorway, and black blood around it, which spread all the way to the end of the corridor, as if it had been left by dragging. Suddenly, Li Knight's pupils shrunk. He saw at the end of the corridor, vaguely, a figure standing. The man, dressed in his birthday suit, slowly walked out of the darkness, dragging the half-dead old Huang in his hands. Li Knight was shocked. How is this possible? How could Shogun 17 be a match for Inuyasha? The canine demon was the most powerful revived Fae in River City, and even if it encountered River City 17, it would not be defeated. You're the one who killed my son. Suddenly, from the other side of the room, there was a harsh voice of questioning. The voice was angry in the extreme. Li Knight turned his head, and at the end of the corridor on the other side, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and looking somewhat civilized walked out with a grim expression. Li Knight saw that on the roofs of the other buildings, there were people standing, men and women, young and old, but they all looked quite extraordinary. 36 oddities. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The 36 monsters of the Ning group actually targeted him together with Jiangcheng 17. Li Knight was surprised. You are Ning Changhai? You're working with Jiangcheng 17? He suddenly felt so magical about it. Ning Changhai laughed coldly. Our Ning clan's heritage is actually something you can imagine? As long as it's something our Ning group wants to do, we'll definitely do it. Even if it's to cooperate with a super-infected body, it's not impossible. Li Knight was about to draw his sword immediately, but from behind him, a white, fresh hand suddenly appeared and pressed his knife back into its sheath. A hand stroked down his back, the hot breath of the tide gulping at his ear, making him feel a little itchy. Little brother, we meet again so soon. A wave of lust came from Li Knight's heart. Li Knight turned back with difficulty and saw the stunning appearance of the chaotic woman. Messy women. Li Knight gritted his teeth. How could someone like you work with scum like the Ning group? The chaotic woman smiled softly. Little brother, Why are you so angry? Ah, I'm a weak woman. If I want to fight for a place in this post-apocalyptic world, how am I going to do it if I don't rely on local powerhouses like the Ning clan and just rely on my own strength? I really misjudged you, Lee Knight. You're so stupid. At that moment, Fang Yu also appeared in front of him, relying on Ning Zai's arms. The same face of mockery. Ning Zai, you're still as naive as before, thinking that because you're a reborn, you think that you know everything, and you're starting to not put anyone in your eyes. But you're forgetting one of the most crucial. Even if you're a reborn, you're not an omniscient person. There's always things that you don't know. Just as you don't know that I'm a 36th monster, you also don't know what will kill you. Lee Knight burst into a rage. He looked at everyone, all of whom had mocking smiles on their faces. Lee Knight felt like a fool. I'll kill you all. Lee Knight let out a roar. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Bouncing straight up from the bed, he then instantly sheathed his Tang sword and swung it in front of him. Suddenly, everyone disappeared, and he's still in bed. Due to this growl of his, he instead woke up the three girls and the canine demon at the door. The three girls were horrified. They did not know how to offend Lee Knight again. Why did Lee Knight want to kill them? Lee Knight put down his Tang sword and slowed down for a moment. I can't believe I just had a dream myself. This means that he had just gone into a deep sleep, but the dream was a wake-up call of sorts for myself. Even though he was a reborn, there were still too many things he didn't know. There must not be any hint of carelessness. Just like bringing Fang Yu back, he subconsciously used his past experience to judge Fang Yu as a woman who would do him no harm, and also listen to Ning Zai's words. The so-called Fang Yu had a crush on him. In fact, it was all just a setup by Ning Zai. Ning Zai got up and drank half a case of pure water in one gulp, then walked over to the window again and opened it to shush. Lee Knight suddenly saw. In the road stood a person. Lee Knight frowned slightly. This time it wasn't a dream. River City 17 is still really looking for the door. However, perhaps River City 17 was more estimative of the canine demon, so it didn't dare to get too close, and Lee Knight didn't want to pay attention to Jiangcheng 17 for the time being. Killing this kind of super-infected body was very troublesome, and it would also attract other people's attention. What he needed now was to keep a low profile. Lee Knight looked down at his little brother before walking over to Fang Yu and ripping off the pants that filled her mouth. Fang Yu immediately understood what Lee Knight meant, although it humiliated her. She knew that if she wanted to live, she had to do what Lee Knight asked her to do. System recommendation of Fang Yu was about to open her mouth when she was suddenly pinched by Lee Knight. Lee Knight stuck his fingers in and watched Chua Wanqing and the neighbor young woman's scalp go numb for a while. So sick. Fang Yu wanted to vomit in all kinds of ways as she was hollowed out. In the end, Lee Knight pulled off one of Fang Yu's teeth. It was pulled off raw. Fang Yu shed a mouthful of blood with a spiteful face. He looked at Lee Knight. Lee Knight, why are you doing this to me? Ha! Lee Knight smiled very amiably. From the time you hid your identity and mixed with me, you should have had this realization. I will make your life worse than death. Looking at the smile on Lee Knight's face, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. She regretted that she had underestimated Lee Knight's ruthlessness. Lee Knight pinched his nose and sized up this tooth of Fang Yu, then put it between his fingers and pinched it hard, cracking the tooth, which actually had a chip embedded inside. How on earth do you know all the secrets? Fang Yu was really curious to know. This Lee Knight was like he had installed cameras around her, and actually even knew about the fact that she had a chip hidden in her teeth. What does this chip do? Lee Knight asked. Fang Yu was puzzled. Since you know that there is a chip hidden in my teeth, but you don't know what the chip is for? How is this possible? Say no. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Lee Knight pinched Fang Yu's mouth. He does know nothing more than chips. It was because he had just fast-forwarded back through another section of Ning Zai's memories in the effort of peeing in the memory. Ning Zai and Fang Yu had a roll of the tongue, and then Ning Zai said, "You're really valued by my father. He valued the chip so much that he wouldn't even give it to me, but he hid one in your teeth." That memory was 10 minutes long. Most of it rolled off the tongue, and it was only in the most crucial bits of dialogue that this vital piece of information was hidden. Luckily, he never missed any memories when he went back to them. Otherwise he would have missed this crucial thing. According to what Ning Zai had said, Ning Changhai valued this chip so much that even Ning Zai didn't have one, but had given one to Fang Yu. So perhaps this chip was the key to touching the deep secrets of the Ning group. Say no? Lee Knight asked. Although Fang Yu's mouth was almost pinched, her eyes remained firm and she did not spit out half a word. Now I know why Ning Changhai would rather give the chip to you than that flamboyant son of his. You do have a hard mouth. Lee Knight let go of Fang Yu's mouth. Fang Yu thought that Lee Knight had given up, but Fang Yu opens the door, and a walker just happens to pass by the doorway. Half of this zombie's face was gone, and the other half of the face was full of maggots, which had also turned greenish-black. Also that mutated species. Once bitten by these maggots, the chances of infection were not low. The zombie rushed over, and Lee Knight directly used the handle of his knife against the zombie. Fang Yu was so scared that her face turned pale. She thought Lee Knight was going to let the zombies in and eat her. Then he immediately said, "If you let the zombies eat me, you won't know anything." The corner of Lee Knight's mouth lifted up a weird arc. "Your little cherry mouth. Its capacity is still quite large, so I'm going to find you something fun to stuff your mouth with, so you won't be so bored." What? What are you doing? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. If you suddenly had an ominous feeling. Lee Knight violently rotated the blade and chopped off the zombie's head with a single slash, and the zombie fell to the ground on the spot. Then Lee Knight dragged the zombie in, pressed his fingers against the zombie's body, and softly recited under his breath, "Life is like the passing of a white horse. May the departed rest in peace." The white silk threads began to quickly travel across the zombie's body surface, and the zombie's ulcerated skin and muscles were being quickly stitched back together. Ding! Successful encoffinment of a level 1 ordinary zombie. Loading some of the current walker's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Lee Knight directly skimmed over it. Passing through this kind of ordinary zombies basically wouldn't yield much. The last time he passed through those hundreds of zombies, he only gained the ability to collect and release a thunderbolt. To be honest, it looked quite bluffing, and if someone who knew nothing about it had such an ability all of a sudden, they would probably jump through the ceiling with joy. But Lee Knight had seen the world. He had seen real thunder adepts, even thunder professionals, who didn't need to directly transform powerful thunder power by absorbing external thunderbolts. By the end of the post-apocalyptic period, electricity will be an energy that only very high-status survivors will be able to use. In the slums and disaster areas, there was no access to electricity, so this skill was basically useless. He couldn't wait for a rainy day and for lightning to strike him, could he? So he didn't expect anything from this being a normal walker. The headless zombie stood up as soon as Lee Knight's mind moved, scared the three girls again. How can a zombie live without its head? Go, get me a big rat back. Live or dead, the bigger the better. Fong Yu has a big mouth anyway, Lee Knight said smilingly, but those words were a shock to Fong Yu. Lee Knight is going to shove the rat in her mouth. Lee Knight, are you still human? Lee Knight nodded kindly. Of course it's a human. Can't you see? Zombies are like this. I'm a living person. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations of the zombie. Listened to Lee Knight's order and staggered out. Fong Yu's scalp was so numb that he immediately said, "Alright, I'll say. This chip is the entire information profile of the 36 monsters. It's just information. As to keep it so secret? This isn't just any information. It contains their specialties and weaknesses." Fong Yu corrected. "So what? After all, it can only be considered as a strange person. Even if there are specialties and weaknesses, isn't that still flesh and blood?" Lee Knight didn't think it was that mysterious. Maybe they all awaken nice professions or abilities after the end times. But that's where the post-apocalyptic stats are more important. Fong Yu looked deeply at Lee Knight. "You have no idea what the Ning Group's 36 monstrous departments mean. The 36 Monsters sector is a group of strange people that Ning's group has spent a huge amount of money on and recruited from all over the country." Fong Yu said it again. "Each of them possesses a different ability. Some can lift 500 pounds of stone with one hand. Some can manipulate a python. Some specialize in deception. And some are top-notch swordsmen. Their abilities are almost all top-notch. Except for mega companies like Ning's group. It's hard for ordinary civilian groups to afford to hire them. Each one of them is not a good fighter. Not that good to be against." "Oh, you know them well?" Lee Knight asked. Fong Yu shook his head. "Among them I only know Dogwang better. But not much. The others have barely met. Their origins are mysterious. And I only have their intelligence in my teeth. In fact, this intelligence has not even been read by me personally. And you don't want to ask anything more from me, because I don't know either." "Oh, there's no hurry. Wait until my war pet catches the rat." Lee Knight didn't trust Fong Yu. Fong Yu gritted her teeth. "I really have told you everything I know. And you still don't believe me. It's okay. I think there's always something more to squeeze out." System recommendation: the large black rat was a corpse, but it looked as if it had been infected and mutated as well. Otherwise the rat couldn't have been this long in size. Lee Knight was ready to take it, but retracted his hand in some disgust, and instead commanded the walker to carry the big black rat corpse in. Walking up to Fong Yu, he scared her so much that she desperately shut her mouth. But how could Fong Yu argue with Lee Knight? Lee Knight directly dislocates Fong Yu's mouth, then lets the zombie stuff the big black rat corpse in. The big black rat's body was mutilated, as if it had been gnawed on by something, as if it had human teeth marks, green eyes, sharp meshing teeth, a fishy odor, and maggots constantly crawling out of the big black rat's mouth. At this moment, the last line of defense in Fong Yu's heart completely collapsed. I say, Fong Yu cried and continued. "Among the 36 monsters, both of them, the knife monster and the sniffing monster, are pursuing me and want to get me, so I have met them and they have told me the data. Knife monsters and sniffing monsters are kind of fun to talk about." Lee Knight continued to listen with a smile on his face. In fact, It's better to press for information through a living person for such things as probing for information, although the other side of the coffin can also get part of the memory, but only part of it. The specific can get he wants to get the information can only depend on luck generally. According to the normal process, killing people in the coffin must be the last step. The knife monster is a lay disciple of a hidden sect. That sect seems to be named Heavenly Blade, and according to his description it is a sect that aims to eliminate demons and cultivate immortality. He used 2 swords, but gave the appearance as if there was only a single one, and the other, a smaller one, he hid in its sheath. The blade is coated with poison, and even if an ordinary person gets a little skin grazed, their skin will rapidly fester all over their body within a few days, and then they will die in agony. Once you get cut, you'll die faster. Sniffing monster. Although he is not good at fighting, his sense of smell is very sensitive. His sense of smell is 3-5 times that of an ordinary canine, and can realize long-distance tracking. When it came to sniffing the monster, Fanyu began to stammer. Li Knight sneered. So that's how it is. No wonder you dared to come here with me. You're convinced that the sniffing monsters can find you through your smell. That's why you're so reckless, right? Fanyu's expression crumbled. Li Knight was too scary. She had already exposed her last cards. Li Knight looked at the countdown on the zombie. There were still the last few seconds left. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: immediately have the walker leave his room with the big black rat corpse, but don't leave something so disgusting in his place. It was now midnight, the city was dark, but the zombies seemed to be getting more and more active, constant post-deck noises and wandering around. While most loss are not afraid of sunlight, loss, a shady species, instinctively possesses some preference for avoiding light. So every night it becomes more active than during the day. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. Li Knight frowned slightly. Knocking on doors like that, all very ominous after the end times, because normally walkers don't knock, or walkers in general don't knock. A zombie that knocks on the door is bound to have a low IQ, something like a superinfection. Of course, the chances of a superinfected body knocking on your door are still much less. People are a little more likely. Doesn't mean people knocking on the door is a good thing. In the last days, the danger of man is nothing less than the danger of loss. Li Knight stared at the 3 girls with terrible eyes. The 3 girls understood that if they dared to make a sound, Li Knight would immediately finish them off. The house was quiet, but the other man was still knocking. The knock on the door was not a loud one, but you could hear that the other person was a bit anxious, even leaned over the glass to look in. This is now certain. It's human. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: through the newspaper. Li Knight couldn't see what the other party was. The other guy couldn't see him either, but the fact that Inuyasha didn't bark should mean that the other party wasn't some scary enemy. Before the Inuyasha had been, he was at his door. Later on, Li Knight felt that Canine Demon lying on the doorway was too obvious a target, so he let Canine Demon go to a slightly farther place to lie down anyway. With Inuyasha's athleticism, he could instantly back up whenever there was danger. Knock knock. The other side is still knocking on the door. More than angry, Li Knight was cautious. In a normal person, if he didn't respond for so long, he would inevitably feel like there was no one at home, but the man kept knocking on the door. Quite sure that he was in, that means his whereabouts have been compromised. Li Knight lifted the newspaper a crack and looked at what was actually a single mom on the 2nd floor of their building. The face is pretty and has a great demeanor, holding a child in his arms who was about to be starved out of his mind. Nervously, he looked around. A small knock on his door. He's met this single mom, supposedly before is living in an affluent neighborhood with a husband who was an exceptionally capable entrepreneur. There was a good career, but that career was taken by the Ning Group. Ning's Group was prepared to use their usual method of buying her husband's company over at a low price, but it was rejected. Completely enraged, Ning's Group, and eventually used very brutal means to squeeze her husband's company out of business, owed huge debts, and eventually committed suicide by leaping from a tall building. Only his pregnant wife was left behind, who later moved to the United Harbors community because she was incapable of making a living, and many residents talked behind her back about how her temperament didn't fit in with the place. Of course, Li Knight and the single mom didn't have much of a relationship or even spoke to each other. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: Li Knight had only seen the single mom from afar, and the other person probably had no clue who she was. Instead, they came knocking on the door of their own accord today. Li Knight frowned slightly, but he couldn't open the door. The low growl of a walker came from the hallway. The single mom unconsciously knocked on the door faster, praying, "Please, open the door. I know you're there. I've seen you during the day. Please, open the door." The single mom cried out, but Li Knight never answered in any way. Knock knock knock. The zombies quickly rushed towards the single mom, who suddenly cried out in a distant and unknown direction with all her might, "He won't open the door. There's nothing I can do. Please help me. Help me. I'm trying my best." But no one came to the single mom's aid, and a few walkers rushed over and savagely gnawed on the single mom and her child. Crunch. Li Knight could even hear the sound of zombies gnawing on bones, and Lee Knight was staring in the direction of the single mom's cry. He had indeed guessed correctly. A single mom isn't going to risk her own life with a child and climb from the second to the third floor, because there are definitely walkers between the buildings and she can't get up there. Unless someone helped her clear the stairwell of walkers, taking a step back. Even if she was really starving, she wouldn't bring out her own freshly minted one as well. Baby's emotions are uncontrollable. And a random cry will attract all the walkers. There's no way she doesn't understand that. So, she had brought the child up here on purpose to play the part of a bitter man for him. Or, alternatively, she had been told to play the part of a bitter man for herself, for the purpose of opening the door for herself. What will the opening of the door mean? What's rushing in? System recommendations. Lee Knight must be vigilant, and he didn't develop this vigilance overnight. Instead, it's been honed over 10 years long ago. Vigilance had been turned into a survival instinct, even though his sensibilities had just told him he should open the door. His instincts told him not to. The end times have just come. And there is going to be a lot of crazy people. There are even those who feel that killing unconscious zombies doesn't give them pleasure. It would then deliberately go after ordinary survivors, treating the city as a hunting ground and the ordinary survivors as prey. Feel free to hunt and kill. Game the world. He'd heard a few gunshots here and there over the past few days, ringing through the silent city. In the meantime, on the roof of one of the buildings in the Union Heights neighborhood, there are three men looking through binoculars. It's not what we expected. The kid didn't open the door. Is he not home? One of the men hitched his gun to the railing and racked his snipe. But the odor from the money monster is here. Did they go out again? Or maybe he left the money monster at home and he went out on his own? Otherwise there's no way to explain why the kid didn't open the door. I heard that boy is just a fresh graduate college student, just out of the ivory tower. Still don't know the danger of this society. In the face of such a top beauty, with a child in the middle of the night door to ask for help, how can he be hard-hearted not to open the door? The other two are more than agreeable to this judgment, though the intel said that the college student might have awakened some sort of profession or psychic ability to manipulate big dogs that can't be harmed by knives or guns, but the heart is there, not to be feared. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Lee Knight stared out through a little gap. The single mother and her new month-old child at the door were already half chewed up within minutes. The single mother turns into a zombie as well, staggering to join the ranks of the zombies. The moonlight is especially clear tonight, but as Lee Knight looked into the distance, he actually felt a killing chance. So he turned his head and asked Fong Yu, according to the efficiency of your 36 monsters department, how about the time and speed of the rescue? Fong Yu hesitated for a moment. Usually it's 3 hours. Special circumstances may delay it a little, but it won't be more than 8 hours. Lee Knight looked at the time. It had been exactly 8 hours since his trip to the gold mine. If what Fong Yu said was correct, then the people from the 36 monsters had already arrived in this neighborhood. Although he superficially belittled the 36 monsters, he actually knew a little bit about how powerful the 36 monsters were. Barbarian King Dogwang is one of the more famous of the 36 monsters. There were also a couple of 36 monsters that were very active at the time. For example, there was a headshot monster that claimed to be able to achieve accurate headshots within 1,000 meters and was a top-notch sniper. It was the same provenance as Wang Xiong's, both mercenaries who had returned from overseas battlefields. That head-bursting monster was even more terrifying than Wang Xiong, having killed many people on the offshore battlefield, and anyone who was targeted by his sniper rifle could barely escape being sniped to death. Later, Bakugu joined the Waking Lions and was the first sniper of the Waking Lions. 1,000 meters. Lee Knight measured 1,000 meters with his eyes. 1,000 meters can go a long way. It's definitely not just the buildings in front of us. The density of the silos in the Liang'an community was very high, and the spacing between the buildings was less than 20 meters, which meant that within a kilometer, there were at least 50 buildings whose roofs he needed to pay attention to. Lee Knight stared, and he immediately had a feeling of crisis, but he, Lee Knight, was not a sitting duck. Lee Knight restuffed Fong Yu's mouth with his pants and then carried Fong Yu out. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Fong Yu was still wearing a swimsuit right now, so her fair skin, exposed to this cool moonlight, looked as if it was even fairer. But Fong Yu was going to be scared to death at the moment, because the single mother just now had attracted many zombies. The third-floor hallway was densely populated with zombies at the moment. Lee Knight set up Fong Yu in front of him as he bent down to hide behind her. At the same time, the zombies on both sides of the building frantically rushed over. Lee Knight waved the Tang sword in his hand. These were ordinary zombies, not much of a threat to him right now. Life is like a white horse, may the dead rest in peace. Life is like a white horse, may the dead rest in peace. Life is like a white horse, may the dead rest in peace. Life is like a white horse, may the dead rest in peace. Lee Knight swung his sword while whispering a prayer. Fong Yu's scalp simply went numb. What a paradoxical being this guy really is. Killing walkers while praying for them. One half is a devil and the other side is a Buddha. Fan Yu was so scared that she wanted to scream, but her mouth was gagged. So no sound could be roared out at all. Only fearful tears flowing wildly. A few hundred meters away on the roof of a building, the three men were surprised. He's inside, and why did he block Fan Yu in front of him? A man with a noticeably larger nose than the others exclaimed. Does he know we're sniping him? Are we exposed? The youth who was lying on the railing and racking snipes, with an icy expression and cold eyes, said indifferently, it is you two who have to be exposed, and it is impossible for me to be exposed. Or, Fan Yu has leaked our information. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the big nose immediately denied it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fan Yu's mouth is very tight. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Next to him, a man with a large knife, like a thunderbolt, lifted the man with the big nose, then said viciously, Fan Yu's mouth is tight? How do you know that? You've already tried it. The man with the big nose felt puzzled and struggled to break away from the other's hand. Blade monster. Don't be crazy. What I'm saying is that Fan Yu's mouth is very tight. How could I have tried? I would have liked to try. Seeing Fan Yu enter the chairman's office over and over again and then come out and go to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. My heart is going to break alright. Hearing this explanation, the blade monster snorted coldly. I'm going to take Fan Yu far away and never let that old man defile Fan Yu again. Click. The sound of a pistol being loaded. The youth aimed the blackened muzzle of his pistol at the knife monster. The expression was very grim. You're defecting from the department? The knife monster's grip on the Tang sword tightened slightly. The grin on his face also became more and more hideous. But Kugu, I admit, you're unbeatable when it comes to marksmanship, but at such a close range, are you sure your bullets will be faster than my knife? The two men were at swords drawn, and the atmosphere was becoming more and more frozen. At this point, Sniff Monster immediately said, let's not fight internally. Right now, solving that kid to save Lower You is the most important thing. The sniffing monster stared at Lee Knight, who was killing zombies in the hallway. The information is inaccurate. Not only can this kid manipulate a big dog, he's even strong in melee combat. Just this blade skill, it's no less than you. Right, blade monster. The knife monster looked at Lee Knight with binoculars. Oh, his knife is not bad. It's a pity to put it in his hands. Later that knife belongs to me. Even though he had seen such a powerful kill from Lee Knight, the knife monster still thought he was stronger. Neither the sniffing monster nor the head-bursting monster retorted again. The knife monster is considered stronger. What does he want? Kill so many zombies? Whatever. After he's depleted and has no stamina, he'll just be left to us to deal with him. System recommendations of the three were in no hurry. It's a rash at first glance. Maybe the post-apocalyptic energy awakened him to something, but such people tend to get lost in sudden power and subsequently lose their minds. Life is like a white horse. May the dead rest in peace. Ding. Successful encoffinment of a level 1 zombie. Loading some of the current walker's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Lee Knight looked at it, and he had enshrined 47 zombies. There are 3 entombment opportunities left. He was going to save it for when it mattered. Lee Knight smoothly put the coffin zombies and put them into the hidden corpse space, then hide in a dead end around the corner of the building. When he killed out just now, the other party still hadn't moved at all. Could he be overthinking it? In fact, the people from the 36 monsters didn't come over to save Fan Yu? It's possible. After all, now that the end times are upon us, even the 36 monsters didn't dare to say they were invincible in the end times. So when they learned that their colleagues are in danger, they may not risk coming out to rescue them. But think back to single motherhood. Lee Knight always felt that his previous guess was the correct one. Lee Knight glanced at Inuyasha, who was standing in the courtyard downstairs, and with a thought, he conveyed the order to Inuyasha. He asked Inuyasha to help him find whoever was hiding in this neighborhood to ambush him. Humans and walkers smell different. Even he could smell at the moment that there were at least 24 survivors still alive in his building. Women in the majority. He possessed 100% of the sense of smell of a canine demon, and could reasonably cover 3 kilometers with his sense of smell. But with the stench and all kinds of smells within 3 kilometers, it was hard for him to tell if someone was ambushing him. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. And he, as a human, was having a really hard time adjusting to the onslaught of flavors that the canine demon's sense of smell brought to him. With each activation of the canine devil's sense of smell, he felt his respiratory tract being ravaged like never before, with all sorts of disgusting smells desperately heading for his nostrils, making him want to vomit. So it's better to leave this task to Inuyasha. After 2 minutes. A loud and clear bark sounded in the stillness of the night. Woof woof. Lee Knight abruptly opened his eyes for a moment, found it. In the meantime, the exploding monster, lying on the railing, bowed his head slightly, looking towards the yellow dog that was shouting towards them from the ground. This beast will attract the walkers. Sniff Monster said immediately. Growl Monster, don't you have a silencer on your gun? Let's finish this dog off first. The snarling monster stared at his eyebrows and said coldly, my gun. I won't fire until I've fired at my target. I'm a professional sniper. I won't make such a low-level mistake. The knife monster is a real gas. As a lay disciple of the sect, he was obsessed with cold weapons and couldn't really get along with this kind of guy who used hot weapons. If Ning Dong hadn't asked the three of them to act together, he wouldn't have come over with the roaring monster at all. Woof woof. The canine demon was also disguised as Old Yellow at the moment and tipped off Li Knight, and Li Knight had already arrived downstairs where the other party was. A distance of a few hundred meters was only a minute or two for today's Li Knight. Li Knight knocked Fong Yu unconscious and put her in an empty room with no one in it, then up the heating ducts. Noiselessly. He had just sniffed out that there were 3 people on the roof of this building. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. All 3 were facing the direction of his place. Approaching them from behind can kill them by surprise. When he climbed to the 5th floor, Li Knight suddenly realized that there was a zombie standing by the window. The zombie was less than a meter away from him. No glass. No window screens. The zombie instinctively lunged at him. Madaka. Li Knight killed the zombie with a slash. At the same time, Li Knight heard footsteps on the roof of the building rapidly approaching the place. Li Knight clenched his teeth and accelerated his climb. Just as he climbed to the roof of the building, he saw a silver light fall. Li Knight's feet stomped hard, and his body scurried upward 7 or 8 meters. I'll go. A bounce like that stunned the knife monster. He had originally thought just now that he would inevitably get his hands on it, because with this fall of his blade, the other party only had 2 ways to choose from. Point 1 was hacked to death by him. Point 1 is to jump directly from the roof of the building, and even if you don't fall to your death, you'll be half mutilated. But he didn't expect the guy to jump upwards several meters. The moment Li Knight landed on the ground, he saw a youth pointing a pistol at him and pulling the trigger. Li Knight immediately put in a few side rolls to avoid those bullets stuck to the back of the loft. A dead end for the gunman. The intelligence he observed in that moment just now, the one with the knife would be the knife monster. The cold young man who hit him with a pistol and had a large sniper racked in his other hand was probably the head-banging monster. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. And by the side of the exploding head monster stood a man who looked plain, but had a big nose. Like a bull's nose. It's the sniffing monster. Li Knight looked at his calf that was pierced by the bullet. The blood is flowing, but soon his wounds were healing fast. That's 10% recovery for a tier 1 canine demon. Li Knight's smile became a bit grim as he actually sent out 3 monsters. It seems like Ning's group really hates him. The knife monster slung his greatsword over his shoulder and looked at the puddle of blood on the ground, snickering. It's quite agile. Just like a monkey. A whole lot better than an ordinary person. But unfortunately, the opponents you've met are us. The snarling monster also said faintly. You do deserve praise. Those shots just now. If it were anyone else, the head would have been killed by at least 1 shot each to the heart. But you were only shot through the leg. The sniffing monster said with a sinister look on his face. Can you still be that agile with an injured leg? Kid, where did you put Fong Yu? What did you do to her? Li Knight, behind the loft, looked at his calf still healing. The bone was also pierced, so it would take at least a few more minutes for it to heal completely. Then he responded with a smile. Fong Yu? Oh, it's that big-breasted girl. We're both men. What do you think I'm going to do when I bring a beautiful woman inside my home? Of course it's to do what you want to do. This completely enraged the sniffing monster and the knife monster. Shit, I'll kill you. The knife monster told the snarling monster to take his gun back. I'm going to cut this kid in 1,000 pieces myself. And me. The sniffing monster was shaking with anger. It was just fine for Fong Yu to be played by the chairman in Ningzhe, who made their status high, but for even such a guy to dare to defile Fong Yu, this was something that could never be tolerated. Knife monster. Don't kill him all at once. Cut off his flesh bit by bit, and let him watch, piece by piece, as his flesh is fed to the walkers. Sniffing monsters are extremely vicious. The knife monster nodded cruelly. Yeah, that's a good idea. Bakuto didn't bother with the duo. He glanced back downstairs and suddenly realized the yellow dog was gone. System recommendation. On the other side, Li Knight was also analyzing the situation. These 3 on the other side work together and are really more perfect. Bakugo is on a long-range swipe. The sniffer is responsible for targeting and tracking. The knife monster is close enough to force a kill. Remote proximity. Intelligence. It's complete on this team. Li Knight now knew the importance of the 36 monsters information in that chip. The information of the 36 monsters was updated remotely and in real time, that is, if any professions or powers are awakened. They are also updated in the program remotely. The contents of that chip were indeed more crucial if you wanted to exterminate the 36 monsters. Li Knight listened to the others' footsteps, very light footsteps. But each step was very solid. That's not the sound of an ordinary person walking. Ordinary people walk with heavy, floating footsteps. Knife monster. He's closing in. Li Knight couldn't show his head easily. The head-bursting monster must be aiming at him, and the sniffing monster was on the other side interfering with Li Knight with his voice. Kid, if you're sensible, hurry up and come out to die. No one can survive from our hands when our 3 monsters come out. What the hell did you do with Fang Yu? If you dare to touch a single hair on Fang Yu's head, your life will be worse than death. The sniffing monster shouted for half a day, but Li Knight didn't answer him. The knife monster glanced at the sniff monster and inquired with his eyes if the kid had jumped down the stairs from the blind spot of their vision and ran away. The sniffing monster immediately took a deep breath, ready to determine if Li Knight was still there. His ability to smell, enhanced by the end-time energy point, one can directionally sniff a particular localized smell. Suddenly, a foul odor filled his nostrils. Defenseless. Vomit. The sniffing monster threw up straight away. In the next second, several zombies rushed out from the other side of the attic and frantically pounced on the sniffing monster. The sniffing monster's face changed in shock. While he's unbeatable in the smell department, he has near zero combat prowess. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Help me. The knife monster had planned to rush straight over and finish off Li Knight, but seeing several walkers rushing towards the sniffing monster, he intends to save the sniffing monster. Suddenly, several walkers rushed out from his side as well. It's all headless. But I don't know if it's by instinct or what. It actually came straight at him, open-fanged. The knife monster could only give up on rescuing the sniffing monster and cut down the zombies in front of him first. Exploding head monster. You help the sniffing monster out. Bakuto frowned slightly. His sniper rifle, which had been aimed at the loft, according to his principles, he would not shoot at another target until he had shot at the target. Watch as the sniffing monster is tackled to the ground by a couple of walkers. Struggling to hold on, Bakuto immediately pointed his gun at the sniffing monster. Bang! 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 The machine guns were fired in rapid succession in a very short period of time. The zombies on the sniffing monster were blasted away almost instantly. The sniffing monster then breathed a sigh of relief. Explosive head monster. Have you awakened your profession? How come it feels like your shooting skills are getting sicker and sicker? In the meantime, Li Knight, who was releasing the zombies at the dead end of the attic, was also startled. Those shots were in complete succession, but the accuracy was quite high. And those few zombies that were blown away had a big hole broken in their chests. It's where the heart is. In other words, the gun monster could strike its target's heart with pinpoint accuracy in the midst of that chaos with little to no aiming. This shot. A hint of greed flashed in Li Knight's eyes. He wants to. With that shot and a sniper rifle. He could then rule a 1-kilometer radius around his house. However, the gun monster, while a horrible shot, is a bit dead in the head. Zombies aren't humans. Does it help to hit the heart? But also, the zombie whose head he cut off, unless it is broken into pieces, is truly undead during the time of his manipulation. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Sniff monster was only just relieved, but his foot is suddenly grabbed by a walker before the sniffing monster could react. He was lifted up by the walker, who was slightly more massive than the others, and slapped down hard on the ground. At bang, 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 bang. The sniffing monster is like a whip at the moment, being wrestled by the walkers one at a time. It was only 2 or 3 strokes before the sniffing monster spat blood from his mouth and cried out with a face full of horror. Help me! Apparently, Bakugo was also surprised. He didn't expect the zombie with a big hole in his chest to be alive. Moreover, the zombies that he had just blown away with his snipe were standing up. Damn! These zombies are so evil. They can't be killed. The knife monster roared back. His knife was quite fast. A single slash could cut off a walker's entire shoulder. But again, a walker with a severed shoulder can still pounce on him, unless he cuts the walker into chunks. It's not a complete solution. It was nothing like the other walkers he had killed. Save me, you guys! The sniffing monster cried out in desperation, but his voice was completely drowned out by the walkers. Li Knight continued to release zombies. Anyway, the big deal is to continue to coffin on the line. He can coffin 50 zombies every day. For him, zombies are not worth money. Kill it! Dozens of zombies rushed forward towards the knife monster and the head-bursting monster. The knife monster is variously squealing and jumping around on the roof of the building, chased by walkers, but the knife monster is really strong. With dozens of zombies, as long as they got close, the knife monster could cut them in half with one slash. Instead, it's a headshot monster. When headshots no longer serve a purpose, there wouldn't really be much he could do. Guns and knives are not the same. A knife does line and face damage, but a gun only does point damage. All he had in his hand was his sniper rifle and pistol. It can't be like Gatling, where you can use extremely high-density bullets and beat the walkers to a pulp, can it? It's not realistic. So the headbangers just had to fight and retreat, retreating until he could retreat no further. He prepared to leap down, but he immediately saw that on the ground, a dog was watching him intently. Not the naive yellow dog. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Instead, it was a big, scary dog that was pitch black in color, with green light coming out of its eyes, and several meters long. This should be the monster that, in the intelligence, rushed out of the mine with that kid and even blew up all the tanks and armored cars. Bakuto immediately pulled 3 bullets out of the cartridge case. These 3 bullets are silver in color throughout, silver bullets. That's what the insiders call this bullet, but the bullet is actually a super armor-piercing bullet supported by a high-explosive alloy. This super armor-piercing round can instantly pierce an armored vehicle with 10 mm thick steel plate. These bullets are very expensive to build. It's also because he has to deal with the big dogs who are slashing through the intel that he was able to apply for 3 of them. 3 fills later, Bakuto didn't hesitate to shoot. Bang! 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 3 bullets blasted out instantly, precise hits on the Inuyasha's head. And 1 bullet even went into the Inuyasha's eye. A large amount of black, sticky blood flowed out. Roar! Inuyasha leapt up in agony. The nails are embedded in the stairs and climbed straight upwards to come up, raising his claws. He was about to kill the gun monster with 1 claw. Don't kill it! Lee Knight immediately shouted. Inuyasha was stopping because this command of his was directly imposed on Inuyasha, but the walkers didn't stop forward and backward. He pressed the gun monster down, albeit without teeth, and yet, you can use your hands and nails to snap the gun monster hard. Lee Knight immediately told the zombies to disperse, although the body of the gunslinger monster had been horribly mangled. It was always a bit more intact. He had originally wanted to see if he could trigger a hospice or something for the gun monster as well, to pull the favorability right up, but it's still a step too late. Lee Knight crouched down and placed his hand on the gunslinger monster's body. Life is like a white horse, may the dead rest in peace. Countless white threads quickly sewed up the corpse of the gun monster. System recommendations. Without waiting for a reminder, Lee Knight continued to complete the next step in the coffin. Getting into the ground is unlikely in this steel and concrete slab, yet he can be cremated. It was verified last time in the mines. A flaming red isn't really burning to ashes. It's just a ritual. Lee Knight lit the corpse of the gun monster on fire. The flames quickly skimmed over the surface of the gunslinger's body. Ding. Successful enshrinement of a level 1 professional marksman, loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the currently deceased for you. Loading successful. Loaded with content 4 of 15 memories totaling 25 hours, 100%, Tier 1 Marksman, 1000 meter sniping skill, 100% of the Level 1 Marksman, infiltration skill, 30%, Tier 1 Marksman, assault rifle skill, 50% of the Tier 1 Marksman, pistol skill, 100%, Level 1 Marksman, firearms knowledge wink with a frown Level 1 Marksman professional, favorability, 50%, can be manipulated for 500 seconds, strength plus 50, speed plus 10, endurance plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Lee Knight was pleasantly surprised. He had guessed correctly. This headbanging monster awakens the profession. And it's still a marksman professional. Sharpshooter professionals. Usually born in armies and battlefields. This is because, however, anyone who can awaken this skill needs to use a lot of time and bullets to improve their ability in this job. It's generally not that conditional except on the battlefield. That's why marksman professions are very rare. And he actually acquired some of the skills of the marksman profession from the head-bursting monster. Lee Knight was ecstatic and dismounted the gun on the headburster, then skillfully assembled on their own. He gained all the firearms knowledge of the Level 1 marksman profession. So after touching the gun, there is no cold unfamiliarity, but very familiar. As if one touches the gun every day and has already played the gun to the point of perfection. The cartridges were spinning so skillfully between his fingers. Play with it enough before inserting it into the cartridge case. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. I've been telling you for a long time that those who play with guns are losers. Bakugo didn't believe me. Now he should. Someone came up behind him. It's the knife monster. The knife monster's clothes were torn in a strip at the moment, revealing a firm body muscle. Jabla. The knife monster tore his top completely to shreds, then said in a dominating voice, "Come on, kid, let's see if you can kill me." The knife monster is fearless. Those zombies just now, they were all chopped into pieces by him. The large broadsword was as if it weighed nothing in his hand. It can be wielded at will. Lee Knight stood up and surveyed the knife monster, looking at the thickness of the opponent's broadsword. It felt like the knife weighed at least a few dozen kilograms. An ordinary person would have struggled just to lift it with both hands, not to mention that it's basically impossible to do a one-handed swing with such ease. You awakened a profession? Occupation? The knife monster laughed contemptuously. Does someone like me need to awaken a profession? Then Lee Knight understood knife monsters like that are high-minded and don't bother to lie. The knife monster has no awakened professions, but the odds are that it has awakened powers. Such oddballs, in general, get their powers enhanced from the baptism of the end-time energies. Here, keep those zombie babies around you coming to kill me. I'm not done killing yet. The knife monster's words fell. All of these zombies around Lee Knight fell to the ground as if they had lost their electricity. Lee Knight expected this, as the time for manipulation was up. Instead, it startled the knife monster. "Ha? They're all hung up?" The knife monster asked Lee Knight. Lee Knight smiled and nodded. "Yes, then why are you still laughing? You should be crying right now." The knife monster slung his greatsword over his shoulder, smiling coldly. He said, "Now your only helper is this big black dog. I know that this big black dog is very powerful, probably a revived fae. Do you dare not let the big black dog intervene and have a man-to-man fight with me? Lee Knight narrowed his eyes. Blade monster. Even though you appear fearless on the surface, you're actually nervous, aren't you? Afraid that I'll let Inuyasha deal with you. You're trying to irritate me through your words so that I won't use Inuyasha? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The knife monster's heart sank. This young man is so calm and collected. Their judgment of this man was wrong from the beginning. They think the person just graduated from the ivory tower, not having seen the perils of society. They are simple-minded, even if they had gained any special abilities. They were not enough to be feared, but the truth was, they had completely underestimated Lee Knight. This guy is sophisticated, both in terms of heart and combat experience. The reason why they were just successfully attacked out of the blue was because they simply didn't expect that this kid would actually dare to attack them back. If this kid is hiding in his own house instead, they are waiting to die. The average person wouldn't understand this, but this guy does. Who the hell are you? The blade monster asked Lee Knight with a grave expression. Lee Knight smiled without saying anything as he suddenly looked to the side. On the building next to them stood a man. No, it's the River City 17 super infection. By the side of Jiangcheng 17, there stood several zombies of different sizes. It's all Faye. The knife monster also saw the walkers, somewhat shocked. What's up with that walker? Why do I think it looks like a human? That's what creeped him out the most. Zombies don't have minds, but it was as if a human-like expression of emotion could be seen on that zombie's face. It was as if you could tell it was thinking through its crimson pupils. Super infected, Lee Knight said indifferently. River City 17 did follow him over. What's a super infection? The knife monster is unheard of. Lee Knight didn't do too much explaining many of the nouns. For this stage, are raw words. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation, but soon, there will be people who have awakened, researchers, hyperbrain scientists, who will utilize the abilities of their professions to give all types of zombies their proper names. I promise you, Inuyasha will not be involved. And I will kill you myself as a sign of respect. Lee Knight slowly drew his tang sword. The knife monster's eyes became more and more cautious. Good. You're really to my liking. It's a pity that our positions are different. Otherwise we might have become friends. Bang! The knife monster's words were still finished. The gun went off. The knife monster lowered his head and looked at his chest that was bleeding like crazy. He's been shot through the heart. Then he looked up and saw Lee Knight holding a tang sword in one hand. The other hand actually puts a black gun in the back. You lied to me? You don't keep your word. Lee Knight laughed. Big brother, it's you who's too simple. It's not like you and I are in a so-called sparring match. It's a real fight to the death. Why would I give up my advantage to fight you physically when I have everything in my favor? Do you think too much of society? Make a fool of yourself by being a lay disciple in a sect? Hearing Lee Knight still madly taunting him, the knife monster was directly angry until he spat out blood. Fuck you. Shame on you. The knife monster rushed forward with his large broadsword raised. Bang! 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 Lee Knight fired several shots in quick succession, though he only gained 50% of the pistol tech of the head-banging monster, but this close. 50% is enough. The knife monster reluctantly fell to the ground and died. Lee Knight crouched down and enshrined the body of the knife monster. Roar! Meanwhile, on the next building over, River City 17 let out a growl. Those Fae immediately leapt down in a single bound. Some of the Fae actually jumped right over. Lee Knight immediately ordered Canine Demon. Block those Fae. He'll have to finish putting the knife monster in the coffin before he says anything. Once he mastered the blade monster's blade technique, it would definitely be like a tiger adding wings to the current him. System recommendation. River City 17 was like a monarch. As he let out a roar, it wasn't just the Fae that rushed over. Even many ordinary zombies received the order from Jiangcheng 17 to rush over. Moment, the zombies in the nearby streets rushed towards the building Lee Knight was in as if it was a tidal wave, and, under the command of River City 17. These stupid walkers are actually starting to cooperate. The zombies are stacked layer upon layer and are actually approaching the roof of the building at a rapid rate. Woof woof woof. Inuyasha told Lee Knight about this phenomenon. Lee Knight was alarmed. That's how scary super-infected bodies can be. Let the walkers on the floor below serve as steps for the walkers on the floor above, floor by floor. Like a black tide, it was encircling the entire building against the current. Lee Knight looked at River City 17 on the roof of the next building. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Originally, he thought that Jiangcheng 17 could be used by him to stir up the wind and clouds in Jiangcheng, let certain big shots not set their sights on themselves, but he didn't expect River City 17 to actually take the initiative to make him a target. Super-infected bodies are territorially aware. Will subconsciously sweep away all that threatens its existence within his territory, but you've obviously kept a low profile yourself. According to the memory of his previous life, the target of the first raider of River City 17. It's actually a refuge for the Ning group. It says it's a shelter, but that shelter, in fact, doesn't allow ordinary survivors to enter at all, only the high and mighty, and the worthy are allowed to enter. Dakota. That's a good one. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more a system recommendation. After all, the rich only help the rich or powerful, but the condition of having value is qualified more broadly. What's valuable? That shelter at Ning's group gave the answer. Point 1, a beautiful woman, and agrees to give her body and use it for the enjoyment of the dignitaries. 2, people who can engage in productive construction, such as those who can cook and build, and who can help them perfect their shelters. Point 3, people who are willing to help them go out and search for supplies. You have to fulfill any one of these 3 points to enter the shelter. To put it nicely, they were asked to trade their labor for access to the sanctuary. To put it mildly, it's really just a bunch of underlings and female playmates. That's why Ning's group built that shelter like a clubhouse. People with status and resources can enjoy the life of the upper class. Those without status or resources will still need to be enslaved by those on top. In his previous life, this shelter was attacked by a swarm of zombie frenzy unleashed by Jiang Cheng 17. The shelter held out for 3 days before it was finally breached, killing and injuring hundreds of people. That's why he didn't make a move on River City 17. TSK. I didn't realize that now River City 17 had actually unleashed a zombie frenzy on him. It's not the same plot development as in the previous life. He invariably actually took the fall for Ning's group? Li Knight watched the progress of the entombment. This knife monster's entombment was much slower than he had expected. There are walkers on the roof now. The canine demon stood firm at Li Yan's side, opening its bloody mouth and frantically expelling the zombies that rushed over. So many walkers attacking. The stench immediately enveloped Li Knight. The canine devil's mouth was stuffed with zombies, and he couldn't get enough of them. Not at all. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. The point is that Inuyasha was wounded. He got 3 super armor-piercing rounds into his head from the headbangers, blinded in one eye. Although Inuyasha's recovery ability was very strong, but the time was too short, so it gave Inuyasha no time at all to recover completely before he had to continue to plunge into the next battle. Li Knight looked at the progress bar of the entombment. It was the first time he had ever enshrined someone so slowly. It is important to know that this is only the first step of the coffin. Restore the deceased's remains, but not yet cremated and buried in the ground. Roar! Inuyasha roared furiously. On its body, a few zombies were hanging and were frantically gnawing on the canine demon's body. If it was a normal zombie, it was bound to not be able to bite through the Inuyasha's slashing fur. But one of the zombies had a different form than a normal zombie, though small in size. His body was so hard-boned that he stood on 4 legs like a bug, and the ends were as sharp as knife blades. Digging deep into the fur of the canine demon, burying his face in the canine devil's fur, he nibbled furiously, lifting his head. His face was covered in Inuyasha's black blood, and his mouth was still chewing on Inuyasha's flesh and blood. Heterospecifics in insect form. Not only the limbs but also the teeth have changed. The corners of the mouth, large, hard and sharp-looking palates sprouted, like scissors that could cut a messy mess out of a canine demon's flesh and blood. It was by this Fae that Inuyasha was seriously injured. Fae of this type are most likely to have worked with insect types during their lifetime, or are obsessed with the knowledge of insects, and when discovered by the super-infected body, the super-infected body induced the greatest longing of his heart. In this bizarre form of alien mutation occurred 10 years after the end times. The Mordecai Institute has researched the secret information that super-infected bodies can create zombies in bulk. As humans, or even as animals. No matter how normal they usually acted, there was always some S***T lurking in the depths of their hearts. This S***T will cause the other person to explode with unimaginable strength when infected and mutated into a zombie, which in turn makes it more likely that they will turn into a Fae. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more a system recommendation. Perhaps, while alive, this Fae had fantasized many times about what he would look like when he became an insect, or had some sort of insect ability. River City 17 just happened to tap into this A** of the other side, so it induced its Fae mutation. The Fae suddenly looked at him, and a sudden greed erupted in his pale green eyes. Li Knight's heart sank. The Fae was going to attack him. Li Knight took another look at the progress bar of the coffin. 98%, 99%, 100%. Ding! Successfully enshrined second-level professional blade master, loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the currently deceased for you. Loading successful. Loaded from. It's too late to watch. The Fae had pounced. Li Knight instantly drew his tang sword. The moment he gripped the hilt, he suddenly saw the trajectory of the blade. It was as if subconsciously, a hand was teaching him at what angle to strike the knife. Li Knight subconsciously swung his sword, and his sword was completely following the trajectory of the hand in his subconscious. Jabla! A blade that instantly split the Fae in half. Li Knight himself was a bit surprised that he now suddenly understood why the knife monster was so strong. The knife monster had also awakened his profession, and was a level 2 professional, knife master. This kind of occupation is only awakened by those in the sect. It was fortunate that he hadn't gotten into a hard fight with the knife monster just now, or else he might have actually been finished off by the knife monster. The knife monster's knife skills were much more masterful than his, but the strength and speed were not as good as him. After all, he had swallowed some of the Inuyasha's source core substance. It could easily surpass the physical fitness results of many sect martial artists who had cultivated for decades. Day after day, year after year, a system recommendation. Lee Knight immediately killed out with his sword. Click, click, click. Point one by one. The zombies were hacked to death by his tang blade, but the number of zombies is just too much. It had surrounded the building he was in. Inuyasha! Lee Knight shouted. Inuyasha immediately understood, struggled out of the zombies' surroundings and ran to Lee Knight's side. Lee Knight grabbed K9 Demon's fur and jumped to the roof of another building with K9 Demon's leap. Lee Knight turned around and immediately set up his sniper rifle, aim at River City 17 and fire 3 shots in a row. With his current level of sniping, the landing point of all 3 shots would be on Zhang Cheng 17's head. If he can hit it, he can blow River City 17's head off. But 3 bullets flew in front of River City 17. Suddenly it was still. Lee Knight's heart was alarmed, and he read the wave. No, this wasn't the same kind of crude use of Nimbus that normal Fae had. Instead, it's chanting. As River City 17 raised his hand to point at him, the 3 bullets suddenly flew at him. Inuyasha immediately blocked those 3 bullets with his own body. The bullets were just normal bullets, though not enough to do much damage to the Inuyasha. But River City 17's chanting is very strong. Let the bullet head explode on the surface of Inuyasha's body. It was just as well that Inuyasha couldn't feel the pain, or he'd probably grin straight up. Let's go! Lee Knight let Inuyasha lead himself away. A River City 17. He's not afraid of. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. But the other side rushed him with a dozen Fae and hundreds of zombies. He and Inuyasha aren't very good at dealing with it. Also, Inuyasha was injured and he had expended a lot of energy. If he wasn't careful, if one of the Fae took a nibble, he'd be done for. So this moment was not the time to get tough with River City 17. Lee Knight rode off on the K9 Demon. Looking back, River City 17 was still on the roof of the building watching him with icy eyes. Damn! I'll kill you sooner or later. Instead of going home, Lee Knight rode Inuyasha around the bends of various trails. Can't let River City 17 find out where their home base is, otherwise there was no telling when his house would be surrounded by Fae. Passing through an alleyway, Lee Knight looked behind him to see that there was no longer any sign of the Fae. Just immediately let the K9 Demon return to the hidden corpse space to recuperate. He burrowed into a room with an open window in the dark, then crouched down with bated breath. Fong Yu was still unconscious on the ground. It was an office building, and Lee Knight could hear walkers walking around outside the room. Count the hours. It's time for the military to do something about it. In the previous life, the human forces started to launch a counterattack on the zombies in the towns after solving the internal problems on the 3rd day after the end of the world. The time was in the early hours of this morning. Lee Knight planned to wait here until after the army counterattacked and attracted the attention of River City 17 before returning to his residence. He lifted up his pants leg and the wound on his leg had begun to heal, but it's the skin that heals first, and the bone heals more slowly. It would take about 2 days, and he'd try not to use his legs for those 2 days, otherwise it will only slow down the healing process. When it was almost dawn, Fong Yu awoke. She saw Lee Knight faking a nap by the window, and saw the pistol on Lee Knight's belt. Kept staring at the pistol with a great deal of apprehension nagging at his heart. I advise you not to seek death. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Fong Yu was taken aback. She looked at Lee Knight in surprise. You awake? Lee Knight's eyes were ice cold. I'm awake at all times. Don't believe me? Try it. Fong Yu immediately dismissed all his thoughts. She curled her body up and cautiously asked Lee Knight, where are the knife monsters and them? What do you think? It's not likely that you killed it, is it? Fong Yu was shocked. Ning's group's 36 monsters department was very strong in battle. It was hard for her to imagine that Lee Knight could kill them. Did the big black dog do it? Fong Yu didn't dare to ask, and she added carefully, why don't you kill me? Lee Knight laughed lightly, because a beautiful woman like you is worth a lot of money. I can make a fortune when I sell it to a pimp. Fong Yu's scalp tingled. She's elite, the elite with a clear head. So even if she hadn't experienced the end times, it was also probably conceivable that in the end times, a woman of her caliber would be the plaything of many men. Don't. I'm willing to be by your side. Please don't sell me out. I'll do anything. Really, I'll do anything you tell me to do, and I'll never betray you. Fong Yu was very sincere and genuine, but Lee Knight remained unmoved. Those who betrayed once will betray a second time. Do you think I'll give you a second chance to betray me? Fong Yu wanted to say something else, but was gagged by Lee Knight. He actually had another purpose for keeping Fong Yu. There was a chip hidden in Fong Yu's teeth. Ning's group wouldn't have let Fong Yu stay out all the time, although a chip hidden in your teeth won't necessarily be found by others, but Ning's group is bound to minimize the risk. That's why they would send a steady stream of people over to rescue Fong Yu. And if they couldn't, even killing them would be safer than staying in someone else's hands. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. So Fong Yu was the bait. Ning's group was the fish. And with Fong Yu around, they would naturally take the bait. It's just getting light. Lee Knight abruptly opened his eyes for a moment. He heard artillery fire in the distance. Boom boom boom. The army has begun to fight back. Fang Yu also heard that it was the army that had started suppressing the zombies. Hurriedly whimpering, he told Li Knight to hurry up and join the army. Li Knight, however, was unimpressed. The army's firepower is indeed fierce, but that's limited to ordinary zombies. Super infected and Fey is something the army can't solve. This battle won't last too long and the army will withdraw. Fang Yu clearly didn't believe what Li Knight said. She believes that the most important thing to do at this point is to seek refuge in the military. Ignoring Fang Yu's thoughts, Li Knight called K9 Demon out of the hidden corpse space, carrying him and Fang Yu, and quickly flew home. Then get down on the roof of his house and look through the scope on his sniper rifle. As he had expected, the army had engaged the Fey cannon fire. The army side came in a dozen tanks and armored vehicles, surrounded by hundreds of manned army combat teams. Using the entire block as a battlefield, the firepower was quite fierce, and the ordinary zombies that pounced on them were blasted like watermelons. The Fey zombies' body floated and quickly approached the army, but they couldn't hold back the firepower, and they were sifted in the air. Li Knight didn't find any sign of River City 17, but he saw a small force coming toward the community of Unionport. Li Knight frowned slightly. There are times when the military goes on special missions, like rescuing survivors, but the vast majority of survivors don't qualify for a specialized military rescue, except for certain people of special status. Could it be that this small force is coming for Fang Yu? That's a big possibility. System recommendation: it's the military. The soldiers are coming. Immediately there were excited voices from the room. Help us! We're in here. Our hallway is full of walkers, so we can't get out, and we haven't eaten in 3 days. There was a woman standing by the window shouting. The small army of nuns on the road looked at the woman begging for help instead. It was not heeded, but went through the instrument and seemed to be looking for something to locate. On the roof, Li Knight used the scope of his sniper rifle to look at their equipment. The heart tightened. Sure enough, these people are here to see Fang Yu. That chip of Fang Yu's is currently in his possession, and the men were aiming for the same spot where he was. Li Knight realized that these people didn't seem to be an army. Or not the proper army, since their combat suits have some subtle differences from the armies, the private armed forces of the Ning group. I didn't expect it to show up so soon. In his previous life, the private armed forces of the Ning group had only appeared a month after the end of the world, but now it's only been 3 days and it's already out there. There seemed to be something that started to happen a little differently with his rebirth. Or rather, speeding up the process? In his previous life, the gold mine was not destroyed by him and Fang Yu was not kidnapped by him. Ning's group had been hibernating and gathering strength during that time. That was why as soon as the 36 Monster Sector and the private armed forces of the Ning clan appeared, they were already quite a powerful organization, and even the officials had to beg for their help. And now, he's letting the Ning group's plan to use the gold mine as a base for sneaky development go down the drain. Also kidnapped Fang Yu and even killed the knife monster, the gun monster and the sniff monster. It completely enraged the Ning clan. So the Ning clan decided not to hide anymore and to send out their private armed forces to kill him in advance. Since it's a private armed force, it doesn't matter. Li Knight had little psychological burden. These people wouldn't have rescued ordinary survivors anyway. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Li Knight's gun traced over everyone, wondering who the hell he was going to do it to. Suddenly, Li Knight saw a girl in a hat in the queue. The girl was wearing a dry combat suit, clearly different from the others. And on the girl's badge were the words Ning's Special Warfare, hands in pockets. Walking in a very handsome posture, the other men were trembling, hating their backs, and walking carefully down the street. But this girl is very pleasant. A pair of cold phoenix eyes swept past, as if even zombies would be afraid. Li Knight's eyes instantly turned red. Tokian. He finally saw it again. In his last life, the girl he looked up to the most. Originally, he thought that he and Shirzeen should be two parallel lines that would never intersect, because Tokian is too good. As a special operations member of the Ning clan's private armed forces, she awakened the very rare, elementalist profession. At the beginning of the end times, elemental occupation, gravity control. This ability is unbeatable. Somewhat similar to certain Fei chants, but Tokian's gravity control was stronger in this field. In his last life, he was just an ordinary post-apocalyptic mercenary who hadn't awakened his profession and lived on his own. Mercenaries like him are rabble-rousers, compared to an elite like Tokian. It was a gap between heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the fact that once, he had found the injured and unconscious Tokian in a fallen area and then rescued her. He was afraid that he would never cross paths with a genius like Shirzeen in his life. When he managed to obtain a B-grade origin core, it was when I thought I could finally stand in the same world as Tokian. Instead, Ning Zhe had set his sights on the grade B origin core in his hand and deliberately issued him a trap quest. Go to a fallen area and look for a box of antibiotics. Usually the commissions for tasks like finding drugs are very high. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Li Knight's heart was moved. So he and his team took on the mission, but he didn't realize that Ning Zhe had concealed an important piece of information. In that fallen area, there is a resurgent Fey ogre. The qualification was B rank, but it had eaten a lot of people, so the rank reached a terrifying 6. Tokian learns of this and immediately comes over to rescue him, but a level 6 ogre is too scary. His squad members died one after another, and Tokian fell before him. He was also devoured by ogres. The fire of anger in Li Knight's heart was once again ignited, though Ningze had already been killed by him, but his anger had not been quenched. Ningze was guilty, but the Ning group that let Ningze do wrong was even more guilty. Roar! Chop chop! With a growl. A zombie suddenly bursts out of the window of a residential building. Blocked in front of the private armed forces of the Ning group. This is not an ordinary zombie, it's a Fae. The burly man in the lead immediately organized his team to respond to the battle. A dozen assault rifles swept past, but they didn't even touch the Fae's fur. The Fae nimbly flew between tall buildings. It's so fast that it's beyond the reach of humans. Li Knight's expression was grave. The true awesomeness of the Fae is slowly beginning to manifest itself. The end times are upon us, and mankind is adapting to them. Professionals and aliens are getting used to and learning their powers, but the same goes for the Fae. Fae are intelligent to a certain degree, and they too are adapting to their powers, as well as thinking through beyond instincts to consider how they can better play humans against each other, just like this Fae. In just 3 days, it was already different from the old Zhang Tu he had fought before. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. There was a qualitative improvement in his combat techniques, and his use of his power became more pure. Roar! The Fae was grazed in the leg by a bullet. Instant rage rushed towards Ning's private armed forces, nimbly dodging bullets. He opens his bloody mouth and bites his opponent's arm, then one bite tore off a large piece of meat. Mori's white bones were exposed. The man wailed madly in pain. The Fae rode on the man's head, frantically gnawing at the other man's face. It made a crunching sound. The bystanders were unable to fire for a moment, as a shot would inevitably kill their crew. Shoot! The captain saw such a situation. This crew can no longer be rescued. The crowd immediately set fire on the Fae. The Fae leapt up and rushed at another man against the intense bullets, tearing a chunk of flesh out of the man's neck, followed by a dash at another. A clawed scratch at his chest. The Fae tried to charge the others again, but ended up with his body blown up as he took too many bullets on top of it. The crowd looked like they had lost their minds, a frozen place, looking at the bodies of the team members who suddenly began to start struggling on the ground. The captain could only shoot his head off with heartache. The crowd is still in shock. Fae are horrible. They're a fully armed and fully staffed combat squad. When they first came out of the base, they had encountered quite a few zombies, but under the suppression of their firepower, they basically had a scare. But I didn't expect a single Fae to cost them so much. Captain, let's call for help. Losing 3 men at once cuts our combat power by a lot. A member of the team began to ask timidly. System recommendation, the captain said coldly. Ning's group hired us to solve problems, not to ask for help if there's a problem. The crowd bowed their heads, not daring to say anything else. The captain glanced at Tokian. Tokian's expression was very bland. It was as if the whole time they didn't bother to get involved in these people's fights. This attitude irked the captain a bit, but he didn't say anything. After all, the other party was from the special forces, and it hadn't been a day or two since the special forces had looked down on ordinary combatants like them. Let's keep going. The captain gives the order. Li Knight watched the whole thing from the roof. He was actually a little apprehensive now. In his previous life, he and Tokian hadn't come into contact this early, and he didn't have a grudge against Shirziin. His first official contact was the time he saved Shirziin. He ended up falling right in love, though I don't know how Tokian feels, but he had a feeling Tokian might like him a little bit too, because he and Shirziin are not actually unrelated. They were both in the same orphanage as children. When she was a child, Tokian didn't fit in and didn't like to play with children her age. Later, Tokian was picked up by a group of men in suits. At the time, everyone thought Tokian had gone to a good home, but now it seemed that Shirziin should have been picked up by the Ning clan at that time and taken away to train as a private armament. Li Knight saw that those people were rapidly approaching his building. The eyes grew cold. Li Knight aimed at the captain who was at the head of the group. This captain looks like he has quite extraordinary battle power, maybe awakening something as well. Not necessarily a professional, but at least awakening powers. Li Knight didn't shoot. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. There was no silencer on this gun of his, in case there were other private armies of the Ning clan in this neighborhood. It was highly likely that they would find their way here with the sound of this gunshot. After all, this AWM shot is special. People don't normally own them. And since these people are the private arm of the Ning group, one should have known about Bakugo as a person and what kind of gun Bakugo used. Actually, it originally had a silencer, but Bakuto was surrounded by walkers and the silencer was broken by the walkers he used to stab them. Sniper rifles without silencers in the city. It was a thunderbolt, and could be heard for hundreds of meters around. Li Knight put his gun away and proceeded to take out his tang sword. Oh, this neighborhood. I'm much more familiar with it than you are. Based on their routes, Li Knight was able to guess where the other party would pass through and which direction they would come from. Li Knight ran wildly up on the roof of the building. Nowadays, with his bouncing power, it wasn't hard to cross a 20-meter building. Pitch ground. Tokian looked up at the sky. When there was nothing in the sky, he couldn't help but frown slightly. I think she just heard something fly over her head. Is it a bird? I don't think you'll see many birds after the end times come. On the other side, Lee Knight had already arrived at the intersection that the other side would have to pass through to wait for them to come over. It's the security booth in front of this compound of theirs, that is. Old Jiang Tu's job position at that time. Lee Knight unleashed the canine demon's sense of smell. His use of the canine demon's sense of smell was not yet pure. Once activated, all the smells within a 3-kilometer radius would be drilled into his nostrils. Sniffing monsters should be able to just sniff locally. Unfortunately, by then the body of the sniffing monster had become a complete puddle. That's why he couldn't enshrine the sniffing monster. Otherwise he should be able to upgrade his sense of smell or improve how he used it. However, Lee Knight also detected that the other party was less than 100 meters away from him. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Lee Knight was trying to figure out how to disguise himself. There were a few walkers lying on the windows, gaping at him. Lee Knight sneered, just in time. The number of entombments was refreshed. As soon as Lee Knight opened the door of the security booth, the several zombies were immediately stimulated. In general, incomparably frantically pouncing and biting over, the face is ugly and hideous and the odor is pungent. Madaka. Lee Knight out of the knife. A knife cuts off their heads and a quick entombment. Several beeps sounded in his head. Lee Knight ignored it and told the walker to get on the ground. A zombie without a head is a dead zombie. And it's not surprising that it's lying on the ground. So it shouldn't be anything worth the other side's attention either. Lee Knight then continued to hide in the security booth. Those people gradually stopped after seeing the fallen walker. The captain surveyed a few from a distance and said, these zombies were all hacked to death by someone who cut off their heads with a single knife. And their knife skills are very skillful. Someone beside them immediately asked, could it be the knife monster from the 36 monsters sector? I heard that the knife monster also came over on a mission to rescue the money monster. Only now it's lost. The captain nodded. Pretty much. I've seen the knife monster's slashes before. They're very similar to slashes like this, and they're slashes that are beyond the reach of the average person. Maybe the knife monster is in this building, and he might have gotten the jump on them. The captain immediately became anxious. They're private armies and the 36 monsters, although they were all working for the Ning clan, but sectors are different, and if they're upstaged by the 36 monster sector, then their private armed forces will have to drink the northwest wind. Ning's group doesn't keep idle hands. Go! We must grab the first credit. The captain takes the team and crosses right over the walkers. Lee Knight laughed coldly and moved his mind. The zombies suddenly reached out and grabbed their legs, then pressed violently to the ground and pounded. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. The zombies are just a lot stronger than normal people. Suddenly having your leg jerked with such force, basically no one can stand still. The captain was also grabbed by a walker's leg, but the captain's lower body was clearly more stable than the others. Captain, these walkers aren't dead. A member of the team called for help. The captain was also shocked. These zombies were obviously beheaded. How can they still be alive? The captain took his assault rifle and fired a dozen rounds in quick succession at the zombie at his feet, punching a large hole in the zombie's chest. He thought he had solved it, but the zombie had a death grip on his leg again, and his sharp nails even scratched his leg. Shit, how come you can't die? The captain was overwhelmed with rage when he saw that he was injured. The zombie's hands were completely shattered, which got rid of them. He was about to go to support the others, when suddenly, a cold tang knife was on the captain's neck. The captain was baffled. Knife monster? What are you playing at? Hurry up and save my teammates. Even though we're from two departments, after all, we're both fellow members of the Ning group. The men behind him didn't respond to the captain, and the captain didn't dare move, afraid that if he moved, he would lose his head just like these zombies. He's not a knife monster, Tokian suddenly said. Lee Knight also looked at Shirzeen. Tokian had also just passed over the heads of the zombies lying on the ground, but when the walker got up to grab her, it immediately jumped away with agility. The moonlight poured over Shirzeen's body, illuminating Shirzeen's skin even whiter. Tokian is the unsmiling iceberg beauty. The clear eyes had an icy coldness in them at all times, but Lee Knight had seen Shirzeen smile, and Shirzeen was even more beautiful when she smiled. Shirzeen looked at Lee Knight, and a trace of abnormality suddenly flashed in her eyes. Is you? System recommendations. Tokian was a bit surprised. The captain immediately asked Shirzeen, you know him? Tokian ignored the captain and instead kept staring at Lee Knight. Lee Knight was a bit surprised that he was actually recognized by Shirzeen. He remembered that Zien didn't recognize himself at first sight in his previous life. For one thing, Shirzeen had been in the orphanage for a relatively short period of time, and for another, Shirzeen had a very lonely personality and didn't fit in well with her peers in the orphanage, and Shirzeen also had a severe case of face blindness, and wasn't very good at remembering people with little to no special features. But now it's just recognizing him? Lee Knight was still a little apprehensive. He's Ningzai's classmate, the one who always stole Ningzai's thunder in school before. Shirzeen's words left Lee Knight awkwardly in place. Okay, it was also expected of him, after all. In his previous life, Tokian hadn't immediately recognized him. It was only by chance that I saw the pendant he was wearing from the orphanage and realized that he was also from the orphanage. So that's how it is. It seems like you've been plotting to kill young Master Ningzai for a long time. The captain gritted his teeth. Li Knight wanted to laugh. You're having trouble protecting yourself, and now you want to fight for Ning's, eh? It had to be said that Ning's group had indeed cultivated a group of loyal Deadpools. This captain is already considered an elite. Even if not attached to the Ning group's flag, relying on their own can also break into a world, but still willing to sell their lives for the Ning group. It seems that the Ning group treatment of talent is quite generous. Li Knight, we have two main purposes for coming here this time. One purpose is to bring Fong Yu back, and the other purpose is to perform an edict on you. The captain seemed to be afraid that Li Knight would be too impulsive and kill him with a single stab, and immediately disclosed the purpose of this trip to Li Knight. You edict me? Why? Li Knight laughed. Because Ning Dong is a person who cherishes talent very much. He thinks that you are a talented person. Although you have done very excessive things to Ning's group, causing great losses to Ning's group, but Ning Dong thinks that since the losses have already been caused, they can no longer be undone. So it would be better to allow you to join Ning's group, so that it would be considered to be some losses for Ning's group to be undone. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Of the captain spoke very seriously. Li Knight murmured slightly. I see. Ning Changhai really has a way about him. No wonder he can cultivate so many talents in the Ning group. Yes, joining the Ning group is also a good thing for you. You're a smart person. You should know that now that it's already the end of the world, humans should unite so that we humans can overcome the end of the world. The captain said emotionally. Captain, the people around them couldn't help but be moved. So it turned out that their captain was actually so great inside the heart of the world of mankind. Oh, you have a point. The blade of the knife Li Knight had clamped around the captain's neck was a little loose. The captain's eyes flashed with a touch of triumph. It was true that he was still young. He simply didn't understand the dangers of the Jianghu, and it was too easy to believe in other people. Even if such a person had the strength, he would surely die rather quickly. Suddenly, Li Knight pinched the captain's neck, and the captain reacted to the fact that the other party had not given up on killing him, but was planning to capture him alive. Shit, the captain was really angry. It's so not treating him like a human being. He was at least a squad leader of Ning Group's private armed forces, an elite recruited by Ning Group at great expense. If it wasn't for the fact that he had slightly lost to Wang Xiong in the selection contest, then he's supposed to be the head of the gold mine guards. So he's not your average guy. The others were trash in front of Wang Xiong, but he was only slightly inferior to Wang Xiong. And originally, as long as he completed this mission, he could be promoted from the position of a junior captain to a senior captain. He can't die. If he dies, there's nothing left. The captain violently crouched down, and during his crouch, he immediately drew out the dagger pinned to his leg and slashed towards Li Knight's neck, who folded up in small, broken steps and dodged the blade by slightly tilting his neck back. Can you hide? The captain stormed after him. A wry smile hung at the corner of Li Knight's mouth. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. What are you laughing at? The captain suddenly had a tingling sensation in his scalp. What is this? Li Knight was playing with an iron ring in his hand, to which was attached a 2 to 3 centimeters long metal chain, and at the end of the chain, there was a knuckle-long iron rod that was spinning in circles in Li Knight's hand. The captain was stunned and immediately looked down to his waist. The grenade at his waist actually had its pull ring pulled out. Shit! The captain's hands were in a frenzy as he unhooked the grenade. He was going to throw it to Li Knight in return, but Li Knight was standing just a few meters in front of him. He had to give it to Li Knight, and he would definitely be affected by the grenade explosion as well. In his haste, the captain threw his grenade at the pouncing pile of walkers. Bang! The grenade exploded and the group of zombies were immediately blown apart, but the sound of the grenade exploding also draws walkers from other nearby neighborhoods. An ordinary zombie's active orientation is also hovering within a few dozen meters in a circle, but with external stimuli, such as sound. A loud sound will cause the walkers to gather towards the source of the sound. The low growls of the zombies came from all directions. Shit! The captain blared viciously at Li Knight. You're lucky this time. I'll kill you next time. The captain greeted the others and evacuated. Bang! Suddenly, shots rang out. The captain stumbled, then looked down at his bleeding belly and turned back to look incredulously at the gun-toting Li Knight. How can you use a gun? The captain asked Li Knight incredulously. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. But Li Knight responded to him with just 2 shots. The 2 shots smashed his knee sockets with precision. The captain fell straight to the ground, his knee broken, while the walkers around him rushed towards him. Help me! The captain immediately called for help from his crew, but the players showed hesitation and horror. There's going to be a large number of zombies here soon, and at this point they'd be thankful to be able to run away on their own. And dragging around a severely injured man with both legs broken? What a joke! The team dropped their captain then scattered. Don't you leave me! The captain was desperate and immediately looked at Shi Ziyin. This was his only hope. Please, help me! Tokian looked at the captain indifferently, then he took another deep look at Lee Knight, then he left without looking back. His body style was quite agile, just like a kitten, quickly jumping and weaving between buildings, quickly disappearing into the night. You sons of bitches. The captain was on the verge of tears in his anxiety. I'll save you. The captain suddenly looked at Lee Knight, then looked at him incredulously. The last person he had any hope for was Lee Knight, but now Lee Knight actually said he wanted to save him. Really? Of course it's true. System recommendation. Lee Knight smiled a very kind smile and first removed all the weapons from the captain's body before propping him up on his shoulders, although Lee Knight's stance was nowhere near as good as Shi Ziyin's. With his current strength, he quickly rushed back to his home with a captain of over 100 kilograms, all the way through the thorns and thistles. The Tang sword in his hand chopped the zombies to the point of smoking. It made the captain watch with trepidation. But at the same time, the captain marveled that Lee Knight's sword technique was so powerful that it was almost comparable to that sword monster he had seen. Even Lee Knight's strength and speed were stronger than the knife monster. So Lee Knight was much stronger than the knife monster. Lee Knight rushed home and closed the door, immediately using the chain to unlock the door to the room. And the zombies outside frantically knocked on the glass, breaking it basically, and scattering the glass ballast all over the room. Dozens of zombie hands, reaching in from outside, scared the three girls to death. The captain was also scared to the point of having a heart attack, but saw that Lee Knight's doors and windows were sealed with welded steel bars, so even though ordinary zombies could crack the glass, they couldn't bite the bars off. The captain was stunned when he looked again at the rather Spartan-looking room, piled high with all sorts of supplies that could be easily stored. This isn't a day or two's worth of work, and you managed to be so well prepared? Lee Knight just smiled and didn't answer the captain. Lee Knight put the captain down, then brought over a couple cans of luncheon meat and tossed them to the captain. The captain was even more surprised. This canned luncheon meat was not something you could necessarily eat in Ning's group, but Lee Knight had generously given him several of them. The captain was immediately a little ashamed. Thank you, brother. Just now we had that kind of misunderstanding. You are still so good to me. I really do not know what to say. I am really sorry for you. I really should not be like that. Lee Knight smiled even more kindly. It's all in the past. You're right. We as human beings shouldn't victimize each other. We should help each other for fun so that we human beings can have a future. These words from Lee Knight made the captain even more ashamed. The captain looked at his wound that was still bubbling with blood. That brother, is there any stop bleeding medicine? I'm bleeding a little serious. Brother, your shooting is really no good. A shot, hit my vitals, and then I'll be die. Lee Knight said with some apologies. Oops, look at my brain. I really gave me such an important material as medicine. I didn't. No, if I didn't, I'd probably bleed to death. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. What about it? Should I go out and look for you? Lee Knight immediately asked with concern. The captain's vision was beginning to blur a bit. Dude, you're still a good guy, but I might not really be able to. The captain slowly closed his eyes. The smile on Lee Knight's face also gradually disappeared, turning into an icy sneer. Of course you're bleeding to death. He'd gotten more than just headshots from the headshots monster. He knew where to hit to get the other guy to bleed out fast. Dang it, the can fell to the ground in the captain's hand. Lee Knight immediately into the coffin. Captain, life is as short as a white horse. May the departed rest in peace. Ding. Successful burial of the deceased. Ding. Triggering hospice service during the deceased's lifetime. The deceased's favorability is broken by 100%, loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the currently deceased for you. Lee Knight's eyes lit up. Sure enough, he triggered hospice care. The so-called end-of-life care is actually a way for the deceased to have feelings of gratitude and care for him during the last part of his life, under the rules of his professional skills. As long as the hospice is triggered, he can definitely have 100% goodwill. Loading successful. Loaded from. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. 15 memories, totaling 33 hours, 100% primary field combat skills and experience, 100% primary urban combat skills and experience. Favorability, 40 plus 100%, 100% favorability for full control, strength plus 50, speed plus 20, endurance plus 20, spirit plus 20. The methods of fighting in the city and in the wild flashed through Lee Knight's mind, and Lee Knight already knew how to fight in the city. However, such a harvest meant little to Lee Knight. As far as this combat skill and experience of the captain was concerned, he really didn't put it in his eyes. He had 10 years of post-apocalyptic combat experience in his previous life, so he knew how to fight with zombies. Zhou Xian in the city better than the captain. The main reason for going to all this trouble this time was to verify that his guesses were correct. If he could create a few permanently controllable battle pets like Inuyasha's, stationed around his base camp, he would have a higher margin of safety. Lee Knight hooked his finger, and the captain, who was already dead, actually stood up again. The three girls were completely stunned, turned into a zombie, but this man's body didn't have the same kind of rotting cracks that the other walkers had, and it looked like it was alive. Lee Knight glanced at the captain, whose pupils were flushed with gray, and stood in his room, looking a bit oozy. Lee Knight put the captain into his hidden corpse space, then cleaned up the blood on the ground and threw it downstairs along the broken window. The smell of fresh blood immediately made the zombies incredibly excited and huffed and puffed as they rushed downstairs. Although he had achieved 100% control of the captain, he couldn't let the captain out just yet. The taste of blood in the captain's body hadn't faded yet, so once he let it out, he would inevitably become the object of a siege by the zombies. The zombies at the doorway were finally gone, so Lee Knight reattached the newspaper, then left a gap to observe the situation outside. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Those few private armies of the Ning clan were not to be feared. They were not even as good as this captain. It was Tokian who needed his attention. Tokian is strong. Tokian wasn't from the 36 monsters department though, but Shi Ziyin's combat power was no worse than any of the 36 monsters, and as a member of the elite special forces team of 100 miles selected by Ning's group, Shi Ziyin had taken care of a lot of powerful enemies for Ning's group just now. Shi Ziyin didn't put up a fight the entire time. I'm afraid that it was because she hadn't seen Fang Yu that she wasn't willing to expose her strength in advance. When Tokian let him go at that time, he might have also been following his trail to find his base camp, which meant that Tokian might be observing him from a certain location. Lee Knight was enveloped by a sense of crisis. Fang Yu taunted Lee Knight. Lee Knight, are you regretting it now? Did you underestimate how important I am to the Ning group? If you're sensible, let me go, and you might still be able to get your little life back. Fang Yu was tortured by Lee Knight. So now it's broken. Perhaps she already knew her destiny of certain death, so death might be a relief for her as well. Hearing Fang Yu's agitation, Lee Knight wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "You want to ask for death now? But I just don't want to kill you. As long as you are alive for one day, Ning's group will be trembling in fear for one day, and they'll have to send a steady stream of people over to send them to their deaths, so your importance in my case can be very high as well." Fang Yu's scalp went numb. Why didn't she see before that Lee Knight was a madman? Crazy people who want to mayfly a tree. System recommendation. Lee Knight, we're hungry. Zhou Wanqing whispered. Lee Knight frowned. Didn't I just give you guys food? Zhou Wanqing wanted to cry. It's been a day and a night without food. The last time you had to give us a piece of compressed cookie, it was already yesterday. The neighbor young woman also nodded her head vigorously. Although they were both more afraid of Lee Knight, but now that they were starving to death, they couldn't care less about being afraid. Okay, you guys can really eat. Lee Knight untied Zhou Wanqing and the neighboring young woman, and then had to give them each a compressed cracker and a bottle of water. He himself hugged a box of canned beef and ate it as Zhou Wanqing ate the compressed cookies in her mouth. And if she didn't have any saliva, she really couldn't swallow them. Lee Knight, what exactly do you want to do with us? Zhou Wanqing asked. Although here in Lee Knight, there is food and drink, but there is no freedom. Lee Knight daily is to tie them to the chair. The buttocks are almost calloused. This is not the way to go on. It's not like I asked you to come. You can get out now. Lee Knight pointed outside as Zhou Wanqing looked at the zombies walking around outside, and immediately shrunk her neck and beamed. Lee Knight, why don't you have any pity for us at all? Could it be that in your eyes, a beautiful woman like us doesn't deserve slightly better treatment from you at all? Beautiful woman? Beauty is the least valuable after the end times. You mustn't overestimate your own value. The likes of you are just slightly better piggies in the end times. Zhou Wanqing frowned. It was true that she was the one who was dead set on pestering Lee Knight to bring her here, but being tied to a chair every day wasn't in her plans. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll really end up being sold as a piglet by Lee Knight. I'm leaving, Zhou Wanqing decided. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Lee Knight looked deeply at Zhou Wanqing. Good, Lee Knight didn't stay, and also didn't seem surprised by Zhou Wanqing's decision. Zhou Wanqing walked to the door and looked back at Lee Knight with a complex emotion of sadness, anger, helplessness, fear, and determination in her eyes. Lee Knight, you're such a hard-hearted man. Zhou Wanqing snatched the iron gun that Lee Knight stood in the doorway and took advantage of a zombie just passing by, opened the door, and poked the zombie's head with the iron gun in a roll. Lee Knight was slightly surprised. It seemed that Zhou Wanqing wasn't a vase either. This guy had been hiding his strength before. It is also true that her brother is a world champion boxer. Zhou Wanqing is slightly influenced by her brother. It seems not surprising that she has such a body. Lee Knight watched Zhou Wanqing deftly leap to the second floor and then enter another room. As a matter of fact, he felt that Zhou Wanqing's decision was right. Since he had such strength, he should take a shot at it, and letting someone else control his destiny would eventually lead to cannon fodder. Lee Knight also gave Fang Yu a piece of compressed cookie and a bottle of water, which Fang Yu kept for the time being. When the two girls were done eating, Lee Knight tied them to the chairs again and stretched out. Although becoming a professional had enriched his spirit a lot, and every time he went into the coffin he would raise his spirit value a little bit, but he would still feel tired after not sleeping for a long time. Li Night let the canine demon come out to keep watch for him, and lay himself down on the bed to fall asleep. Early the next morning, Li Night was awakened by the sound of a horn blaring through the city. Now, after our multiple confirmations, it is confirmed that the end of the world has come. The army has retaken Weiya South Road and Binjiang South Road in the southern part of Jiangchang, and the survivors can approach Weiya South Road and Fishing Harbor South Road according to the actual situation. Attention! If someone around you is infected into a zombie, kill them immediately, even if the other person used to be your loved one. Don't have any compassion. Zombies don't have feelings. At the same time, we call on those who have awakened their professions or psychic abilities to join us as soon as possible. It is very dangerous to fight alone. Such a sound, cyclical, resounded over the city. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Li Night frowned slightly. Sure enough, it's still Weiya South Road and Fishing Harbor South Road. In a previous life, the army did take down these two streets, and it looked as if it had made a considerable breakthrough in progress. But in fact, there was a hidden crisis. Weiya South Road and Fishing Harbor South Road, which run parallel to each other, have a large wholesale seafood market in the middle. Originally, it was the wholesale market through which the fish, freshly salvaged daily from the fishing port village, were to be circulated to the surrounding cities and provinces. So the army stationed its camps here. We are going to use the wholesale market as a base and gradually take back the area in the city. The plan was fine, but the problem came in the back of the village of Fishing Harbor. The village of Fishing Harbor was the first place where the living dead appeared, which means the first zombies appeared. That's why the post-apocalyptic energy in Fishing Harbor village was significantly more dense than other places, so much so that there were several fae wandering around Fishing Harbor village at the moment, and there was even a super-infected body with the serial number of Jiangchang number 8. The serial numbers of superinfections are rated on the basis of their destructive power and danger. So River City 8 is scarier than River City 17. Jiangchang 8 would suddenly launch an attack on the rear of the army, and then rush into the army's camp with a dozen or so fae and several hundred zombies, taking advantage of the darkness of the night to make a killing on the humans. Li Night felt that he should warn the commander of the army. Li Night saw that the two girls were still sleeping soundly, so he directly went out. He unlocked the door of his room with a lock. Originally he didn't need to make such an arrangement, but now that there was a Zhuo Wanqing outside, he had to be on his guard. In case when he left, Zhuo Wanqing would kill back and destroy his home base, it would be troublesome. Also, be careful with Tokian. Tokian didn't show up last night and doesn't know what he's up to. Li Night put on the combat suit of the Ning Group's private armed forces and armed himself fully, which actually looked quite handsome. The configuration of such an established private armed force of the Ning Group was actually very high, with a configuration that was higher than that of an ordinary official army. Li Night was sticking to the wall along the way, and there was a city buggy parked on the side of the road. Li Night immediately scurried over, observed that there was no one in the car, and utilized the car stealing skills he obtained from old Zhang Tu to easily open the door. The interior of the car is still luxurious. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Li Night casually rummaged through the car, which should be an elite white-collar car, and there are photos of him and his wife in the car, which looks more loving. There was a computer sitting in the back seat, and Li Night's mind moved. The chip he had smashed out of Fong Yu's teeth had no interface in a normal computer and needed to be opened with a high-end computer, which this one clearly fit the bill. Li Night inserted the chip, and when the computer booted up, it didn't go to the system page normally, but rather a new system interface formed entirely from complex code. He could read some of it, and it seemed that by accessing the system through the chip, he could enter the system directly without login verification. The interface appeared. It was the specialized intelligence interface of the 36 sectors, which recorded the intelligence of the 36 monsters. As system recommendations, Ning's group made a distinction between the upper 12, middle 12 and lower 12 of the 36 monsters, the Bakuto monster and the sniffing monster, both of which were the lower 12 monsters. The sniffing monster ranked the bottom of the lower 12 monsters, which meant that it was the weakest one in the entire 36 monsters. The exploding head monster is the first of the lower 12 monsters, and the 25th of the 36 monsters. The knife monster ranks 6th in the middle 12 and 18th in the 36 monsters, so it was no wonder that its battle power was significantly higher than that of the gun monster and the sniffing monster. But what made Li Night a bit surprised was that Fong Yu, that money monster, was actually in the middle 12 monsters as well, and ranked even higher than the knife monster, ranking 14th. It seems that the ranking of the 36 isn't purely based on strength, but the main basis of judgment is their ability and how much they've contributed to the Ning group. The money monster uses her sensitivity to extremes and her planning skills to help the Ning group make a lot of money and even perform various legal tax shelters. So for a large plutocrat like the Ning group, Fan Yu was far more important than a reckless person like the knife monster. However, what Li Night didn't expect was that old Zhang Tu was also one of the 36 monsters named Pervert Monster, And the description for pervert monster was that as long as the target was a young and beautiful female, old Jung too could kill the other party by all means. The most crucial thing is that it will not leave any handles. Even the person can directly disappear in this world. The authorities cannot find it, so it can only be finally dismissed and designated as an unsolved case to I in the early days. There was another plutocratic group in Jiangcheng that rivaled the Ning group, called the Ring group. The owner's name is Ren Einer. Not knowing where to receive the funds, the development speed was quite fast, and actually grabbed nearly half of Ning's group's market share at one time. But not long after, Ren's group suddenly left Jiangcheng. There are some people in the community privately discuss. Ren's group was threatened by Ning's group. The boss Ren Einer dared not make another mistake, so numbly left Jiangcheng. But Li Knight saw on the 36 Monsters love site that Ren Einer, such a big boss and a big star, was actually taken care of by old Zheng Tu. Old Zheng Tu was even more capable than he had imagined. No wonder he was one of the middle 12 monsters. Li Knight turned to the upper 12 monsters, but the upper 12 monsters were marked with 12 question marks. It shows that he doesn't have permission to access it, and if he wants to continue accessing it, he has to authenticate. This computer was networked, so Li Knight's chip was also remotely updated with the latest intelligence updates on the 36 monsters, as well as the missions given to them in real time. Li Knight revealed a playful smile. As long as he knew the mission they were carrying out, he could go ahead and intercept them. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Knock knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the side glass of his car window, startling Li Knight. He snapped to see a human face almost pressed against the glass of his car. Not a sound at all. Li Knight subconsciously thought that the other party should be a fae. Only the fae have that kind of wisdom. But after taking a good look at this person's face, Li Knight's pupils suddenly shrunk. It was a delicate, beautiful face with some refusal of ice. Tokian. Tokian knocked on the car window. Li Knight hesitated and rolled down the window a little. You. Tokian was about to speak. Li Knight suddenly took the pistol and fired a shot along the glass window slit. Tokian's reaction speed was lightning fast. In the less than a second between when Li Knight took out his gun and when he fired, Tokian had already dodged several meters away. Li Knight immediately stepped on the gas and ran over the zombies and took off through the rearview mirror. Li Knight saw Tokian make a neck-wiping gesture at himself. He has to go. It was fine if Shi Ziyin recognized who he was, but if Shi Ziyin was aiming to kill him, then Shi Ziyin would never be soft. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Shi Ziyin was the most outstanding sharp knife cultivated by Ning's group. As long as Ning's group said they wanted to kill someone, Shi Ziyin would do it without hesitation. Full-on iceberg ladykiller. That's why he had to escape just now, or he would definitely be killed. Shi Ziyin indifferently looked at the direction that Li Knight's car left, and her eyes also became more and more icy. Still quite vigilant, the surrounding zombies were disturbed by the sound of Li Knight's engine and gathered towards Shi Ziyin's side. Shi Ziyin glanced at them. Then with a light tap of her toes on the ground, she immediately jumped onto a street lamp a few meters high, transformed into several phantoms, and chased after Li Knight in the direction he had left. The further south they went, the more walkers there were on the road, and the sound of gunfire ahead of them became more intense. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to get anywhere near Weiye South Street or Fishing Harbor South Street, and from now on he'd have to abandon his vehicle and go airborne between the tall buildings. Air travel is a mainstream way of catching up in cities that emerged after the end times. By means of ropes or suspension bridges or the like. Bridges can be built between buildings that allow people to pass. As long as the roof of the building can be preserved, humans will always have a safe path of passage. Li Knight charged all the way to the top of the building with his tanged sword, and 2 more blocks ahead of him was Weiye South Street, where the army's frontline command was located. Li Knight used a wire rope prepared in advance, with a heavy weight tied in front of it, and then threw it to a pole that could be wrapped around the opposite upper floor, pulling the wire straight. This special wire rope with a diameter of no more than 3 millimeters is usually used for bridge use, and it is almost impossible to walk on such a slim wire rope. But for the current Li Knight, it wasn't much of a challenge. As long as he walked steadily, there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, Li Knight had been walking on a steel cable for years in his previous life, and had already practiced himself as an acrobat, and being a post-apocalyptic mercenary on a mission, airwalking was a skill that had to be mastered, or else he wouldn't be able to eat the meal. Li Knight had just gotten halfway there when he suddenly felt someone shaking the wire. Looking back, it was definitely Tokian. Tokian held a knife in his hand, making a gesture to cut the wire. Li Knight pupils shrink. Dozens of meters below the whimpering zombies, once he fell into it, he was dead. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Don't. Tokian. I have important information to tell the army frontline command. Tokian's dagger stopped in mid-air. It seemed to think for a moment, then stepped onto the wire as well. When Ziyin stepped on the wire, it was as if she had no weight, actually not letting the wire sink at all, as if she were walking on a flat surface. She walked behind Li Knight and asked indifferently, What kind of intelligence? This information is important. I need to report it personally to the army's frontline command. Li Knight didn't doubt that if he told Shirziyin about the information, perhaps Shirziyin would relay it to the army's frontline command, but he would have no value to Shirziyin. Probably Shirziyin would stab him. Tokian looked at Li Knight coldly, then with his eyes, he signaled Li Knight to continue on. Li Knight walked while looking back at Shirziyin, very wary of Shirziyin. Are you the survivors who came over to gather? What looked like the military appeared on the building across the street. His system recommendation. Li Knight stopped, and Shirziyin seemed to have somewhat failed to brake and stopped directly on top of Li Knight. Li Knight immediately felt Shirziyin's dimpled figure. Shirziyin had always wrapped herself very tightly. Bo people would only think that Shirziyin was a woman with stunningly beautiful looks and a slim figure, but they did not realize that Shirziyin usually used straps to tie up her upper body in order to facilitate combat. In fact, Tokian truly has the face of an angel and the body of a leprechaun. Behind you. Suddenly, the soldier on the opposite floor pointed at the direction behind Li Knight and the others in alarm. As soon as Li Knight turned around, he saw a humanoid zombie with all four limbs crouching on the ground, like a poisonous scorpion, and his two hands had turned into the two pincers of a scorpion. Black, and his fingers and belly were as if they had been sharpened to the shape of a blade. Were cutting the wire rope under their feet with pliers. Li Knight immediately rushed to the other side, but on the wire rope, he wasn't very good at lending his strength, so he couldn't get up to speed. Boom! The wire rope under his feet suddenly ran out of support. Li Knight was instantly weightless, and subconsciously intended to grab the wire rope and swing to the wall of the opposite building, but a hand suddenly lifted him by the back of his collar, like carrying a chicken, and carried him stepping into the air and rushing to the roof of the opposite building. Li Knight looked at Shirziyin in amazement. This was Shirziyin's gravity control ability. Shirziyin was worthy of being a genius, so quickly figuring out how to utilize reverse gravity to make her and her own body weight lighter, and even altering the gravity around them to give them an upward buoyancy. That's how scary the elementalist profession is. The elementalist profession, a profession that transcends most people on the otherwise mundane world, is a professional ability that borders on the divine. Shirziyin glanced at Li Knight. What are you looking at me for? Don't you have an awakened profession? What occupation? Li Knight asked back with a fierce look on his face. Shirziyin laughed lightly. Is that so? Aren't you a battle pet master? The people from Ning's group filmed that big black dog of yours, and just now I saw some headless zombies fighting on your behalf. This is the ability of the battle pet master profession. Do you take other people for fools? Has the professional term of battle pet master appeared now? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Li Knight immediately asked. Like the elementalist, the battle pet master was also a relatively rare professional, and the professional term of battle pet master had not appeared so quickly in Jiangchang in his previous life. There's a seer in the Ning group who watched your video and named your profession. Is the prophet the father of the messed up girl? Shirziyin looked deeply at Li Knight. You even know about the messy girl and his father? It seems like you know a lot of things, even comparable to having a professional intelligence department. The Ning group. Li Knight immediately touched his nose in embarrassment. I only knew about it by chance, Li Knight said in his heart. Now it seemed that seers, like researchers and superbrain scientists, possess the ability to name new things after the end times. No. There should still be a difference. Researchers and superbrain scientists can name new things, and that naming is not their own haphazard naming, but a naming under the rules of a nebulous apocalyptic world. It's as if the names of new things after the end times exist objectively, and the researchers and superbrain scientists just discover the names. The names aren't created by them. This mystery. 10 years after the end of the world, the Mythic Institute had been researching it, gathering the most number of superbrain scientists and researchers in the world and forming the most authoritative end of the World Scientific Research Organization. But there were no research results. Those superbrain scientists realized that no matter how much they jumped out of their own minds, they couldn't seem to escape the nebulous rules and order under the post-apocalyptic firmament. The seers, on the other hand, were supposed to be the professionals who saw abilities similar to his by foreseeing the future. And those professionals were the battle pet masters. Li Knight rubbed his nose. It would be good if he was considered a battle pet master. Anyway, his ability to manipulate corpses would come to light sooner or later. Rather than being studied by those superbrain scientists, it would be better if he blew himself up first with a false profession. Worthy of being Ning's group. Haha. So powerful. So quick to dig out my old bottom. Li Knight smiled a very naive smile. That soldier interrupted the duo. Are you the armed forces of the Ning clan? Didn't you guys refuse to cooperate with the military? The soldiers were the ones who saw Li Knight in Shirziyin's combat clothes and equipment configuration, and naturally thought of Li Knight as the Ning group's private armament. Li Knight glanced at Shirziyin somewhat sheepishly, but Shirziyin didn't seem to have any intention of poking him, so he nodded stiffly. Yes, in fact, there is an important piece of information on my side that I would like to talk to the frontline commander about. Can you let me see the frontline commander? You want to see Lu Tuan? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The soldier frowned slightly repeatedly. He looked at Li Knight and Shi Ziyin. What intelligence? Please let me see the frontline commander. I want to speak to him personally. The soldier frowned, seeing that Li Knight and Shi Ziyin were both very young. They looked like they should be fresh college graduates. And it was unknown what kind of standard the Ning Group's private armament was, to even include this kind of freshly graduated college students in the organization, and so unintelligent. As the regimental head of the Zhengcheng Resident Legion, was Lu Tuan to be met by just two of the Ning clan's private armies who said they could meet with him? Private armies, to put it bluntly, are unregulated private forces, and although they wear decent fighting clothes, are fitted with decent equipment, and look more regular than the regular army, they have no establishment whatsoever. The army. They are just a bunch of people with private arms. Is the LV regiment something the people can just want to see? Although the soldier's heart was already very angry, his face still had a warm smile on it. Important information, right? You have to see Lu Tuan's original body before you can say it, right? No problem. I'll take you guys to the shelter first, and when Lu Tuan clears out, I'll bring Lu Tuan over to you. Li Knight nodded. Trouble? This information is really important. No problem. No problem. Leave it to me. Li Knight and Shi Ziyin were brought to a temporary shelter set up in the seafood market. A number of survivors have gathered here. At least 1,000. Distinguished by one compartment after another, each of which holds about 8 to 10 people. It is easier to manage. Li Knight and the others were placed in the same compartment as the injured soldiers. Besides the two of them, there were 6 other wounded soldiers in the same room. Some with broken legs, some with broken hands, and others with extensive burns all over their bodies, which were rapidly festering and suffering. Grabbing the hand of the skinny nurse lady, he prayed that the nurse lady could give him a hard time. The nurse lady was scared and sympathetic. She was well aware of the injured situation at the moment, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that life was worse than death. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation for such pain. In fact, Li Knight is empathetic. The previous life, he has seen too many such wounded. Almost all were injured by the Fae, although not so much that they will be infected into zombies, but the rest of their lives there are endless pain waiting for them. And an injury like that can't be cured for a year down the road. A year later, superbrain scientists in the field of medicine made a breakthrough in treating zombie injuries and even developed a blocking drug for the zombie infection process. System recommendation. Li Knight closed his eyes. This scene made him can't help but recall certain painful memories from his previous life, so he just couldn't see out of sight and out of mind. The most important purpose of his trip was to get the information that the fishing harbor village was hiding a super-infected body and a dozen or so Fae. Or else the deaths and injuries wouldn't be the number of people at the moment. Shi Ziyin sat on the floor opposite Li Knight, playing with a delicate dagger in her hand, and kept staring at Li Knight, making Li Knight feel furtive inside. He was really afraid that he'd be suddenly karmically stabbed by Shi Ziyin. He had thought of confessing his identity with Shi Ziyin, but confessing his identity might be useless, because Shi Ziyin was cold by nature, and since she was a child, she couldn't remember irrelevant people, and always sat alone on the side. Even the teacher of the orphanage didn't know what was going on in her mind. So Li Knight felt that Shi Ziyin didn't remember him at all at the moment, otherwise he should have been recognized before. And even if he knew that he was from the orphanage, what could he do? To put it bluntly, Shi Ziyin didn't care about the orphanage's partners at all. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of voices from the side. We should be prioritized to share the food with us. We're from the Zhang family. In Zhangcheng, besides the Ning family, it's our Zhang family. There shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know us. Li Knight opened his eyes and looked towards a compartment not far from them. The people in this compartment, obviously dressed just differently from the other compartments, looked much more upscale. The girl who is responsible for distributing the food is also a uniformed. Looks like it should be the logistics of the army. The girl smiled and said, "Distribute the food is in order. Oh, in here, everyone is hungry. So no matter if it's the Zhang family, or whoever's family, it's all in order. At this moment, in here, everyone is fair." Fair? A fierce-looking noblewoman from the Zhang family sneered and laughed. "What, are you kidding? No matter what, there is no such thing as fairness. People like us, we should enjoy better treatment than others at all times." The noblewoman's words caused the crowd to immediately frown. That didn't sound good. Most of the people who fled to this place were, to be honest, desperate commoners, and most of them should have been inferior in the eyes of the noblewoman. So to hear the noblewoman claim the privilege was very upsetting to them. Why should you have better treatment? Did you go to war? Or did you fight for mankind? That's right, when the zombies came, didn't you all just scurry around seeking protection from the military? Who are you to ask for supplies? What? Why? A few people complained. They were all in front of this compartment of the returning family, and now that the Zhang family was trying to cut in line, Of course they didn't agree. The smile on the Zheng family's noblewoman's face was a bit hideous. He, a bunch of cockroach-like inferior people. Our appearance here today is equivalent to a tiger falling down and coexisting with dogs. You dogs? What qualifications do you have to be ranked in front of us? Shit. Who are you cursing? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. A couple of grumpy ones immediately rushed up to demand justice. The Zhang family's noblewoman laughed coldly. Saying that you're all dogs is just lifting you up. Just a few of you are worthy of flaunting your teeth and claws in front of our Zhang family members? Immediately, there was a tall man who stood in front of the Zhang family's noblewoman. The crowd was horrified. This man felt like he was as much as 5 feet 9 inches, dressed in all black, with an inch head. He felt like a laborer who had just been released from prison. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of him for? Several people immediately rushed up, intending to hold the taller man down, but with a wave of his hand, the tall man suddenly erupted with a powerful force that pressed the men directly head-on. It even smashed down the boiling hot bucket of porridge rolled out by the army's logistics office. Several people wailed madly in pain. Blisters were burned on many parts of his body. The girls in the back office exclaimed, rushing to check on the burns of several people before berating the tall man. If you had such power, you could have obviously pushed them to the other side. Why did you have to smash the kanji bucket down? Scalding people, not to mention wasting valuable food supplies. The others looked at the meat porridge on the ground, and some of them even couldn't help but pick up the meat on the ground to eat when they were hungry. This scene was seen by the Zhang family's noblewoman, and a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That's why I've said it before. To say that your dogs is to lift you up. Even my family's dogs don't eat food that's on the ground. The girls in the logistics department were infuriated, but she was just a girl, and she was also from the logistics department. Although there were people from the combat department in this temporary shelter, their number was small, and they were mainly killing the zombies that were gathering from other directions, towards the seafood market, so they had no time to maintain order in the shelter. If I can't eat it, neither can you. The Zheng family noblewoman snorted coldly, then pulled out an unknown brand of snacks from her own bag, and distributed them to the other Zheng family members, and looked at the survivors who were picking up meat on the ground to eat with a face of contempt. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. The others were outraged. There is no shortage of food at all in the Zheng family. They couldn't even look at the cauldron of simmering meat porridge. They were just pissed off that they needed to stand in line like the ordinary survivors, even going so far as to smash such a large vat of meat porridge in order to vent his anger. It's an unforgivable sin. The crowd gnashed their teeth in anger. The girls in the logistics department were also angry, but she was even more angry at herself for not being able to do anything about the young family. You have knocked over the porridge bucket and have the nerve to eat what you brought. Suddenly, a faint voice came. The crowd immediately looked at a heavily armed young man. None other than Li Knight. Li Knight originally didn't want to care, but after seeing the Zhang family knock over a big bucket of porridge on the ground, it immediately reminded him that, in his previous life in the slums, how many people couldn't eat a bowl of thin rice for a few days until they died of starvation? And even some people went to gnaw on the flesh of zombies. Food, in the end times, is very important. This concept was already ingrained in Li Knight's heart, so when he saw the Zhang family wasting food like this, his fire rubbed off. And who are you? By the look of your combat suit, you're in the private armed forces of the Ning clan? What business is that of yours? The Zhang family's noblewoman still didn't put Li Knight in her eyes. After all, Li Knight appeared to be nothing more than a private arm trained by the Ning group, not a member of the Ning family, and not equal to her status. So none of it was worth opening her eyes to. Suddenly, Li Knight launched a charge, and the tall man reached out to intercept Li Knight, but Li Knight used his nimble fighter's small broken steps to avoid the tall man's hand, instead appearing directly in front of the noblewoman. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. A handful of what looked like a chocolate-like snack in the noblewoman's hand was knocked out of her hand, cupped her mouth, and shoved a handful of the clayey rice gruel he just grabbed in his hand into the noblewoman's mouth. You should eat what you make yourself, yeah. Snapped. Li Knight slapped the noblewoman twice. The whole room was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Li Knight. System recommendation. So the Zhang family's noblewoman was also confused. Although their Zhang family is in Jiangcheng, they don't have as much influence as the Ning group, but it definitely wasn't something that could just be palmed off on by a private arm of the Ning clan. The noblewoman of the Zhang family shouted out screams like crazy. She was getting pissed off. Kill him for me. The noblewoman immediately ordered the taller man, who immediately punched and swung. The crowd exclaimed in shock. They had just seen this person's strength. 3 or 5 big men in front of this person were like kindergarten children. They could be easily overturned on the ground. And this young man, who didn't look very strong, definitely couldn't be a match for this giant. Looking at the oncoming sandbag-sized fist, Li Knight didn't panic at all. Instead, He was very calm and raised one hand, actually blocking the tall man's punch. Bang! The sound is very loud, it's like two rocks colliding. The crowd gasped in shock that this boy, whose figure looked a bit thin, could actually harden himself against the tall bodyguards of the Zheng family. Ha! You think you're a barbarian king too? The veins on Li Knight's arm rippled, and he directly used a brute force punch to send the tall man's arm flying. A stunned expression appeared on the tall man's mute face. Get out of my way, you brainless hunk! Li Knight poured a punch into the tall man's face, sending the other man's tall and heavy body flying several meters away. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Dang! The tall man slammed into the ground like a mountain rock rolling down, making the ground shake a little. The noblewoman had been completely stunned. She hadn't seen anyone more powerful than her high male. After the arrival of the end of the world, I don't know what mutation I got. The power is greater than before. Before they came here to seek shelter from the military on the way, Gao Nan but finished off several zombies, even the kind of zombies that jumped with great speed. He also hammered to death too. How can he even not be able to beat this Ning's group's private armament? A fierce anger rose in the heart of the Zheng family's noblewoman. Gao Nan, you piece of trash, still don't give me a chance to stand up. My Zheng family provides for you and feeds you. What's the use of having you if you're such a piece of trash? The voice of the Zheng family's noblewoman was very harsh. Li Knight frowned slightly as a voice reminded him. Careful, oh, he's back on his feet. Li Knight glanced at Tokian, who had reminded him of this, before turning back to look at the tall man who had regained his footing. The name tall man and his size do go very well together. I will not allow you to harm my master. Takao suddenly yelled up to the sky. The sound was like muffled thunder. Once again, he swung his fist and blasted over. But this time, it was no longer a single fist. The two thin and long arms were like springs, striking out the phantoms of countless punches. The fists came spread out. Oppressive. The people around them were so shocked that they couldn't help but cover their mouths and scream, but Li Knight remained calm, as if he was unchanged by the collapse of Tarzan, forming a very different contrast to the high male's temperament. However, what surprised people was that although Li Knight didn't move, Li Knight's aura was no less than that of Gao Nan's. Oh, I feel like such a villain now. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Li Knight murmured. It's really incredible. Reliving this life gave him an amazing bottom, as if no matter what kind of enemy he encountered, it wasn't enough to make him feel fear. This kind of person with particularly long arms is, indeed, relatively rare in the general population, and even looks somewhat deformed, but in the arena of boxing, such people are not exactly rare. Instead, it was very common, and as the man who held all the fighting experience and skills of a world champion, he certainly knew what to expect. On the contrary, a bluff punch like Gao Nan's was, in his opinion, too childish, and an outsider was an outsider after all. Li Knight's small broken steps quickly stacked up, his body in a very small space, constantly changing his body's orientation. So much so that even though Takao's punches seemed to be laying on the ground, the most they could do was graze his clothes. The girl from the logistics covered her mouth in surprise. Just where is this young man from? So strong? Is the Ning group's private arm already powerful to this extent? As a regular army, in fact, cannot quite look down on the Ning group's private armament, thinking that they are nothing more than better equipped. But in terms of selection and training, there is a gap with the regular army. But now that they've seen this young man, I'm afraid they'll have to revisit the Ning clan's private armament. If there were a lot of mercenaries like young people in the Ning group's private armament, then the Ning group's private armament was actually very strong in combat, and even far higher than an unusual regular army. Beat you to death. Beat you to death. Beat you to death. Takao made a sharp sound through gritted teeth, but it just couldn't hit Li Knight. His dense fists were all as if they were set up. Li Knight laughed and swung out a punch. No need to go through so much trouble. A real boxer doesn't need so many punches. A fatal punch only needs one punch. In the gap between Gao Nan's fists, Li Knight's lightning-fast punch blasted upwards onto Gao Nan's chin, sending Gao Nan face-first into a backward plunge. Your strength is not bad, but in front of me, it's not enough. Li Knight was about to finish off the tall man with a punch when a serious voice suddenly came. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. No fighting in the shelter. Li Knight brought his fists to a halt and looked up at the visitor. A soldier, with an unusually tall figure at the soldier's side. In comparison, the tall man was the equivalent of a slim and slender child in front of that tall figure. The scene was even more silent. This man could be even more terrifying than tall man. Hero? Li Knight was a bit surprised, not expecting De Guan to actually appear here. When Dehiro saw Li Knight, he nodded towards him as if to thank him for what he did in the gold mine. Hiro joins the military. This is a huge difference from what happened in the previous life. In his previous life, up until the time of his death, Dehiro already had the name of Barbarian King by that time, but was still working for the Ning clan. But this life has changed. And the barbarian King Dahiro has changed to sell his life to the military. Li Knight suddenly relieved that this was a good change, although the barbarian King Dahiro was notorious for his ferocity in his previous life. That was because the barbarian King Dahiro, as a weapon of the Ning clan, had killed many people and plagued many weak survivors. But if the barbarian King Dahiro became a weapon for the military, he would have become the god of war that everyone praised, right? At Dahiro's side was a man with a country face, with a serious expression, looking a bit unruffled, and as soon as he arrived, he was immediately followed by a few soldiers guarding the periphery. It looks like it should be someone in a position of power. There are no private fights in the shelter. A rule that should have been told to you on the first day of the shelter's existence. System recommendation. Before Li Knight could say anything, the girl from the logistics department immediately explained. Captain Zhao, it's not like that. He didn't actively start the brawl. He helped me deal with the disruptive people. Disruptive person? All I saw was him hitting someone, and he's the disruptive one. Captain Zhao was very serious and flatly asserted that Li Knight was the culprit for triggering the chaotic thoughts. Li Knight frowned. This Captain Zhao. He seemed a little impressed. In his previous life, this Captain Zhao could be said to be sailing smoothly and leveling off. He participated in the battle at the General City Refuge and survived. So he was promoted to the Material Bureau because of his merit in that battle. It didn't take long to hook up with the Waking Lion Society, contracting out a large number of the Material Bureau's material bounties tasks to the Waking Lion Society, making the Waking Lion Society the Material Bureau's full authority task publisher. And then the Waking Lion Society would take the difference in price. For example, a box of antibiotics ordered by the Bureau of Supplies gets 10 credits and a $10,000 commission, but when it comes to the Wake Up Club, it becomes 5 credits and $5,000 and even more crushing. It was equivalent to them just releasing a quest and earning half of the benefits for nothing. So much so that it allowed the Waking Lion Society to grow and scale rapidly. At a later stage, even though the official hierarchy found out what the Waking Lions had done, there was no way to kick the Waking Lions out, because the Waking Lion Society at that time no longer needed to be too dependent on the officials. They had formed a complete mission system on their own, and had trained a large number of mercenaries to become one of the top 10 post-apocalyptic mercenary groups after the end times, and the development of the Waking Lions Club in Jiangcheng could not have been achieved without the help of this Captain Zhao and the help of the tiger. Captain Zhao looked at the Zheng family's noblewoman, who hurriedly cried and ran to Captain Zhao and hugged him aggrieved. He cried, Captain Zhao, you have to do it for us. We have nothing to do with this guy. But this guy came up and slapped me. Look, my face is still very sore now. Captain Zhao sized up the Zheng family's noblewoman. Immediately there was some swirling in the eyes. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. This is the wife of the head of the Zheng family. Although she is not too young, in her 30s, but after all, she is a rich wife of a luxurious family, so she is very well maintained, and looks like a girl in her 20s, but again, the figure was much better than a girl in her 20s and looked like a ripe apple. Her posture is also excellent. Which woman who can marry into a rich family is not a superb woman? Let's see. Where did it hit? Captain Zhao touched Zheng's noblewoman's face and rubbed it repeatedly, feeling that something wasn't quite right. The Zheng family's noblewoman immediately tried to leave a bit, but was pulled over by Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao touched Zheng's noblewoman's chin. Those eyes, constantly looking into Zheng's noblewoman's low-chested collar, his eye beads sinking into the white depths. The Zheng family's noblewoman was a bit flustered. She knew too well what that look meant to the man. Captain Zhao? The shouts of the logistics girls made Captain Zhao immediately wake up. Ahem, Captain Zhao said with a serious face. There's nothing more to say. I just saw it clearly. It was this kid who took the initiative to hit someone. So take him down immediately. Captain Zhao was indiscriminate and immediately had people arrest Li Knight. Li Knight stared. 7 or 8 people immediately rushed up around him. To be honest, he could handle this number of people. But he thought about it and gave up resisting. This is military territory. After all, it wouldn't be good for him if there was a conflict with the military. And anyway, the purpose of his coming here was to meet the frontline commander, who would naturally release him as soon as he finished talking to him about the intelligence. Tokian squinted as she watched Li Knight being escorted away. Idiot. Li Knight was escorted into a huge iron cage made of steel seals welded together. Inside this iron cage were a dozen menacing-looking men. He had all his equipment removed and was just wearing normal clothes. And as soon as he came in, he was targeted by a couple of bald guys. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. These bald guys sized him up with their faces full of crosshairs. Kid, you're so soft-looking. What were you locked in for? One of the bald men enthusiastically questioned Li Knight. Li Knight just lightly glanced at the bald man, and he saw that in the bald man's eyes. There seemed to be a kind of infatuated look that men had when they saw a beautiful woman. Li Knight just laughed coldly. People like him, who looked like a literate college student, Didn't seem to be the same kind of person at all as these people who were imprisoned together here. To find a metaphor. It's the sheep to the slaughter entering the wolves. If it was put in his previous life, he would probably be trembling in fear by the eyes of these few people. However, after experiencing the end times for 10 years, he had seen all kinds of people, all kinds of perverts, and just these few people's segment was too low in his opinion. Little brother, why don't you say something? It's still an iceberg handsome guy. I like it. It's more enjoyable to conquer such a little handsome guy. The bald guy seemed to get even more excited. The others couldn't help but want to stay away from the bald guy. They didn't have that fetish, however. Relatively speaking, this young man was out of luck. I can't believe Zhang Zuxing is looking at it. Zhang Zuxing's perversions were rumored in the circle, extremely horny. But not for women, but for men. How many little fresh meat was scourged by him? Zhang Zuxing saw that Li Knight was still ignoring him, so he simply sat directly beside Li Knight, one arm around Li Knight's shoulders. Little brother, you don't want to be so high and cold. The more you are so high and cold, the more I am interested in you. Want to layer by layer to peel off your secrets? He. The crowd also had a cruel smile. Someone flirted. Little brother, for your sake, I advise you to submit to Zhang Zuxing, or else he'll torture you to death. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Li Knight was puzzled. Zhang Zuxing? What are you? Zhang's wide. Zhang Zuxing smiled and said, Zhang Zuda is my brother. You know my brother. Ah, also my brother is a mountain stream of the big head of the family, while I am a third stream of the second head of the family. I can enjoy endless glory and wealth after I go out from here. You follow me. You will not suffer losses. Saying that, Zhang Zuxing hugged Li Knight tighter and tighter. Even the hand was placed on Li Knight's waist. Li Knight couldn't help but shiver. Nima, get your hands off me. Li Knight directly exploded. Goo. Iceberg little handsome boy exploded into foul language, making it even more unbearable for me. No one will save you here. After all, you're the one who was arrested for disturbing the order. So even if you shouted your voice out, those people won't care about you. Oh yeah? The veins on Li Knight's forehead rippled. With a turn, he broke one of Zhang Zuxing's arms and escorted him to the ground in one smooth motion, pressing Zhang Zuxing's face. He frantically rubbed it against the steel-welded floor. After a few rubs, Zhang Zuxing's face was a bloody mess. System recommendation. The others in the iron cage were dumbfounded. Half of them in here were Zhang Zuxing's minions. Zhang Zuxing, as Zhang Zuda's younger brother, was a typical gangster in Jiangcheng, and no one dared to treat Zhang Zuxing this way. Zhang Zuxing was arrogant and domineering in Jiangcheng. That hadn't been for a day or two. No one could sanction him. It was the same even now that the end times had come, and the only reason a few of them had been locked up here was because they had seen a couple of attractive college girls in the shelter. A few of them saw the color, especially Zhang Zuxing. Zhang Zuxing did not fancy the college girls, but the two young boys who were with the college girls. Zhang Zuxing wanted to use strong with the other side, and was stopped by the military, who stepped in. But after the military learned that he was Zhang Zuxing, they couldn't do anything about it, and could only lock them up. But, according to their speculation, they'll be let out soon enough. And now, a young man who didn't know how to die had actually rubbed Zhang Zuxing's face on the ground. He was crazy. You underestimate Zhang Zuxing. Or maybe it's too underestimated Yamashiro. The people of the mountain stream were pervasive. Even in this military refuge, there were some mountain stream experts hidden. This kid pressed Zhang Zuxing's face to the ground and rubbed it. And when the time came, he would die without even knowing how he would die. Kid, you do this to me, you're done for. I'll definitely have the people of Mountain Stream kill you. Zhang Zuxing's face was covered in blood, but he was still putting harsh words in Li Knight's mouth. Yamashiro, ah. Li Knight laughed lightly. Last time I told Zhang Zude such important information about the gold mine, and as a result, Zhang Zude didn't get anything out of it. And for that you have the nerve to say that Mountain Stream is the #1 organization in Jiangcheng? Zhang Zuxing's pupils shrunk. What did you say? It was you who told my brother about the gold mine? Of course Zhang Zuxing knew about that incident not long after the end times had descended. His brother Zhang Zude realized that survival supplies would be one of the most important things in the world. So he took Shan Lu's people and immediately went to clear out the various supermarkets, even taking over the big supermarkets. Originally, Mountain Stream was under his brother's leadership, so step by step, they had even collected 3 big supermarkets. As long as they guarded those 3 big supermarkets, the goods inside would be enough for the members of their Mountain Stream to survive for a long time. However, his brother returned one day searching for supplies and suddenly told them that he would attack the Ning Group's private gold mine. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. They said that there was a large amount of arms supplies hidden inside, and as long as they grabbed those arms supplies, the strength of their Mountain Stream organization would definitely rise to a brand new level again, and they might even become the real hegemon of Jiangcheng. That's why his brother didn't listen to other people's advice and had to go and mess with this powerful guy from the Ning group. And with a few dozen people, and the guns they had privately bought earlier that were behind the times, he went to attack the gold mine. The result was a heavy blow from the gold mines. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to the army's shelter. It was because the Mountain Stream organization had been hit hard, so some of the supermarkets they had previously guarded had been lost, and they didn't have a large enough supply of food, so they had to come to the army's shelter to get a bite to eat. It's you, kid, causing our Mountain Stream to return to the primitive society overnight. Damn it, I'll kill you now. If it wasn't for you, how could I, the second leader of Mountain Stream, be aggrieved in the Li? Zhang Zuxing's large hand violently came at the back of his head with an extremely exaggerated flexibility, wanting to rub Li Knight's head on the ground as well. Suddenly pressed on the back of his head, Li Knight was a little surprised. This Zhang Zuxing seems to be not a mere punk. The strength is there, although not as good as his brother Zhang Zude, but also not an ordinary person can match. It's just a shame that he doesn't feel like he's going to lose to anyone right now. Li Knight's finger pointed at Zhang Zuxing's wrist, jab. A sound of electricity came. Zhang Zuxing immediately withdrew his hand in pain, then he looked at Li Knight in shock. You can actually discharge electricity? Jab. Purple current flowed between Li Knight's fingers. This was the current he had absorbed and stored from the electric stick last time. He had drained that electric stick, so there was still some current stored in his body. Li Knight's eyes were cold. Your brother had his head bashed in by me. What are you? Li Knight's top-down punch viciously knocked Zhang Zuxing's big bald head. Bouncing a few times on the steel-reinforced ground, Zhang Zuxing was like being hit hard on the head by a rounded hammer, and he directly fainted with his eyes turning white. The others had been completely stunned. Zhang Zuxing was very strong. In the Mountain Stream, it was also the type that was extremely strong, but it was repeatedly ravaged by this scrawny-looking young man. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Li Knight looked at the others coldly. You guys want to try too? The others instantly felt like their heads were about to explode, shaking like rattlesnakes. No, we don't know him. Li Knight was too lazy to pay attention to these stray fish and leaned against the iron cage alone to fake sleep. In fact, he had gained the memories of Ning's group's private armed captain in his coffin, but he hadn't had the time to check them out yet. But now wasn't the time to check them out either. He viewed the memories, not as if he were watching TV, but only as an immersive experience of that kind on the sensory system. Once the experience begins, it basically cuts off the perception of the outside world, and unless there is a very violent movement, such as a canine demon licking him frantically, he can't feel what's happening in the outside world normally. He would have Inuyasha by his side, helping him with the wind, but at a time like this, it was better not to release Inuyasha. However, it was rather the captain of the private armed mercenaries of the Ning clan, who he had also triggered the hospice, who could be released. The mercenary captain hadn't been infected as a zombie before he died, so unlike the other zombies he manipulated, he wasn't as strong. Belongs to a human war pet. Although human battle pets were not as powerful as Inuyasha's, they also did not have as great a recovery ability as Inuyasha's, and basically could not be used in battle. But there was one feature of human battle pets that zombie battle pets didn't have, and that was audio-visual sharing. This was also unintentionally discovered by Li Knight, who could achieve sight sharing and hearing sharing with human battle pets, including the 5 senses of touch, smell, and taste. This ability seemed rather bluffing, but it was actually quite ribald, as this sharing of the 5 senses could only be found in human battle pets. But human battle pets are easily destroyed and can't be used to help him search for any information for him in a world full of zombies. The human scent on the human battle pet wouldn't allow him to survive even a second in a zombie pile. It's possible to put human battle pets out in a place like this, but I just don't know what the point is. Li Knight eventually took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and reached his hand to the outside of the iron cage, then opened the hidden corpse space and released the mercenary captain human battle pet. Li Knight then closed one eye, and in the eye he closed, the mercenary captain's sight appeared. The captain appeared to be wandering aimlessly through the crowd, but in fact they were all choosing their direction on his orders. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. Today's hot pick. The content of this site is based on your instructions to search the list of links obtained from the major novel station. Does not mean that we agree with the content of the searched site or stand. Reblogging to this site is just for promoting this book to a wider audience. If there is any book content or pictures on this site have violated your copyright, please contact us. We will confirm the information after the first time to delete the relevant content. Copyright 2023, all rights reserved as system recommendation. The shelter had really gathered a lot of people, men and women, young and old, but it looked like there was a good percentage of fishermen from the fishing port village, fishermen who went out to the sea all year round, so their bronzed complexions were easily recognizable. Those fishermen had a very tense look on their faces, as if they were more nervous than the others. Many of the people in this shelter already feel very comfortable and safe. After all, They have been protected by the military, and it seems to them that as long as they have the protection of the military, they will be safe, but the fishermen didn't share their expressions, and one of them was very frightened, looking left and right, as if on guard against some monster. Li Knight's complexion began to stare. It was obvious that these fishermen had already seen that super-infected body in those FAE. Li Knight again asked the mercenary captain to take a look around. He found a few familiar faces, a group of college students with their families around them, a group of college students Li Knight recognized. It's his classmate. It's amazing that they've come here to be protected by the military as well. However, Li Knight didn't mind his own business. He had an average relationship with these classmates. Or rather, these classmates weren't even worth reminding him of. Li Knight had the mercenary captain walk a dozen meters away from Shirziin and secretly observe Shirziin. Tokian suddenly opened his eyes, then looked at him, or rather at the mercenary captain. Li Knight subconsciously made the mercenary captain perform an eye avoidance. Stop, what's going on? The mercenary captain who had gone through his entombment should not look much different from a living person on the surface, or else he would not be able to walk around so casually. But Tokian immediately saw the mercenary captain in the crowd. Is it a sign of what's going on? Li Knight looked again to make the mercenary captain look at Shirziin, but Shirziin had actually reached the mercenary captain's eye heel, was scrutinizing the mercenary captain. Li Knight had a numbing feeling that he had ironically been recognized. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Yeah, of course Tokian knew the mercenary captain. They came together. Careless. Li Knight gritted his teeth that he got a little carried away, thinking that this near-perfect human battle pet would be able to conceal himself from the world here. He made such a low-level mistake. He was about to maneuver the mercenary captain away, but all he could do was pace in place and look back as the mercenary captain was held down by Tokian's shoulder. As Shirziin watched the mercenary captain pacing in place like a machine, the corner of her mouth lifted up a playful smile. Sure enough, it's a battle pet. Shirziin's voice was actually still very good. It was just that Shirziin was usually too lazy to speak, so most people couldn't hear Shirziin's voice. Shirziin continued. It's amazing that even humans can be crafted into battle pets. Battle pet master is really a terrifying profession. Li Knight was getting more and more vain. Making humans into battle pets was honestly a bit immoral. Making zombies into battle pets is not really much of a psychological burden, since zombies and humans are already two species. Can you hear me? Tokian continued talking to the mercenary captain. To be exact, Li Knight didn't let the mercenary captain make any reaction. Whatever reaction he made would only reveal more of his abilities. Forget it, whether you can hear it or not. I just have to remind you. Didn't you come here to tell the frontline command an important piece of information? Now it seems that the one who led us here actually didn't tell the frontline command about you at all, and it's just futile for you to wait here. Li Knight frowned, and a trace of coldness immediately flowed from the bottom of his eyes. Yet he got carried away again. Thought I was in a previous life. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more a system recommendation. In his previous life, although he had not awakened his profession or supernormal abilities, he had practiced by his own efforts. Plus he was lucky enough to live for 10 years, that's why he was still a little famous among the mercenaries in the area of Zhangcheng. But whenever he said he had important information to tell anyone, the other party would usually receive it. But right now, he was just a freshly graduated college student. And even though he was wearing the uniform of the Ning Group's private armed forces establishment, he was still just a small person who couldn't rise to the top in their eyes. So there will be no casual interference with the tempo of the frontline command just because of his off-the-cuff remarks. Li Knight sighed as he glanced at the time. Less than 3 hours until the super-infected attack on the fishing harbor village. It can't be helped. I'm still too soft-hearted. Li Knight broke the rebar with both hands. With his strength. Although he could break the rebar with signs of bending. But this was after all a finger-thick rebar that could withstand several tons of force, and his weapons were disarmed. So Li Knight could only open his mouth in shame. It wasn't just the sense of smell that he had gotten from Inuyasha. There were 2 other items that he hadn't used so far. One item is canine demonization. After canine demonization, all aspects of attributes will be increased by more than 5 times. Also the duration is 3 minutes, that is, within 3 minutes, he could break out into a pretty tough fight, but it would usher in a 2-hour period of weakness. What that was he wasn't sure, but it was likely that it would be weaker than an ordinary person. Or about the same as an ordinary person. So he never used it. And even if he were to use it, it could only be used in a desperate situation of desperation. There is also a skill that is Inuyasha's steel teeth. It can easily bite through rebar. This ability was actually still very strong. But as a human, he really didn't want to use his teeth to destroy targets like livestock. Li Knight put his teeth on the steel bars, and when the others saw it, they just wanted to taunt. But when they thought of Li Knight's ferocity, they immediately kept their mouths shut. Crunch. The rebar broke. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. The crowd was immediately confused. Nice guy. And actually did it. It's just too unbelievable. How can human teeth bite through steel bars? However, Lee Knight bit off several steel bars in their stupefied gazes, then used brute force to break the bends and drilled out with ease. The crowd looked at each other. This is a jailbreak? If you're so good, how did you get locked in before? Lee Knight hadn't gone out for more than a few steps when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lee Knight? You're here too? You didn't go to join Ningze either? Lee Knight turned around and realized that it was the same students he had just seen through the mercenary captain. There were about 7 or 8 men and women. Lee Knight smiled. Yeah, defecting to Ningze is not as reliable as seeking refuge in the military, right? That's true. One of the girls nodded in recognition. There was some weakness in Lee Knight's smile. These students didn't know that he had already finished off Ningze. Lee Knight, are you alone? Want to come and join us? You help us line up, pour a urinal or something like that. We'll cover you. After all, you shouldn't know anything but studying. You need someone to teach you how to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, don't you? A young man approached with a smile on his face. A soft face and very approachable looking. The smile on Lee Knight's face was slightly cold and thorough. Bin Zhang. System recommendation. A few of his classmates were pretty close to him and often entered his study group. At that time, his study group included not only Fang Yu, but also 3 other girls and 2 boys. And several people often studied in the library or organized some study corners or the like. It's still kind of playing well. Lee Knight, seeing as you always fail to appear in the group, we thought something had happened to you. A girl asked friendly questions about how Lee Knight was doing ever since the Fang Yu incident. Lee Knight had begun to question a few of the people in the study group at the time, so he reacted rather indifferently. I'm not fine. The girl froze slightly as she was disliked by Lee Knight, thinking that Lee Knight might have been frightened. He didn't blame Lee Knight, but continued. A few of us met on the road when we followed our families to escape here. Very coincidental. I didn't think that the world would end and a few of us would still be able to get together. The girl seemed to be very happy about Lee Knight's appearance. Lee Knight looked around at the few people who were in the study group at the time, and except for one boy who didn't arrive, everyone else actually survived. Why don't you guys go join Ningze? Didn't Ningze say he could hand out guns? Lee Knight asked. The girl shook her head and said, I always felt that Ningze was an extremely selfish and egotistical guy. He wouldn't be that nice to someone for no reason. Lee Knight nodded. This judgment of the girls was correct. Ningze was indeed an extremely selfish person, another boy said. But then again, those people who went to join Ningze at that time don't seem to talk much in the group anymore. And Ningze doesn't talk in the group anymore. So I don't know what's going on now. Lee Knight averted his gaze somewhat sheepishly. This was not a topic he was fit to continue engaging in. The girl saw that Lee Knight didn't even have a single piece of clothing on him, so she immediately said, Lee Knight, you come with me. We came out this time. We brought some clothes out from home, so we can drape them over you. It's almost late fall now, and it's still quite cold into the night. Lee Knight hesitated for a moment, but the girl was already pulling him by the hand over to the cubicle where his family was. The cubicle was rather large, housing about 5 or 6 families, nearly 20 people, and although it was a bit denser, it was better than being in the same cubicle with strangers because of the relationship of the children's classmates. After all, the Zhang Bin who had previously humiliated Lee Knight was instead ignored the entire time, and Zhang Bin's face immediately darkened. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. This is the leader of the study group I always tell you about, the first in our grade, who got both a guaranteed admission to a prestigious graduate school and a chance to enter a big factory. It's especially impressive. A slightly tired middle-aged woman saw that her daughter had brought a friend over and immediately offered hospitality. Gu. Why don't you wear clothes? Did you come in too much of a hurry? Luckily when we came out, we brought some clothes with us. They are Weiwei's father's clothes, although they are a bit old-fashioned. You don't mind. The woman took out a lab coat and draped it over Lee Knight's shoulders without a second thought. Lee Knight was embarrassed. He was actually wearing clothes, but when he was put into the iron cage, his combat suit was removed along with his equipment, leaving him with only a pair of pants and his upper body was naked. Huang Wei saw that Lee Knight didn't say anything and handed Lee Knight another cup of hot water and comforted him. Lee Knight, don't be afraid. With the military's shelter, we're safe. Although the conditions here are a bit rudimentary, the military can at least guarantee us basic supplies. Lee Knight glanced at Huang Wei and smiled. This Huang Wei is still as gentle as she was in school, but if it wasn't for Fang Yu, Huang Wei would definitely be the #1 beauty in their study group. Thanks. Lee Knight took the hot water. Ha! Suddenly, Zhang Bin sneered and came over. Huang Wei, obviously I'm so nice to you. Why are you courting this guy? Just because this guy is good at studying? Zhang Bin's expression became even more contemptuous. Come on, learning to be good at this kind of ability is useless in the end times. Nerds can't even protect themselves. How can they protect you? Huang Wei frowned. What does it have to do with you? Can you protect me? Zhang Bin nodded his head and said arrogantly, of course, it's not like Ning's group is the only one with capable people. Our Zhang family isn't weak either. The bodyguard who came with us this time was very strong. He took out a lot of zombies by himself. And among the ones that were taken out were also Fae that were mentioned in the news. The crowd was surprised. Even the weird and unpredictable Fae could be taken out? After they came here and talked to others, they realized that the zombies were not the most terrifying. There was a kind of zombie that was much more terrifying than ordinary zombies. And even the army had a hard time dealing with it. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. The young family's bodyguards are that good? Huang Wei's parents looked at each other in surprise. As if he had made some decision in his eyes. He immediately got up and smiled politely at Zhang Bin. Mr. Zhang, why aren't you with the Zhang family? Zhang Bin said. We Zhang family members have a few cubicles to ourselves, and we also enjoy special care from the military. Originally I came over to take Huang Wei over as well, but Huang Wei didn't appreciate it. Huang Wei skimmed her mouth and sat down next to Li Night, turning her face toward him and rolling her eyes in disgust. Li Night wanted to laugh in his heart. Huang Wei was still too naive. This is the real just out of the ivory tower, out of the student mentality. There is still that kind of literary pride in the bones. For the pompous show-off, Zhang Bin holds the attitude of not seeing, but in fact, as long as Huang Wei survived for one more period of time in the post-apocalyptic world, no need for more than 3 months, perhaps Huang Wei's mindset would change drastically when she looked back at Zhang Bin at that time. She might not be as contemptuous as she was now. Huang Wei's character was good, and her appearance was also quite good. In fact, with her conditions, as long as she put a little effort into her appearance, she actually wouldn't be inferior to Fang Yu, and wouldn't be much worse than Zhuo Wanqing. If she enjoyed planning as much as Zhuo Wanqing, Huang Wei wouldn't actually be having a bad time, assuming, of course, that she survives. In less than 3 hours, the super-infected from the fishing port village, with its Fae and zombies, would suddenly launch an attack on the seafood market from the rear. By then, this shelter will be dead and wounded, and Huang Wei may or may not survive. Li Night didn't want to meddle in too many idle matters. But the purpose of his coming here was that he didn't want these thousands of survivors and the hundreds of warriors outside to be sacrificed in vain. After all, after reliving a new life, he always had to change something. Huang Wei, why don't you entertain this classmate of yours? Huang Wei's father took the initiative to inquire about Huang Wei and kept giving Huang Wei a wink, telling her not to neglect this son of the Zheng family. To entertain, you guys entertain. I'm not familiar with him. I'm familiar with Li Night. I'll entertain Li Night. Huang Wei symbolically draped the clothes on Li Night's shoulders. Back up. Huang Wei's parents were very helpless. People like them, who had already climbed up and down the social ladder and received social refinement, of course knew that the more at this particular time, the more important it was to defect to a person with strength and substance. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation, but Huang Wei doesn't understand this. The parents of the other 2 girls, as soon as they saw that Huang Wei was so indifferent to Zhang Bin, they immediately gave their daughters a wink and told their daughters to pull the wool over Zhang Bin's eyes. After all, this was the son of the Zheng family. In Jiangcheng, although the Ning family was single-handedly the most powerful, the Zheng family was an absolute powerhouse in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, for the average person, 1 billion, 10 billion, and 100 billion are all the same amount of money. A system recommendation. Those 2 girls hesitantly glanced at Huang Wei, and then looked at Zheng Bin, who was condescending, as if he had nothing to fear, but still eagerly handed over hot water to Zhang Bin, and even held Zhang Bin's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Bin looked at the 2 girls beside him, although both of them were nowhere near as good as Huang Wei, but inside this shelter where there were both men and women of all ages, they were considered to be superior, and at the very least, they could keep him from being lonely. After all, he can't sleep without a woman. Zhang Bin wrapped his arms around the 2 girls and said prophetically, Huang Wei, you'll know right away who's the one you have to rely on right now. Not you anyway. Huang Wei moved closer to Li Night's side again. Zhang Bin glared viciously at Li Night beside Huang Wei, who had no expression on his face. Zhang Bin then took the 2 girls and entered a cubicle that was really just him. Sure as privileged he is, enjoying that much space all by himself. Huang Wei's father sighed. Rather, they didn't blame Huang Wei much, and everyone knew what Zhang Bin was trying to do by bringing those 2 girls into the cubicle. The parents of those 2 girls also both lowered their heads with pained expressions. They were mentally prepared for this. It was worth it for them to have a better life in the future. It didn't take long for that sound to come out of that cubicle. Zhang Bin was not avoiding it at all, deliberately creating a very big commotion, and those 2 girls seemed to be shy, so they were extremely restrained. Such assholes shouldn't be alive. Huang Wei blushed and said, right, Li Night? Li Night just laughed and didn't say anything. After the end of the world and the loss of certain order and rules, there were very many people like Zhang Bin. The more people in power, the less they curbed their ****t. By the way, something might happen later, so don't run around and stay close to me, Li Night admonished Huang Wei. Who was a bit puzzled. She clearly didn't understand what would happen, as well as what the point of following Lee Knight was. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Huang Wei smiled and said, "Nothing will happen. We have the military to protect us, and if something does happen, it's a big deal, and I guess a lot of people will have to die." Lee Knight didn't say anything else. He glanced at the time. It was evening, outside. The sky darkened, and apart from the firelight of the battle, there was no other light. As if this was the center of the world. Lee Knight told the mercenary captain to go to the border of the rear refuge. That's where it was, the direction of the fishing harbor village, but there were fewer zombies coming from that direction instead. So the fighters stationed here were significantly fewer than those in the other three directions. Maybe the army is now busy fending off the large number of zombies rushing from the city, so they didn't notice this strange spot, and are even thankful that there aren't many zombies over there. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Bin walked out contentedly, and both girls came out of the cubicle red-faced, their clothes obviously much messier. Zhang Bin was in a rather pleasant mood, but when he saw that Huang Wei and Lee Knight were still together, he immediately became furious. "Huang Wei, don't you have anything to tell me? What good can you do with this nerd? Even if you don't think about yourself, aren't you going to think about your family? Your family can't be protected by our Zhang family because of you. If anything happens to them, don't you feel guilty?" Zhang Bin moved out of Huang Wei's family. Huang Wei's eyes immediately wavered and looked to her parents, who both had slightly helpless expressions. Huang Wei was just an ordinary girl after all. Of being scared so much by Zhang Bin, his eyes immediately began to turn red. Not knowing what to do, Huang Wei habitually asked Lee Knight, "Lee Knight, what should I do?" Lee Knight looked at Huang Wei and remembered that in the study group, Huang Wei also always asked him when she didn't understand a question. Lee Knight laughed lightly. "It's fine. Just follow me. He can't protect you." Huang Wei looked at Lee Knight in surprise. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. She had heard others say that Lee Knight had changed before looking at it today. It seems to have really changed. Although the previous Lee Knight was also enthusiastic, he was definitely not so sure. And when faced with some dangers, Lee Knight was the kind of character that was more of a wimp. But today's Lee Knight, his eyes were also very determined. Really different from when he was in school. Good. I don't know what kind of force drove Huang Wei to actually start believing in the nerd Lee Knight. Huang Wei's parents were helpless, since Huang Wei had already made a decision. Then he also admitted it. After all, they had already lived through most of their lives, and now that the world had ended, the next idea was nothing more than wanting their daughter to follow her own ideas to live a little better. Zhang Bin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Huang Wei, are you crazy? In what way am I not better than this loser?" Before Huang Wei could say anything, Lee Knight sneered. "You, a waste of a man who has been undressing and dressing for a few minutes the entire time. What qualifications do you have to call someone else a waste of a man?" Zhang Bin froze. He had just done his best. Just for a few minutes? Put. The men next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing, and this laughter sounded even more piercing to Zhang Bin's ears. So angry that Zhang Bin's body was shaking. "Dare to taunt me? You damned punk. I'll let you die." Zhang Bin pulled out a dagger, which was very sharp, and charged directly towards Lee Knight. Huang Wei was scared until her face turned pale. She could tell that Zhang Bin had gone completely crazy. Even Zhang Bin was about to kill someone. "Look out!" Huang Wei let out a scream. The others were also frightened and scattered. "I'm the son of the Zhang family. Even if I kill you, no one can do anything to me." This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Zhang Bin shouted as he rushed over. "Oh, idiot!" Lee Knight softly taunted, followed by shouting, "Help! Help! Someone's trying to kill someone." Lee Knight suddenly squealed like a scared coward. Being chased around by Zhang Bin looked quite humiliating. Huang Wei's parents shook their heads helplessly. How could such a man, who lost his separation at once when he encountered danger, protect their daughter? Sure enough, or Zhang Bin, such a person can be relied upon, although not a good person, but perhaps such a person, instead, can live a good life. "You cowardly punk, is that all you do? Run away screaming? Where's your courage from earlier? Where's your courage? Has it all disappeared? You're really a nerd who only knows how to talk. A waste of space. Pust." Suddenly, Zhang Bin's shouting came to an abrupt end. The Lee Knight in front of him returned to indifference. Zhang Bin lowered his head and looked incredulously at the dagger sticking out of his chest. It was his dagger. Just now, he was clearly going to stab Li Yan and was about to do so. But how did he turn around and the dagger stabbed himself in the chest? Blood is flowing. "Ah! Murder!" The crowd then exclaimed. The fighters maintaining order quickly rushed over in the distance. System recommendation: fighting is prohibited in shelters. The warriors who rushed over froze directly when they saw Zhang Bin, who had fallen in a pool of blood. The others behind them immediately surrounded Lee Knight. "You're the guy in the cage. You actually broke out of prison and came out and killed someone. The soldier was surprised and angry as he berated Li Knight. The military didn't give you this sanctuary to kill people here. Don't think that just because it's the end of the world you can just kill people. This is a military controlled area. Several people surrounded Li Knight. Huang Wei and her family were scared pale. Huang Wei immediately explained. Li Knight didn't mean to kill anyone. It was Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, he used the power of the Zhang family to oppress us. He even took out a dagger and tried to kill Li Knight. Li Knight accidentally killed him back. It belongs to self-defense. The warrior looked at Huang Wei and asked, "Tell me in detail about the situation." Huang Wei was about to continue defending Li Knight, but was immediately pulled into the distance by her parents. "What are you guys pulling me for? Li Knight has been wrongly accused." Huang Wei's father seriously scolded Huang Wei. "Huang Wei, you're not young anymore. You should know better. You can't see Zhang Bin's kind of arrogant rich second generation, which we can understand, but now that Zhang Bin is dead, it was Li Knight who killed him. Li Knight killed the Zhang family's son. He will definitely be retaliated against by the Zhang family. Do you want the Zhang family to retaliate even against us?" Huang Wei snapped out of it. "Yeah, well, it wasn't just any old self-defense. The ones Li Knight killed weren't just ordinary gangsters either. He's Zhang Bin, the male son of the Young family. Moreover, I heard that the Zhang family had a particularly powerful fighter, one that could even kill a Fey zombie once they were retaliated against by the Zhang family. Then their family would surely be doomed." So when it came to the words on her lips, Huang Wei couldn't say them hard enough, lowering his head. He didn't dare to look into Li Knight's eyes again. Li Knight smiled, as if he had expected Huang Wei's retreat. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. At the same time, it is no longer so psychologically taxing in his mind. He's been kind to Huang Wei. Everyone has their own destiny. When Huang Wei didn't mind that he was a loser and was willing to stand on his side even in the face of it, he was honestly touched in his heart. After 10 years of surviving in the post-apocalyptic world, the most he had seen was mutual utilization and deception. Emotions as pure as Huang Wei's are rare, but Huang Wei backed down. And the fact that Huang Wei didn't stand firmly on his side meant that he didn't need to remain responsible for Huang Wei either. It was also Huang Wei's own destiny. Maybe there's a reason for Huang Wei's withdrawal from her family, but this is the fate of Huang Wei: a family. Friends, best friends, comrades in arms, objects, partners. It is part of everyone's destiny to be surrounded by people who have the kind of personalities and the kind of roles they play. Li Knight looked at the several guns pointing at him, and he didn't tough it out. Instead, they raised their hands with an innocent face. He said, "I was acting in self-defense just now. It was Zhang Bin who suddenly rushed over to kill me, and many people watched." The warrior looked around and asked the others, "Did you see that?" The crowd was silent. Apparently, they were worried about the same thing that Huang Wei's father was worried about. "No one has corroborated it for you, so it's your side of the story." Li Knight also expected this to be the result. The others had no relatives with him and were bound to be unwilling to offend the Zhang family for his sake. Li Knight continued, "I can prove my innocence, but I need to see Tuan Lu." "Who can prove my innocence? Louis Tuan?" The warriors were a little hesitant. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. This frontline commander of theirs did not originally serve in the River City garrison. It was only when the end times broke out that he happened to come to the Jiangcheng garrison to visit his former comrades, and the head of the regiment of the Jiangcheng garrison infected into a zombie. Therefore, the Jiangcheng garrison was leaderless, and the superiors, in a moment of desperation, appointed LV Tuan, a temporary peer, as the regimental leader of the Jiangcheng garrison. So it's not as if the average person knows about LV Tuan. "Who are you with the Louis Tuan?" Warrior asked suspiciously. They naturally wouldn't let a murderer see Lu Tuan easily. Who knows if this murderer will suddenly strike at Lu Tuan. Lu Tuan is the new head of the regiment of the Jiangcheng garrison. If there was a problem, the Jiangcheng garrison would again be leaderless, a situation that was very dangerous for the current situation. Li Knight said seriously, "I'm LV Tuan's younger brother. My name is LV Baozhu. If you guys tell LV Tuan will naturally know." The warrior frowned. "Do you take me for a fool? That girl already said your name is Li Knight, and you're still saying your name is Lu Baozhu? Li Knight is my fake name. I, as my brother's younger brother, have always kept a low profile, so I usually use a fake name to the public." Now, a few of the fighters were even more puzzled and make sure to look Lu Tuan up and down. "Why do you feel that this guy and Mr. Lu look so unlike each other? Not like blood brothers," but looking at how seriously Li Knight said it, it didn't seem like he made it up on the fly, and it's not like it's something you can make up. Once he told LV Tuan. LV Tuan himself of course knew if he had a brother, so he could recognize it then. If it's not made up, then it means the guy is telling the truth. After all, Lu Tuan had only come to Jiangcheng to visit his comrades, and he didn't have any friends in Jiangcheng. The warrior, who appeared to be the captain, immediately said to the others, "Contact LV Tuan at the front line and see if he has a brother named LV Baozhu." This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Yes, The man quickly went to make contact, the others continued to point their guns at Li Knight. Li Knight was emboldened, he lied. He's certainly not Louis Pachu however. He didn't make up the name LV Baoju or rather. There is indeed this person, and this man is indeed Lu Tuan's brother. This Lu Tuan is not an idle man, real name is LV Chijuan. He was a brilliant young general trained by the military. To be the head of a regiment at such a young age was very rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom military. The prima donna is both powerful and intelligent. It was because of the command of LV Chi's army that when all the other cities' garrisons were broken one after another, the not-so-impressive Jiangcheng's garrison survived and even fought back and forth with the zombie legions. It built a pretty good foundation for the later establishment of a safe zone in River City. Unfortunately, however, Lu Chi's army died in battle in the third year of the end times, killed by a super-infected body that had infiltrated the army and sneaked in. Rumors were often circulating at the time that if LV Chijuan had lived for a few more years, it was possible that Jiangcheng would have established not just a safe zone, but a safe city. In that case, the survivors of Jiangcheng wouldn't have to be vagrants and paupers, and would directly enjoy superior treatment in the safe city, living a life of the upper class. But that's just an afterthought. There's no such thing as a simple matter as establishing a safe city. Even if Lu Chijuan lived to that point, there was no way he could succeed if he was unlucky. This was the reason why Li Knight had come over this time. System recommendation. Back then, LV Chi's army had made the Jiangcheng garrison lose too much strength in this battle. Today, Lukajin received a disciplinary order from his superiors. Lu Chi's army hadn't led a battle for a whole year. This is what led to Ning's group taking the opportunity to grab a piece of Jiangcheng. Even later, Ning's group joined forces with the Waking Lions Club to divide up half of Jiangcheng. Even after a year, the military hierarchy allowed Lu Chijuan to reappoint the Jiangcheng garrison and begin to make a big splash once again. But by that time, Jiangcheng's military could no longer suppress the Ning group and the Waking Lion Society. It also became a three-way tie in the later safe zone. The military, the Ning group, and the Waking Lions are jointly managed. Be the ultimate beneficiary of the safe zone can visibly let Ning's group grow a lot more. The achievement of the future transcendental group. If, in this life, he could change the battle today, keep Lukajin from being disciplined by the top brass. The River City garrison has always served as the most dominant force in River City. Ning's group wouldn't dare to expand so disorderly. Soon, the warrior who had gone to make contact trotted back first. He looked at Li Knight incredulously, then a few more words were whispered in the captain's ear. The captain's expression changed slightly. A few more glances were taken at Li Knight. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. He then had Li Knight brought to the large tent. The captain said politely, "I'm sorry, brother. Just now it's a big water that has washed over the Dragon King temple, and the family doesn't recognize the family anymore." The captain handed over an unopened bottle of pure water to Li Knight. Li Knight was slightly stunned, although it's not yet at the point where a bottle of pure water sells for an astronomical price. It's now almost impossible for the average person to get pure water. Li Knight took it and unscrewed it before gulping down several large gulps. Li Knight looked at the captain as if he had a craving. One stares at the pure water and gulps. The captain's lips were quite dry and cracked, and he could only sip them with his tongue. Li Knight directly threw the remaining small half bottle to the captain. The captain was surprised. "This is a pure water specially for Lu Tuan's exclusive supply. I'm not qualified to drink it. You're Lu Tuan's brother, so of course you can drink it. There's no need to give it to me. It's okay, you drink it. We're the only two people here. Just pretend it's me and no one will know." Li Knight didn't really care much. Half of the supplies he had stockpiled in that room were stacked in pieces of pure water, enough to last him a long time. The captain took a look at how generous Li Knight was, immediately moved to thank him. He hurriedly raised his neck to pour down the small half bottle of water left by Li Knight. Sweet. When the end times didn't come, pure water was drunk every day, and it all felt tasteless and inferior to Coke, but those who can't wait to drink it do find it really sweet when they have a few sips now and then. The water in temporary shelters like this one is actually not properly filtered. It's mostly the kind of well water that is pumped directly up and boiled for drinking. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation, and most of the wells are actually not deep enough. That is, 50 meters, more than 100 meters are very few, so draw not deep underground water. The water quality is basically very general. Not as good as this kind of deeply filtered pure water. Li Knight looked at this tent and it looked like it should be the place that Lu Tuan used to rest. This tent is quite big. Is Lu Chi's army using it alone? It's a bit too wasteful, isn't it? The captain was puzzled. Aren't you and Lu Tuan brothers? Do you call him by his first name directly? Li Knight froze for a moment, then dryly laughed. Yeah, I don't talk that much between me and my brother. Oh, that's so. I really envy your brotherhood with Lu Tuan. Unlike me and that brother of mine. The captain was suddenly a little sad. I don't know how they are doing with my brother and my family. They live in a remote rural area where the internet wasn't very good, and I haven't been able to contact them since the moment the end of the world came. The captain's eyes began to moisten and tears kept welling up around the eye. Looked Li Knight's side. In fact, he could understand the captain's feelings. They were born to protect other people's families here. But at this time, who could protect his family? But these are the end times. Lee Knight patted the captain on the shoulder. It'll be fine. Such comfort is useless, but Lee Knight found that people still needed comfort, which could potentially be turned into a kind of conviction. And at critical moments, conviction could explode into a kind of power. A power that could make a person burst out with an incredible will to survive in a desperate situation of life and death, and the cost of paying this kindness is very low. For Lee Knight, it is nothing more than moving his lips. This kindness Lee Knight is still willing. Suddenly, a man whose entire body was filled with the smell of blood strided into the tent. The captain hurriedly got up and greeted respectfully. LV Regiment. Lee Knight looked at the man who strutted in. This person had a handsome face with sharp angles and clear, resolute eyes that fit all the symbols of an elite person, and looked to be around 30 years old at best. Lu Chijuan nodded, then glanced at Lee Knight. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Ask the captain beside you. You said my brother is here. Where is he? The captain froze. ISN. This your brother? The captain suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Lee Knight in shock and anger. You're not Lu Tuan's brother? Who the hell are you? What is the purpose of your disguising your identity to approach LV Tuan? Who sent you here? The captain hurriedly blocked in front of Lee Knight and asked a series of questions, as if he had already constructed a complete bridge of intrigue in his mind. Lee Knight shrugged. I have something to say to Tuan Lu. May I ask you to leave? You don't think so? You're going to lay your hands on Lu Tuan while you're alone with him, and I won't let you. I'm going to call in all the fighters in the neighborhood and bring you to justice. Lee Knight chuckled. You seem to have underestimated Lu Chijuan too much. A shadow summoning battle pet master is not so easily assassinated? What shadow? What battle pet master? What are you talking about? The captain didn't get it, but Lu Chijuan's pupils suddenly shrunk, immediately stopped the captain's continued questioning, told him to get out, and forbade all short hairs to come near the tent. After the captain hesitantly walked out, Lu Chijuan's expression immediately became terrifying, looking dangerously at Lee Knight. Who exactly are you? Why do you know about my awakened profession? He had never shown anyone his professional skills, or even used them while fighting, but this young man, however, gave the name of his profession accurately. Could this be your occupational ability? You can tell someone's occupation at a glance? Or, are you a prophet too? Or did you observe my occupational abilities through some telltale sign? Lookajin guessed. System recommendation. Lee Knight just smiled. I've come to find you for something serious. I hope you won't speculate. You just need to know that I don't have any malice towards you. What is it? Lookajin decided to ask first. You seem to have arranged a weak force in the rear. The rear? You mean the orientation of the fishing harbor village? Lu Chijuan sneered. Your so-called serious business is to remind me to strengthen the defense in the direction of the fishing port village? You want to remind me that in the fishing harbor village, there are also Fey zombies? There is even a zombie that is very different from the normal Fey? Lee Knight was a bit surprised that he did have to say these elements, but he didn't expect Lu Chijuan. It's also clear about this. If you know that, then why have you only divided so few troops? Because I've already checked. Combined with the testimonies of the villagers, those Fey zombies have already left the fishing harbor village. So the current fishing harbor village is almost an empty village, and even the very few zombies that are there seem to have been taken away by that more special zombie. Lee Knight pondered for a while, then suddenly came to a realization. I see. What do you understand? Lu Chijuan felt that this person was strange, full of suspicions, and also startled, but he really didn't feel any killing intent or anything like that on the other party. I know you're obviously extremely cautious, but you still fall off the wagon just because you've been tricked. Tricked by whom? Super infected. A super infection? What's that? Right now, the name about the super infected body had not been announced to the public, so it was normal that Lu Chijuan had never heard of it. It's the zombie that the villagers described as different from the normal Fey as well. It's super infected. You can understand that he's the mother of the Fey. Lee Knight explained. This kind of zombie evolves extremely fast, and a large number of Fey can be born from it. Extremely intelligent and understanding of human nature. Most of the super infected are humanoid zombies, so they know exactly what the human mind is and are very good at designing traps using flaws in the human mind. Lee Knight couldn't make it too clear. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Otherwise, he would have aroused the suspicion of Lu Chijuan. Lookajin is not a brainless person. Revealing too much would put him in danger as well. After Lu Chijuan heard Lee Knight's words, he didn't react the same way as the kind of reaction the others had, immediately and vehemently arguing with his past experience, but instead fell into thought. Are you saying that I had that village canvassed? And the results of that canvass were that the zombies had all left that village, but we were actually tricked by that super infected body you mentioned? It's playing a trick on us? Is it the Kong Ming of the zombies? From waiting for LV Chijuan's tone, it was clear that LV Chijuan hadn't fully believed what he said. or felt that what he said was very outrageous, as hard as it is for you to believe. It's true. And, have you ever wondered if all of your people have been canvassed in a fishing harbor village that big? Did you check every household? Did you even check the fish fields of every fisherman? Lu Qijuan's eyes moved slightly. Starting to not be as determined as they were a moment ago, the corner of Li Knight's mouth lifted up a smile. That's how people are. When he believes in something with great certainty, as long as he asks for details a few more times, he will hesitate. For example, you ask if a person really locks the door when they leave the house. Sure, the door was locked? He is going to question it. How much do you know about that superinfection? Lu Qijuan asked Li Knight with a straight face. Li Knight said, I'm not a god either. I'm not omniscient, so this is all I know. But I judge that in less than an hour, the super-infected body in Fishing Harbor Village will lead a legion of zombies and quietly kill them through the back door. Your basis for judgment? Lu Qijuan asked halfway through his sentence, but suddenly stopped. Forget it. Even if I ask you what the basis of your judgment is, you shouldn't be able to tell, right? Li Knight smiled without saying anything, acquiescing to Lu Qijuan's speculation. Lu Qijuan paced back and forth. You know my family very well. You know that I have a younger brother named Lu Baozhu, and you know that I have awakened the shadow summoning battle pet master profession, and you turned such a big corner just to tell me to be careful of the rear defense. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and believe that you're not full of food. Lu Qijuan immediately called the captain in and told him to send more men in the rear, as well as put more heavy firepower, and when a suspicious object appeared in the rear, he would immediately carry out the annihilation mission. Yes, the captain, though, wondered why Louis's regiment was doing heavy fire placement to the rear, where the defense was under the least amount of pressure. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations, but Lu Tuan's judgment of the situation was never wrong, so he immediately went to carry out Lu Tuan's mission. Li Knight was somewhat relieved. He had made the right decision in the beginning. This information must be said personally to LV Qijuan. Otherwise anyone else would have the same attitude as LV Tuan did at the very beginning, treating him as a crazy person who talked nonsense. Good. I've conveyed the information, so I'll leave you to it. Li Knight was about to leave suddenly. A black shadow came out from behind Lu Tuan and blocked in front of Li Knight, which was different from normal black shadows. Instead of forming a black shadow on the object by shining light on it, it appears directly in a three-dimensional form, and actually looks like a metal general physical texture. This is the professional skill of Lukajan. Lu Qijuan narrowed his eyes and asked Li Knight, you know the name of my occupation, so do you know what my occupation skills are like? Li Knight nodded his head, unassuming and without a trace of fear, and said faintly, I know that your battle pet is your shadow. Your shadow has over 10 times your quality boost and is invulnerable to knives and guns. The duration depends on how much of your powers you have. With your current powers, you can probably manipulate it for about 3 minutes. Lu Qijuan's face became a little scary. Who the hell are you? You don't know me a little too well. Li Knight laughed nervously. Is it possible that this is my occupational skill? I shouldn't be much of a threat to you. Lu Qijuan stared at Li Knight for a while. I'm getting more and more interested in you. You're practically communicating with me with mostly true words mixed with lesser guys, and I can't tell exactly which sentence is true and which is false. Lu Qijuan added, you can't leave until I have verified the results. Didn't you say less than an hour? Then I'll entrust you with not being able to leave this place within this hour, or else you'll be immediately disposed of according to military orders. Li Knight looked at Lu Qijuan with a leathery smile. No problem, Lu Qijuan continued. Also, you look young, but in reality, you have a wealth of experience in killing people. The evidence is, you just seem to kill Zhengbin back, but in reality, you only seriously injured him, and did not injure his life, or else, even if you are justified in self-defense, you can't go away for a moment. The Zheng family will definitely be in a sustained lawsuit against you for over-defense. Your judgment is very accurate. These last words from LV Qijuan seem to be an appreciation of Li Knight. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. Today's hot pick. The content of this site is based on your instructions to search the list of links obtained from the major novel station. Does not mean that we agree with the content of the searched site or stand. Reblogging to this site is just for promoting this book to a wider audience. If there is any book content or pictures on this site have violated your copyright, please contact us. We will confirm the information after the first time to delete the relevant content. Copyright 2023, all rights reserved. A system recommendation. The corners of Li Knight's mouth smiled lightly. And he did deserve such appreciation. As all was in his calculations, Zheng Bin was certainly hateful and certainly deserved to be killed. But after all, he was the son of the Zheng family, and now that he was just a little-known person, if he really killed Zheng Bin, the Zheng family would surely mobilize all their resources and have the officials and military conduct a lengthy interrogation of him. It would be too much of a waste of his time. And a mere Zheng Bin wasn't worth making him pay such a price. Li Knight had just stepped out of the tent when Shirziyin had already smashed into the doorway and was waiting for him. Holding the clothes and equipment he had been unloaded from earlier, there were a few warriors with big heads next to them. Lu Regiment. She just broke into the logistics department and took away the equipment and supplies we just captured without explanation. The fighters sued with Lu Chijun. Lu Chijun glanced at Shirzien and then at Li Knight, then waved his hand. Give it back. Only then did the warriors leave. Tokian handed Li Knight's clothes and equipment to him with one hand. Li Knight picked it up, then looked at Shirzien while unhurriedly putting his clothes on. Li Knight's eyes were full of teasing, causing Shirzien to unconsciously avert her gaze. Subsequently, when Li Knight put on all of his equipment as well, the tang blade was inserted into the holster on his waist and stretched his body. Should I say no? The equipment of the Ning Group's private armed forces is really good. These clothes are so comfortable to wear on the body. Stabbing. Li Knight tore off the symbol of the Ning Group from his combat suit. Well, this is much more comfortable to wear. Tokian's eyes also began to grow cold. The information you were going to tell Lukajin, you've already told him, right? So you can already go to hell? Li Knight couldn't help but take half a step back. Cold sweat ran down his face. He could be emboldened in the face of Lukajin. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation, because although Lu Chijuan's shadow was very strong, it couldn't hurt him for two reasons. The first point was that he had Inuyasha, and Inuyasha's combat power was also absolutely leading as far as the current stage was concerned, and it wouldn't lose out to any person or Fey one-on-one. The second point was that Lu Chijuan had a shadow battle pet, which had more than 10 times the quality of Lu Chijuan himself, and could be continuously manipulated for 3 minutes, and he also had canine demonization. Canine Demon could enhance his physical quality by more than 5 times on all fronts. Although it was smaller than Lu Chijuan's shadow battle pet in terms of multiples, but his physical quality was definitely far stronger than Lu Chijuan's. So after his canine demonization, he could easily crush Lu Chijuan's shadow battle pet as well, but Tokian was different. Lu Chijuan's shadow summoning war pet master was nothing more than an A-rank profession, but Tokian's gravity manipulation elementalist was an S-rank or higher profession. It's strong, and ridiculously strong. At that time, he had witnessed Shirzien crush a level 3 revival type Fate directly with gravity with the strength of a level 3 professional. And the most crucial thing was that Tokian was an even rarer dual profession awakened at the same time. This is Tokian's absolute secret. If it wasn't for his better relationship with Tokian later in life, even he wouldn't have known. Tokian occupant intelligence, profession 1, gravity manipulation elementalist, profession talent S rank or higher, occupation 2, bestializer, cat Earl, occupational talent unknown, occupational ability with the high burst of speed and strength of a cat, so fast that there are only stumps. When the gravity manipulation profession skill and the cat's ear profession skill are doubly stacked, they can explode into a godlike combat power beyond imagination. So Tokian is not to be messed with. Tokian took a step forward. Li Knight then took a step back. Tokian forced a step closer. Li Knight took a step back. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Li Knight hurriedly compensated with a smile. You may not know, I'm now a key protection target of the military, so you can't take a shot at me or you won't be able to walk away. Don't you believe me and ask these soldier brothers next to you? Tokian looked at the few warriors around her, who didn't speak, but stared at her with serious faces. Shirzien looked at Li Knight suspiciously. What exactly did you instill in Lu Chijuan? Why did he protect you? Hey, haven't you heard? I just blew my own hidden identity. I'm Lu Tuan's younger brother, so it's only natural for my brother to protect me, right? Shirzien continued to stare at Li Knight, who was a bit vain. These warriors weren't here to protect him. They were just ordered by Lu Chijuan to keep a good eye on him. So he was foxed, hurriedly. Surrounded by a few warriors, he left the place in a blaze of glory. Tokian stared at Li Knight's back. Not a word of truth. What's gotten into this guy now? Li Knight once again returned to the cubicle where Huang Wei and the others were. When Huang Wei saw Li Knight after being fully armed, immediately surprised. His eyes opened wide. So, handsome, Li Knight, are you okay? Huang Wei immediately asked. Li Knight smiled and said, what can I do? Zhang Bin isn't dead, and Lu Tuan is still my brother. What can they do to me? Li Knight looked towards the several people from the Zhang clan who were eyeing him intently in the nearby compartment. This included the noblewomen of the Zheng family who had come on hearing the inquiries. The Zheng family's noblewoman gritted her teeth. This guy was simply their Zheng family's nemesis. Cough cough cough. Next to the noblewoman, Zhang Bin, who was lying on the ground, glared at Li Knight with an extremely grim expression. He couldn't wait to eat Li Knight with just his eyes. You damn punk. You're dead. You think I don't know? You actually dared to impersonate Lu Tuan's brother in order to escape your crime. You are simply insane. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Zhang Bin said viciously. I told you, our Zhang family has experts. Now I'll let Gao Nen kill you. The tall man, that big tall man, stood up and immediately made everyone around him feel oppressed. It really is a giant. The Zhang family's noblewoman also shouted angrily. Gao Nan. He's just an imposter, Lu Tuan's younger brother. Kill him. No need to have scruples. Takaneo took a step forward, holding two special scissors that were sized to be customized for Takaneo. At first glance, Zhang Bin sneered. Gao Nan is our family's landscaper. These scissors were specially made for him. On the way we fled here, Gao Nan used the two scissors and cut off the heads of so many zombies, even the Fae. You're about to be the next guy to have his head cut off. Takao came barreling over with his roar. Ah. A few warriors immediately warned. Fighting and brawling are forbidden in the shelter. But the high male acted as if he hadn't heard, frantically waving the scissors. Even the guns in the hands of the fighters were easily cut with scissors. The warriors were shocked. What kind of scissors are these? I can't believe it can even cut through steel. Li Knight stared blankly at the tall man. It seemed like a look of being scared silly by the tall man. Zhang Bin and the Zhang family's noblewoman both laughed coldly. Li Knight, you offending us is the fruit of your greatest sin. I'm going to let you know that an inferior person like you will never have the chance to flail around in front of us. Oh yeah? Li Knight revealed a relieved expression that he had just thought that the tall man with two pairs of scissors in his hands looked a bit familiar. Fae. A Fae that appeared after the attack on the sanctuary. A system recommendation. When Li Knight saw the tall man charging over, instead of backing off, he charged head on. Takao's two scissors are like two big guillotines. It clipped towards Li Knight's neck. Li Knight crouched down violently, causing tall man's scissors to pounce. Immediately after that, Li Knight held his hands on the ground and chopped his foot onto the tall man's chin, directly kicking the tall man several meters high. This was the second time Li Knight had kicked the tall man away. Takanori had learned his lesson this time and reacted immediately, completing his body posture change right in the air before flipping backward 360 degrees the moment he landed smoothly. He once again wielded two scissors and killed towards Li Knight. Li Knight's stance was very agile and immediately shouted to those few warriors. Why don't you guys care now? Isn't fighting and brawling forbidden in the shelter? He's going to kill me and you guys still don't care? The fighters looked puzzled. Their guns had been damaged by the arrows. They were just ordinary soldiers. And now that hot weapons had become a scarce resource, even if each of them could share a gun, they were already quite good. Where was it like Li Knight? With a sniper on his back, two pistols on his waist, and a huge box of bullets, this kind of equipment is unthinkable for them. Fighting and brawling is forbidden in the shelter, and all must abide by this rule or be dealt with according to military orders. A few warriors saw that Gao Nan never stopped, so they rushed up and tried to subdue him, but Gao Nan had awakened his psychic abilities, plus two scissors that had been strengthened. So a dozen ordinary people might not be able to restrain him. Click, click, click. Two scissors down, the heads of the two fighters went straight out of their heads. Blood was spurting out of the neck like a fountain, and it looked quite horrible. The people around them immediately let out screams of terror. The crowd was dumbfounded. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Geez, I can't believe I cut off the heads of the warriors. The Zhang family is out of their minds. No matter what, they can't offend the military. Killing someone from the military can make them feel better? At the same time, the Zhang family's noblewoman immediately lost her color. They only asked Gao Nan to kill that kid Li Knight, but they didn't ask Gao Nan to lay his hands on the military's people. Killing the military's people? That would be a rebellion in the military's eyes. The other warriors were shocked. They also didn't expect the other party to directly strike at the military warriors. Call for help. Call for help. A riot has broken out in the shelter, and two warriors have been sacrificed. The opponent is suspected to be a professional, or at least an alien, and the danger level is that of a heavily armed combat team. Seeing as how the military is going to use the high man as a target for suppression, the Zhang family's noblewoman had been completely stunned. Although the Zhang family was considered a powerful family in Zhangchang, the Zhang family was ultimately not the Ning family, and did not have their own armed forces. If they were really suppressed by the military, the Zhang family would disappear in an instant. Today is a special time when the military has the right to dispose of its own. Anyone judged by the military to be an object of insurgency is sure to be overrun without hesitation. The Zhang family's noblewoman suddenly shouted. He has nothing to do with our Zhang family. I only told him to deal with Li Knight. I didn't tell him to kill the military, and the fact that he's mentally ill isn't my order. It has nothing to do with our Zhang family. Hearing Zhang's noblewoman shout, Gao Nan looked back at Zhang's noblewoman in surprise, his eyes filled with bewilderment, as if he didn't expect Zhang's noblewoman to abandon him. Facing Gao Nan's uncertainty, the Zhang family noblewoman said with an ironic face, Gao Nan, you don't need to look at me. This is all your own sin. Of course you have to bear the consequences yourself. Is it possible that you still want the Zhang family to take the blame for you? The noblewoman of the Zhang family didn't hesitate to abandon Gao Nan. Ah! The tall man yelled up to the sky in grief. It was like a wild beast, and the crowd looked at it with trepidation. Who knows if Takao will suddenly go crazy and start killing innocent people the next moment? Several of Huang Wei's classmates, as well as their families, were cowering in the corner, shivering. There's no way to get out. Gao Nan is blocking the doorway of their cubicle. Once Gao Nan rushes in, they'll all have to die. The high male continued his rant, his eyes filling with red blood. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. It felt like it had gone into a frenzy. Li Knight stood not far from the tall man with a somewhat serious expression. There seems to be something wrong with Takao's mental state. It also feels like it's not just because of being abandoned by the young family's noblewoman. Li Knight immediately looked around. Nope. Something is affecting Takao's emotions. Kill him. Zhang Bin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly roared at Gao Nan with red eyes. Kill that kid. The reason why you were abandoned by the Zhang family. The root of everything is because of this guy. Kill him. Kill him. There were also red-eyed uproars in the surrounding crowd. Li Knight looked at the men. The mental state of those people looked somewhat similar to Takao's. His judgment was correct. There is a mysterious force that is affecting them. Super-infected River City 8. He suddenly remembered that the super-infected body possessed a special mental skill that amplified the negative emotions in the enemy's mind. Gao Nan is sad and angry. Zhang Bin is resentful. And the onlookers are suffocating. These people are magnified by the negativity in their hearts. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. A River City 8 is already on the move. Even the warriors next to him, their eyes turned red with flesh, gnashing their teeth as they looked at Gao Nan. Kill my comrades. You shall die. A few warriors didn't wait for reinforcements. They directly rushed towards Gao Nan, wanting to use the daggers in their own hands to stab him to death, but in front of Takanori, they were the ones with bare hands, so with a few cuts, they all turned into headless corpses and fell into a pool of blood. The spreading of the bloody aura made the survivors feel even more terrified, and one by one, they all looked like frightened wild horses, and began to frantically flee in all directions. And the people in the distance, seeing the chaos over here and thinking that zombies or something had rushed in, felt the panic as well. And the panic spread quickly in the shelter. The shelter was an instant mess. The warriors who came to support them were surprised to see the survivors who were scared and crying for their lives as they fled everywhere. And they couldn't care less about suppressing Tall Man, so they hurriedly started to maintain the order of the shelter. After the Tall Man took out a few fighters, not only were his eyes a blood red, but his entire body had been covered in blood, making him look like a tall fei of stature. Immediately rushed towards Huang Wei and the others who were hiding in the corner. Huang Wei was scared out of her wits, and Huang Wei's family members were scared out of their wits. Bang! A particularly loud and clear gunshot, like a scampering monkey charging up into the night sky, instantly resonated throughout the shelter. As if something had drilled a big hole in his head. Gao Nan stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing at Huang Wei's feet. Blood splattered onto Huang Wei's face, and Huang Wei looked in horror at Li Knight, who was behind the tall man, holding a large sniper in both hands with a cold face. Li Knight? Li Knight still shoots? Previously, she thought that the clothes Li Knight was wearing were picked up from somewhere, and the weapons on his body were all decorations. After all, in her opinion, Li Knight was just an ordinary college student. According to Zhang Bin's words, Li Knight was a nerd. How could he so handsomely snipe through Gao Nan's head with a single shot? You guys be careful. Li Knight left directly after he finished speaking, without a moment's hesitation. System recommendation. The feeling that something at the bottom of her heart was passing away. The feeling that she couldn't catch it even if she wanted to. Huang Wei revealed a bitter smile, before Li Knight would still say, follow his side. But since the moment she did not defend Li Knight at that time, Li Knight and her, I am afraid that between Li Knight and her, there is only the favor of this shot. Huang Wei's family members were also dumbfounded. This classmate of Huang Wei's is actually so powerful? It's better than any of the military fighters. Huang Wei, let's quickly follow your classmate. Something big is happening in this safe zone now. It's safe to follow him. Huang Wei's father immediately said. Huang Wei glanced at her father and said in a self-deprecating manner, at that time it was you guys who didn't let me explain for Li Knight, letting him almost be suppressed by the military, and even almost being killed on the spot, and now you are letting me follow him. I think a person has to have a face, right? Huang Wei's father immediately lowered his head in shame. In fact, Huang Wei was right. At that time, they did not stand on Li Knight's side, and now they should not think about letting Li Knight protect their lives. Hearts need to be exchanged for hearts. Li Knight quickly rushed to the back of the shelter. His mercenary captain's pet is still here. But of course, no one knows that this wood-like man is his pet. Lukajan is already here, slightly surprised to see Li Knight running over holding a sniper rifle. He was a veteran, so he could tell from the way Li Knight was holding the rifle that Li Knight was definitely a professionally trained marksman. What's going on in there now? Lu Qijuan asked Li Knight. Should I transfer some people back to manage the order of the survivors now? Lu Qijuan felt that there were some things he couldn't figure out. Asking Li Knight might provide an answer. Li Knight said, no, they may have been influenced by the super-infected body, first disintegrating our human will from the inside, and attacking us when our defenses are at their weakest. This is the wisdom of the super-infected. Once you withdraw your people, You'll just be playing right into the super-infected's hands. Lu Qijuan looked serious. Super-infected bodies. Are they really as divine as you say? If according to what you said, super-infected bodies possess intelligence comparable to humans, and even know how to utilize the weaknesses in human nature, coupled with the fact that they possess unimaginable abilities, wouldn't they be a kind of existence that is above humans? Li Knight glanced at Lu Qijuan. Worthy of being an excellent general trained by the military, this chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. The thinking is indeed much clearer than average indeed. Strictly speaking, the super-infected are a group of intelligent beings beyond the ordinary human race. In the late post-apocalyptic period, there was even a super-infected body that established a kingdom of zombies, managing to command millions of zombies, not recklessly rushing to the guns of humans, but playing tactics with humans, and ultimately breaching the steel security city of humans. A revived fae like Inuyasha tends to bring a feeling of seeing a god. The force is extremely raw and brutal. To humans, a powerful revived fae is a terrifying existence that completely surpasses human power. The super-infected, on the other hand, are a head-turner for the humans, acting as an intelligence in the camp of the zombies, able to guess every decision the humans make and see where their weaknesses lie. They're coming. Li Knight suddenly whispered. He had already vaguely seen some shadows through the night vision on his sniper rifle scope. Lukajin took a deep breath. He also saw it with his binoculars. That's a lot of numbers. Led by a dozen or so fae, hundreds of zombies actually approached the seafood market without a sound. Seeing this scene caused Lu Qijuan to suck in a breath of cold air. Where's this walker? Clearly a legion of well-trained and strategically fought zombies. Noiselessly, like a black water approaching, he was really a bit scared now. If he hadn't listened to Li Knight's words, then their safe zone would have inevitably been torn apart from the rear by these zombies. When the time comes, the front and back will be lost. And this battle will be lost. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The consequences are unimaginable. These warriors he brought with him, as well as the thousands of survivors here, will probably die here. He will have committed a sin that cannot be forgiven. Thanks, bro. When Lu Qijuan turned around, he realized that Li Knight, who was next to him just a moment ago, was actually not there anymore. Where is he? Lu Qijuan immediately asked the person next to him. The others next to me were also confused. It was obviously just. Lukajin gritted his teeth. What a clear target. He realized that the other party had gone through all this trouble just to tell him this information, but had no intention of fighting alongside them. However, there is intelligence. This is already a great favor. This favor he remembered in his heart. If there is an opportunity, will certainly repay. He had a feeling he'd see the kid again. The world is in turmoil. That kid won't be a nobody. Sooner or later he will appear in front of him again one day. Maybe this day will come very soon. At this moment, a figure was quickly weaving in and out of the crowd of people in the shelter. Then, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly rushed out of the shelter and plunged headlong into the pitch-black night. Standing on a high building, Li Knight looked back to the distant seafood market, and at the back of the seafood market, the military had already begun to engage the legions of zombies from the fishing harbor village. It was true that he did not intend to share the battle with these people, because it's too dangerous stuff. It's not just walkers that are dangerous. It's humans too. There are times when a person is in extreme fear and is not in a clear head, and even when danger is in sight, they can become overwhelmed, such as shooting indiscriminately or something like that. In his previous life, there were statistics that on the battlefield, the percentage of people who died under the stray bullets of fellow human beings every year wasn't too low. And he didn't want to take that risk. Anyway, as long as the information is told to the Lucci army, the Lucci army will look after themselves. And the Lucci army may not lose as they have a good number of hot weapons. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. In the early days of the post-apocalyptic world, human heat weapons were still a great threat to the zombies, even up until 10 years after the end of the apocalypse. The main way that human armies fought zombies was still with heat weapons. It just wasn't as much of a threat, often. A heavily armed, battle-savvy combat squad that doesn't have a professional or a shifter within its ranks can easily all die in battle if it encounters a slightly stronger fae. You were the one who told Lu Qijuan about the information that there were zombies in Fishing Harbor Village? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Li Knight. Li Knight was not intimidated. The reason why he stopped was not simply because he wanted to look back at the battle, but mainly because no matter how fast he shuttled, not far from the side, there was always a black shadow that could easily keep up. Li Knight turned back and looked at Tokian. Under the moonlight, Tokian's eyes had two colors. The left one was black and the right one was red. Li Knight sighed. Why are you staring at me anymore? Because Uncle Ning asked me to bring you back, Tokian said faintly. Uncle Ning? Li Knight sneered. It seems you really do consider him your family. System recommendation. What do you mean? He's my family. He's the one who took me in back in the day, or I would have starved to death on the streets. Tokian said seriously. Li Knight was a bit stunned. Although you were an orphan back then, starving to death isn't so bad, right? Tokian looked at Lee Knight. Isn't it? No. Lee Knight said. That orphanage you're in is great. And even if you weren't adopted, you wouldn't starve to death. Lee Knight said with great certainty. The director of that orphanage was an exceptionally good philanthropist. I heard that it was a successful business in the earlier years. So it made a lot of money. After that it's all money invested in welfare. Many orphanages have been built throughout the country, saving many children without families. Shirzeen looked at Lee Knight seriously, as if she wanted to see through Lee Knight. You're lying, Tokian said. Li Knight's heart was tired. Could it be that you don't remember anything from back then? I was in an orphanage with you back then. But it's normal that you don't remember me. After all, you were very high and mighty at that time and didn't play with us. Without waiting for Lee Knight to finish, Shirzeen said, I remember you. Lee Knight froze again. He clearly remembered that Tokian in his previous life didn't remember him, seemingly seeing the doubts in Lee Knight's mind. I've read your profile and know that you were also in that orphanage. So I remembered you. You used to tease me a lot when you were little, lifting up my skirts, stealing my underwear, and betting with the other kids that you'd definitely be my boyfriend. Lee Knight's head instantly buzzed. The memory of all that shame hit him instantly. Lee Knight hurriedly looked around, and no one was paying attention to him around. So Lee Knight relaxed. I admit to everything else, but I don't admit to stealing your underwear. I remember I was playing with a ball and accidentally smashed down the drying rack, dropping the underwear that the teacher had washed for you on the floor and dirtying it. I was afraid you'd get angry, so I secretly hid it and was going to give it back to you after I washed it. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Lee Knight explained in an agitated tone. He has to explain himself. Stealing underwear is not the same nature as other pranks. It's a fucking pervert thing to do. Still, Lee Knight couldn't help but move his gaze to Tokian's crotch. Who would have thought at the time that that little girl would have come out so beautiful and fit? Shirzeen frowned and said with some disgust, you really are still the same as when you were a child. You're mistaken. Lee Knight explained sheepishly. He knows why in his last life. He knew Tokian from a very early age though, but Tokian didn't recognize him, and had even long forgotten him as a person in the depths of her memory. Later, he and Shirzeen knew each other by chance when they found out that Shirzeen was injured while exploring the dead city. So after chatting, Shirzeen realized that he was also from that orphanage, but this life was different. His name and information, I'm afraid, had already appeared in the Ning clan's data after he had launched his invasion of the group's recent past, and Tokian remembered who he was and what he had done in the orphanage by looking at his profile from childhood. He wanted to argue one more time that the underwear stealing thing, it really wasn't stealing, he just picked it up off the floor. But other than those memories, I couldn't recall any other memories of the orphanage. And then a man who claimed to be the director of the orphanage appeared at Ning's group and told me about my tragic experience of being bullied and enduring freezing and starvation at the orphanage. Lee Knight was stunned. You only remember me stealing your underwear? Tokian said. To be exact, I only remember you, though I don't know why, but you seem to strike me as impressive. Was I that attractive as a child? Lee Knight rubbed the back of his head in shame. He was indeed the child king of the orphanage when he was small. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. There used to be people from outside who bullied the children in the orphanage. He was always the first one to rush out and knock people away. Then I grew up to be more honest. No, that's not the issue that should be of concern right now. The director of the orphanage said that you endured freezing, starving and bullying in the orphanage? How is that possible? Who would dare bully you with me around? Tokian suddenly remembered some more memories. As a child she was already born with alien pupils. So as a result she was thought to be a monster by a lot of little kids. And there were even little kids who said she was a cursed witch or something like that. And anyway, if they had watched any TV shows or anime that had people with alien pupils in them, they'd latch onto her with those identities. So she was isolated. And there were little kids who had to peel her eyes open to see why the two eyes were different colors. In a fragmented memory, it was a back figure that stood in her way and helped her fight off the children who bullied her. And the hero of that back figure was none other than the Lee Knight of her childhood. What did the director of that orphanage you mentioned look like? Lee Knight had every reason to suspect that this was Ning's group's attempt to trick Shirzeen into working for them. So they had created such a character haphazardly, and Shirzeen's childhood memories were missing, so they didn't reveal themselves. A middle-aged man of about 50 or 60 years of age, of chubby build, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, looking very gentle and mild, with a very hearty laugh, always using the back of his forefinger to rest his glasses. Lee Knight directly snorted. The first thing you said is wrong. The director of the orphanage is not someone in his 50s or 60s, but in his 30s? Lee Knight suddenly froze. When they were children, the director of the orphanage was in his 30s. By this point in time, You should also be in your 50s or 60s, and all the other characteristics that Tokian had mentioned matched the image of the orphanage director. How is this possible? Could it be that my memory is confused? Lee Knight was a bit skeptical of himself, but Lee Knight immediately shook his head immediately after. No, it's impossible. My memories can't be wrong. Although I don't know what the reason is, but the director of the orphanage lied to you. Tokian was slightly pensive. Not sure what she was thinking. It was the first time Lee Knight knew about these things, in his last life. Though, he and Tokian had a good relationship later on. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. He even liked Tokian a little bit in his heart, but Tokian had never talked to him about these things. Bang. Suddenly, in the city, there was a not-so-small explosion. The fire from that explosion was also very dazzling in the night. Explosions in urban areas are not uncommon at times like these. Explosions are occurring in many places, such as gas or gas canisters in restaurants, when they are hit by external forces, or other factors, but Lee Knight's pupils immediately shrunk when he saw that explosion. That's his fucking house. Fucking hell. It's not like he has anything flammable or explosive in his house. Why did it explode? He had probably guessed something. Lee Knight no longer restrained his speed and quickly ran and jumped between buildings at full speed. When you come across a building you can't jump over, you go to the ground and run wild. The average zombie hadn't even reacted before Lee Knight had already run over. It was as fast as a shadow tearing through the darkness. Shirziyin looked at Lee Knight's full running speed, and some surprise once again showed in her eyes. That was Lee Knight's extreme speed. It turned out that Lee Knight had been hiding his true strength up until now, discreet and completely unlike a recent college graduate. Even warriors who had been honed on the battlefield for a long time might not be as cautious as Lee Knight. System recommendation. Lee Knight rushed to the United Harbors neighborhood and saw dozens of people standing under his house. Instead of immediately rushing over, Lee Knight hid and observed with the scope of his sniper rifle. These dozens of people were wearing the combat suits of the Ning Group's troops, but three waves can clearly be seen. One wave was the private armed forces that wore the same combat suits as he did. There were about 3 dozen of them. Each was heavily armed, and appeared to be a much more luxurious outfit than the military's normal combat units. On the other hand, the people on the other side were wearing the combat suits of the Ning clan's special operations team like Shiziyin's, and there were a total of 3 of them. So I don't know if there were any hidden ones in the shadows. 9 times out of 10 there is. The private armed forces of the Ning clan were not, strictly speaking, considered to be the kind of militia that lacked training. Before the end of the world, Ning's group had secretly hired many mercenaries who were active on the international battlefield, even well-known mercenaries, to serve as instructors and mercenaries in the dangerous and diverse international battlefield. Usually not a bunch of people to save a bunch of people to go. There is bound to be someone in the periphery of the stakeout. So he guessed that the probability of the number of special operations teams coming to his house was more than 3. The special forces are completely incomparable to ordinary private armed forces. In the information released by Ning's group at a later stage, it would be introduced that the combat power of a single member of the special operations team could probably be comparable to that of a well-trained combat squad of the conventional forces. And even in certain specific battlefield environments, a single member of the special operations team could exert even greater combat advantages. And what made Lee Knight most serious was the least conspicuous woman within those dozens of people. The woman looks like an ordinary housewife at first glance. It seems flat and unimpressive. And even the others don't put much stock in women, but Lee Knight had seen this woman in the Ning Group's 36 Monsters Department information. And this woman, not to mention ordinary, was one of the upper 36 monsters. And it's the chief of the middle 12 monsters, 13th oddest overall. In the profile, the woman was actually a chemistry teacher before she became a housewife. She once lost her job because of this teaching mistake because she accidentally made a highly poisonous poison during a chemistry experiment that sent the entire building into a coma from the smell alone. Although luckily no one accidentally ingested it. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. At home, she is disliked by her husband and mother-in-law because she doesn't work and spends her days living with the ridicule of others. One day, the woman couldn't help herself and developed a poison to kill her husband's family. From that point on it was as if she had as much as awakened. A frenzy of developing poisons of all types began, and the Ning Group valued this ability of the woman, and utilized the power of the Tong Tian to absolve her of the death penalty, bearing only 3 years in prison. 3 years later, Ning's group picked her up to enter the 36 Monsters Department, people who can make drugs. And yet the ranking is several places higher than the knife monster. In fact, if it was just the ability to make poison, Lee Knight actually didn't have much to fear. Just be afraid that the other party has awakened some kind of profession or psychic ability. Enhanced skills in poison making and poisoning would be more dangerous. Ning's group had only sent one member of the 36 Monsters Department. With the cruelty of Ning's group just let the 12 monsters come over to take care of the peddling. If you can't take him alive, then just poison him. A cold light flowed from Lee Knight's eyes, the muzzle of a sniper rifle, constantly hovering between a few people. He only had one chance to shoot, save it for the 13 monsters? But the special forces are not to be underestimated. The reason for Lee Knight's hesitation now was that he wasn't sure if every member of the special operations team was similar to Tokian. In his previous life, as a small person, he had never had the chance to fight with the Ning clan's special forces team. And even the battlefield where both sides were located was not a battlefield. The special forces team dared to go deep into the middle of the dead city, while his kind of salted fish mercenaries, at best, only dared to do a mission on the outskirts of the dead city, or seek some chance that he could only fire one shot. And these men wouldn't give him a second chance. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Suddenly, Lee Knight saw these people carrying two women in their hands, and those two women were none other than Fong Yu and the neighboring young woman. And at that moment, a middle-aged special forces member with a beard was trying to wake up Fong Yu, little by little. Fong Yu opened his eyes. Lee Knight's pupils shrunk. Fong Yu and the neighboring young woman know too many of his secrets. One could even say that basically knows all about him. It was clear through the scope that Fong Yu was saying something. He didn't know lips, so he didn't know what the bearded man was asking and what Fong Yu was answering. A flash of sternness flashed under Lee Knight's eyes. No hesitation in pulling the trigger. Bang. Silent night. The sound of the sniper rifle was like flat-out thunder, but that's okay. Sniper bullets are faster. This high-precision sniper rifle is not as powerful as the traditional cannon sniper, but within 1,000 meters, it's possible to do a one-shot kill, and at speeds of 800 meters per second or more. The sound was traveling at just under 360 meters, so by the time they heard the sound, the bullet had already passed. Fong Yu was still talking to the members of the Ning clan's special operations team about Lee Knight. Suddenly, a large hole was drilled in Fong Yu's head from the side by something, and the expression on Fong Yu's face instantly froze, and his eyes immediately lost their sparkle. It fell straight to the ground in front of the members of the special forces team. 2 seconds passed before the sound of a swoosh came. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The special operations team members immediately shouted in alarm. Sniper! Watch out for snipers! The crowd immediately ducked behind cover. They were all trained, so of course they could recognize the direction the bullets were coming from. The members of the special forces team froze, but at that angle in that direction, there was only one relatively tall building that could be used as a sniper site, but that building is thousands of meters away. How is this possible? The crowd was shocked. This sniping accuracy shouldn't be the head-bursting monster in the 36 monsters department. One shot to the head. It also does look like the handiwork of a head-busting monster. Bakuto hasn't contacted headquarters yet? There's no reason for him to take action against Fong Yu, unless Fong Yu has gotten hold of some secret of his, and that's what's gotten him motivated to kill? The SWAT team member looked to the woman. The 36 strange departments of the Ning group were mysterious. That's why even the special forces didn't know that the woman in front of them was the 13 monsters in the scope. Lee Knight looked at those terrified people hiding behind the cover. Snipers really are a scary profession. Take a man's head from 1,000 meters away. The feeling of oppression is not comparable to that of an ordinary profession. Even professionals and aliens could only hide in terror when they were sniped. If you dare to burn down my base camp, you'll all die. Monstrous killing intent flowed under Lee Knight's eyes. He was also prepared to next hide in the base camp for a period of time. First, when the golden flower grows and blooms, he swallowed the golden flower to obtain the adamantine invulnerability of the supernormal ability before. System recommendation. Left front at 9 o'clock. Distance 1,000 meters. Split up into 3 submerged outflanks. The bearded man didn't think the shooter was a headbanger though, but listening to the sound of the gunshot, it was similar to the model of the urban anti-terrorist high-precision sniper rifle used by the head-bursting monster. The difference is that Bakugan is a veteran sniper, must be fitted with a silencer before firing, otherwise, firing without a silencer in this relatively silent city is exposing your coordinates. It's a mistake only novice snipers make. So in the bearded man's mind, there was already a judgment. Odds are it's not a headshot monster and it's a novice sniper, but what the bearded man didn't know was that Lee Knight was certainly aware of the consequences of shooting without a silencer. In this dark night, the sound of his gun would be like a huge rock falling into the water, and the ripples would spread far and wide, but he had to shoot at that time. There are far more other secrets hidden about him than exposing the gunshots. Lee Knight also saw clearly that they split into 3 ways to outflank their lurking place. While trained and basically not given a chance to snipe, Lee Knight tried to find a few opportunities aside from a few less skilled Nins group regular troopers who would inadvertently expose their bodies to cover. Basically most of them could achieve perfect sneaking, and those few people who exposed their bodies, to be honest, Lee Knight had no intention of shooting them. At first glance, it was a small white man, who probably hadn't received much training yet, and had been brought out after the end of the world came with a shortage of manpower. Shooting those little white guys, Lee Knight felt like a waste of bullets. He had part of these bullets seized from the head burster, part of it was taken from the boxer's basement. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. It was a pity that at the time, he felt that even if he was given a sniper he wouldn't be able to use it, so he didn't take the 12.6mm bullets that most sniper rifles were adapted for. and took mostly bullets from assault rifles. In his previous life, late in his life, he was still fortunate enough to have been given an assault rifle with decent skills. Lee Knight was thinking that he would have to go to the boxer's basement again sometime, find a way to move all the guns and ammo this time. Lee Knight catapulted himself up. He had to get out of here. Those three special warriors were lurking and encircling in three directions, quite fast, and were already about to come over, but Lee Knight's speed wasn't slow either. Quickly climbing down from the tall building, the zombie next to him instinctively lunged towards him, and was chopped off his head by Lee Knight's knife. Then Lee Knight casually into the coffin, into the hidden corpse space. Nowadays, it was already quite easy for Lee Knight to kill ordinary zombies. At this moment, his battle power was already almost comparable to the level of his 7th year in his previous life. That's how scary it is to be a professional. Soon, people will realize that the growth rate of professionals and aliens will be unparalleled, and the power of the individual will soon outweigh the power of the group. Even a powerful professional can easily disintegrate an army. Lee Knight drilled into a store which was previously a gold store. It was still a well-known chain of gold stores. The door was closed, but the glass was cracked several times, and the counters were almost empty of gold and silver jewelry. It's not clear if the gold store employees took it when they escaped or if it was later looted by the mountain stream. Yamashiro has taken over a supermarket in this neighborhood, using that supermarket as a base. They raided the surrounding mini-marts, gold stores and such for supplies and gold and silver. It could also be other survivors, realizing that this is an opportunity to get rich in a chaotic world. So rob the gold store. No one will pursue the case anyway. The beginning of the end of the world. The money system is seriously collapsed. The purchasing power of money plummeted. Originally $2 or $3 a bottle of pure water. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: you can't even buy a bottle for $2,000 or $3,000 after the end of the world. This is because supplies are entering a period of severe downsizing. Those rich and powerful still have access to it, but ordinary people want to take out all the things on their body may not be enough. Often thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. Money without a measuring object. It becomes a pile of waste paper, but gold is still considered to be a more value-preserving currency. But Lee Knight is not very interested. Gold is no more value-preserving than the value of supplies. When you can't eat or drink, and you're about to die of thirst and hunger, and someone says they'll give you a loaf of bread and a bottle of water if you just take out one of the gold bars you have on you, would you be willing to do that? Of course they do. So as long as there are supplies, gold bars can crash the party. However, Lee Knight wanted to find gold, and it wasn't even to exchange supplies. Rather, he realized that the seeds of the golden flower didn't bloom just anywhere, because after he brought back the seeds of the golden flower and planted them in a pot, they never showed any signs of growth. So Lee Knight guessed that for the seeds of the golden flower to grow, it had to be given enough nutrients, and that nutrient wasn't just end-of-life energy, but also a large amount of gold. Thinking about this, Lee Knight gritted his teeth in anger again. Fucking ninjas. If there was a slip-up with his golden flower seed, he would make sure that Ning's group would go to hell. Crunch! Lee Knight slashed the body of the zombie in front of him. The zombie seemed to raise its head in some aggravation. Grumble. Obviously you kill other zombies by just chopping off their heads. How come chopping it just cuts it in half? Lee Knight sighed and calmed down. At this point in time, excitement was the devil. The one that walked over to him stomped on the walker's head and got to a corner and made sure no one saw him. It's time for the captain's battle pet to be sacrificed to the heavens. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: Lee Knight released the captain's battle pet, and this captain was a junior captain of the Ning clan's regular troops in his lifetime, so they should be able to recognize him. Lee Knight had the captain's battle pet hold an assault rifle with a full magazine, then walked out with the assault rifle. Lee Knight closed one eye, and the captain's shared vision appeared in that eye of his. At the corner of the street, the figure of the Ning Group's special operations team appeared. Lee Knight had the captain's battle pet stop and waited for them to approach. Lee Knight is gambling. Bet your opponent won't shoot when he sees the captain's war pet. After all, it was their fellow officer, and he had enshrined the captain's battle pet so well that other than those in the know like Shirzeen, others shouldn't be able to do it to the point of seeing it at a glance. Plus it was nighttime now, and there was an obstacle to their vision, so they were even less able to tell whether the captain's battle pet was alive or dead. As expected, the three special warriors first subconsciously raised their guns when they saw the captain's battle pet, but after realizing that the captain's battle pet was wearing the combat suit of the Ning Group's private armament, they put their guns down again. Slowly approaching the captain's battle pet, the bearded man let out a sigh of relief. You're still alive. We thought you were dead. Where are the rest of your team? How come we didn't see them with you? By the way, have you seen the exploding head monster? The captain's battle pet doesn't speak. Because the captain's battle pet can't speak, the bearded man was a little puzzled, and immediately slowed his pace warily. So did the other two troopers, all of whom shared the same vigilance, and those regular troopers. Upon seeing the captain's battle pet immediately running towards the captain's battle pet, the bearded man had the intention to remind but the words were swallowed on the edge of his mouth. He felt something was wrong with this captain, but couldn't say what. So might as well have someone else try it for him. On the other side, Lee Knight was immediately a bit distracted when he saw 7 or 8 conventional force combatants surrounding him. It was hateful that he couldn't be very skilled in the control of the captain's battle pet. The captain could only be slowed down like a puppet on strings. It is impossible to replicate the kind of combat power that the captain's battle pet had in life. He wondered if maybe when he moved up a level in his profession, he could realize the manipulation techniques he wanted. System recommendations. Looking at the 7 or 8 conventional troop combatants, a cold light appeared under Lee Knight's eyes. Shoot! Lee Knight immediately ordered. The captain's war pet didn't hesitate to fire. At such a close distance, the captain's battle pet directly swept without discrimination. Those few conventional troop combatants were immediately shot into a sieve before they could even react. And when Lee Knight was still trying to get the captain's battle pet to aim at those 3 special combatants, the bodies of those 3 special combatants ghostly flashed into the back of the nearby bunker. The bearded man even casually flung a shot, and the bullet nailed the captain's battle pet in the face as if it had the ability to strike the target automatically. The captain's battle pet fell to the ground in response, dead. This is where human battle pets are lacking. The life force is too weak to die in one shot. Watch out! Something's wrong, the beard reminded the others. Meanwhile, gunfire here draws nearby walkers to the area. The zombies swarmed the alleyway in a dense mass. Those regular troopers were the first to have encounters with walkers, shouting in horror while shooting in panic. In the face of the horrible and hideous zombies, even the usual training maneuvers were forgotten. The recoil of the gun could not be suppressed, and the bullets fluttered about. The zombies hadn't killed more than a few, and it felt like their companions were about to be killed. Seeing this situation, the 3 special warriors looked at each other and understood that they all climbed the wall to leave the place. It's hopeless. This group of rabble, this point of mental capacity, they will die. Continue to stay. I'm afraid they may be mistakenly injured by these guys. The bearded man's movements were especially quick, and in 3 steps he tumbled to the 2nd floor of the stores along the street. Lee Knight is now kneeling on one knee with both hands holding up the sniper rifle aiming. The difficulty of this shooting position is relatively high. The endurance requirements of the legs is relatively high, but Lee Knight is also familiar with it, which is also a link in the sharpshooter skills. Seeing the beard like a monkey scampered up to the 2nd floor, immediately looking for cover, crouching, Lee Knight immediately aiming at the other side. The other 2 people are relatively slow, but at the moment there is only one leg left not yet over the railing. Lee Knight preemptively aimed at the man's trajectory as he retracted his leg and fired a shot. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. A bang, a popping, sonic boom resonated through the alley. There was only less than 200 meters between them, so the moment the bullet waded out, Lee Knight saw the man's knee break as he did so, and the calf below the knee popped right off of the bearded man. Was alarmed, and immediately fired at the place where the shots had been fired, but Lee Knight, a backward roll, ducked into the gold store, which is connected to the 2nd floor. Lee Knight, end of the sniper rifle, quickly rushed up the stairs of the 2nd floor. In the stairway there are 4 or 5 zombies are crowded with each other rushing down the stairs. Get out of the way! Lee Knight burst out. The tang knife was sheathed, decapitating all of the several zombies in one slash, their heads rolling down the stairs like leather balls. Lee Knight pressed down on a few zombies and put them in the coffin and put them into the hidden corpse space. Then Lee Knight ran to the 2nd floor window, did not immediately poke his head out. He felt that perhaps the other party was already aiming at this place. Dangling! Suddenly, a lump of metal flew in and hit the ground. Lee Knight's pupils shrunk. Shit! Grenades! Bang! When the grenade was thrown in the next second, it exploded. On the other side, the bearded man sneered as he watched the flames and smoke coming out of the room. Even if they would have to die from a bombing at that close range. Sure enough, he's a guy with little experience. Maybe a talented sniper just out of the gate, thinking that just because he's good at sniping he can show off in front of us. Beard, what about his broken leg? On the other side, one trooper carried another. The trooper's calf was gone, bleeding like a bloodbath. He blanched and wailed in pain. The bearded man frowned slightly and glanced again at the walkers in the alleyway who were tilting their heads and snarling at them. And from the room behind him, the sound of hurrying up the stairs. Can't take it with you. Drop it. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The bearded man made up his mind. What did you say? The trooper had trouble believing it. The bearded man said in annoyance, I say, take no more. Drop it. There are so many zombies. How do you want us to leave with a wounded man? In this kind of cruel battlefield, losing a leg is losing a life. You and I are both mercenaries who came back from the battlefield. We won't not understand this. But, the trooper was still a little hesitant, and the trooper being carried shouted, don't leave me. I can still walk. I can walk on one leg, as long as I have someone to hold me up. Before the words were out of his mouth, the bearded man raised his gun and shot the other man without hesitation. You! The trooper next to him was splattered with blood and glared angrily at the bearded man. The bearded man said coldly, I did save you. If I hadn't shot him, with your matronly character, you would have inevitably taken him with you, and then both of you would have been finished. The trooper didn't say anything, seeming to agree with the bearded man's words. In fact, there was no problem with the bearded man's judgment. In the surroundings of the zombies, the two of them would need to do their best to rush out. Not to mention bringing a wounded man who couldn't move on his own. The bearded man reported to headquarters over the radio. The target, Lee Knight, has been killed. A bashful voice came from the opposite side. You killed him with your own hands? He's a professional. He shouldn't have died that easily. The bearded man then laughed confidently. I'm the famous grenade king on the battlefield. I can accurately calculate the exact time when the grenade is thrown out and explodes beside the enemy. Even the professionals definitely don't have the time to react. I'm very confident. Okay, close up the line. The other person spoke in a voice that didn't sound very old. There seemed to be some slight disappointment in hearing that Lee Knight was dead. Let's close ranks. The bearded man hung up his radio. Bang. Suddenly, from the flaming room, a gunshot rang through the night sky. The bearded man looked like he'd been hit hard in the chest by a 300-pound hammer, slammed into the wall behind him, and then looked down at his own chest, where a large hole had been drilled viciously by a bullet. Beard! The trooper exclaimed. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Click. The sound of a pistol being cocked sounded behind his side. He subconsciously tried to pull out the tactical dagger at his waist to kill his opponent back, but the other was faster, and had placed the pistol on his temple. The trooper was horrified, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a dark, disembodied man pointing a gun at him. You're not dead? Trooper Thriller. In that situation just now, Lee Knight should have died for sure. None of the storefronts of the stores along this street were very large, and in terms of the range of the wave of metal fragments from the grenade explosion, they could basically be completely covered. But Lee Knight actually managed to survive. Is he adamantine? The bottom of Lee Knight's eyes were icy cold. Just now, if he hadn't immediately let the canine demon come out of the hidden corpse space get in his way, and he's really dead. Where are the supplies in my room? Lee Knight asked in a cold voice. Burn, the trooper said. Burned? Lee Knight laughed softly. In these times of tight supplies, how could you possibly burn so many supplies? I don't have much patience, so don't challenge me. The trooper pursed his lips nervously. It seems to be torn. Lee Knight said. I just listened to your conversation. You're mercenaries too, right? Then we are considered peers, so we all know each other. You don't have that strong a sense of belonging to the Ning group, and when all is said and done, it's still about profit. So you don't have to go to your death to protect the interests of the Ning group, do you? Lee Knight induced it in a gradual manner. In fact, supplies weren't the most important thing to Lee Knight. What matters is the seed of that golden flower. System recommendation. The trooper seemed suddenly relieved to hear that he was a peer. So it's a peer. Beard has always been very confident in his judgment. He said that you are an inexperienced newcomer, and as a result, we were all played by you. Lee Knight said they were peers, but in fact, they were barely that. Only he was a post-apocalyptic mercenary. The trooper said seriously. If I tell you where the supplies are stored, will you let me go? Will, how do you expect me to trust you? We're all mercenaries, so it's just as well to be honest. Mercenaries are the most ruthless and uncaring breed of soldiers, promising well one second and then changing their minds the next. The special warrior said a lot, as if he was afraid that Lee Knight wouldn't count his words as well. Click. Lee Knight brought the pistol back up to the trooper's head. You're in no position to disbelieve me. Trusting me is the only way you're going to survive right now. Lee Knight was not moved in the slightest. The trooper saw that the other man was not very old, but he was very stable and did not give him any chance. So there was nothing to do but sigh. Downstairs in your building, there's an unoccupied empty room. Put it there for now. Notify HQ to send a car over to pull it. Oh, and have you seen a flower pot? Lee Knight asked again. Flower pot? What flower pot? The trooper was puzzled. Lee Knight released. After the average person saw a room full of supplies. It should be hard to notice a small, unassuming planter sitting on the doorstep. So the odds are that the seeds of the golden flower are still in his house. The other side had emptied his home of supplies, so there was really nothing to burn, just sheets and bedding and the like, and that little bit of flame wouldn't affect the seeds of the golden flower. I've told you, so you'll have to let me go. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The trooper said nervously that he was really afraid that Lee Knight would back out. Lee Knight nodded. Well, I'll let you go now. Lee Knight unloaded all the equipment on the special warrior. The gun was useless. He had it. The bullets and grenades he left behind. The tactical dagger he also left behind. Much better than his own dagger. At a glance, the steel and the forging method were not on the same level. The special warrior had a bitter look on his face as he guessed that Lee Knight would do this, but he didn't expect Lee Knight to even let go of his clothes. Plucked all his special forces combat uniforms. Why are you stripping me? the trooper asked cautiously. Because it's better looking than this one on me. Lee Knight's answer was also something that the special warrior hadn't expected. Well, he also tentatively recognized that Lee Knight was discerning. The combat suits of the Ning Group's special operations team were indeed well designed, and the craftsmanship used to make them was different from that of the regular troops. When the special warrior was finally plucked down to the lining, Lee Knight suddenly said, "Okay, you go." The trooper froze. "Walking to where? You can go wherever you want. What do I care?" While the trooper was still dazed, Lee Knight nimbly climbed up the water pipe. The arm is super strong and as fast as it can be. Turned the troopers on their heels. Knock knock knock. Sharp footsteps were heard coming from the room. The trooper then snapped out of it and immediately followed Lee Knight's example of climbing up through the water pipe. The zombie in the room had rushed out and grabbed the special combatant's leg. The special combatant subconsciously wanted to use his tactical dagger to cut off the zombie's hand, when he suddenly remembered that his equipment had already been downed by Lee Knight. "Damn it, Lee Knight! I don't share the same fate as you. I'm going to make sure you don't die." This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. The trooper cried out to the heavens in grief. You're going to let me not die?" The trooper froze and immediately looked up to find Lee Knight peering at him from the roof of the building. The trooper was quick to dryly laugh. I'm kidding. Honestly. Yes? Lee Knight's eyes were glowing with a cold smile, and the special operator had a foreboding feeling. Lee Knight put his teeth on the hose, and the trooper didn't understand what Lee Knight was up to. In the next second, Lee Knight crunched the metal water pipe with his teeth. It's like biting into metallic colored crunchy chocolate. Bite off the hose and the connection above it. Only a few metal snaps nailed to the wall remain. The troopers were stunned. "You've got teeth that are scarier than a zombie's. Thanks, and good luck." Utilized to push the hose outward a bit, the metal clips nailed into the wall immediately crumbled apart, from the top down. One by one, they fall apart. The trooper was shocked. "Lil Knight, you asshole." He tried desperately to climb up, but the more he climbed the more the pipe tilted, until finally he crashed straight into the walkers. The eyes were filled with hateful anger, but he didn't get a chance to take revenge. "I hate you." On the other side, Lee Knight was startled by the mournful cry. Somewhat sheepishly, he looked back. "This kid, don't be too resentful and infected into a zombie to get back at me." This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Then Lee Knight snorted. "I'm confused myself. How can this happen? Zombies are not a severe ghost. The world view is different. There is no such thing. Those people I killed in my previous life, they didn't turn into zombies to take revenge on me." Lee Knight quickly rushed to the United Harbor community, where a portion of the zombies in the United Harbor community had been attracted by the commotion of the battle they had just fought in that alleyway. So Lee Knight arrived at the door of his house with little hindrance. The fire in the room was already much smaller. While he saw that the flower pot at the door was still there, although it was burnt and charred, Lee Knight turned out that no golden beads still there. Lee Knight then breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, the seeds of this golden flower could be much more important than a whole room full of supplies. Speaking of supplies, Lee Knight immediately ran to the downstairs rooms again, checking them out one by one, and saw that his supplies were neatly yards into this room. So, they had already removed the supplies before they set fire to the room, and the reason they burned the empty room was to force themselves to show up. Lee Knight was about to see how the house was and if it could be his home base. This room was the very home of that single mother with her child. The layout of the room was the same as his house, yet it was significantly more luxurious. After all, being a broad wife before was still different from them, the real poor. Look at this big closet. Who would normally put a set of closets this big in such a small house? Lee Knight wanted to see what was in such a large closet. I had just opened the closet door when suddenly a green light flashed. Lee Knight felt a wave of dizziness at that moment, followed by his body falling to the ground uncontrollably through a bit of moonlight. Lee Knight saw a dark shadow poking out of the closet. The dark figure slowly approached his face, and something was being rapidly mumbled under his breath. It gave Lee Knight the creeps. "What is this? You've got a lot of fight in you. Looks like the department rated you, far underestimated you." A gentler sounding voice appeared. Lee Knight squinted hard to see who it was. Vaguely, he saw the face of an ordinary woman, and he knew who it was. The 13 monsters. The poison monsters. System recommendation: he was really careless just now. He originally thought that the poisonous monster had run away before the zombies surrounded him, so it never appeared just now. But he didn't expect that it was actually hidden in the closet. The poisonous monster had expected him to come to this room, so he ambushed him here in advance. Lee Knight was a little numb. What was wrong with this person? So disgusting. She obviously looked like an ordinary middle-aged woman, but she was holding a doll in her arms and stuck her face in front of him, looking at him with a pouty look. The eyes were still filled with a certain longing for him. "Please don't look at me like that. I'm shy." The poisonous monster actually laid down and placed its head on Lee Knight's arm, then stared at him so close that it sent Lee Knight's heart into a frenzy. "So young, although I have long had your information and know that you just graduated from college not long ago, but after seeing you in person, I still feel that you are so young. The poisonous monster wants to put his hand on Lee Knight's face. Lee Knight's body is completely out of control. So even though his eyes show great resistance, his body doesn't have any perception. Lee Knight was a bit shocked. He wouldn't be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life, right? Lee Knight made a strong effort to mobilize his power. Power can no longer be mobilized because the vehicle of power is the body. You don't have to try. My poison is so powerful. Everyone who touches my poison will sink so low that they can't walk. And the same goes for you. The woman seemed to be able to tell that Lee Knight was making it all the way up and down her body. So he laughed lightly. I really don't want to hand you back to the department. When you go to the department, the end is very miserable. I heard that you're a battle pet master. And in the Ning Group's 36 Monsters department, there's still no battle pet masters. So you're probably going to be taken by that scientific research maniac in the last 12 monsters to do experiments. You experiment. Lee Knight knew what he was talking about. The Ning Group's 36 monstrous departments had branched out into several other departments at a later stage. And among them was an experimental department, and what that test department is doing is testing against the odds. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations by taking the blood of another professional or psychic and giving a complete blood swap to one of Ning's own people. As a way to forcefully help that person awaken their profession or psychic ability, the success rate was only 1%. But for Ning's group, as long as it was far higher than the 1 in 10,000 chance of the law of the end times, even if the experiment would kill many professionals and aberrants, it would be worth it. A cold light flashed under Song Liang's eyes. Although his body couldn't move anymore, his brain could still be active. The spirit can still be active. The fact that the spirit can be active means that it is able to mobilize psychic powers. Allomancy is a form of energy for professionals and allomancers, and is one of the post-apocalyptic energies. Many people are currently unaware of the relationship between spirituality and psychic abilities, but 10 years after the end of the world, the humans at that time had already developed and used their psychic powers long ago on several levels. So they were clear that the stronger the mental power, the more efficiently the psychic powers could be used, and vice versa. The stronger the psychic powers needed to be deployed. He's mentally strong. Having enshrined so many deceased people, every time he finished enshrining, he would be rewarded with some basic attributes, which included spiritual power. Currently on his personal property page, Lee Knight, Level 2 Mortician Occupational Talent Level, SSS Occupational Scarcity, Unique Skills, Entombment, Champion Boxer, Digger, K9 Demonization, Lightning Storage and Release Application, Marksman, Master Swordsman, Physical Enhancement, Inuyasha Sense of Smell, Inuyasha Steel Teeth Strength, 2000 Speed, 850 Endurance, 800 Spirit, 1200 Dawn T. Look at his spirit adding the least amount each time he enters the coffin. But it's really not that low. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more a system recommendation because he is born again. It's no joke for the reborn to live one more life without the poison monster's knowledge. Lee Knight's mental power penetrated into the supernatural energy silkily and began to mobilize the supernatural energy. In the information, it was described that there was a kind of neurotoxin in the poison of the poisonous monster, which could block the transmission of the enemy's neurons, so that the connection between the brain and the body would be interrupted, leaving the body in an uncontrolled state. But his mental power was strong enough to block other people's neurons, but not necessarily his. What are you doing? Finally, the poison monster saw the glint in Lee Knight's eyes that was hidden in his eyes. The essence of the aura made her actually feel her scalp tingle. The poison monster took out a vial which contained a green powdered. It should have been these powders that were sprinkled out just now. Lee Knight's arm moved and pressed down on the poison monster's hand. How? Why did you take back control of your body? Poison monster is unbelievable, but Lee Knight's body could also move. Lee Knight pressed the poison monster to the ground with one hand and covered his own mouth and nose with the other. The information says that the poison monster's neurotoxin is poisoned through the respiratory tract. Immediately after that, Lee Knight stomped on the poison monster's head with one foot, snatched the vial with his other hand, and filled it in the poison monster's nostrils. As the poison monster breathed, it was all sucked into the poison monster's body. The poison monster's violently struggling body slowly softened. The poison monster looked at Lee Knight with a horrified face and tried to say something, but could no longer speak. In the same state as Lee Knight was in at that time, Lee Knight stood by the window for a moment before completely slowing down. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more a system recommendation. Then he walked up to the poison monster, who was already ashen. Lee Knight smiled and asked, "Even if I ask you anything, you shouldn't be able to answer. So I might as well just kill you." The poison monster's eyes widened as if she was eager to say something, but Lee Knight no longer gave her the chance to. I was about to crush the neck of the poison monster when it suddenly occurred to me to get a hospice or something. Suddenly thinking of the perverted behavior of the poison monster just now, the way a big face disliked the heel of his face. His hand involuntarily increased its force. Crunch of the poison monster's neck bent at an eerie angle, and the struggle in the bottom of the poison monster's eyes quickly receded and became hollow. Ally Knight coffin poisonous monster. Other people he cannot coffin. Even those special combatants he is not too interested, but 36 monsters he is necessary to coffin. The 36 monsters had been able to strange people before the end of the world, and they were even a mysterious department that Ning's group had spent a huge amount of money on, so they should be able to get some good pay for their entombment from them. Ding. Successful enshrinement of level 1 poisoner professional, loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the currently deceased for you. Loading successful. Loaded with content 4 or 7 memories totaling 13 hours, choose one of the following 235 experiences in drug production, need to take external substances, 1 poison making skill, alien transformation, first class poisoner deceased favorability, 60% strength plus 50, speed plus 10, endurance plus 10, spirit plus 10. Lee Knight froze for a moment. Poison monster has also awakened a profession and a first class poisoner? System recommendation of the probability of awakening a professional is so high in the 36 monsters sector of Ning's group. Can understand the phenomenon though according to the information released by the Mythic Endgame Research Institute. The probability of the first batch of people who awakened their professions was indeed much greater than normal people after meeting the conditions that made their original professions relatively rare. The wonders hired by the 36 monsters sector were all relatively rare professions compared to the professions of the general public, so it was normal for them to have a high probability of awakening success. He needs to choose one of 2 drug making skills. Point 1 requires the use of external materials, but can master the development of 35 poisons. The most typical is the method of development of various cyanide compounds. Cyanide is one of the most potent and fastest acting toxic drugs of modern times, with 50 milligrams being lethal. Cyanide is contained in many potent rodenticides, and if a sufficient amount of the substance is ingested, unconsciousness and death will follow immediately. Lee Knight analyzed that he should have just been hit by the cyanide-containing loose powder. The poison monster used his superior skills to develop several types of poison based on cyanide. The neurotoxin he was poisoned with was also an extended cyanide-containing poison. In addition to the modernization of toxicology, the extraction of some plant and animal toxins is also studied in depth. For example, the method of extracting the venom of the 7-star begonia, and the method of extracting the venom of the silver-ringed snake. Even poison monsters have dabbled in ancient poisons, something like 10 incense soft tendon powder, crane red, and other poisons that sound esoteric and mysterious. Of course, the names were named by the poison monsters themselves, and Lee Knight looked at what the toxins did. To an ordinary person, each poison might be deadly, but to a professional like him, it wouldn't come in handy. In the later stages, professionals and aliens were evolving at a rapid rate, and the zombies were also evolving. So this poison was simply useless. Lee Knight looked towards another option. The poison-making skill that was transformed through his supernatural ability. This one is actually the real skill of the Poison Monster Awakening's Poison Master profession, relying on external substances to make drugs. An ordinary person might be able to do so if he learns, and cannot be the dividing line between professionals and ordinary people. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. But making poison through psychic powers is something that ordinary people can never do. Lee Knight looked at the name of the alien poison making. Alien poisoning, time paralyzed space twisting poisoning. What kind of odd name is that? Lee Knight inexplicably felt a little nauseous just by looking at the name. It can't be some really nasty poison. To be honest, Lee Knight was somewhat resistant to things like poison. Poison was something that masters were not ashamed to use and villains often used, but with the mindset that it was a skill for nothing anyway. So let's take a look at it first. Lee Knight read the description of time-paralyzing air-twisting poison. Time paralysis can manipulate the enemy's perception of time. The main effect is that the enemy feels that time is stagnant and that 1 minute seems to have turned into a century. This sensation prevents the enemy from acting and reacting properly. Caught in the prison of time, empty twist can distort the space around an enemy, causing them to become spatially confused and unable to comprehend or predict the orientation, distance, height, proximity, etc. of their surroundings. After reading the description, Lee Knight froze for a while. It's as if you've been poisoned by the so-called time-paralyzing poison. It was only after a long time that Lee Knight awoke with a start to this, as the time-paralyzed twisted poison can alter the enemy's perception of time and space. It sounds like it's not as straightforward as just poisoning someone to death, but in a sense, this poison is even more terrifying. There are always people like him who can ignore the regular poisons that can poison people to death, but when facing a strong person, one might be able to find a chance to counterattack if one could slightly misdirect some of the other party's spacetime perception. It was only that this supernatural ability to make poison, the consumption of supernatural energy, was beyond his imagination. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation: 1 drop of time-paralyzed air-twisting poison requires 3 parties of alien energy to make, and now that he was as a second-level professional, he only had 10 parties of psychic abilities. And humans had a hard time extracting the intake of psychic abilities. If you don't have an allomantic stone, or any other object that gathers allomantic energy, you can only absorb it through natural breathing. Lee Knight hesitated for a moment, but still chose to make poison with his supernatural ability. The time paralyzer twist poison is the only way to battle the future. No other poison will do. Why didn't the poison monster use time paralyzer to twist the poison just now? Lee Knight was thinking that maybe the poison monster didn't know how to use the time paralyzer twist monster poison yet. After all, even for a huge and powerful family like the Ning group, after the end of the world came, they could only feel their way forward one step at a time. IT is only the grouped large-scale organizations that have specialized research and testing departments. Research is faster than the average individual and can explore the world faster, but the current Ning group hasn't really become a climate yet. The intelligence he had, while not necessarily the most cutting edge in 10 years, or certainly not the most cutting edge, the cutting-edge research was always in the hands of the powers at the top, but at the moment it could easily crush Ning's group's research department. Lee Knight dragged the corpse of the poison monster out and looked downstairs to see a few zombies gnawing around Fong Yu's corpse. Although Fong Yu was already dead, the aura of a living person would not dissipate so quickly if Fong Yu was in the 36 monsters. Even though he wasn't the center of the battle, but she had an important status. She was Ning Changhai's lover, and also served Ning Zhe, which was equivalent to having to give her body to both her grandfather and grandson at the same time. Being the pillow changer of a big man, one is bound to know some secrets that others don't know. With a thought, Lee Knight jumped down. Those zombies discovered Lee Knight, a real living person, and rushed towards him, leaving Fong Yu behind. Lee Knight's eyes were icy cold. For him today, he had no fear of ordinary zombies as long as they weren't in a large group. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Lee Knight quickly wandered amongst the zombies. The tang blade in his hand was on the verge of waving sparks. One by one, the zombies were decapitated. Then Lee Knight walked over to Fong Yu. Fong Yu's temple was hollowed out by his bullet. The eyes were still open, but the pupils were dilated. Lee Knight put his hand on Fong Yu's body. The weather had turned cooler recently, and the body had been lying on the ground, and the temperature had dissipated so quickly that it was now almost gone. Life is like a white horse. May the departed rest in peace. The white silk threads quickly patched up the large hole running through Fong Yu's head. With the coffin completed, Lee Knight quickly ran back to his room. He now had 50 entombments per day, and today he had already used a large portion of them, leaving 10 left. But Lee Knight was not prepared to entomb the zombies on the ground around him. Enshrining a level 1 ordinary zombie no longer gave him much of a boost, and the attributes that were boosted were only in the single digits, and it doesn't gain any useful abilities. At best, it puts them in a hidden corpse space and brings them out as cannon fodder when needed. So Lee Knight basically empties himself of 10 entombments a day. IT was specifically used to enshrine useful deceased people like Fong Yu and the poison monster. Lee Knight quickly returned to the room. This room did not have steel seal welding. Ordinary zombies could easily break in. The security was very poor, but all his supplies are stacked in this room. He was only one person, and he couldn't move it in 2 or 3 minutes like the private armed forces of the Ning group had so many people. Wait, people. Lee Knight had just thought that he could have the zombies work as laborers for him, but then immediately abandoned the idea. To have so many zombies, whimpering, lining up to move supplies for him. System recommendation: the vast majority of people still don't know that at this moment, there are already large organizations like the Ning group started researching ways to forcibly awaken professions and psychic abilities through blood infusion. So he can't make himself seem too capable just yet, and if he was right, the Union Heights community was already under the watchful eye of the Ning group. It's even possible that someone in a darkened house somewhere is watching him with binoculars that allow night vision. As a matter of fact, Lee Knight wasn't guessing out of thin air. It was his understanding of the Ning group. The private armed forces of the Ning group have a very scientific method of warfare. The higher the danger level of the target, the more cautious and layered the control. The other side had lost over 50 privately armed mercenaries, 3 special operations officers, and 4 members of the 36 monsters to him. Even if the other guy was a fool, he knew that he was in a place with a high danger level. Maybe send more next time. IT may even be out on a scale of operations that goes beyond the usual extermination of a single target. So it's not quite possible to stay here, but this house was full of supplies, and he had to find a way to move them. If you can't shift it, you'll have to burn it in a fire. It wasn't that Lee Knight was selfish. Even if he left the supplies here, the ones who would come to take them away would only be the people from Ning's group. It couldn't be any other survivors. The other survivors would probably have to spit it out even if they got it. Lee Knight pulled up the curtains to create the illusion that he had rested. Then he sat down on a pile of supplies, opened a box of canned beef and ate it hard. Normally he didn't even bother with canned beef. He ate it with compressed cookies. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Today he's eating purely canned beef and no soup, just chunks of meat. Son Liang dazzled 3 boxes of canned beef in one breath. And even he didn't know that he could eat so much when he let go. No wonder there were ordinary survivors complaining about professionals wasting supplies in their previous lives. Indeed, the amount of food he ate in one meal alone would probably be enough for several people to eat for several days. Burp. Lee Knight burped, then find a large backpack. This large backpack is he bought from the military store. 1-to-1 imitation of the Field Force marching backpack. Sturdy and resistant to manufacturing but also particularly loaded. Fill your backpack with food and water. It wasn't enough. He had 40 zombie battle pets in his hidden corpse space. He had already tested it last time in the gold mine. And although the hidden corpse space couldn't directly store supplies, it was possible to enter the hidden corpse space by letting the zombies carry it, although it is quite disgusting to hang the food and drink on the zombies, but at least it can be used in case of emergency, and if not, it can be taken out and exchanged with others for supplies. Li Knight did as he said and let the zombies come out of the hidden corpse space one by one, then walk back in holding a couple boxes of supplies. The walkers are strong enough that one walker will have no problem moving 4 or 5 boxes after the final move. Li Knight himself was stunned. I can't believe they moved all his supplies. He was kind of impressed with himself. What a fucking genius. It was estimated that the people of Ning's group outside were still foolishly waiting for him to throw his weight around right now. Thought there was no way he'd leave without a house full of supplies, but the price of putting supplies in the cache space is that the cache space becomes very crowded. 100 cubic meters of space, 40 zombies, and dozens of boxes of supplies, as well as the guns and ammunition stolen from the Ning group's gold mine earlier, took up a lot of space. The canine demon whined owlishly, and it shrank into a ball. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The smile didn't disappear. It just shifted to Li Knight's sunny face. The gloom in Li Knight's heart was completely swept away. Li Knight then jumped down from the window on the other side, his body's control having reached an unprecedented level. The whole time without a sound, jumped off a 2-story building, then did a forward roll and ducked next to a car. Of course he wouldn't choose to drive away. Driving on such a silent street at night would be waving in front of all the people hiding in the residential buildings and giving them a live target. At night, the walkers are very active, walking more widely and at a much faster pace. The gunfire to the south of the city had slowed down a lot, and it looked like Lucci's army was holding. Up to this point, he was considered to have changed the history of Jiangcheng for the second time since he was reborn. The first time being when he turned the king of Jiangcheng into his battle pet. What changes would be caused afterward, he couldn't say. The scary thing about the butterfly effect is that no one can know what will happen after the butterfly flaps its wings. Li Knight looked back at the United Harbor community. He wouldn't really leave this place, but rather take shelter for a while. He swore that what Ning's group made him lose today, he would definitely make Ning's group pay back 100 times over. Achoo! Somewhere in a darkened house in the community of Union Harbor. A young man with binoculars and wearing a straight combat suit suddenly and inexplicably sneezed. Young Master Shin Guang, if you're tired, go rest, we'll just keep an eye on it. A nearby person wearing the combat suit of a special warrior of the Ning clan said. Ning Xingguang shook his head. No, I'm going to personally keep an eye on this prey. It's just a college student who stepped on some bad luck and awakened a professional. It's perfectly fine for us to keep an eye on it. There's no need for you to keep an eye on it as well. The trooper seemed to think it was unnecessary. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Eldest young master Ning Xingguang, but the current nominal president of the Ning clan for matters large and small. Chairman Ning Changhai basically left it to young master Ning Shenyuan. So there's no need for such a big shot to be laboriously staring here as well, though the target was a professional and a relatively rare battle pet master with a ridiculously strong big black dog battle pet. But after all, he was just a college student, and he definitely didn't have an ounce of resistance against a professionally trained, professional combat unit like them. Ning Xingguang laughed lightly. That's why I can't hand it over to you. We're already in the process of losing so many people, and you're still belittling him. Belittling him? You'll be the next one to be sacrificed here. The special operations team member was a bit unconvinced. Divine Light Major, I think you're a bit too high on him. The sacrifices of those comrades in front of us may have been due to belittling the other side, but we've all already formulated a detailed combat strategy for that guy, and he'll only be untouchable under our professionalized combat strategy. Ning Xingguang, on the contrary, did not deny the words of the special warrior. Seeing that Li Knight never moved after pulling the curtains, he put down the binoculars. He probably won't make another move today. Let's wait 2 more hours. 2 hours of peace for an uninvolved college student is enough to make him drop his guard then. Ning Xingguang glanced at the special warriors. The special warrior smiled and said, at that time, we will follow the original battle plan, with 8 squads on the front, back, left and right sides, simultaneously outflanking him, with the odd-numbered squads being responsible for attracting the big black dog's attention, and the even-numbered squads being responsible for capturing Li Knight alive. Ning Xingguang nodded. I agree with what you just said. We've formulated such a serious battle strategy that even if the enemy is an elite zombie army led by a super-infected body, we can still crush it. System recommendation. Currently, the research department of the Ning Group had already named the super-infected body, although they hadn't gotten to the point of numbering it yet, but they already had the naming of super-infected body. Also got some intel on the super-infected. For example, the super-infected body is suspected to be able to command ordinary zombies. and can manage them similarly to a superior or subordinate in humans. Super-infected bodies are also suspected of being able to create xenos, but this is still speculation by the research department and there is no conclusive research evidence. So it's just a tentative suspicion. Super-infected body is suspected of possessing a certain degree of intelligence. The specific possession of what level of intelligence? This is still an unknown. Perhaps the super-infected body's intelligence is no less than that of human beings. The originator of the sudden attack on the city's seafood market seems to be a super-infected body, but it failed to invade the seafood market successfully. Ning's group synchronized a destructive power analysis on the super-infected elite zombie legion, and the analysis came to the conclusion that a super-infected body led an elite zombie legion with a combat power roughly comparable to one of Ning's group's privately armed regiments, or 3 special operations squads, and he had directly mobilized over 5 special operations squads this time to play it safe, splitting them into 8 routes to encircle, which would surely capture Lee Knight alive. Try not to kill Lee Knight. The value of bringing Lee Knight back alive and letting the research department study him clearly from the inside out is far higher than killing him outright. As for avenging your brother's death, a cold light overflowed from the bottom of Ning Xingguang's eyes. A cold light filled with contempt and disdain. That punk of a brother. Dead is dead, every day. He only thought of playing with women, and he was also obsessed with the women that the old master had played with. Such a person living was also a disgrace to the Ning group. From this point of view, he was thankful to Lee Knight for helping him get rid of Ning Zhe. On the other side, Lee Knight passed between the buildings without a sound. He's going to the Mountain Stream organization. Just now, he felt that the supplies of the nearby supermarkets, gold and silver jewelry, and daily use hardware stores had basically been taken over by the Mountain Stream. It's not a wild guess either. That's what Yamashiro did in his last life while the military and major institutional organizations were fending off the first round of zombie attacks. The Mountain Stream organization, in the spirit of the principle of encircling the city from the countryside, was quietly collecting supplies on a small scale in the city. Soon Mountain Stream would become the true #1 rogue organization in Jiangchang, becoming the object of love and hate for all major powers. Lee Knight still knew more about Mountain Stream. He had defected to one of the small leaders of Mountain Stream in his last life in order to survive. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation: that small leader naturally can't compare to Zhang Zhu de scenery, also has no ability, basically is a small leader not reused by Zhang Zude. But follow Zhang Zude at least did not starve to death. Then he left Mountain Stream and heard that the young leader was bitten to death by a quasi-zombie that rushed out of a cooler while taking over a Walmart with the Mountain Stream organization. Those zombies in the cold storage were actually a trap set by Ning's group for the Mountain Stream organization. Since then, the liaison between the Mountain Stream organization and the Ning group was considered to be completely knotted. The Mountain Stream organization acts as bandits occupying the city, circling the relatively regular armed private armies of the Ning group. Although they couldn't be beaten, they could run away in time due to their knowledge of the city, which was rather disgusting for the Ning group. This was why Lee Knight had previously said that the Mountain Stream organization was a shitstirrer, and the reason why Lee Knight is going back to the Mountain Stream organization is because he needs gold, lots of gold. Otherwise the seeds of the golden flower cannot bloom and bear fruit. He didn't know how long the seeds of the golden flower lasted, but if he didn't get a large amount of gold right away, he guessed that the seeds would be ruined. With his memory, Lee Knight arrived at the entrance of a medium-sized supermarket, which had several doors closed and zombies wandering around the entrance. It could be vaguely seen through the windows of the supermarket, which appeared to be lit by some candles, and had the Yamashiro logo on the glass. It's an animal. The body is canine-like, with a long neck, shorter and weaker hind limbs than forelimbs, a shorter carapace, high shoulders and low hips. It looks like a broken canine, and the body type looks a little more obscene. The senses are lowering their brows and creeping there, ready to wait for an opportunity. It's the hyena. One that crotches rhinos, rips off elephants, and besieges lions in nature. The most scandalous demonic scavengers in The Lion King, they're portrayed as the mindless thugs of Harlem. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation: a species that is disliked everywhere you go. Lee Knight felt that this logo was very much in line with the tone of the Mountain Stream organization. Hordes of Mountain Stream organizations, like packs of spotted hyenas, are rogues that terrorize the land. Rogue, but not really brainless, relying on flexible strategy and heart. The city shares its resources with large organizations that are like beasts of burden on all sides. According to his memory, this medium-sized supermarket was the first supermarket of sorts occupied by the Mountain Stream organization, so it was set up as the Mountain Stream organization's headquarters. Lee Knight and how he was going to get gold in the hands of the Mountain Stream organization. Hard-breaking and forcing is definitely not an option. It wasn't purely through shamelessness that the Mountain Stream organization could be so lawless in Jiangcheng. There's actually a wacky top-tier fighter in the Mountain Stream organization. It's awesome. He may not get away with it if he breaks IN. It might even spook the Mountain Stream organization and be watched out for. Right now he could only think of a way on the Mountain Stream organization. and it was much less likely that he would go hard against those large organizations. So there was only one chance for him to take on the Mountain Stream organization. Knight went around to the back of the supermarket. The doors and windows of this supermarket were also welded and sealed with steel bars. It seems that Zhang Zude found inspiration from himself, but Li Knight was in no hurry. It was almost dawn at this point in time. The Mountain Stream organization is supposed to move and continue to collect supplies from other supermarkets. Li Knight waited quietly. The battlefield in the south of the city had completely quieted down, and the east was lit up with a splash of fish belly white. Wow, this chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The roll-up door of the supermarket was lifted. Dozens of people who looked bad to mess with were uniformly dressed in black with white cloths, looking like they were wearing mourning. Song Liang froze. Who died? Zhang Zuid wouldn't be dead by now, would he? It's hard to say. Although in his previous life, Zhang Zude was alive and well as the Lord of Chaos and became a big shot, but in this life he was reborn and changed some trajectories. Maybe Zhang Zude's fate was also rewritten by him. It would be a shame to die. He still needed Zhang Zude to continue to discuss. The Ning group of the zombies prowling in front of the supermarket saw so many fresh humans. Then they distributed themselves at the gate, and the dozens of people became several squads, going off in different directions to gather supplies. Li Knight saw the little leader from his previous life and immediately followed him wordlessly. A relatively narrow alley, this one with a few kiosks. A few of the mountain streamers walked cautiously, their palms clutching the wolfsbane were sweating, and they needed to keep wiping them off on their clothes, or else they couldn't even hold the wolfsbane anymore. Quan, why isn't there a single zombie? Why do I feel so creepy? A man asked shakily. Quan Taiping cursed in a low voice. What's wrong with no zombies? Do you have to see us surrounded by zombies to be happy? Quan Taiping also looked around nervously. It really wasn't normal. System recommendation. The little brother next to him added. I heard that inside the zombies, they are divided into ordinary zombies and Fae. And on top of the Fae, there are Fae that are even more terrifying. The king of the zombies, able to command the zombies as obediently as the human army. So there wouldn't be that kind of king of the zombies in the neighborhood, would there? Shut the fuck up. All of Taiping was said to be furious in his heart. Then the more I looked at the silent alley, the more abnormal it seemed to few. Suddenly, a vague sound of wind passed over their heads. A few people were like startled cats, immediately looking up in unison, but there's nothing overhead. Shit, who just farted? Speak up if you farted, don't scare people. Quan Taiping's heart tingled even more. The legs were like lead, and there was no strength at all in the hands. I can't imagine what would happen if a zombie rushed out at this point. Phew. Another wind swept overhead. The crowd immediately shrank into a ball and nearly screamed, but there is still nothing in the sky. Who farted this time? Quan Taiping was furious. I've told you. You have to talk when you fart. The crowd looked at each other with innocent expressions. Quan, I feel something is really wrong. Why don't we pull out? Really? The minions are on the verge of tears. Quan Taiping was actually on the verge of tears, but he was, after all, a minor leader, and could only feign toughness. Damn. You losers. It's just the sound of the wind blowing. Look how scared you are. Quan Taiping cautiously looked around, then bravely broke away from the crowd, waved his wolfsbane, and whispered into the air. No matter what kind of bulls and devils you are, you're unbeatable in front of our Mountain Stream organization. Don't play God. Come out if you can. The alley was silent. Quan Taiping breathed a huge sigh of relief. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Turning to his minions, he said, look at me. And then look at you. Can you have some balls? The faces of the minions were getting ugly until the latter turned to horror. What's wrong? Am I that scary? Quan Taiping was still a bit complacent. It seemed that his own feat just now had made the minions eat a hard time. Quan brother. Behind you. What's going on behind me? All Pacific turned around. Suddenly, he saw several walkers charging towards him from the other side of the alley. Quan Taiping was scared out of his wits. The heroic and domineering look from earlier also collapsed immediately. Run! All of Taiping scattered and ran flat out in the direction they had come from. But there are walkers rushing over here too. Knock knock knock. It looks like there are quite a few of them. A few people looked left and right, thinking about going into the stores in the alley to hide, but the stores are closed. Finished. Brother Quan. We're dead. The minions burst into tears. Shit. I don't need you to tell me. All Pacific also burst into tears. Suddenly, a rope came down from the third floor. Li Knight waved his hand. Come on up. The few people from Quan Taiping were like seeing a savior and hurriedly climbed up the rope like crazy. Li Knight was all smiles. The person who had just jumped around above their heads to create a scary atmosphere was naturally him. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The zombies on either side of this were also released by him from the hidden corpse space. Everything went according to his plan. Development. The smile on Li Knight's face slowly solidified, looking at a group of bloated hulks, puffing and puffing on the rope like meatworms. Half a day to climb a few centimeters. Directly stunned, he suddenly remembered that with the physical strength of an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to climb down the rope to the third floor. Unless they were professionally trained. Lee Knight was speechless and intentionally slowed down the zombies on both sides anyway. The guys were flustered and couldn't tell much. He was helping to pull upwards, by the way. 7 or 8 pugilists. Their weight combined was not more than 1,000 kilograms, while his current strength value of 2,000 points was just under 2,000 pounds. Hurry up! The zombies are catching up. As soon as Lee Knight urged, everyone panicked even more, hating to use their hands and feet to make it harder. So they didn't realize that Lee Knight was pulling them upwards bit by bit. It took a lot of effort for these guys to climb up to the third floor. Quan Taiping slumped towards the ground. His entire body deflated. Bean-sized beads of sweat pooled into running water and flowed down desperately without any money. The others gasped desperately. Lee Knight motionless let zombie war pets leave. Spontaneously find hidden places to wait for the manipulation time is up, and then power off. Otherwise, when the guys slowed down and realized that the walkers were headless and dead in unison, they were bound to be suspicious. It was too dangerous just now. Why were you guys so bold to walk in the alley? Lee Knight asked with a puzzled face. Don't mention it. You think we wanted to come out? We had to come out with a mission to collect supplies, and if we couldn't collect them, we'd be considered useless trash by the big bosses and abandoned. It was probably because Lee Knight had saved them. So Quan Taiping directly handed over the truth. However, Quan Taiping is the kind of person who was easy to make friends with others. He had followed Quan Taiping for a while in his last life and had figured out Quan Taiping's character, typical dependent personality. Others give him a little favor, and immediately will be with each other out of the heart. In order to be a good little leader, one pretends a lot and then fails to pretend a lot. So in the hearts of the little brothers, Quan Taiping is a good big brother, but not a good leader. The All-Pacific Squad is at the bottom of the mountain stream in terms of performance. The minions spit in private, followed by the whole of Taiping. Performance cannot be completed. 3 days of starvation, 9 meals, and occasionally have to take the steel rod. Performance? What performance? Lee Knight asked curiously while eating a box of canned beef. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Smelling the rich aroma of beef, Quan Taiping froze for a moment. The others froze. Gollum. Quan Taiping touched his empty stomach, dumbfounded. He asked, "Where did you get the canned beef?" Lee Knight pointed to the corner. "It's just sitting there. 2 boxes of compressed cookies, and a couple cans of beef." Quan Taiping hadn't even noticed just now that there were actually a few boxes actually piled up in the corner. "This is yours?" Quan Taiping asked, holding back the excitement in his heart. "No, it was sitting here when I got here." Lee Knight laughed in his heart. This All-Pacific has some conscience, seeing as he had saved his life and asked who it belonged to. Anyone else would have just grabbed it outright. These supplies were taken from the space where he hid his body, though you can't take supplies in and out of the hidden body space directly, but yet, he can get supplies in or out for him through the deceased who have been enshrined. And it feels like he's found a bug in the hidden corpse space. Now in his hidden corpse space, aside from the one zombie and the canine demon that had stayed to help him carry the supplies, there were also a large amount of supplies piled up, as well as the guns and ammunition that had been carried out from the Ning Group's gold mine arsenal. The crowd's eyes instantly burned. "Brother Quan, that's great. Our performance can be accomplished." All-Pacific is also excited. "I guess this what happens when you don't die." Their first thought when they saw the supplies was not to take possession of them for themselves, but to think that the performance targets explained by Zhang Zude could be accomplished, because they know one thing very well. In the post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people like them, if they wanted to survive, they had to attach themselves to organizational forces. Although the performance cannot be completed, 3 days of hunger on the ton, not enough to eat, but at least will not die. How many of the end of the world walking in the lone wolf? The courage is big, but the death do not know how to die. "Brother, it's only logical to take what we see, so we won't take it all. Can we leave these canned beef for you, and can we move those 2 boxes of compressed cookies?" Quan Taiping was a little embarrassed. The other side had just saved them and they were coming to share the supplies. Pretty guilty. Lee Knight suddenly asked, "Are you guys from the Mountain Stream organization? Can I join you guys too?" System recommendation. Lee Knight smiled and nodded. "Yes, why?" Quan Taiping was a bit puzzled. The Mountain Stream organization doesn't have the best reputation. People were already saying they were landlubbers before the end times, though he didn't dare to say anything bad about Mountain Stream on the surface. But there's no shortage of backstabbing. Lee Knight smiled and said, "It's the Mountain Stream that is famous. I've been admiring it for a long time, and I know very well that there is no way for me to survive in the post-apocalyptic world with just my strength alone. So I need to join a powerful organization, with a bunch of strong people, to survive together." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Of powerful organizations? Powerful people? Talking about them? In fact, the grassroots members of Mountain Stream now had not yet realized how great Mountain Stream was, nor did they expect that Mountain Stream would be able to mix so well later on. Quan Taiping smiled and said, Brother, no problem. You'll follow me from now on. I just think you're a reliable one. We welcome you to join us. As a cadre, Quan Taiping had the right to recruit his own minions in the early days. It was only after the later stages of formalization that the recruitment of minions needed to go through Zhang Zuda's personal approval, and Li Knight was looking at this moment. So he took out 2 boxes of compressed cookies and a few cans of beef to please Quan Taiping, so that Quan Taiping could help him mix into the Mountain Stream Organization. As long as he could get into the Mountain Stream Organization and not be discovered by Zhang Zuid, everything would be fine, because he probably knew where Zhang Zuda stored the gold bars. Too good. Thank you, brother Quan. By the way, why do you guys seem to be wearing mourning? Li Knight was curious. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Don't mention it. Our big dog. Oh, and now your big dog, too. His brother's dead. Oh, Li Knight was a bit vain. So it's because of this that you're wearing mourning. He killed Zhang Zuxing. I don't think Zhang Zuid knows that, but no matter whether he knew it or not, he ironically couldn't let Zhang Zuda know that he had mixed in, or else he would easily get into trouble. Subsequently, Li Knight and All Pacific's group moved the 2 boxes of compressed cookies back to complete the performance. As for the few cans of beef, Li Knight proposed that everyone share them together. Anyway, if you don't say it and I don't say it, no one will know that they ate it. The entire Peace Corps is salty. It makes sense once you hear it. It was a blissful meal for one. Li Knight had some sympathy for these guys, selling their lives to Zhang Zude, but not having enough to eat or wear. It was pitiful. The few people from Quan Taiping returned to Mountain Stream's headquarters, walking with that kind of vigor. The others were surprised. Quan Taiping, you guys are back so early? Quan Taiping patted the box. See? Finished the performance. Of course I came back early. The crowd gathered around to see that it was actually 2 full boxes of compressed cookies. Compressed cookies, a portable and easily satiated food, are still popular in the post-apocalyptic world, and are considered the civilian version of the single soldier's food. Whoa! Where did you guys get this? This is great stuff. Quan Taiping laughed mysteriously. Naturally, we got it by our ability. We encountered dozens of zombies and desperately tried to bring back 2 boxes of compressed cookies. The crowd was even more amazed. What's with this salty group? Chen Taiping, that's on a roll today? Someone suddenly saw that in their group there was an additional fresh-faced young man with a ducktail hat. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Who is he? Li Knight's heart tightened. He was still thinking of blurring in, but he didn't expect to be discovered so soon. There were still relatively sharp people in the Mountain Stream Organization. Quan Taiping introduced. This is my new little brother. A particularly reliable one, isn't it, brothers? All Pacific's minions nodded. Yes, it's especially reliable. Everyone had eaten canned beef and completed their performance early because they knew Li Knight. So of course they felt that Li Knight was reliable. The others didn't suspect anything, and it wasn't surprising that other groups had taken in people. After all, there were still quite a few survivors in hiding right now, and the Grand Master had said that any suitable ones could be taken in to strengthen their Mountain Stream team. According to Big Dog's theory, having a lot of people in the end times is also an advantage. The All Pacific team finished their performance so they could go to dinner and even had a hot meal. In the past, they could not complete the performance, but also the last one back, go to the cafeteria, will only be left with cold steamed buns, and also limited. Each person can only eat a maximum of 2. Li Knight led the meal, and the food was unexpectedly not bad. The cabbage and tofu, along with a very small amount of meat froth, were still very good to eat with the big hot steamed buns. He hadn't had a hot meal in a long time. Seeing Li Knight eating so wolfishly, Quan Taiping lamented. Brother, you're really starving. Look at how you're eating without caring about your image. Other minions spit. Quan, are you qualified to talk about others? All Taiping ate that windfall. Not much better than Li Knight. Li Knight didn't care about Quan Taiping and ate while recalling the construction of this supermarket. The supermarket has 2 floors. The first floor sells fruits and vegetables and meat, and the second floor sells bagged food, daily necessities and the like. There was a small warehouse on each floor, but there was no way Zhang Zuda would hide the gold bars in a small warehouse, and he guessed that the odds were that they would be somewhere in that big warehouse on the first floor. The cafeteria was also on the first floor, so he could see that the entrance to the warehouse was guarded by 7 or 8 men with guns. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Now that Zhang Zuda wasn't there, and the extremely strong person beside Zhang Zuda wasn't there, he could easily kill the ones with guns if he wanted to, and then use his digging skill, using it on the warehouse wall. He could quickly break through and go in. However, when he was unsure of the specific location of the gold bars, Li Knight still could not act rashly. The area of the warehouse was not small, and at the moment it was probably filled with supplies scavenged from elsewhere, so it was even more difficult to find the gold bars. As Li Knight was thinking, he suddenly heard some people coming down from upstairs. Ha! Someone actually ate before our group today? A line of seemingly aggressive people came down. Yo! Who did I think it was? So it's team leader Quan. There was some contempt in the speaker's tone. Quan Taiping's face grimaced. Vice group leader Wang. You're not too late to come back. This Wang Jun, the deputy leader of a group, is also the humongous general of a group before joining the mountain stream. He spent 8 years in prison, allegedly for the crime of forcing a woman to fuck. Forcing 3 women from the same village at once. The families of the 3 women approached him with sticks and pickaxes, and he fought them off all by himself. Then there was no choice but to call the police on the other side and arrest Wang Jun. It is said that Wang Jun just came out, and then went to the 3 women who have been married. This time the other side did not dare to make trouble. In order to not let Wang Jun, this madman, retaliation against their families, they silently bear the, even nowadays. Wang Jun brought those 3 women to Mountain Stream's headquarters and usually kept them in his room. Every time Wang Jun went out and returned, he was bound to go in and make love. And the people outside were itching to hear it. But no one was thinking about those 3 women. Wang Jun sneered. I heard that you guys just brought back 2 boxes of compressed cookies? How dare you eat so much? System recommendation, 2 boxes of compressed cookies is less? Besides, how come we're eating more? Quan Taiping was furious. This Wang Jun was obviously just a deputy team leader, but he looked down on him as the main team leader. He's at least the leader of Group 7. Wang Jun looked towards Li Knight, who lowered his head and ate vigorously one by one. Quan Taiping looked straight at the 3 or 4 stacked trays in front of Li Knight. Brother, you really ate a lot. Li Knight was embarrassed. He was too involved in his thoughts just now. So there was no control over what I was eating. Plus I hadn't had a hot meal in a while and unconsciously hit 4 or 5 plates. This amount of food was nothing for a professional. But in an ordinary person, it was definitely a king of big appetite. Li Knight hurriedly explained. It's mainly because I've been starving for days. Quan Taiping didn't say anything, and Wang Jun sneered. What do you mean by rice bucket? It's talking about losers like you, who don't have much ability and can't contribute much to the organization, but eat a lot of rice. Wang Jun kicked off a member of the All-Pacific team. The force was quite strong, and the kick went out several meters. You! Quan Taiping stood up angrily. Wang Jun, what are you doing? I told you. What's a waste eating so much? It's just a waste of supplies. Why don't you squat in the corners where you belong? We should be sitting here eating after we've accomplished our performance. Performance? Oh, if you ask me, the big boss is really kind. 2 boxes of compressed cookies make you guys eat so much food. Are you good for it? A burly bald guy next to Wang Jun sneered and said. One of our group terminated a kiosk and pushed back half a cart of supplies. What are your 2 boxes of compressed cookies? A few people in Quan Taiping were shocked. Ending a kiosk? Everyone is stunned that this is a group. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation, the fiercest group in Mountain Stream. Bar none. There are 4 groups under Yamashiro's command that are the fiercest and fight significantly better than the others. That's the group with serial numbers 1 through 4. Group 1 is the most aggressive, followed by Group 4, and Groups 2 and 3 are about the same. Each time a group goes out they get back more supplies than the other groups. The All-Pacific group got up gray, with a set of battles. Their 2 boxes of compressed cookies did seem a bit out of reach. Li Knight didn't say anything. He had eaten well anyway, followed the All-Pacific group to their area and watched a group eat and drink. Even the back kitchen brought out big chicken thighs. The mountain stream was cruel, but fair. As long as you get more supplies back, you can eat better. 1 big chicken leg for each person. Watching the mouths of the entire Peace Corps group drool, it instantly felt like the cabbage and tofu they had just eaten didn't taste good. Li Knight narrowed his eyes. The mountain stream is really abundant supplies. Actually can still eat a big chicken leg, or else the mountain stream end to get it. Suddenly, many more came back. The people of Yamashiro basically move at night until almost dawn. Not by daytime they were all back. After all, what they had done was to take by force, and although no one might care about them at this time of the day, they still had to try to keep a low profile, in case certain large organizations and institutions reacted and started to fight with them for the supplies. They wouldn't stand a chance at all. Zhang Zuda was a rogue, but a very self-aware and cautious rogue. Li Knight did not see Zhang Zuda's figure. He inquired to Quan Taiping, who said that the big boss had a lot of important things to do every day, and he didn't know what exactly he was doing. Li Knight pondered that there should be more than just one person in the mountain stream that Zhang Zuda knew about today's location. After all, he had to need someone else to help him move it, and the person who helped him move the gold bars had to be the person that Zhang Zuda trusted the most. Li Knight looked at Wang Jun, who was furiously gnawing on a large chicken leg for a while. Wang Jun wasn't qualified. In his opinion, the only ones who could become Zhang Zuda's close friends should be the leaders of the first 4 teams and those bodyguards around Zhang Zuda. 7 or 8 groups are back and it's getting a lot more lively and crowded. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation, because this supermarket itself is not a big place, packed with so many people, everyone hadn't showered in days. And they stank. The first 4 groups chatted grumpily, the atmosphere was very cordial and they all had a good day. In Mountain Stream, whoever contributes more gets to speak up. And this is a rule set by Zhang Zude, though it seemed to Li Knight that it was just an orgy of the ignorant. He wasn't going to pay any attention to these people, so he crouched alone in the corner with his eyes closed. Brothers, look what I've recaptured. Another loud talker came back. The crowd immediately let out a gasp when they saw the results of that person's battle. Li Knight opened his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of battle it was. I ended up seeing a burly man holding a rope in his hand with 4 women tethered behind him, all of whom were basically unclothed. The men present were crazy. All were strong and powerful men. There was already a need in this area, especially when they often listened to the sound of Wang Jun's flip-flopping through the wall. Who could not be hungry and thirsty? Now Zhang Zude had actually brought back 4 women, and all 4 of these women are beautiful and look appetizing. Li Knight suddenly realized that the second woman was none other than the neighboring young woman. He had thought that the neighboring young woman had already been settled by the Ning group's private armament, but she was actually still alive. Li Knight's eyes were a bit complicated. There were times when it was better to live than to die. As Zhang Zuid is not kind to rescue these women, he brought the woman back for no other reason than one. A treat for these brothers of his. A man's hobbies can be many at times, few at times, and even women only at times, and the gang from the Mountain Stream organization are themselves a bunch of landlubbers. So it's only going to get more blatant. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Hearing Zhang Zuida's words, everyone boiled over, eyes burned at the 4 women as if they couldn't hold back any longer. The 4 women had already realized their fate next. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, tears streaming down their faces as they prayed for Zhang Zude to let them go, while Zhang Zude just pushed them into the crowd with cold eyes. Jabla. Accompanied by the sound of clothes being shredded, the orgy of the beasts begins. Li Knight looked at the neighbor young woman who was crowded around in the pile of men, and his mood was a little complicated. He's still got a bite left with the young woman. He wasn't going to make a move though. It was the young woman's life. When the young woman begged him to open the door, if he hadn't opened the door, the young woman would have died then. He didn't owe the young woman anything, so naturally he didn't feel guilty. Easy, easy, easy. Zhang Zude shouted. You can just have your hands and mouths. From today onwards, only those who have completed the group will be allowed to taste it. The others can only watch. There was a wave of disappointment from the crowd. The only ones who finished their performance today, besides the 4 strongest groups, were the salty group from All Pacific. The All Pacific team's eyes lit up. How could this good thing even fall in their laps? Suddenly, a cold voice shouted, she can't be moved. The others are at your disposal. The crowd followed the sound and looked over. It was a girl that Big Dog had picked up 2 days ago, saying that she was the sister of an old friend, and she looked almost as beautiful as a star. But Big Dog said that whoever touched her would die, so no one dared to touch her. Li Knight glanced at it and directly froze. Chuk Wanqing? I can't believe she's here. System recommendation, so magical. Li Knight himself was stunned. The neighbor young woman actually showed up again with Zhuo W Wanqing. Li Knight immediately covered his face with a duck-tongued cap. In case Zhuo Wanqing saw him, Zhuo Wanqing would definitely poke through his identity and then have his plan exposed. Zhang Zude frowned. You said that I should not move her? Zhang Zude sized up the young woman. Honestly, he thought that this young woman was the best looking, and had planned to use the young woman as the biggest reward for the biggest contributor beside them. Someone was dissatisfied. Who are you to tell us not to move her? If it wasn't for the big boss not letting us touch you, we would have done you long ago. The person who spoke was Wang Jun. Everyone knows that Wang Jun has long been looking at Zhuo Wanqing. From the first day Zhuo Wanqing was brought back, Wang Jun's eyes were always on Zhuo Wanqing's body stern. It was hard to tear the clothes on Zhuo Wanqing's body with his eyes that Zhuo Wanqing was threatened for. Instead of being scared at all, she smiled contemptuously. You try it, little ninny. You don't know old me's temper until I'm angry. Wang Jun couldn't take it anymore. How many times had he been stared back by Zhuo Wanqing with her icy eyes? This feeling of being underestimated was simply too unpleasant. Ignoring the others, Zhang Zude rushed over, and Zhang Zude didn't stop him. Seeing that Wang Jun was about to pull Zhuo Wanqing's collar, Zhuo Wanqing's eyes suddenly changed, and she violently raised her fist, accurately blasting away Wang Jun's fist, and then taking advantage of the moment when Wang Jun's center of gravity was off balance, she threw an inching punch, and blasted it towards Wang Jun's face. Wang Jun's body type was very strong, but he was sent flying backward 2 or 3 meters by Zhuo W Wanqing. It fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that this thin-armed, thin-legged looking beauty could actually fight so well? Zhang Zude also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Cannot help but think of it, that boxing champion brother of his said. In fact, his sister is more talented than him in fighting. Only the family thinks that her sister is a girl, is not suitable for fighting and killing, so that is why they have been letting his sister pretend to be a lady in front of outsiders. As expected, Zhuo Wanqing was indeed strong. Zhuo Wanqing glared at the others. who immediately backed up a few meters in fear. Wang Jun was already considered to be very powerful among them, but he was still not Zhuo Wanqing's opponent, and they were even less so. Li Knight, who was behind the crowd, also stared wide-eyed. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Zhuo Wanqing is actually so capable of fighting. Is it a professional? Li Knight didn't feel quite like it. It seemed to be simply that his fighting skills were very strong. He completely underestimated Zhuo Wanqing. So it seems that Zhuo Wanqing actually had the opportunity to counter him before, but Zhuo Wanqing had been hiding her clumsiness. With Zhuo Wanqing's shelter, the neighbor young woman was considered to be saved. As for the other three women, they were unlucky and came to their hell on earth. There was a lot of squealing and screaming, and the people waiting in line were all eager to be there. The All-Pacific group, as the group that accomplished the performance, naturally could get such a benefit, and they went to line up behind the four major groups early in the morning. The world is already like this anyway. There is no difference between people anymore. There used to be a difference between the bold and the timid, those who dared to challenge the order and those who were restrained by it. But now the order is gone. Li Knight then crouched in the corner, pressed his duck-tongue hat down low, away from Zhang Zude and Zhuo Wanqing, and waited for the moment he wanted to come. What made Li Knight more concerned was another youth besides Zhang Zude. That youth always had a bland smile on his face, staring at the ceiling, immersed in his own world, as if nothing had anything to do with him. The youth who attracts the least attention is actually the #1 dangerous person to watch out for in the Mountain Stream organization. A professional beyond imagination. That's why Li Knight tried to keep himself as low profile as possible. The other side, the Ning Clan's special operations team hidden in the United Harbors community suddenly noticed something unusual at this moment, as Li Knight was overly quiet in his room, giving the illusion as if no one was in the room. Young Master Godlight, do we need to send 2 of our men over to scout the area? Ning Xingguang mused. It's impossible for him to give up so many supplies and leave. And most importantly, it's impossible for him to know that we're already encircling him. So there's even less of a reason for him to give up his supplies and leave. This was the reason why Ning Xingguang had been convinced that Li Knight was at home. According to the intelligence, Li Knight is just a college student the same age as his brother. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The college students were able to gather so many supplies after the end of the world, and it must have taken a considerable amount of effort. So the other party definitely couldn't just leave without knowing their tactics. This is the greed in human nature. And only a very few people who have experienced life and death, who have experienced great waves and storms, and who know what is most important, can remain unaffected by this human nature. Young Master Divine Light, but it's been a day and a night now, and he hasn't moved at all. I'm afraid that after we've ambushed him here for half a day, he's long since escaped. The squad leader of the Special Forces team said. Ning Xingguang nodded. You have a point. Have 2 people go over there without moving? Don't act rashly. And confirm that the person is in the room, then immediately and silently withdraw back. Yes. The Special Forces squad leader immediately had the 2 best at scouting on his team walk over to the room where Li Knight was, wordlessly. In order to prevent Li Knight from discovering it, the 2 special operations scouts almost used all of their flying tactics, and it took 10 minutes to reach the bottom of the window of Li Knight's room over a distance of several hundred meters. Not daring to show their heads, they stuck a hose a few millimeters in diameter underneath the doorway, and at the other end of the hose was a very small camera. A device commonly used by anti-terrorist SWAT teams. It is possible to confirm the interior of a room from outside the room without attracting the attention of those in the room. The 2 men froze for a moment as they watched the display transmitted from the camera, then kept rotating and bending to take in the entire room. In 01, there wasn't even half a room full of supplies. As the previous intel had said, the 2 men immediately broke down the door and, after confirming the room, immediately crossed their arms at the far end of the room, signaling that no one was in the room. What? Telescope in hand. Ning Xingguang was shocked. There's no way there's no one there. How could he abandon his supplies and leave? Ning Xingguang had always believed that it was impossible for him to make an error in judgment. After radioing in, the Special Forces squad leader said in horror. 2 scouts said there weren't even any supplies left in the room. Just a couple of skins from empty cans of beef. Supplies? No more? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. And Ning Xingguang was stunned. The others froze. Several of their special operations squads had spent over 10 hours wrapping the place into a steel barrel, even setting up heavy force like bazookas and heavy machine guns, guaranteed to be beaten to death even if that big black dog shows up. Only to do all that hard work and end up with people moving out of their homes? When did you move? They've got men set up on the other side of the residential building where the target is. I don't see anyone moving supplies. Go in and search. See if they dug a hole in the ground and escaped. Ning Xingguang immediately gave the order. The squad leader next to me muttered that digging a hole in the ground was unlikely. System recommendations, but Ning Xingguang had definitely broken his defense by now. so if he said such things, it would definitely make Ning Xingguang angry at him. So he immediately ordered several assault and scouting groups to find the target, Li Knight, even if they dug into the ground, but the end result was that Li Knight and those supplies, as if they had vaporized, completely disappeared. Ning Xingguang also personally arrived at the scene, inch by inch to check the floor, walls and ceiling. There is no trace of any excavation and digging, but in fact, to be frank, this is the building. Even if digging holes can dig to where? Ning Xingguang just couldn't believe the truth. What exactly is Li Knight? Ning Xingguang did not sink into the emotions of a failed mission. He immediately had the recorder raise Li Knight's danger level from A to S. This level of danger, which was judged to be the level of danger to the Ning group, was already very high at level A, and was something that required the simultaneous deployment of more than 5 conventional troops, as well as more than 1 special operations squad. And S-class is the level of danger that conventional troops can no longer handle, and can only be dealt with by deploying special operations squads and the 36 monsters. The junior captain couldn't help but say, "Isn't S ranking too much for him? Maybe we missed it. He was merely fleeing from here with supplies, and is not considered a dangerous S-rank target at all." Lift? Ning Xingguang's eyes glowed with a dangerous color. How many special operations squads did we have here today? 5 special operations teams. Success or failure? Squad leader sweats. Fail. Even so you underestimate him? Ning Xingguang continued. Earlier, I analyzed that the person who took us out might not have been him, but rather, our people encountered zombies, or even that kind of super-infected, and there was a super-infected that was more active near this place, so I was previously thinking that all of ours were killed by the super-infected, but now, I suspect that all of them were killed by Li Knight. The squad leader was surprised. How is that possible? With that big black dog battle pet of his? Ning Xingguang shook his head. He should have other means to move the supplies out from under our noses. That's an ability we can't comprehend. A cruel smile spread under Ning Xingguang's eyes. Capture him alive. Make sure to capture him alive. I have a hunch that he'll become the Ning Group Research Institute, one of the most special research samples. Yes, this chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. The junior captain didn't dare to slack off or arrange it immediately. Supermarkets. At night everyone has been huffing and puffing. Li Knight abruptly opened his eyes for a moment. The supermarket glass is plastered with all kinds of promotional posters. During the day a little light can still pass through, but at night, nothing can be seen. Visibility cannot even see the fingers in front of you, but Li Knight could see it. As a level 2 professional, the body's qualities were strengthened to a certain extent, and his eyesight was sharper than normal, but even he could only vaguely see some of the outlines, and some especially dark places where he could see nothing. Li Knight slowly got up and lightly crossed over one by one and walked to the door of one of the rooms, which was the room of the leader of the first group. The leader of Group 1 was a close associate of Zhang Zude, so he was one of the people who had the key to the treasury. Li Knight's purpose was straightforward. He wanted to get the key from the body of the leader of the first group, and then through the skill of encoffinment, he would go back to the memory of the leader of the first group and find the location where the gold bars were stored. Li Knight was about to open the door through the lock-picking skill, and old Zhang Tu's car-stealing skill was actually a continuation of the lock-picking skill. Old Zhang Tu is best at 2 kinds of locks. One is the locks of various cars used for escape, and the other is the locks of doors used for killing, except for the kind of security doors with high specifications. Other doors can be opened handily. Suddenly a voice coldly sounded behind him. What are you doing? It was not a small sound, and immediately alerted some of the people around. Some people raised their heads and looked over in their direction. Li Knight's heart instantly tightened. He wasn't afraid of these rabble looking over. The big deal is to kill them all. But the owner of the voice behind him, he was more scrupulous. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. It was the young man who followed Zhang Zude. In the heat of the moment, Li Knight, with a very sleepy expression, muttered, "Isn't this a restroom? The first floor of the restroom." The youth said coldly, "Follow me." Okay. Li Knight obediently followed behind the youth, and those who looked at him, before they continued to fall back to sleep. When they arrived at the toilet, the stench smoked so much that tears flowed down Li Knight's face. Although the toilets can still be flushed, there is no one to clean the toilets, and the stench in the toilets is quite thick, as if they have been fermented, and when you take a breath, it feels like shit is stuck in your throat. There was some moonlight in the toilet. The youth peed at the urinal, and Li Knight symbolically peed some next to the youth. What makes you think that team leader Wang Rui's room is a toilet? You're not from Mountain Stream? The youth coldly looked at Li Knight, then looked down at Li Knight's bottom and was directly stunned. Crap, are you the great sage of Chi Tian? Why do you have the Rui golden hoop rod? Li Knight sighed. It's starting. Can your Rudraksh stick become longer and bigger? Li Knight's face was expressionless. He knew the youth was a nervous wreck. Otherwise, Zhang Zude would not have been able to recruit such a professional under his command, but there was still a small, Inexplicable pleasure in his heart, the psycho may be talking gibberish. But he can't lie. He said his kamikaze was a golden rod of wisdom. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Lee Knight pressed the youth's shoulder and whispered, "I'm here on a special mission. I'm here to save my master. I thought, why would the great sage of Chi Tian come to visit? It turns out that your master was captured. So you came to bring help? But today's heavenly court is no longer the heavenly court that it once was. The heavenly court has collapsed, and the gods are dead." The youth sighed. An endless number of demons and evils are at work, and the path of the scripture fetcher will be very bumpy. And although I have the intention to help you, there is nothing I can do to help. You are? Lee Knight asked cautiously. The youth's face immediately boarded up. Have you forgotten who I am? When you changed my life and death book and made so many immortal people appear in the world, do you know how much trouble you created for me? Forget it, it's already in the past. Lee Knight thought back for a moment before thinking clearly. Yan Wan? Yeah, don't recognize me. Aren't you and I still brothers to each other? Lee Knight was speechless. Good lord, this psychopath had hypothesized his identity to Yama. Let's just say how he was kind enough to arrange a Chi Tian Desheng identity for himself. But it turned out that he had arranged a higher identity for himself. Brother Yan Wang, what are you doing on this earth? Lee Knight asked with a smile. The youth lowered his voice. Hush, my identity is also top secret. I am hidden in a group of mortals. I will personally catch back the severe ghosts that run away from hell, and destroy all those who can't be caught back. Night ghost. Good lord, not bad for a psychopath. Even making up stories for himself, but then it seems that the psychopath's nonsense is not entirely without basis in reality. The fearsome bandits he had assigned to the mountain streams were only mortal, ordinary people. That is, people who can only accept their fate. The identity assigned to himself is Hades, Yama, the man who can control life and death. Shows that he knows he is strong, and the youth had assigned him the identity of the great sage of Chi Tian. Was it that the youth saw something different in him? System recommendation. Nowadays, this world is so dangerous. Why did the great sage of Chi Tian not go to protect your master? Why did he come to this king of hell? The youth asked in a serious voice. If it wasn't for the fact that Lee Knight knew this person from his previous life, he was suspicious that the other man was teasing him, but thinking that the other party is very strong, so Lee Knight can only say with a strong sense of conviction, I have come to find some coins so that I can go to the west with my master to get the scriptures. The youth nodded in understanding. So it's you guys are really not easy. You were as the great sage of Chi Tian. The Jade Emperor recognized you. The heavenly kings followed you. The 28 lodges were afraid of you. The 9 Obsidian Star officials were afraid of you. The prefectures and counties of the city god kneeled to you. And the Donghua Tanchi terrorized you. Even 10 generations of the Yama king had been your servant. Now you are running around personally for a few tales of coils. The sense of conviction in Lee Knight's heart was rapidly collapsing. Just want to end this conversation quickly. I'm going to bed first. The youth suddenly added. By the way, the black bear spirit did scavenge quite a bit of gold and silver. So you might not be in vain. Oh, you know? Lee Knight, a moment of killing heart. In fact, he does not necessarily have to kill a group leader. Change another person will also be fine. I don't know where they keep them. They don't trust me. Maybe they recognize me as Yama. I can only tell you that there are indeed quite a few. Lee Knight cursed in his heart. Indeed, I have recognized your identity. Only it is not the king of hell, but the identity of a psychopath. That, Yan Wang, what is your name? Lee Knight asked, a mouthful. Me? Of course my name is Jiang Ziwen. The youth said, rightfully Igata. He should never have asked. Go to bed. Lee Knight is back in his corner, leaning against the wall and faking a nap, but in reality the mind was plotting a strategy. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. There's no point in waiting around like this. The longer they stayed here, the more time they wasted. Perhaps during this time, other professionals were improving their strength by leaps and bounds. It's still light out. The sleepy few were then rudely awakened by Zhang Zude. It's time to gather supplies. No food for those who don't finish their performance today. Zhang Zude calls the shots. The first 4 groups are naturally combative. Almost every one of them has a weapon in their hands. And one group in particular has reached more than 80% of the total number of guns. Naturally it is easier to accomplish the task than other groups. As for Quan Taiping's group, they were still primitive weapons such as metal iron rods and picks. But because they had accomplished their performance yesterday, Zhang Zude had given Quan Taiping a pistol, as well as 5 rounds of ammunition. Though Lee Knight knew very well that a person who had not received professional training would not be of any substantial use in getting 5 rounds of bullets, as it was possible that all 5 rounds would miss before the groups set off. They were divided into areas. The area was drawn by lot, so in a certain sense fair. Good luck. You drew the direction of less walkers and more supplies. If you are not lucky, maybe it is more walkers and less supplies, but in the end, it still depends on the ability. After all, The orientation draw. Just everyone from the headquarters of the initial departure of the orientation. How to go after that? In fact, no one cares. If the two groups collide, then the strength of the division of High and LOW.Li Night they drew lots southwest direction. Li Night deliberately looked at a group of the direction of the draw. A group of draws due west direction. That is, they are next door. Quan Taiping revealed a bitter expression. Too much luck. The west side is a big stadium. When the end of the world came, there was a popular singers concert being held over there. There were more than 100,000 people in the stadium, and it's said that none of them were spared, and they all turned into zombies, so there were a lot of zombies over there. But there weren't a lot of supplies. Li Night knows that concert. AI Shichi, the new generation of giant lung small diva, his colleagues and classmates around him. There are many people are fans of AI Shichi. At that time, AI Shichi's concert tickets in Jiangqing basically sold out over 100,000 tickets in a matter of minutes. That's still a lot of people who didn't get tickets, while many others didn't but would stand outside the walls of the stadium just to hear their idols sing. That's why the west side of the gym is zombie hit, and being assigned to the west side is simply the worst luck. At this time, Li Night saw a group of people muttering, "This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more." System recommendation. Quan Taiping whispered a reminder in Li Night's ear. Be careful. The direction to the northwest where they split up is even more unlucky. That side is just a wasteland. There's nothing there. Maybe they'll come to steal the land from us. Land grab? Li Night's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait for a group to come over and steal the territory. Otherwise he wouldn't really be able to find a chance to take out the leader of a group. However, one group was really just a short distance away from them, and didn't seem to be pressed to go in a northwestern direction. Quan Taiping urged everyone to put safety first and never get into trouble with a group even if they can't eat. A group of ruthless people can be more than just Wang Jun. To be precise, Wang Jun was a small witch in front of a group of group leaders. The leader of the group, Huey, that's a serial killer, wanted for several years. But in the process of being wanted, Huey was not idle and killed several people. Later, Zhang Zude saw Hu Hai's guts and ruthlessness and made Hu Hai his little brother, using his resources and connections to make Hu Hai evade the wanted. At first, Wang Jun also had a conflict with Huey, and Wang Jun was not convinced by Huey. To go one-on-one with Hua to decide who was the boss of the group. As a result, Hu Hai let Wang Jun have one hand, and Wang Jun couldn't even beat Hu Hai, and was easily crushed by Hu Hai. This shows the horror of Hu Ha. Quan Taiping has seen Hu Hai kill people with his own eyes, and that's what he calls a murderer. He is Zhang Zude's most trusted right-hand man, from the top to the officials, down to the people who made trouble. Hu Hai has killed them all. Li Night narrowed his eyes and glanced at the inch-haired middle-aged man not far behind. This middle-aged man looked relatively mediocre. If all Taiping didn't say anything, who would have thought that he was actually so powerful? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Li Night saw madness in the bottom of Hu Hai's eyes, a look that was similar to the precursor to old Zheng Tu's Fei infection in the first place. The killing intent was quite blatant, and it seemed to view the All-Pacific team as prey. Li Night didn't doubt for a second that if the two groups got into an argument about the supplies, Hu Hai would probably kill someone without hesitation. Oh, interesting. Li Night hid his sneer deep under his eyes. He was looking forward to what would happen next. There were a few walkers encountered along the way, but not too many. This is because the current large number of zombies are mostly attracted by the artillery in the southern city, and there are several super-infected bodies in the southern city that are commanding legions of zombies against legions of humans. Instead, the number of zombies in the city has decreased quite a bit, but some can still be seen on the streets, seeing the zombies pouncing over. The entire Pacific group was dealing with one zombie as a whole group, and although Li Night could easily kill the zombies in seconds, at this time, he wasn't prepared to expose his means. And on the other side of the road, a group got brave. Basically, they fight zombies single-handedly, and a group is also the most elite group, with superb fighting strength. It's not a problem for one person to fight 3 or 5 zombies, and one group was almost always outlaws, carrying human lives on their backs before joining the mountain stream. The progress of one group is fast catching up with the All-Pacific group. Quan Taiping was a bit anxious. In case all the supplies were taken away by a group, then they would really have to hang 0 eggs today. System recommendation. Guys, come on up. Quan Taiping shouted anxiously, but he's afraid to go on himself, and the group is full of people who are just as salty as he is. With predictable results, half an hour later, the All-Pacific team couldn't even see a set of taillights. Li Night frowned. Why didn't he think before that the All-Pacific team was really scrappy? 3 or 5 people kill a walker, and it's still a thrilling kill. Shame on you. Seeing that the group had already disappeared from view, Li Night glanced back at the All-Pacific group that was still caught up in a bitter battle, and then immediately stealthily entered a residential street. Immediately afterward, he took 3 steps down the hose and climbed to the roof of the building. When he saw the movement of a group, He immediately leapt down, used a line of parkour to quickly reach the ground from upstairs and chase after a group in the direction of the group. After shaking off the all-typing group, Lee Knight's speed was steeply accelerated. And the zombies he encountered along the road were not killed even if they could be. Because there was a possibility that the all-typing group following behind would suspect his identity. It only took 2 or 3 minutes for Lee Knight to see a group of people standing on the floor of a residential building, looking at one of the room windows on the 4th floor. That window was open. That's not the most important thing. Importantly, there were some ladies' clothes and underwear and such drying on the balcony, and they were dripping wet. Boss, looking at the size and color of this dress, it's definitely a big beauty with a slim figure. Wang Jun's eyes greedily looked at the slim floral dress. Hu Hai looked around. The windows of the other rooms were almost all closed. Only this room window was open. A bit of a problem. Survivors are cautious at this time of year. There's no way they'd be so blatant as to tell someone there's someone here. Huey is very cautious. Wang Jun thought about it. Even if it's a trap, then she has to see who is the hunter and who is the prey, right? If it's a beautiful hunter, then we brothers are willing to fall for it, aren't we? The rest of the group nodded vigorously. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Wang Jun continued to persuade Hu Hei. Boss, there are too few women in our base. My 3 half-aged women are already dying. Big Boss managed to bring back 4 yesterday, but one was still robbed by that woman. It's simply not enough to share. Let's bring this woman back. It's also considered our performance. Didn't Big Boss say? A beautiful woman is equivalent to 2 boxes of instant noodles. Hu Hai then nodded. The caution under his eyes disappeared and turned to be filled with lust. He came back late yesterday, and when he saw those 3 women, all of them had been played with. He instantly lost his appetite. A body of energy with nowhere to release it kept him up all night. It's good to enjoy it here first. Okay, let's go. Watch out. Huey agreed. A group of group members immediately split up. Some rushed in through the hallway, others climbed in through the outside windows, blocking all the ways the people inside could escape. It wasn't long before the screams of a young woman came from the room. Lee Knight set up his sniper rifle on the roof of the opposite building on his stomach. Huey's face was already in his scope, but he didn't shoot. His sniper rifle without a silencer is hard. A single shot could be heard clearly from a kilometer away. He wasn't afraid to startle a group of these guys. It was just that he felt that the people from Ning's group should have reacted by now, knowing that he had already left from that room. So he was probably searching everywhere for him right now. And once the gunshots rang out, there was a chance that other people would think it was a cannonball or something like that. But the scouts from the Ning Group's private armed forces could definitely tell that it was sniper fire. The few Ning Group special operators that had been taken out earlier were also not snipers, so they were not equipped with sniper rifles, much less carrying sniper silencers. Still need to find a way to seize a silencer or I won't be able to use the sniper rifle as much as I'd like. Li Knight put his gun away and touched it noiselessly when he got upstairs. The door was wide open. Inside, there was a constant stream of men's frantic voices, as well as the sounds of women screaming in agony. You guys hurry up, I'm waiting. Several men surrounded the 3 girls on the large bed in the bedroom. The oldest is in her early 20s, and the 2 youngest are 13 or 14. But they are both suffering the darkest moments of their lives. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Someone noticed Lee Knight. Crap, who are you? Scared me. Wang Jun was doing his work, turned around and snorted. I've seen him, the waste of the whole typing group. What? Even you want to try? Hu Hai just coldly glanced at Lee Knight. In his opinion, a waste like Lee Knight didn't deserve his attention anyway. There are so many people here that you don't have to worry about getting messed up. Get the hell out of here. A man with a face full of tattoos shoved Lee Knight. Apparently, he felt that Lee Knight was not qualified to share a woman with them. Psst. Suddenly Lee Knight took out a dagger and pushed it into the man's chest. Stunned, the man pushed Lee Knight away with all his might. But Lee Knight didn't move at all. Instead he fell backwards onto the ground himself. The others were shocked at the sight. You boy. Hu Hai looked at Lee Knight in surprise. Wang Jun's reaction was also fast. Without wearing any pants, he picked up the knife that was placed on the side and slashed towards Lee Knight. Li Knight laughed softly. It was too slow. He kicked Wang Jun's body, kicking him hard on the ceiling and rebounding down heavily. Li Knight then pounced on Wang Jun and stabbed him several times in the back. He was no less determined to kill than anyone else here. Why now? Everyone could see that this guy was not simple. The strength is strong. Not like the rest of the All-Pacific team. Hu Hai couldn't be bothered to ravage the girl in her early 20s. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendations. Immediately shout to the others. Together. One group were all armed, and they didn't hesitate to shoot at Lee Knight, but in this confined space, the gun wasn't as threatening. Lee Knight's speed was extremely fast, tossing and turning, running up and down like a monkey. 1 slash at a time. That is, in a few seconds, a group of group members lay on the ground, leaving Hu Hai alone. Hu Hai looked at Lee Knight with a grave expression. Who the hell are you? What is your purpose in blending into the mountain stream? Yes.Hu Hai thought that a person like Li Knight, if he really wanted to join the mountain stream, he could have claimed a high position at Zhang Zuda with his ability, and there was no need to stoop under the wasteful Quan Taiping. Li Knight asked indifferently, where did Zhang Zuda put the gold bars? Hu Hai understood that this person was coming for the gold bars. Perhaps Yamashiro was seen by this man when he was collecting the gold bars. So the idea of gold bars was struck. Hu Hai laughed lightly. People die for money. Birds die for food. You think of Shan Lu as your prey? You seem to underestimate Shan Lu too much. Where are the gold bars? Li Knight didn't bother to say anything else. The reason he didn't do it now was that even though the coffin could retrace his memories, he wasn't afraid of 10,000 in case the retraced memories didn't have anything about the gold bars. Then he still had to think of a way to do it from someone else's body. Zhang Zuid. He'll keep it for now, because Zhang Zuda would help him check and balance the Ning group. Hu Hai couldn't help but sneer when he saw how Li Knight underestimated him. Kid, you've awakened your profession? But I awakened too. Huey grinned. And I'm a level 2 professional. System recommendation. Hu Hai suddenly flung his arm wildly, and his arm turned into a sharp tentacle, like an iron spear, and stabbed towards Li Knight. The animalizer. He hadn't really been able to get to the point where Huey had awakened to his profession in his previous life. When he was a salted fish under Quan Taiping, Hu Hai didn't reveal his professional skills and hid them very deeply. Li Knight violently fell backwards several steps. Bang! 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 Striking out like a swooping python, it left several holes where he had just backed up and passed through, puncturing the floorboards. Kid, I'm not like the others. You're going to die today. A look of madness appeared on Hu Hai's face. The girl on the bed was pale with fear. The girl, who was a little older, hurriedly took the two younger girls in her arms and covered their eyes to prevent them from seeing this horrible scene. Li Knight kept retreating and was finally cornered. Huey came out of the room as well. He moved his neck. Tell me, how do you intend to die after you killed my brothers? When Li Knight saw Hu Hai walk out from the bedroom, a playful smile came to the corner of his mouth. You're not a beastizer, you're a zombieizer. You've been bitten by a fey zombie? Huey frowned slightly. How do you know? He had indeed been bitten by a fey, and at the time, he thought that he would surely die or be infected into a zombie, but he didn't expect that instead of dying, his right arm could still be alienated into a hard python. But he hadn't told anyone about this matter. Even Zhang Zuda didn't know. How could this young man in front of him know? Li Knight smiled and said, there is such a case, even if it might only be a 1 in 1,000 chance. But some people who have been bitten by a fey will awaken that fey-related occupation or ability. This was also the information released by the End Times Myth Institute. But it was a forbidden route to awakening, because that's gambling. With 1 in 1,000 odds. If you win the bet, you can become inhuman. But if you lose the bet, you are doomed. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Who the hell are you? Hu Hai acutely realized that this young man seemed to know a lot about the end times. I'm going to ask you one last time. Where are the gold bars? Li Knight doesn't answer Hu Hai's question. Hu Hai didn't bother to talk nonsense with Li Knight when he saw that Li Knight had this attitude. No matter who you are, you're bound to die today anyway. His tentacle arm, once again, zapped towards Li Knight. You're already in the corner. Let's see how you can hide. Huey's eyes were crazy, covered in red blood. The smile at the corner of Li Knight's mouth increased. Do you think I'm hiding? I'm just trying to bring the battlefield out of the bedroom. What if I scare the little girl? I'll see if you'll still have a stiff upper lip when you die. Huey's tentacles jabbed hard. Li Knight didn't dodge this time. He directly blocked Hu Hai's tentacles with both hands. Hu Hai laughed maniacally. Frog in the bottom of the well. But my tentacles can even easily overturn a car. Just with your skinny arms. Mantis. Huey was suddenly stunned, because his tentacles were literally blocked. Li Knight's arms rippled with veins, and he bared his teeth and laughed. The force is not small, but you said that you can easily flip over a car. Bragging rights. You're only a 2nd level professional, with a force of 800 pounds at best. As for me, I have a ton. Li Knight held the tentacle and slammed an over-the-shoulder drop, directly dropping Hu Hai out of the edge of the balcony, which almost cracked with a crash. Then Li Knight rushed over and pushed against Hu Hai's body, pulling out a dagger and stabbing several times so hard that Hu Hai closed his eyes unwillingly. After resolving Hu Hai, Li Knight immediately enshrined Hu Hai, successfully enshrined in the 2nd level occupation, loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the currently deceased for you. Loading successful. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Loaded from 25 memories for 17 hours, strength plus 300, speed plus 60, endurance plus 50, spirit plus 50. The base attributes finally got a big boost. Enshrining a level 2 professional is more powerful than enshrining 100 ordinary zombies. Not acquiring Hu Hai's skills actually made Li Knight relieved. Instead, a skill that nasty, given to him, he might even want to cut off his own arm. Suddenly, Li Knight glanced sideways at a person at the intersection. That person was none other than Quan Taiping. And only Quan Taiping alone. At the moment, the entire piece looked at him dumbfounded. Li Knight, now covered in blood, raised his finger and made a gesture of silence. Quan Taiping immediately nodded his head like garlic, frantically signaling that he would definitely not talk nonsense. Li Knight put Hu Hai's body on the ground and returned to the room, which was filled with a strong smell of blood. Looking again at the three girls in the bedroom, they were dead in a pool of blood. The 20-year-old still holding the dagger in her hand, which was lodged in her own chest, and the two younger girls next to her were also dead. Li Knight's face was expressionless. He looked around the room. Other than what they had just destroyed in the fight, the rest of the place was spotless, and it looked like it had been properly cleaned. It's as if you can see the trajectory of their lives. Maybe the three girls weren't real sisters, but just neighbors in a building who had tried everything to gather in one room by saving themselves. The three girls hugged and comforted each other as they moved on from the grief of their loved one's death. Dry your tears and decide that even if there are only three of you, you will live well and try to meet the future with a smile on your face. They cleaned their rooms, washed their clothes, and hung them out to dry on the balcony to let the warmth of the sunshine brighten their rooms. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. They are ready to be brave, hardworking and positive in their lives. But then a group of nasty uninvited guests make them fall into the abyss again. Their bodies were ravaged and they lost their last glimmer of hope for life. So they ended there. Li Knight looked at a group of corpses. What a bunch of underdead brutes. However, Li Knight still put these people into the coffin in order to get more information. He even carried out cremation and into the ground. He felt disgusted with himself, but he also had things he had to do. The body has no choice but to do as it pleases. Li Knight went to the other rooms, found a clean shirt to change into, and walked over to the direction Quan Taiping had just taken. Quan, why are we going back? Just came from over there. There's nothing over there. Quan Taiping was currently shoving the group back. Quan Taiping was hesitant to tell the group what he had just seen, in case Li Knight wanted to kill and silence them. Well, at least those of them could deal with Li Knight together, but he also knew very well that Li Knight had finished off Hu Hei, which meant that Li Knight had not only finished off Hu Hei, but might have exterminated an entire group. What kind of strength is this? He couldn't even imagine it. Quan Taiping thought about it and thought that he still had to say it. The group looked at All Pacific suspiciously. Quan Taiping was in the process of organizing his words when someone suddenly shouted, Li Knight, where did you go just now? We thought you were dragged away by the zombies. Quan Taiping's eyes instantly widened. It seemed to feel the icy killing intent. His heart began to thump wildly. As if he were a puppet. He turned stiffly. He saw Li Knight's naive smiling face, but he clearly saw that there was a touch of oozing coldness deep within the naive smiling eyes. A system recommendations. Quan, what did you want to say just now? Quan's body couldn't help but shiver. The others were puzzled. Quan, what exactly did you just see? Why are you so nervous? Quan gulped frantically. Suddenly, Quan seemed to think of something and immediately said to the others, I think I just saw a fae. Strange-shaped fae with tentacles growing all over their bodies. It was crawling on the ground like a spider. The others immediately went numb, just hearing the description is oozing. Li Knight raised his eyebrows slightly. This Quan Taiping was full of made-up nonsense, but Quan Taiping could help him find an excuse, even though he buried a group of them. It's a safe bet that Zhang Zuid won't be happy about it and will try to get his right-hand man back, and then find out that he was killed. When Quan Taiping said that it was the fae who did it, it was easy for others to think that maybe a group of people had encountered the fae altogether, and it would discourage Zhang Zuid from searching for them. Quan Taiping's body still couldn't help but tremble, which further convinced people that really fae, and very scary. Several people did not dare to stay and immediately returned to the headquarters, although empty-handed. The All Pacific team brought back stories. The members of this group are all the same as All Pacific. Obviously they hadn't seen the fae, but it was spoken as if they had fought that fae. Even a few legs, eyes, and mouths were described so vividly that a spider-shaped fae was molded right out of their mouths. The rest of the headquarters cringed at the sound of it. Zhang Zuidi also froze and suddenly thought that Hu Hei and the others might have an encounter with the spider fae, and hurriedly contacted them on the radio. But they could no longer be contacted. Li Knight crouched in the corner, laughing in his heart. Of course the contact could not be made, because the radio had already been stepped on by him. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Out of touch. Zhang Zuida looked grave and immediately asked Quan Taiping, have you seen a group? Quan Taiping shook his head frantically. Didn't they go to the northwest? And we only saw that spider fae from afar. You don't listen to their nonsense. We don't dare to fight the fae. Zhang Zuida snorted coldly. Of course I know you guys don't dare, but a group dares. A group's highest battle record, killing 2 xeno-zombies during a material collection mission, is why a group became recognized as the strongest battle group. They're murderous. Zhang Zuid sighed. Unfortunately, too bad. He suspected that Hu Hei had either awakened a professional or a supernatural ability, and Hu Hei didn't take the initiative to say so. so he didn't ask if Hu Hai lives. It will be of great use to him. Suddenly, Zhang Zuda looked at the All-Pacific team suspiciously. Fey regicide. When they see a living person, they will chase and kill them for several kilometers. You guys just described that Fey as having several legs and being as fast as lightning, but how come you guys are fine? The members of the All-Pacific team looked to All-Pacific, they hadn't really thought about it that much, and they hadn't seen it. The one who had seen it was All-Pacific, and All-Pacific had run back alive, and they saw no problem in describing it that way. But now that the big boss was asking after them, they didn't really know how to answer. Quan Taiping was sweating madly. He could clearly feel the gaze of someone behind him. He was not sure what the purpose of this young man mixing into the mountain stream was, but he knew that if he dared to expose the identity of the other party would definitely kill him and leave unharmed. Thinking of this, Quan Taiping clenched his teeth. Actually, I saw the Fey fighting a group. What? Everyone looks from the full piece. Poof. Quan Taiping fell to his knees and cried out in pain. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. I'm sorry boss. I wimped out. I originally wanted the brothers to help a group, but that Fey is too powerful. A group of group members in front of the Fey is like a 3-year-old baby, easily killed. I think that even if we 7 groups on, I'm afraid that it will not help. Quan Taiping fell to his knees and cried out in pain and tears. It made Zhang Zuda frown and frown. In the end, he could only pat Quan Taiping's shoulder. Forget it, I can understand. A Fey that can wipe out a group of entire armies must be extremely powerful, and you guys retreating out of the idea of lowering casualties is also the right choice. Then Zhang Zuda explained to the others, that Fey may not leave for a while after killing people, so let's not go to the west to gather supplies for now. Crouching in the corner of the wall, Li Knight was pleased. This was the effect he wanted, getting the memories from Hu Hai. Li Knight hadn't retraced his steps yet. He didn't want to backtrack here. Once he started backtracking, there was no perception of the outside world. It was too dangerous, and it wasn't like he could get Inuyasha to come out and watch for him. Li Knight was thinking of finding a reason to go out again. Suddenly a man walked up to him and crouched down. The smell of blood is so strong on you. As soon as Li Knight raised his head, he saw Jiang Ziwen, looking at Li Knight with a puzzled expression. Great sage, why do you have the scent of little demon Hua on your body? Li Knight was alarmed that he's all changed his clothes. Jiang Ziwen could actually smell blood, and not only that, he could smell it as Hu Hei's scent. This guy has a dog's nose too? No one else noticed his side. So no one heard Jiang Ziwen either. Li Knight laughed and said, I just beat Hu Hei Xiaoyao to death. There was an imperceptible chill in his smile. He wanted to test whether Jiang Ziwen was really crazy or not. Jiang Ziwen didn't have the slightest unusual emotion, an expression of what should have been done. Nodding, little demon Hua did harm people. Even if you don't make a move, this Yin King will still kill him. Li Knight couldn't see Jiang Ziwen's reality. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. That's what's so great about being a psychopath. However, he felt that Jiang Ziwen should not tell anyone else. If he wanted to sue, he would have done so long ago. There was no need to come over and let him know who had sued. Dang. Suddenly, something downstairs was violently banging on the roll-up door. The crowd immediately leaned over the window to look and saw that a large number of zombies, unbeknownst to them, had gathered and were banging on the door of the supermarket. They were all normal walkers, but normal walkers don't bang on doors for no reason. Li Knight to look in the distance. In a residential building diagonally across from them, stood a few silhouettes. Li Knight's pupils suddenly shrunk. River City 17. Li Knight originally thought that Jiangcheng 17 had also attacked the city's South Sea goods market with the other super-infected bodies, but Jiangcheng 17 didn't go. Instead, the number of Fey around it seemed to have grown a bit more. It's hibernating to grow its power. Move. Dang. The walkers downstairs are still violently banging on the roll-up door. It's never happened before. Watch the roll-up door get dented by the impact. Any more crashing and it might actually break. Take your weapons and go down and kill all the walkers. Zhang Zuda immediately ordered everyone. The crowd looked at each other. Who would dare? Dozens of walkers. System recommendation. Upon hearing this, the captain of the 4th group immediately said, Big boss, we, the 4th group, take orders and go to repel the zombies. Wait, Zhang Zuda said. Don't open the door. Open it and the walkers will all rush in. Climb down through the window. 4 groups immediately flanked the windows going down, then rushed to the main entrance and a melee broke out with the walkers. The 4 groups are also all tough guys, swinging their pickaxes and chopping up. The battle ended with the 4 groups taking out dozens of zombies at the expense of 2 people. When the captain of the 4th group tried to go up, he was stopped by Zhang Zuda. I see some of you have wounds hanging off of you, so find a place to isolate yourselves for a couple days before you come in. The leader of Group 4's eyes twitched slightly. He didn't expect to be disliked so much by Zhang Zuda for selling himself so hard. The leader of Team 4 didn't say anything and took the rest of the group to a nearby residential building to find a room. Li Knight once again looked over at River City 17. and they were no longer there. Li Knight knew that Jiang Cheng 17 was coming for him. This won't be the last time this happens. After a few more hours, there was gunfire at midday, and getting closer and closer to them. The group once again came to the window to see that it was a group of soldiers who seemed to have broken up with the larger group and were fighting in a tour de force, and had been chased to their side by the zombie frenzy. Get back here, all of you, and close the windows. Zhang Zudi immediately ordered. He knew exactly what such stray soldiers would do. The army has rules and regulations. But soldiers who leave the army are actually ordinary people. The other party would not let go of seeing someone forming a stronghold, because the other party had advanced combat weapons in their hands, as well as a level of combat that was far higher than that of ordinary people. Don't think it's just a small group of soldiers, but it might be able to take them to the mountain stream in a row. Li Knight saw clearly that this was not the regular army. Instead, it's the private arm of the Ning group. Suddenly he thought of something, and when he closed the window, he purposely threw a can of beef down there, so that no one would know it was him anyway. After a while, the gunfire subsided. The moment everyone thought those soldiers had passed. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Suddenly there was a violent knock on their window. The glass was instantly cracked and several soldiers tumbled in. Trained to form a threat of fire from several directions, the people in the mountain stream were immediately intimidated and raised their hands. To put it bluntly, the mountain streams are a bunch of bandits with no special training. Have they ever seen anything like this? It was only when the followers had plopped up that the other man began to survey the crowd. At the head was a young officer. On his shoulder was the insignia of a squad leader of the Ning group's private armed forces. This is a full-strength combat squad. Zhang Zuda's expression was gloomy, but he didn't immediately let mountain streams people make a move because he knew that he was definitely not a match for this group of people. I thought it was some people, but it turns out to be those mountain rats. The young shift leader scowled contemptuously at the crowd. The look in his eyes was as if he was really looking at a mouse. Ning's group intelligence department has insight into everything in Jiangcheng. So they've known for a long time about Yamashiro's sneaky activities behind the scenes as well as gathering supplies, just been lazy about it. I didn't realize that today was supposed to be a search for the guy named Li Knight, but I found Mountain Stream's base camp by mistake. The young squad leader saw someone with an old firearm. Then they were immediately ordered to lay down their arms, or else they would now be bloodied. The crowd looked at Zhang Zude, who nodded with a somber expression. After collecting the guns from the crowd, the young squad leader taunted, "Rats are just rats, even using this kind of trash weapons. I heard that you guys even attacked the gold mine before? With this kind of trash? How dare you?" Zhang Zuo doesn't say anything. The crowd at the mountain stream was physically shaking with fear. Li Knight, on the other hand, hid at the back of the crowd and waited to see what would happen from the other side's clothing. It seemed to be just an ordinary combat squad, but Li Knight had just seen their combat maneuvers and always felt that these people were unusual. The combat was too smooth and silky even though they were being chased by the zombie frenzy. They didn't lose a single soldier. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. This is not the kind of fight that an ordinary combat squad can have. A new conjecture immediately came to Li Knight's mind. Perhaps the Nin found themselves out of the room. So they started searching around for themselves. But the special forces clothes were too noticeable. So this combat squad changed into the combat suits of a regular combat unit. On the one hand, it's a way of avoiding attention, but on the other hand, it may also be a way of luring yourself into a trap. Li Knight sneered, "I'm afraid the one has struck with such a devious ploy." Ningzai's older brother, the true leader of the younger generation of the Ning clan, Nimbus Light, Ning Xingguang, was many times more cunning than Ningzai. Moreover, Ning Xingguang understood a battle method very well, and that was that a lion fighting a rabbit also used its full strength. After taking a few losses from his own, I can't believe that the entire complement of special operations squads were directly deployed. A special operations squad whose combat power can even annihilate a legion of super-infected bodies in the early stages. What a big deal. It seems that Ning's group really hates him to the bone already. Who's Zhang Zuod? The young shift leader asked. The crowd was silent, and Zhang Zude hesitated to step forward himself. Zhang Zude said with a smile, Master Jun, what is the purpose of your visit to this rat's nest of ours? The young shift leader looked at Zhang Zude with contempt. I really don't know why the Divine Light Grand Master has designated you a loser. As a class be dangerous? Zhang's wide froze. He shook his head. What am I in danger of? It's already a great effort for a bunch of us to survive. The young shift leader nodded. Also, you guys occupy this supermarket? Zhang Zuo didn't say anything. Talk. The young shift leader chided nonchalantly. The bottom of Zhang Zuo's eyes flashed with ferocity for a split second before he laughed nervously. When we came, this supermarket had already been looted, so we just took it as a place for us to land. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Oh, you think I believe your bullshit? Click. The young squad leader put his gun to Zhang Zuo's head. Hand over the supplies or I'll blow your brains out. The crowd at the mountain stream was horrified. This is a soldier? Why does it feel like they're doing the same thing? I know you scavenged and in some cases looted all these supplies, So you're not going to die for them, are you? The young shift leader asked. Yamaru grimaced and finally had to pull a key out of his pants. Handed to the young shift leader. The fishy odor nearly made the young shift leader throw up. Open the warehouse for yourself. The young shift leader prodded her to open up the warehouse. Li Knight's eyes instantly lit up immediately. Without moving, he walked to the second row of the crowd. Watch as Zhang Zod opens the door to the warehouse under threat from the young shift leader. The warehouse was full of supplies. Even Ning's private armies sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched. F***CK. You guys have collected a lot of fucking supplies. The young shift leader pulled a can of beef out of his pocket. How many cans of beef are there like this? Move out a few boxes first, so we can eat our fill. Li Knight, who was in the crowd, was immediately a bit vain. Zhang Zuod froze. Wait, don't have canned beef like this. System recommendation, I'm giving you a fucking chance to confess now. Don't you give me the face that this can of beef fell from your second floor. The crowd at the mountain stream immediately stirred. No wonder these people rushed up. So someone showed up. Li Knight pressed his ducktail down lower, mentally cursing. Shit. The private arm of the Ning group is used to being pampered. He can't even look at ordinary supplies anymore and opens his mouth for canned beef. On the other hand, the crowd in the All-Pacific group had puzzled expressions. This can of cow's head they had eaten was the same brand that had been placed next to the compressed cookies when they had encountered Li Knight. That canned beef they split amongst themselves and didn't bring back. How can you fall from the second floor? Quan Tai Ping was expressionless. But in fact, he was already in shock inside. My god. What the hell does Li Knight want? He hasn't dared to ask since he came back here, but after watching Li Knight destroy a group, and then lead the trouble to the headquarters of the mountain stream, Li Knight will not be the people of the Ning group, right? Hide your identity and infiltrate in order to screw over Yamashiro? All of Taiping is dying of fear. He's the one who brought Li Knight back. Don't involve him in this. Zhang Zuda looked at the crowd in the mountain stream without saying anything, then went inside and carried out several boxes of other brands of canned beef. Master Soldier, that kind of canned beef is not available. Do you think this kind of one will do? The young shift leader checked. Alright, make do and eat. The young team leader sent it to a dozen ministries. Everyone got 3 or 5 and feasted on them. The crowd watching the mountain stream drooled. It's good stuff. They don't get to eat it. Zhang Zuda didn't care about being eaten a few cases of canned beef. As long as the people could leave after eating, that would be the best outcome. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Water. The young shift leader shouted again. Zhang Zuda had someone else go in and carry the water out. Li Knight took the brunt of going in to help. When he passed Zhang Zuda, he was still a little apprehensive. Zhang Zuda should have seen him before. He wouldn't recognize him, right? He's had quite a few sins with Yamashiro. He was the one who convinced Zhang Zuda to fight the gold mine. And he was the one who took out Zhang Zusheng at the sea cargo market. If these things were known by Zhang Zuda would probably want to kill him. When Li Knight went in to move the water, he had no idea where the gold bars were hidden because there were so many supplies piled up in the storehouse. Still have to go back to Huey's memories to do that. Are you looking for gold bars? Suddenly, Jiang Ziwen's ghostly voice appeared behind Li Knight again. It shocked Li Knight into a cold sweat. Jiang Ziwen also came in to help carry the water. Li Knight didn't say anything, but quickly retreated back into the crowd after quickly carrying the water to the private armed members of the Ning clan. Li Knight did not realize that someone was staring at him in a room at that moment. A dozen soldiers ate and drank their fill, then raised their guns and aimed them at the crowd. Okay, now, each of you carry a box of supplies and come with us, Zhang Zuda immediately said. Why? I've already cooperated with whatever you guys want. Why can't you let us go? Spare you? The young shift leader snorted. Do you think that the Ning clan's gold mine is something you can fight just because you want to? You've been enemies of the Ning clan since your outburst against them, and you're still thinking of asking us to let you off the hook? You're thinking farts eat. The young team leader humiliated Zhang Zuda. Zhang Zuda's face grew more and more ironic. I was trying to make peace. You Ning group is the overlord of Jiangchang. I know I'm not your rival, but can't you just put me aside like I'm a fart? Zhang Zuda said with some sadness, but the more grieved Zhang Zuda was, the more arrogant Ning's private armies became. You've already said you're an ass. Why do we still care about your feelings? If you're an ant, you're only good for having your fate arranged by others. You don't have the power to choose your own fate. Understand? The crowded mountain stream also grieved, but they don't dare to resist. Li Knight didn't feel anything unexpected. After the end of the world, the food chain became more pure. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. When the mountain stream bullied the ordinary survivors, those ordinary survivors were even more grief-stricken than they were, just like the 3 girls who were abused by a group today. Obviously he had saved them, but they still killed themselves. How desperate was that? Zhang Zuid suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. The young shift leader frowned slightly, put the gun to Zhang Zuid's head. What are you laughing at? Zhang Zuid laughed enough before slowly raising his hand. You guys? are great. Zhang Zude glanced at Jiang Ziwen next to him. Jiang Ziwen grinned and raised his hands as well. It looked like a surrender. But then his surrender position was particularly odd. Giving the 2 yes sign, the young shift leader said angrily. You fucking think you're taking your picture, don't you? Jiang Ziwen said smilingly. I judge you to be the ones who deserve to die. The young team leader acted as if he didn't understand. You say that again? You judge us to be damned? Ha 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 ha. The young shift leader burst out laughing. The other members of the combat were scoffing as well. Do you know who we are? Although we are wearing the combat suits of conventional troops, our true identity is a special operations squad. A fully formed special operations squad. Do you know what that means? In the entire Jiangcheng, there is no one we can't kill. The young shift leader's publicized identity was pretty much what Li Yan had guessed. Oh, but you're still just little demons to me, Jiang Ziwen said with a smile as if he was not afraid to die. The crowd didn't dare to look at it. This psychopath actually dared to provoke the Ning Group's special warfare squad at this time. It's okay if you die yourself, but don't involve them. Zhang Zude smiled at this time and said, alright, don't go around in circles with them. Under the palace of Hades, please judge them. Under Hades? Judgment? What the hell? The young shift leader felt like he was being played, immediately pointed the gun at Jiang Ziwen. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. You call yourself the king of Hades, don't you? So go to your hell. The ones going to hell are you. Jiang Ziwen's eyes suddenly flashed with a divine light, then the fingers of yes just closed like scissors. Suddenly, as if a light wind had crossed, the crowd of Ning's group battle squad was as immobile as a log. Poof. Poof. PSSST. A dozen people instantly fell to the ground, bone on bone. The heads of these men rolled down like leather balls at the feet of the crowd, scared the piss right out of the less daring. Everyone was shocked. A complete special operations team of the Ning Group, all decapitated in such an instant? And Jiang Ziwen's face was still wearing a harmless smile. Looking at it makes your head feel even more numb. But Elinite, who was in the crowd, looked grave. This is the Nimrod.an extremely rare type of psychic professional. This Jiang Ziwen, on the other hand, was an even rarer super nihilist among nihilists. The so-called Super Nianli Master referred to the ability to burst out with Nianli that far exceeded Jiang Ziwen's current upper limit, as well as the meticulous control of Nianli just like just now. If it was an unusual Nimrod, the best that could be done would probably be to twist these people's heads in their minds, but Jiang Ziwen, however, made the Nianli as sharp as a knife blade. It's easy to cut someone's neck. To exterminate a complete Ning Group special warfare squad. All it took was a merging of 2 fingers, and a super numinous master like Jiang Ziwen, and a super elementalist like Shi Ziyin. There will be a new naming at a later stage. Miracle Worker system recommendation. The crowd was silent, staring incredulously at the psychopath. None of them knew who this psycho was. All that was known was that it was a godforsaken youth that the Grand Master had brought back one day when he had gone out to gather supplies to. He says he's the king of Hades to everyone, and he's serious about it, but no one paid any attention to him. They just took him for a big act of kindness from the big dog. As it turned out, I realized today that this youth was really fierce. The Ning Group's special operations squad was powerless in the hands of the youth, and they might not even know what was going on when they were killed. I looked at Jiang Ziwen. This was the professional who possessed the potential of a miracle master. In the early stages, though, professionals and Xenos possessed strength far above that of ordinary people, and even some professionals could compete with the Fae. Still, most professionals are not above traditional fighting styles, just like him. If it had been him just now, it would have taken more than a little bit of effort to take care of this combat squad. And it wouldn't have been so easy to kill them. Even if Inuyasha and he split up, they would have to be killed one by one and would accidentally injure those around them. Zhang Zude sneered, giving face. I wasn't going to finish them off. I had to seek death on my own, thanks to Yen Wang's hand. Jiang Ziwen said seriously, Black Bear Spirit, you also make less trouble on Earth, or I may not help you next time. Jiang Ziwen paused for a moment and continued, and don't offend everyone. There are some people that even King Ben Yama must fear. Understood. Understood. Zhang Zude laughed in his heart. Jiang Ziwen said so, but if next time there is an unexpected situation, just call out to him Yama and he will strike again. As for Jiang Ziwen's comment about someone that even he had to be in awe of, was he talking about the Ning Group? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Zhang Zude didn't ask much. He stared at the can of beef that had tumbled to the floor, picked it up and scrutinized it. He was pretty sure that the supplies they had gathered back didn't have this brand of canned beef. But the other party had said that it had fallen from their second floor, which was how they had revealed their location. Whose canned beef is this? The crowd looked at each other to find the one who had exposed them. The expression of the crowd in the All-Pacific group was tense. It was soon discovered by the perceptive Zhang Zude. Zhang Zude immediately asked, Quan Taiping, is this yours? All-Pacific was sweating like crazy. Everyone's eyes were staring straight at him, but what scared Quan Taiping the most was the Li Knight beside him. He wasn't sure who was more powerful between Li Knight and Yen Wang. but what he knew was that if he dared to give Lee Knight up, Lee Knight could definitely kill him in seconds. All Pacific glanced back at the group. Suddenly, he grabbed a relatively skinny youth and threw him in front of the crowd. "You kid, I asked you before if you had any stash. You said no. Now explain to me what's going on here." The youth were confused. "What's he hiding?" Quan Taiping immediately explained to Zhang Zudi. "Big boss, the matter is like this. Didn't we complete our performance yesterday? We collected back 2 boxes of compressed cookies, but at that time there were a few cans of beef scattered near the compressed cookies. A few of us hadn't eaten for several days, so we divided those cans of beef. Those supplies were found by him. I asked him at that time. He said there was no anymore, but I didn't expect him to deceive me." Quan Taiping said, more and more excited, and even angry, body trembling. "Feel like suffered much aggrieved like." The youth was red in the face with impatience. "This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more." A system recommendation. It was clearly something that had been placed on Lee Knight. Something that everyone in their group knew about, but it was placed on him. He tried to explain, but Quan Taiping's words were very dense, making it impossible for him to intervene. And in the end even Quan Taiping pulled out a pistol and finished off the youth with a single shot. The others were surprised that Salty All Pacific had the audacity to shoot and hit a member of his own group. Zhang Zudi frowned slightly. He didn't think that killing someone could do anything, but he felt that Quan Taiping was a bit abnormal. The previous Quan Taiping wasn't like this. He would only act as a good old man in all sorts of ways, and then invisibly dump the pot on someone else, who still had to remember his goodness. Could it be that he saw the entire group die in battle? So All Pacific felt an opportunity to show off in front of himself? Zhang Zudi patted Quan Taiping's shoulder. "Alright, I know you're angry, and I hate people who hide supplies, but there's no need to kill them with a single shot. This time it's considered an example to others. Don't do this in the future." He trusted Quan Taiping because Quan Taiping, a goon, had no reason or guts to lie to him, and he had always been a good judge of character. But Zhang Zudi didn't realize that Quan Taiping could do anything under the threat of death. Lee Knight didn't say anything. This Quan Taiping reacted quite quickly. Most of the people in the mountain stream are not good people, so death is not a wish. Of the crowd then dispersed, and Lee Knight locked himself in the bathroom in the name of going to the restroom. The stench was real, but at least no one would bother him now that he'd accumulated a few people who hadn't had time to go back to their memories. The space restoring them was filling up. Listed. Bakuto's memories he hadn't read yet. He didn't read the memories of the knife monster either. Poison monster's memories he didn't read. He hadn't looked at the memories of the Ning group's private armed squad leader. And this was a low priority. He didn't have time to look at Fan Yu's memories either. The most important thing at the moment, though, was the memories of several members of a group. Let's look at the memories of Hua and Wang Jun first. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Hua had quite a few memories, going back as far as 5 years ago. Memories of how he had killed people and how he had escaped. Such memories were deleted by Lee Knight after a quick glance. Useless. By the time the end times came, there were only 7 memories and 6 hours left. The first 3 memories are snippets from the outbreak of the apocalypse, which is roughly the same thing as escaping, then reuniting with Yamashiro, taking over the supermarket, setting up the headquarters, gathering supplies, and so on. And none of them had the memory fragment that Lee Knight wanted, and kept deleting to the last memory. Lee Knight was a little apprehensive. It couldn't be that this memory also didn't have the fragment about the gold bar. Suddenly, Lee Knight vaguely heard the sound of knocking on the door, so he couldn't retrace his last memory and immediately returned to reality. Someone was knocking on his bathroom door, and Lee Knight pushed his ducktail down, keeping his head down as soon as he opened the door and passed the other man. Suddenly, the man squeezed his shoulder. The other side sensed the anomaly in his identity. Lee Knight's killing heart instantly rose and turned around to see that it was actually Zhuo Wanqing. The restrooms were unisex, and there weren't many pit stops to begin with, so people used to lock the door and go to the bathroom. The girls, on the other hand, usually go back when they see that no one is going to the bathroom, and the reason why Zhuo Wanqing was in the bathroom at the same time as him, obviously saw him come in and came over. Being recognized by Zhuo Wanqing himself was also expected. A system recommendation. Lee Knight, what are you doing here? Zhuo Wanqing asked. Lee Knight glanced at the bathroom door. It was locked. After Zhuo Wanqing came in, she locked the bathroom door. Lee Knight laughed. I don't know how I got here, but I'm asking you. You're a girl. Why do you want to be in their company? Do you know what kind of person Zhang Zudi is? Zhuo Wanqing shrugged her shoulders and leaned against the bathroom door panel. I know. My brother said that he is an extremely treacherous and selfish villain. In order to achieve his own goals, he won't even let go of the people around him. Then why did you join the mountain stream? Zhuo Wanqing's older brother is the boxing champion that he has been enshrined in, and his experience and skills in boxing champion fighting are derived from Zhuo Wanqing's older brother. It's better than being tied to a stool by someone with sores on your ass. Zhuo Wanqing didn't have the good sense to say. Lee Knight was a bit embarrassed. Zhuo Wanqing wasn't too angry with him. So he said bitterly, I'm tying you up for the good of all of you, if you don't cause me any trouble. I'll be able to guarantee your lives. You don't understand my good intentions at all. Zhuo Wanqing snorted. Then how did you come out now? Didn't you also get mixed up in the mountain stream that you don't care about? You threw that can down just now, right? Zhuo Wanqing had seen a lot of cans like that in Li Knight's room, which were relatively rare on the market, sort of the kind of smaller manufacturers produce. Li Knight to buy that brand? I guess it is also for cheap. Li Knight had a harmless questioning face. What canned food? I haven't been able to eat for days. Where did I get canned food? Zhuo Wanqing sighed. Why are you mixing so badly now? Here. Zhuo Wanqing handed Li Knight a can of beef. Li Knight froze for a moment. You came just to bring me canned goods? I see you have nothing on you. Odds are that shelter of yours is gone, I guess. So the supplies are gone as well. This kwanza was given to me by Zhang Zuid. You can eat it. Why is Zhang Zuda so nice to you? Is it because he and your brother are brothers? Li Knight asked curiously. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. That's part of the reason, I guess. And part of the reason he likes me. And he wants me. And I think he'll give me more supplies. And then you let him get away with it? Li Knight didn't find it much of a surprise. Zhuo Wanqing wasn't a good girl who didn't know anything. Instead, she was the kind of person who was extremely good at calculating for herself. Otherwise, Zhuo Wanqing wouldn't have been able to become the wife of the vice president of the Waking Lion Society in her previous life. How could it be? It's not like I can see him. I'm just hunkering down here for a short time. And he's got something on me anyway. So I don't feel guilty about him. Li Knight sweated. Zhuo Wanqing was really well suited to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. But what exactly did you come to Mountain Stream for? Zhuo Wanqing asked. I don't think someone like you would stoop below the mountain stream. You guess, Li Knight said with a smirk. Lazy. Zhuo Wanqing left the bathroom. Li Knight was deep in thought with the can in his hand. It seemed that although Zhuo Wanqing had left his place at that time in a not-so-pleasant manner, on the whole, she still remembered that favor of his, returning to the corner where Quan Taiping's group was located. Quan Taiping respectfully gave him a seat. Li Knight frowned slightly. Be normal. You're a group leader and you're respectfully giving a seat to a member of my group. What will people think when they see that? Quan Taiping nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, yes, yes. What you said. The other group members didn't dare to say a word when they saw Li Knight, although Quan Taiping hadn't said anything to them. They could all see what Quan Taiping had just done. To be able to make Quan Taiping so fearful meant that this Li Knight was not to be messed with, and they naturally wouldn't touch Li Knight's brow. When night came, Li Knight came to the bathroom alone again, and this time, he purposely looked in Jiang Ziwen's direction. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Jiang Ziwen was awake and was sitting in a chair looking at him. A grin on his face, and he didn't know what he was grinning about. Don't guess what a psychopath is thinking. You can't guess. Song Liang didn't bother to think about it. Locking the door behind him and continuing to retrace Hua's last memory, that memory was the very same memory that went into the warehouse. Huey and Zhang Zuid, pushing a small flatbed cart on which a large canvas bag was stacked. Big master, why do we need to collect so much gold? Gold and cannot eat. If someone gives me a steamed bun and a gold bar, I will definitely choose one today. Huey asked in disbelief. Zhang Zude, however, laughed and said, you don't understand. Right now, although most of the people are at a level where it's difficult to even get enough to eat, our goal is to break bread with the upper echelons and even the top echelons. Right now, the monetary system has collapsed, but I reckon that gold is still a hard currency. So as long as we have all this gold, we can exchange it for a lot of things in the future, including ordnance and equipment. Zhang Zude and Hu Hei, pushing a small flatbed cart, walked to the southwest corner of the warehouse and pushed a shelf open, behind which was actually a safe. This safe is one of those more traditional safes that just requires a combination to be entered, and Zhang Zude blocked Hu Hai's view as he entered the password. Huey self-consciously turned his gaze in the other direction. Shit! Li Knight couldn't even help but burst out. This Zhang Zude is so cautious that he is even guarding the #1 general under his command. When the safe was opened, Zhang Zude yards the gold bars from the flatbed truck into the safe. Piece by piece. Li Knight's eyes immediately became much hotter. The 1-meter-high safe was piled high with gold bars. It felt like there had to be at least a few tons of gold. Zhang Zude is so bold. He dares to raid so much gold. Isn't he afraid that some people will come after him to settle scores? However, there are times in the end times when it's just a matter of propping up the bold and starving the timid. And Zhang Zude would obviously just rather be propped up than starved to death. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Li Knight returned to reality, although he did not get the safe deposit box password. But seeing that there is so much gold, Li Knight is relieved. Just this time not false. Li Knight quietly stepped out and looked at the door of the supermarket warehouse. There was an iron lock hanging on the warehouse door. which he was able to open with his lockpicking skill, but that door was in such disrepair that once it opened it was bound to wake up the crowd. Li Knight pondered for a long time before looking at Jiang Ziwen once again. Jiang Ziwen appeared to be seemingly asleep this time, but whether he really was or wasn't is unknown. A numinous master, by nature, was a profession that was quite abundant in mental power, not to mention a super nihilist like Jiang Ziwen. He estimated that even if Jiang Ziwen didn't sleep for 10 days and 10 nights, his spirit would still be much more abundant than an ordinary person. The following morning, everyone is geared up again. This time the draw ran out of areas to the west, and the All-Pacific team drew the north side, but the north side isn't much better. And the people who came back from the north yesterday to gather supplies, reports indicate that supplies to the north have been almost entirely collected by a private armed force system recommendation. And now when people hear private armament, they think it's the Ning Group, but the Ning Group has just recently launched a business of leasing private armed forces to other families or organizations. This is the precursor to the end times mercenaries. Li Knight remembered that the private armed forces stationed to the north of them seemed to be the Zhang family's private armed forces. The Zhang family was also rich, so they rented several private armed forces crews from the Ning Group at once, helping the young family reclaim their home from the walkers while stationed near it, with the Zhang family as the center. Supplies were collected from the surrounding superstores with the aim of establishing a refuge in Jiangcheng that belonged to the Zhang family, and now some of the head families and organizations in River City are coming around. The end times may be the end times, but the human race doesn't seem to be dying out that easily. At least so far. Human weapons, professionals in humans, and psychics have been useful against walkers. So they began to raise their forces, wanting to get a piece of this chaotic world. Even though the rent for the Ning Group's private armed forces was expensive, the cost was far less than if they had formed their own private armed forces. The Zhang family shouldn't attack us. For the Zhang family, we are just a bunch of grass bandits. We won't strike at us until it's necessary, but we should be careful. Don't provoke them. After all, they have guns in their hands. Zhang Zude reminded Quan Taiping, who nodded. In fact, it didn't even matter to All Pacific if they could find supplies or not. It's always possible to finish the performance. Although the food is worse, his biggest preoccupation right now was when Li Knight, the hidden Buddha, was going to move out from this small temple of theirs. He was too flustered by Li Knight staying by his side. Zhang Zu had noticed that since that incident with the All-Pacific group, the group had become much quieter, and everyone was very quiet, but Zhang Zu didn't care, as long as he could gather the supplies back for him anyway. The All-Pacific team had been doing pretty well lately. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation now that one group is gone. It would be a nice addition if the All-Pacific group could step up. Quan Taiping's group headed towards the area to the north, and along the way, a few of Quan Taiping's people consciously followed behind them. It's clear who's the boss on this team now. Who else in the Mountain Stream organization is a close associate of Zhang Zuide other than Hu Hei, the leader of Team 4, is it? Li Knight asked. Although he had also spent time in Mountain Stream in his previous life, he was only a small person at that time. Even Quan Taiping was considered a big shot in his opinion, so he wasn't very clear about the relationships between the top levels of the Mountain Stream. Quan Taiping shook his head. There are no close friends. That is, Hu Hei is considered the most trusted person of the big boss. The others are not trusted by the big boss, and the leader of the fourth group is not able to do so either. Li Knight understood. It seemed like that's safe. He could only blow it up because he wasn't going to kill Zhang Zude from the beginning. Not only did he not kill Zhang Zude, he even planned to help Zhang Zude, quickly organizing a certain amount of combat power, preferably to fight the Ning clan as soon as possible. Right now, among the civil forces in Jiangcheng, there was no one who could checkmate the Ning group. This is not a good sign. If Zhang Zude had known this thought of his, he would have been moved to tears, but in Li Knight's opinion, it was necessary to take out that behemoth of the Ning group. Needed some strong cannon fodder to wear down Ning's group a bit. After walking 2 blocks, it was obvious that there were many fewer zombies on the road. There were signs of battle that had been purged by the army, and hordes of zombies lay battered and broken. When they come over, only a smattering of walkers will rush over. It seems that the Zhang family has spent a lot of money. The private armed forces leased from the Ning group have a strong combat power, and may even contain special operations teams. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Li Knight squatted on the ground and analyzed the bullet marks on the zombie's body. One of the zombies had a bull-sized hole in its head. It's typical of a 12.6 mm to make a wound like that, and 12.6 mm caliber guns, basically sniper rifles, would be more common, except for heavy machine guns that are considered monster crushers, and only a sniper could do that with such a precise headshot. Heavy machine guns are probably better at just blasting walkers to bits than putting a big hole in the head. Sniper rifle. Silencers. As a qualified sniper, one is bound to carry a silencer. Li Knight immediately moved his mind. The reason he couldn't just use a sniper rifle right now was because without a silencer, it was too easy to expose his position, and once the silencer was installed, he could let it fly completely. So, there are professional snipers in the young family's private armed forces. Li Knight looked towards the buildings to the north. And at the end of this road was the Zhang family's home. Dai and his experience. Snipers generally fought guerrilla warfare and wouldn't fixate on the young family's homestead. Positional warfare is the form of warfare that least utilizes the sniper's specialties. So it's more likely that the sniper will ambush a nearby sniping spot with a better view, and the location of this neighborhood suitable for sniping. In fact, just so 3 tall buildings. And of those 3 tall buildings, only one has the best view, but if he's a sniper, he's not going to go to that sniping spot with the best view. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation, because anyone with half a brain would see that it's the best place to snipe. So he'll be in those 2 relatively short buildings that have about the same view conditions. Using intuition, he would be in the building relatively close to the young family home. Li Knight and his group had already arrived near the Zhang family home without realizing it. Now around the Zhang family home, simple iron fence fortifications have been built. The iron fence is still currently resistant to damage from the average walker. The privately armed mercenaries wearing combat suits and the blue badge of the Zhang family looked at Li Knight and the others coldly, with eyes that looked like they were looking at a group of homeless vagabonds full of pity and contempt. There was also no fear of them at all. And even Li Knight saw that there were a few mercenaries who seemed like they were jumping at the chance to practice with a few of them. There's really no supplies left at all. I'm going to hang 0 eggs again today. Quan Taiping was a little frustrated, but Li Knight smiled and encouraged. It's not necessarily so. I do think that the possibility of us finding supplies is still relatively high. Look at the office building over there. How can we scavenge some supplies? Quan Taiping quickly whispered. Let's just go. The buildings within a 1-kilometer radius have been nominally returned to the Zhang family's territory. So even if we find the supplies, we have to turn them over to the Zhang family. Someone has found them before, and as a result, they were snatched away. Li Knight patted his shoulder with a smile that had some chills in it. The look in his eyes seemed to say, do what I tell you to do. And you want to die for talking so much? Quan Taiping immediately shut his mouth, lowered his head and followed behind Li Knight as he walked into that office building. The private armies in front of Zhang's house revealed a playful smile and signaled with their eyes to each other that everyone already knew what it meant. So they let those people go and collect it. Wait for those people to collect. Then they'll do a mantis and a yellow bird. These fools don't remember much. Ha ha. System recommendation. In the office building, the large area is almost cleared of walkers. There were only a few stray walkers that wandered in and out of the workstations. Upon seeing their party, immediately, they ran wildly toward them. It touches the corner of the desk and flips it right over. Li Knight realized that even for ordinary zombies, their speed was much faster than the moment they first started. And the zombies were evolving quite quickly. The members of the All-Pacific team were so panicked that the zombies threw out all the weapons in their hands before they could rush over. The zombie was only smashed a few times and could still continue to run over at full force. The crowd hugged and screamed, speechless. Li Knight took out his tang blade and unleashed the skill of the blade master, cutting the zombie's neck with a precise slash before kicking the zombie's inertially rushing corpse away. It was only then that the Quan Taiping few gradually calmed down their emotions. All-Pacific was once again shocked. So powerful. No wonder one person can exterminate an entire group. Even Quan Taiping was thinking that as long as Li Knight was willing, it might not be a problem to exterminate Mountain Stream. Li Knight said, you guys just look around here. I'm going to check out the other floors. Without waiting for the Quan Taiping few to speak, Li Knight turned around and flung the few away. He had come into the building for the purpose of the sniper on the roof, not for the so-called supplies. Taking these people with him could easily spoil him. When he reached the 12th floor, Li Knight unleashed his canine demon sniffing ability, and all the smells within 3 kilometers were madly drilling into his nostrils. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Li Knight forced himself to resist the urge to vomit and identify these flavors. He mainly had to identify the human smell. And in this building, there was another person on the roof besides Quan Taiping and the others on the 5th floor. There's another group moving through the building. They had a strong smell of gun maintenance oil, and should still be the Zhang family's private armed squad on patrol. Then the guy on top of the building is the sniper. Li Knight laughed lightly. What he had guessed was correct. That's the marksman experience of the head-bursting monster. Anticipating of this ordinary sniper thought, easily, immediately afterward, he climbed up the stairs noiselessly and quickly. Quite quickly and with little footsteps as he ran through the empty stairwell. That's how much control he currently has over his body. At the top floor is the 18th floor. A rooftop. Li Knight quietly climbed up and recognized the other party's position through his sense of smell. It should be on the other side of the rooftop attic, so the other party shouldn't be able to see him. Li Knight slightly stuck his head out and saw a sniper lying on the ground. There were all kinds of snacks piled up next to it, supposedly scavenged from this office building, mostly the kind of snacks office workers like to eat. Li Knight noiselessly walked behind the sniper, who hadn't noticed him yet, and Li Knight also saw the silencer on the sniper rifle in front of him. Wow, this is a great view, Li Knight suddenly vocalized, startled the sniper who was stuffing a spicy chip. With a jerk of his head, he saw a young man with a tanged sword standing right behind him, and he actually didn't hear anything move. The sniper was quite appalled. What are you? By this time it was too late for him to get his sniper rifle, so he planned to draw the pistol from his waist. Madaka. The Tang sword roared wildly. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Raise your hand, turn your wrist, and chop down, traveling in clouds and flowing water. The Tang blade fell as a silver light. The sniper team's wrists were directly chopped off by Lee Knight. The sniper took the pain and tried to wail. Madaka, carry the knife. A line of blood appeared on the sniper's neck. The sniper's head rolled off. Lee Knight was thinking about what to do with the body. Suddenly, I heard someone else's voice on the walkie-talkie placed next to the sniper. Marksman, what's wrong with you? What was that noise just now? Who was talking next to you just now? Lee Knight didn't expect the sniper to not only be snacking, but even chatting with his co-workers. Lee Knight immediately crouched down and enshrined the sniper before maneuvering the sniper's body, holding the sniper rifle and walking into his hidden corpse space. Marksman, speak. Lee Knight heard the sound of the elevator opening and closing the doors over the intercom. Lean, I can't believe he came up in the elevator. He didn't even dare to take the elevator when he came up for fear of alarming others. There is also the kicking and clattering sound of climbing stairs. He couldn't go down the stairwell anymore. And neither could the elevator. The other side was trying to block him off from this building. Lee Knight immediately called out the Canine Devil, directly riding the Canine Devil a leap down. This is the 18th floor. There is no relatively close to the building around, even if there is a distance that the Canine Devil can jump over. But the difference in the fall is too large. The Canine Devil fall down will have to die. That's why Lee Knight had Inuyasha utilize his nails and clasp the walls to increase the friction and slow down the rate of descent. Passing a window, the guys happened to hear a commotion and came over to see what was going on, only to be greeted by a large black dog sliding down the outside of the building, scratching the wall with deep scratches in the glass. The glass shards fell like raindrops all at once, hitting the ground and alerting the Zhang family's privately armed ground troops. At the same time, while sliding down to the 5th floor, Quan Taiping and the others were dumbfounded to see Lee Knight. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Lee Knight made a gesture of flicking his thumb outward. The entire Pacific group was dumbfounded. What does he mean? Quan Taiping murmured, as if to let us withdraw? So what do we do? Quan Taiping suddenly started cursing. Shit! What can be done? Run! Of course. The All-Pacific team desperately tried to escape, but just as they rushed out of the doorway, they were controlled by the private armed forces of the Zhang family who rushed in head-on. Freeze! Quan Taiping hurriedly crouched down with his head in his hands. Don't shoot! Master June! Don't shoot! Master June! We won't move! We promise not to move! A squad leader counts the number of people in the All-Pacific few, immediately questioned. You're one short. Where's a guy in a ducktail hat? Duct tape. Me. We don't know. We don't know him well. It's him who insisted on gathering supplies with us, and then he ditched us. We don't even know what happened, but we heard gunshots and some kind of explosion. We really don't know anything. Quan Taiping cried so many tears that even the members of Quan Taiping's group thought that if the world didn't end, Quan could definitely go on to become an actor. These tears come when they say so, and crying in a way that makes people inexplicably want to sympathize with him is the most awesome. The other side. Lee Knight had already rushed into an alleyway on his canine demon. Inuyasha had just been shot several times, and as he slid down, the other man chased him to the window and fired at him in a frantic sweeping motion, the bullets all being deflected by Inuyasha. Lee Knight let Inuyasha return to the hidden corpse space to recover. With Canine Demon's recovery ability, it wouldn't take more than a day for all those gunshot wounds to return. He maneuvered the sniper's body and helped him take out the sniper rifle and the accompanying magazines, and looked at the private young family's armed forces coming after him. A cold light flashed under his eyes. You like to chase people, don't you? Then I'll let you know what it's like to chase a sniper. System recommendation. Lee Knight climbed up the tall building in 3 steps, throwing the private armed squad chasing him behind him out of reach. Then he put his sniper rifle on the railing and aimed at one of them, even though the other person was a target that was on the move. With his sniper shot, he could still get a perfect hit. Initially, he had gotten his marksman skill from the head-bursting monster in the coffin, and of the several firearms, the sniper rifle was the most accurate. Within 1,000 meters, you can hit 100% of still objects. Just now he was again into the Zhang family privately armed sniper. The other party in the field of sniping is obviously not as good as the head-bursting monster. Lee Knight did not hold much hope. He only thought that even if he was enshrined, it wouldn't be of much use. But what he didn't expect was that the sniper rifle skills of the two could be stacked. The sniper of the Zhang family's private armed forces could accurately hit static objects within 800 meters, which, combined with the Bakugu monster's 1,000-meter sniping distance, ended up boosting his sniping skills to 100% static sniping at 1,500 meters. Of course there is also the effect of wind speed involved, which can be a bit off for accurate sniping distances. What's the concept of sniping 1,500 meters? When you stand on a flat area, a distance of 1,500 meters, or 1.5 kilometers, is equivalent to the length of 15 soccer fields. At this distance, meteorological factors greatly influence sniping: wind speed, wind direction, atmospheric density and temperature all significantly affect the ballistic trajectory of a bullet, requiring precise calculations and adjustments to accurately hit the target. Snipers require a very high level of marksmanship and shooting accuracy, as the slightest wobble or disturbance in the muzzle at a distance of 500 meters can result in a missed target, with a sniping distance of 1,500 meters. This was a very challenging area, and even the head-bursting monster at the beginning was probably a bit more faint-hearted at this distance. I'm afraid that Lee Knight's sniping skills nowadays could be one of the best in the entire Jiangcheng. As he pulled the trigger, a muffled sound came out under his sniper's scope. A private armed member of the Zheng family who was running furiously with his feet suddenly fell backwards and a large hole appeared in his head. When the other armed members saw this scene, they immediately realized that a sniper was sniping at them and planned to seek cover, but this alley was where Lee Knight brought them in, and Lee Knight had already thought about sniping before he came in. So where was the cover? The smooth walls, several meters high on both sides, were not easy to climb, even if they lent each other a hand. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: others immediately ran back, and were very clever, using a zigzag method of escape, which was quite fast. But does it work? A contemptuous smile hung at the corner of Lee Knight's mouth. He finally understood the sniper now. Watching those people make every effort to run for their lives, they may not even know where the enemy is coming from, so they just run aimlessly and haphazardly. All of this, in the sniper's scope, is pretty pathetic, like monkeys with degraded IQs. Pust. Lee Knight shot without panicking. There were 13 men in all, and 13 rounds were used. All sniping was done at a distance of 600 to 700 meters. Lee Knight immediately returned to the Zheng family homestead, and at this moment, Quan Taiping and the others were escorted and kneeling at the entrance of the Zheng family homestead, covered in injuries, and it looked like they had already gone through the torture of punching and kicking. Who the hell is that fellow traveler of yours? The Zheng family's private armed squad leader roared. Several people from Quan Taiping were scared and shrunk their necks. We really don't know. All we know is that he's from Mountain Stream. We don't know anything else. People of the Mountain Stream. The shift leader frowned slightly. The people of the Mountain Stream were, in his opinion, just a group of reckless people forming a group of straw bandits that could not rise to the occasion. How could they possibly be capable of creating such a huge mess for them? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation: does he know what his name is? Called Lee Knight. All Pacific muttered in a low voice. To be honest, Quan Taiping was still afraid of Lee Knight right now. He always felt that Lee Knight might have to kill back again, for the simple reason that Lee Knight, riding that big black dog, slid down from the high building and was seen by many people here. It was impossible for Lee Knight to sit back and watch these people discover his secret. Quan Taiping had a premonition that Lee Knight was very likely to kill back again. Called what? The shift leader didn't hear me and questioned again. Snap. Suddenly, I don't know what flew over and pierced the shift leader's temple directly. It took a second or two before the sound of a shoe came. Everyone froze for a split second, followed by others immediately reacting. There's a sniper. There are snipers. Find cover. Phew. Some more bullets flew, directly shot down a couple of guys who were looking for cover, even for those who hid behind the bunker. The violet bullet drilled directly through the bunker. The 12.6mm bullet, in fact, is equivalent to a small armor-piercing bullet. This kind of bunker made of gravel cannot resist its power. Find him. Someone yelled, but who's looking? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation: who dares to venture out in this situation? That sniper across the street was exceedingly accurate. The moment you show your head, you are bound to be killed. A few people from Quan Taiping were still kneeling there, but they were dying of fear, realizing that the others were looking for cover and they were kneeling with their backs to that sniper. They were the most obvious target. Chen Taiping is now completely confused. Where did the sniper come from? It couldn't have been a rescue sent by the big dog. Yamashiro definitely didn't have a sniper of that caliber. The only one who knew the most about guns was the leader of the fourth group, but it was just an ordinary one who knew how to use a gun, had been in the army before, and was just a more accurate shot than the average person. And he had already been blown up by the big boss. All of the armed private members of the team ducked behind cover, lay on the ground, and scrunched their bodies up. And in the villa at the center of the park location, the people of the Zhang family didn't know what was happening outside, and they didn't dare to go out. The Zhang family's noblewoman was angry and scared, watching their private armed forces, which the Zhang family had leased at great expense, die so many people in the blink of an eye. Hearts are dripping blood. Li Knight was on the 5th floor balcony of a residential building, sniping the Zhang family's private armies one by one. But not everyone, but only those who had just seen him. That he just needs to take out all the people who know he has a canine demon. As long as he didn't expose Inuyasha, Then the people of the Ning clan wouldn't necessarily suspect him, and would only speculate if there was a top sniper in the mountain stream as well. After checking several times with the scope, the people who had seen the canine demon were all taken out by him, and the rest could actually be killed or not. Another shot from Li Knight hit the empty can bottle next to Quan Taiping, which the Zhang family's private armed squad leader had just finished drinking. Quan Taiping was so scared that he almost peed. It had been thought that the other side was going to kill them, and all closed their eyes and waited for the bullets to drill their heads in. The result was another shot from the other side that went wide. A system recommendation. Quan Taiping thought about it a little. With the other party's marksmanship, even if there would be an occasional missed shot, the possibility of 2 consecutive missed shots was too low. The only explanation was that the other party was reminding them to go quickly. Quan Taiping reacted and hurriedly called on the group members around him to get up before hurrying to run wildly. Although the Zhang family's private armed forces saw it, there was nothing they could do to stop it because they would die if they showed their heads, so they could only let those few people escape. However, they thus took it for granted that the sniper on the other side was a savior from the mountain school. I really didn't think there was a sharpshooter of this caliber in the mountain stream. It was already a match with a head-bursting monster in the legendary Ning Group's 36 Monsters department. I and the villa. The Zhang family's noblewoman gritted her teeth. Shan Lu, you wait for me. Then she immediately instructed the people around her. Continue to rent private armaments with the Ning Group. I'm going to step on mountain stream. In addition to asking the Ning Group, the people we spent so much money on renting over were tricked by a grassy mountain stream. Shouldn't they give us an explanation? Their own so-called combat abilities that are comparable to those of a regular army. Where exactly does that manifest? Yes, the people around him went to work on it immediately. On the other hand, the All-Pacific team ran behind the corner, already tired and desperately panting heavily. This time, a person in front of them walked towards them, and as soon as Quan Taiping looked up, he immediately felt his temples burst into a frenzy. Li Knight. Li Knight really did kill back again. Li Knight smiled and said, "What did you Gue explain to them when you were there?" Quan Taiping knew that Li Knight was trying to settle scores in the fall. It didn't say much. Before Quan Taiping could finish his words, he saw Li Knight's expression darken and hurriedly cried out truthfully, "We also have no way up. The gang is really too fierce. Ask a question and then punch. If we do not say, and then a beating and kicking, you look at us, the body to all the injuries. What I'm asking is, what did you guys say?" This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Li Knight didn't want to hear this. "We didn't say anything. We just said that we knew you were from Mountain Stream, but nothing else, and we really didn't know. You didn't tell us anything. All Pacific Commission, just because they know so little, they don't get beat up much. They had already told them everything they knew, but the other side thought they were being tough-talking and deliberately keeping it to themselves, so they beat them up like crazy. Li Knight nodded, which was in line with their expectations. Let's get Yamashiro and Young just up first. The Zhang family was a small minion, relying on a bit of money and resources. At one point they intended to compete with the Ning Group for resources and distribution, but they didn't think about it. Their private armies were rented to the Ning Group. It's not like they trained them themselves. That's why the Young family ended up in a very bad situation in their previous life, being secretly massacred by their own rented private armies. Since then, no one had leased the Ning Group's private armed forces. But the Ning Group had completely opened up the arms supply route and began to sell arms to other families and organizations, transforming into the largest arms dealer in Jiangcheng, and even the largest in the province at a later stage. Selling arms allowed Ning's Group to make a considerable amount of money, also further stabilized the position of Ning's Group. Only hand to cover the sky, kill and set fire to no evil. Li Knight's eyes were glowing with a cold light. In this life, he would definitely sink the giant ship of the Ning Group. When John Taiping and the others returned to Yamashiro, Yamashiro saw the injuries on John Taiping and the others and immediately asked them what had happened. John Taiping cried as he recounted what had happened to them. Of course, it was according to what Li Knight had taught them to speak, hiding a lot of things. They just said that they found the supplies, but they also encountered the Zhang family's private armies, and the other side robbed them of their supplies, beat them up, and threatened to trample down the mountain stream. Shit, they want to die. Zhang Zude was shocked. However, when he thought of the Zhang family's private armed forces, Zhang Zude calmed down again. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Quan Taiping hesitated for a moment and said, "Grand Master, we've seen the equipment of the Zhang family's private armed forces today, and it's on the same level as that of the Ning clan's private armed forces. It's quite luxurious." Quan Taiping continued, "Haven't you always said that we lack powerful weapons? I rather think that we can end the Zhang family's private armament and then seize their weapons." Before Quan Taiping could finish his words, he was lifted up by a grim-faced Zhang Zuide, who yanked on his collar. The big dog. Zhang Zude's expression was icy cold. "What are your intentions? You want Shan Lu to die?" Quan Taiping was trembling with fear and immediately said with tears in his eyes, "Heaven and earth are kind. Big boss, I by no means want Shanyu to die. On the contrary, as a loyal part of Shanyu, I want to make Shanyu even stronger. If we Shanyu are strong, how would the district Zheng family dare to rob us of our supplies? Zhang Zuda frowned slightly. Clearly hesitant, Quan Taiping immediately said, "You do not often say a sentence? Chaos out of heroes. Heroes are breaking out, not meet out. Ning's group is a behemoth. We cannot afford to mess with. But the Zheng family I think we may not be able to touch. We are not still." Quan Taiping looked to Jiang Ziwen who was looking at the ceiling next to him. Many people saw Jiang Ziwen's tactics at that time, they couldn't understand it. But to them, Jiang Ziwen was like a god of killing. Or maybe he was really the reincarnation of Yama. And he could take someone's little life with the hook of his finger. Zhang Zuod began to think, indeed, All Pacific has a point, they couldn't afford to mess with the Ning group. But the Zheng family wasn't the Ning group. It's even if Ning's group says they're a reckless organization, even the district Zheng family dared to come together to say that they were a reckless organization and did not know their own strength. Yes, Zhang Zuod let go of All Pacific. Taiping, I really wasn't wrong about you. You're getting more and more decent now, Zhang Zuod added to the others. Look, that's the kind of blood I was telling you about. Giving me the right advice at the right opportunity, the kind of talent I need. That's what. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Zhang Zude patted Quan Taiping's shoulder with great satisfaction. Quan Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. In that moment just now, he really thought he was dead. Quan Taiping looked at Li Knight with palpitations to eye. In fact, this suggestion was also something he said to Zhang Zude. According to what Li Knight said, I didn't expect to make Zhang Zuod so happy to eye in the corner. Li Knight laughed softly. Zhang Zude has ambition. But Zhang Zude wasn't that bold in the early days. It takes someone to push him a little bit to dare to make some decisions that he was afraid to make before. Zhang Zude immediately opened the warehouse and took out the guns, ammunition and whatever else was inside and distributed them to the crowd. They're all old-fashioned. But there aren't too many of them. 1 gun per person is sufficient, and, in fact, it's ultimately up to Jiang Ziwen. The guys are just patching up the damage at best. System recommendation. As the sky darkened, mountain streams people went out en masse and secretly approached towards the Zhang family's homeland. At this moment, the private armies of the Zhang family homestead were rebuilding their fortifications, and they had told Ning's group about the information that there was a sniper in Mountain Stream, hoping that Ning could have a countermeasure. Ning's group clearly replied that they would temporarily second 2 snipers and a special operations squad to help the Zhang family get rid of that sniper in Mountain Stream. In fact, Ning's group also felt that they were really unlucky. They have inexplicably failed at several things lately. The first thing to do was to surround Li Knight. 5 special operations teams were dispatched. Nearly 2 special operations squads. In the end, he let Li Knight slip away under his nose. Then they learned their lesson and resolved to capture Li Knight even if they had to send more manpower to dig out the secrets on Li Knight. So they had an entire special operations squad, disguised as a conventional force combat squad, conduct a carpet search. Turns out that special ops squad suddenly lost their collective touch. Not a word has been heard, and it is almost certain that it has been sacrificing an entire special operations squad, along with those members of the 36 monstrous sectors who had previously sacrificed themselves in the vicinity of Li Knight's home. Ning's group had suffered a great deal of damage to its vitality. Now they have come up with a business of renting out private armed forces. But the first big client had this problem: their private armed forces, which they had leased over, were routed by a gang of hooligans. Anyone else would have to wonder about the combat effectiveness of the troops they rent out. For the sake of Ning's group's reputation, it was imperative that they resolved this matter perfectly before they could do so. So Ning Xingguang decided to explicitly send a special operations squad with 2 snipers, secretly. They're going to have to send in an extra special ops squad, posing as survivors and hiding in residential homes. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. The scope is along the Mountain Stream organization and the Young Homestead. They had already mapped out Mountain Stream's headquarters. Located in a 2-story mid-sized supermarket, Ning Xingguang had a premonition that he might have underestimated Mountain Stream. The Mountain Stream was not simply a gang of landlubbers as it appeared. In fact, when Shan Lu suddenly attacked the Ning Group's gold mines, he should have realized that Shan Lu actually had information about the Ning Group's gold mines, which was not something that a landlubber should have the ability to do. Pass the order to annihilate the Mountain Stream organization if you get the chance, Ning Xingguang said. The assistant next to him hesitated. Young Master Xingguang, the chairman said for us to keep a low profile lately, and our development of private armament has already made the military and officials feel bad. Now we are back to leasing private armed forces on a lease basis, which touches the military and official interests even more. I guess the military and officials are worried that they can't find a reasonable reason to strike at us if we rashly make a killing spree against the Mountain Stream organization. I'm afraid we'll usher in a military siege. Ning Xingguang frowned. He certainly understood that it was possible. Now that I think about it, it's a shame that the Jiangcheng garrison was attacked by zombies back and forth at the seafood market at that time. But they didn't lose the battle. If the Jiangcheng garrison had lost the war at that time, Lu Qijuan, who ruled the army with an iron fist, would inevitably have been demoted and snowed in the form of a backstabbing by the higher-ups. Moreover, the Jiangcheng garrison would also be hit hard, and at that time, the military really couldn't threaten Ning's group. But now, the Jiangcheng garrison's position in the seafood market has been initially stabilized. The zombie frenzy that attacked the seafood market is also retreating, giving the Jiangcheng garrison an opening. It was likely that they would come to suppress their Ning group. What I'm saying is that there's a chance. And if there's no chance, there's no need to annihilate the mountain stream organization. Do you understand? Ning Xingguang was very annoyed. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. In the past, Ning's group could succeed in anything they wanted to do. Smooth sailing. Right now it felt like there was a nebulous force that was hindering the development and growth of Ning's group. In Ning Xingguang's mind, a blurry figure seemed to flash through, and he wanted to see clearly who the original of that figure was, but the other party just smiled evilly, then turned and ran into the darkness. At night, the walkers are much more active. The mountain stream crowd also walked with considerable apprehension. It was good that Jiang Ziwen was there to open the way for them. Those scissor hands of Jiang Ziwen are really awesome. One click and the head of the charging walker flew off. Li Knight, who was in the group, was thinking about how far away Jiang Ziwen's supernatural power was at its longest distance. 10 meters? 20 meters? It is generally felt that the Nimrod.at level 1 just awakening to the profession. It's just being able to move objects around a little bit or something like that. When you get good at it, you can go 5 meters across the room and flatten it. It's more powerful when it reaches level 2. Even hollow steel pipes and such can be crushed. So basically you don't have to be afraid of ordinary zombies. And the heads of ordinary zombies can be crushed as well. A level 2 nihilist's nihilist distance could reach 30 meters away. It's basically remotely invincible. And just now when Jiang Ziwen cut off the zombie's head, the furthest distance was 15 meters. But it might not really be just 15 meters. And it might be possible that Jiang Ziwen intentionally hid his strength. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. A group of people noiselessly approached the Young homestead, and the iron fence around the Young homestead was lit with flames. At night, the Zhang family's home was brightly lit, and a large number of zombies had gathered around it. But the zombies were all more afraid of the flames and heat, so they only dared to cry out in a low voice from a distance. Zhang Zhu had told the crowd in the mountain stream to stop. There were so many zombies around the Zhang family's homestead, which was something they hadn't expected. Li Knight knew that this was a defense based on the latest intelligence. Zombies are afraid of fire, so they're attracted to the light, but instead of attacking rashly, they just stayed in a circle. This has the advantage of using the walkers to form a defensive circle, wary of other human groups sneaking into their territory. Of course the Zhang family didn't have such a brain. The probability is that Ning's group taught them, which is also considered an after-sales service for Ning's group to rent a private armed forces program. I have to say, humans are so smart sometimes. They know how to utilize walkers so quickly, but it's still a little too young. This method has been cracked long ago after a few years of the end of the world, and the zombies are only gathering because they are stimulated by the light of the fire, but with greater excitement. The walkers are immediately drawn away like a tidal wave. Zhang Zhu obviously didn't think of this, so at this moment, he had a big headache and didn't know what he should do. If he wanted to take out the Zhang family, he would have to take out so many zombies first, and with the number of people they had, it wasn't possible by any stretch of the imagination. Li Knight whispered a few words into Quan Taiping's ear, and Quan Taiping's eyes lit up, immediately suggesting, "Big boss, I have a good method. I don't know if it's a good idea to speak or not." "Oh, tell me about it?" Zhang Zude was a bit surprised. Even he was at his wit's end. Could Quan Taiping have a good method? Quan Taiping said, "The zombies are gathering around this place for no other reason than being stimulated by the firelight. So as long as we can create a bigger commotion, we can lure the zombies away." Zhang Zude's eyes lit up. "Right. Why didn't I think of this method? Quan Taiping, I really underestimated you in the past. I didn't expect you kid to hide so deeply." System recommendation. Quan Taiping laughed nervously. "It's all because of the great leader's leadership, and I'm only contributing slightly to a strategy that everyone can think of." Quan Taiping was greatly satisfied inside. People are holes. Even if Quan Taiping was once a salted fish, then he was not a person without desire. He just had limited abilities and knew that he could not compare to the leaders of the first 4 groups, so he did not bother with that effort. Now that there is such a great Buddha as Li Knight, guiding him behind his back, his career path is simply leveling off. Just in these few days, the big boss has already praised him several times, and even said that he is expected to become the big boss's new right-hand man after Hu Hei. The supplies distributed to their group were ample every day. Even a can of beef per person per day. Even the leader of the 4th group had to politely nod his head when he saw him. In the past, the leader of the 4th group only had eyes for the big boss and Hu Hei, and completely disdained the others in the mountain stream. This feeling of being valued was something he had never gotten before. Zhang Zudi immediately gave the order for the fourth groups to bring a few barrels of gasoline and go a few hundred meters near the Zheng family homestead. Find a few cars, pour gasoline on them, and then detonate them with bombs. The sound of the explosion, coupled with the fire of the car burning skyward, would certainly attract the zombies in the neighborhood, and then they would take advantage of the opportunity to rush in. The four groups immediately went into action, and within a few minutes there were several violent explosions before fire lit up another part of the sky. The zombies around the Zheng family's homestead were indeed attracted by the movement over there and began to gradually leave the Zheng family. Meanwhile, the people in the Zheng family villa frowned as the zombie defense circle was gone. What's going on? How can there be an explosion for no reason? The Zheng family's noblewoman asked nervously. This, Zheng's private armed forces shift leader said. Maybe it's a gas explosion in a roadside restaurant or something. Don't worry, I'll send someone to scout it out right away. It shouldn't be anything serious. The Zheng family's noblewoman was relieved. Ever since the daytime, she was a bit terrified that the sniper would come back to snipe them again after a few minutes. The Zheng family's noblewoman couldn't wait any longer. Still no results from the investigation? The shift leader frowned. The person I just sent out seems to have lost contact. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. What's going on? The Zheng family's noblewoman instantly panicked, snuggling up to a pot-bellied man at his side. This pot-bellied man was none other than the captain of the Jiangqing garrison, Zhao Haiyuan. He was in his pajamas and had a sleepy look about him right now. Other people didn't know that this Zhao Haiyuan had already lived in the Zheng family's villa, and he was even the male owner of the Zheng family. The head of the Zheng family had turned into a zombie when the end of the world came, and there weren't too many people alive in the Zheng family, so that's why the Zheng noblewoman, a woman, had the power to be the head of the family. And the Zheng family noblewoman was frankly a pampered rich wife before, when her son Zhang Bin was still alive. At least he had something to rely on, and now that Zhang Bin is also dead, she is the only one in charge of the Zheng family, so she can only defect to Zhao Haiyuan. Zhao Haiyuan can be said to be on the up and up now. He was originally the senior sergeant major of the Jiangqing garrison, but there was nothing to lead the troops to fight, so he was disliked by the new top boss, LV Qijuan, and transferred him from the garrison to the Ministry of Administration. And although Zhao Haiyuan was unpopular in the army, when he arrived at the Ministry of Administration, the top brass valued Zhao Haiyuan's experience in this barracks and his involvement in winning battles. So it might be planning to arrange a pretty good position for Zhao Haiyuan. Although there's no concrete news yet, but Zhou Heiwan had inquired through an inside friend that he might be assigned to a new department about supplies. He certainly judged at a glance that there was definitely oil in the water when assigned to the supplies department. That's why he gave the young woman of the Zhang family a talk of blossoms in spring, making the young woman of the Zhang family willingly bring the entire Zhang family to throw herself at Zhao Haiyuan's mercy. Zhao Haiyuan said smilingly, "It's fine. Ning's group will protect us. Now I'm the master of the Zhang family. Even if Ning's group doesn't give face to the Zhang family, they still have to give face to me. Zhao Haiyuan. Maybe, I'm going to be in charge of their Ning's group in the future." The Zheng family's noblewoman said daintily, "It's a good thing there's you. Otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do as a woman. You're so gorgeous. Of course I wouldn't want you to suffer half as much." Zhao Haiyuan slapped the Zheng family's noblewoman's ass, with a red face. The Zheng family noblewoman daintily lowered her head and secretly glanced at Zhao Haiyuan with her tender eyes. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Bugger you, I just hate it. I just hate it. I just rare you. How come you're so rare to me? In the old days when that old bastard from the Zheng family was alive, could he feed you? Goo. Just don't mention that old undead. If not for money, who wants to follow? Ah, thin and thin, a small old man. What to feed me? Ah, looks like you're hungry again. Come on, I'll feed you another meal. Zhao Haiyuan picked up the Zheng family's noblewoman and walked towards the room next to him. The shift leader's face was expressionless. He used to work as a bodyguard for some big shots, and although this Zhao Haiyuan was quite nasty, many big shots were actually just as nasty as Zhao Haiyuan. In front of people pretending to be quite high and mighty, but when it comes to a woman's belly, they even play higher than ordinary people, so he has long been used to seeing and hearing. Suddenly, the squad leader saw the combatant, who was holding down the fort outside, fall without warning. The squad leader was about to go out to check on the situation, but only just opened the door when a dense hail of bullets swept through. It hit the doorframe and the glass with a clink, and the shift leader immediately crouched down and immediately ducked behind the wall. His arm shot and bleeding. The combatants in the villa were immediately awakened by the sound of gunfire and intended to fight back, only to be pressed back by the intense bullets before they could even rush out. The shift leader was shocked, and he suddenly realized that this was definitely a premeditated surprise attack. First, they lured away the surrounding zombies with explosions, then they suddenly launched a surprise attack on them. And the most crucial thing is that those combatants outside the door actually died inexplicably. Otherwise the combatants outside the door would have been the first to counterattack when they realized the enemy, and would not have given the enemy a chance to lay out a forceful suppression. What's the situation? What's the situation? Zhao Haiyuan ran out while wearing his pants, and before Zhang clan's noblewoman had a chance to put on her clothes, she was directly exposed to the others by Zhao Haiyuan opening the door. But now everyone was not in the mood to look at the body of the Zhang family's noblewoman. The enemy had hit the door. The other side, Zhang Zude shouted, "Brothers, prioritize picking up guns and ammo. Whoever picks up more will get to eat canned beef when they get back today." This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. Today's hot pick. The content of this site is based on your instructions to search the list of links obtained from the major novel station. Does not mean that we agree with the content of the searched site or stand. Reblogging to this site is just for promoting this book to a wider audience. If there is any book content or pictures on this site have violated your copyright, please contact us. We will confirm the information after the first time to delete the relevant content. Copyright 2023, all rights reserved. A system recommendation. Charge in and occupy the Zheng family's grand villa for me. Zhang Zude had killed his eyes. A Zheng family villa manor is quite expensive. Placed in the entire Jiangqing is one of the best. It's a lot better than that little supermarket of theirs. Quan typing-eyed Zhang's wide as if he was about to lose control, immediately began to panic a little. Was something going to go terribly wrong? He was ready to turn back and ask Li Knight's opinion to see if he should take the good with the bad at this point. But as soon as he turned back, he realized that Li Knight was no longer in the crowd. I don't know when it disappeared. Quan Taiping suddenly had an ominous feeling, because he knew very well that all of this was Li Knight acting as the instigator. Li Knight instigated Zhang Zude to come over and start a war with the Zheng family. Where did he go by himself? What kind of benefit does he get out of this abetment? At this very moment, Li Knight had rushed back to the supermarket at full speed. Zhang Zude took almost everyone. There were only a few women left who remained in the supermarket, the 3 women of Wang Jun, the deputy leader of a group. In addition to the 3 women that Zhang Zude had just brought back a few days ago. As well as Chukwan Qing and the neighbor young woman, these women didn't think of running away. Although they would be oppressed and abused here, Li Knight knew that people were adaptable once those women adjusted to a life where there was no shortage of food or drink. Just a need to give their bodies in exchange for supplies. One would slowly accept this life and instead lose interest in the menacing unknown outside. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Li Knight opened the roll-up door and just went in. Suddenly, a powerful fist wing came. Li Knight instinctively dodged backward, but his opponent landed blow after blow. The line of attacks were like a raging storm. Li Knight immediately activated the fighter's fighting and dodging skills. A breath of air backed into the corner, but the other party didn't let him go. Instead their moves became more severe. It's not boxing. It's more like sparring or mixed martial arts, but there wasn't much in the way of routines. It was more like a method of fighting that tended to be instinctive. Even Li Knight was having a harder time dealing with it. Li Knight cracks his opponent with a nice jab, then the battering ram grabbed at his opponent. The opponent took the opportunity to press down on Li Yan's arm with both hands, then violently pressed downward straight away. He immobilized his hands with his arms and legs, cross fixation. But Li Knight could clearly feel that the other party pressed her hand against her chest, which was soft. Female. It's actually a woman. A woman is actually that good at what she does? Li Knight forcefully lifted the woman's body directly with one hand, and the other party didn't seem to expect him to be so powerful. The flying leg stomped straight over. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Li Knight pinched his opponent's foot and lunged to pin him to the ground. The pose clearly and instantly alarmed the other man a bit. Zhuo Wanqing? Li Knight tried to ask. As far as he could remember, there weren't many women with that kind of skill. It's definitely not Tokian, so it could be Zhuo Wanqing. Li Knight? Zhuo Wanqing was a bit surprised. Dang. Dang. A sound like a gong sounded in Li Knight's head. It made Li Knight dazzle for a while. The opponent was about to continue knocking, being blocked directly by Li Knight with his arm. It's a pan. The pan is knocked askew. Meng Yu. He's Li Knight. There's no need to hit him. Hearing Zhuo Wanqing's words, the woman holding the pan was obviously frightened, and even the pan could not help but throw it to the ground, then immediately hid in the corner, seemingly very afraid of Li Knight. Meng Yu. That's the name of the neighboring young woman. Li Knight turned on a low-light flashlight and saw several women standing by with pans and shovels and whatnot. The weapons that were handy had been taken away, leaving only this for them. Alright, you're up. Zhuo Wanqing growled lowly. It was then that Li Knight got up, but he had to admit it, this chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Zhuo Wanqing's figure was different from that of a normal slender woman, totally worked out kind of thing and quite resilient. What are you doing back here? The fight just started over there, right? Zhuo Wanqing asked. You can probably hear it over there from here. Something's up. Li Knight immediately went to the underground floor. He went straight to the door of the warehouse, and with the wire he had prepared in advance, he poked a few times in the lock hole, and the lock was opened. You came back for the purpose of stealing supplies? Zhuo Wanqing was a bit speechless, but did not intend to stop it. Li Knight didn't answer, but closed the door to the warehouse. This warehouse was filled with supplies, more than he had ever gathered in his room before, but it's not like it's his anyway. He directly summoned Inuyasha to help him clear the way. A large amount of supplies were stomped to pieces by the Inuyasha. Follow the path Huey remembered and find the shelf in the corner. Inuyasha slapped the shelves open with a claw, revealing the safe behind them. The safe was opened with a code, but it didn't matter if he didn't know. He had a bomb anyway, and he could always blow it up a few more times. This safe is piled high with gold, and the weight is quite terrifying. He tried it himself, and with his strength of more than 1,000 kilograms, he tried to move the safe, and it actually didn't move at all. Not to mention him, it was probably useless to have the barbarian King Dogwon come. It was Inuyasha who ended up rolling the safe into the hidden body space. As soon as Li Knight opened the door, Zhuo Wanqing's eyes widened when she saw that the warehouse had been trashed like this by Li Knight. What's the grudge between you and Zhang Zuda? System recommendation. Other than that, Zhang Zuda is bound to seize a lot of modernized guns and ammunition this time. And that safe of gold, let's say he paid for it. Are you leaving Yamashiro afterward? Zhuo Wanqing asked again. She also saw that although she didn't know what Li Knight had taken from the warehouse, but I'm afraid that this was Li Knight's real purpose. Having accomplished his goal, Li Knight would not remain in Mountain Stream. You guess. Li Knight didn't give Zhuo Wanqing a chance to speak and quickly left the supermarket from the first floor, and the war is starting to die down over at the young family home. So it's no surprise that the Mountain Stream organization is returning soon. Li Knight, you take us with you, Zhuo Wanqing shouted from behind, but Li Knight disappeared into the night without looking back. That cold-blooded bastard. Zhuo Wanqing gritted her teeth. This guy has no regard for that canned favor of hers. Meng Yu, let's go too. Zhuo Wanqing immediately called on Meng Yu. Meng Yu was puzzled. Why are you leaving? Aren't we fine here? Meng Yu actually kinda likes it here. She had food and drink. There was no danger from the zombies, and Zhuo Wanqing protected her from being bullied by those pugilists. If you get out, then you'll have to keep wandering. We have to go. Zhang Zuda will go crazy when he comes back and sees the warehouse ransacked like this. And I called out Li Knight's name in front of them, so unless I kill them, I'll become one of Li Knight's gang. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Zhuo Wanqing was naturally talking about those women. The women immediately trembled with fear. They had seen Zhuo Wanqing's methods. Zhuo Wanqing was very powerful. They were no match at all. Kill them. Meng Yu didn't dare to think about it. As far as Meng Yu was concerned, killing was someone else's business, never imagining that it would one day come down to his own choices. Zhuo Wanqing sighed. I know you can't lay your hands on them. That's why we have to leave. If we don't leave, they're bound to give us up. After all, the warehouse has been ransacked, and Zhang Zuda will definitely torture the caretaker severely. Meng Yu understood. She simply packed up some supplies, and with Zhuo Wanqing carrying a backpack each, she quickly rushed out of the supermarket. Just after passing a corner, he saw two guns lying on the ground, both of which were standardized assault rifles. The same specification as the conventional weapons that the Ning Group's private armament was equipped with. Next to it were several magazines stuffed with 7.62mm rounds. This is a gun? Meng Yu covered her mouth in surprise. How could there be a gun here? Zhuo Wanqing picked it up. Humph. This is what someone's conscience left for us. But since this guy expected us to come out as well, he actually didn't take us with him. How much he dislikes dragging oil bottles. Meng Yu said guiltily. I'm sorry, it's mainly because I'm too weak. If it was you, he would have taken you with him. Zhuo Wanqing glanced at Meng Yu, skimmed her lips, and hung an assault rifle on Meng Yu's body. You're overthinking it. He's afraid that he thinks everyone else besides himself is a drag. No one is born strong. In fact, I can understand Li Knight. Now it's the end of the world. Take a wrong step, you will lose your life. So Li Knight chose to walk alone. We also need to be strong. We can't always rely on the protection of others. Zhuo Wanqing then complained. But what was this guy thinking? Actually leaving us with assault rifles? Might as well leave a few more handguns. How can someone who hasn't been professionally trained play with assault rifles? The two women quickly disappeared into the night high above the building. Li Knight watched the two girls carry their guns on their backs, revealing a pleased smile. The end times are not fair, and men and women will not survive the end times in the same proportion due to differences in strength and courage. But it's also fair, because when disaster strikes, it doesn't go around just because you're a woman and you're vulnerable. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Both men and women need to have the strength to be able to protect themselves. Li Knight saw a convoy of cars approaching on the road a few blocks away, and there were only two groups of people who dared to shine so brightly on a street full of zombies. One group was the military, and the other was the Ning group, and the one that was driving here in such a hurry at this time of the year was Ning's group. Li Knight was a bit surprised. He didn't think that the Ning group actually valued the Zhang family so much that they sent an entire combat squad in order to support the Zhang family. Li Knight hesitated for a moment and immediately let the canine demon bring himself to quickly approach the Zhang family home. At this moment, the Zhang family home was already ablaze, the gang of berserkers from the mountain stream, unable to storm the villa by the Zhang family's private armed forces when they were there, threw Molotov cocktails and set the villa on fire. Li Knight set up his sniper rifle and searched for a figure in the crowd of mountain streams. Suddenly, he found Quan Taiping, who was shouting and shooting frantically at the same time, who had long forgotten about Li Knight's absence and was fully focused on the battle with the Zhang family. Suddenly, a cracking wind blew past his own ears. It was as if something broke through the air next to his head. Had the same feeling before, this violent as if it could tear apart everything that breaks through the air. Bullets. Sniper bullets. Why did it pass his ears? This feels like deja vu too. Immediately, he thought of the previous scene where Li Knight hit the canister next to him. That time, why did Li Knight hit the cans? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. Today's hot pick. The content of this site is based on your instructions to search the list of links obtained from the major novel station. Does not mean that we agree with the content of the searched site or stand. Reblogging to this site is just for promoting this book to a wider audience. If there is any book content or pictures on this site have violated your copyright, please contact us. We will confirm the information after the first time to delete the relevant content. Copyright 2023, all rights reserved. A system recommendation. Zhang Zude was on a roll, and it felt so good to have the villa blocked and beaten by them in their room. Suddenly hearing Quan Taiping say retreat, he was immediately a bit displeased. We're about to win. Why should we retreat? Quan Taiping explained stiffly. I feel that if we continue to fight, I'm afraid that it will be dangerous. The Zhang family's people are also too calm. They don't come out to beg for forgiveness up to now, and the ones inside don't rush out. The fight is rather passive, and it gives me a feeling that it's like they are waiting for rescuing soldiers. The rescuers. Zhang Zude was suddenly a little alarmed. Yeah, listen to you. Gotta retreat. Can't get carried away. Zhang Zude immediately greeted the big guys and retreated with those guns and ammunition they had just captured. The crowd of mountain streamers immediately retreated like a tidal wave. The people in the Zhang family villa had a head full of questions. Wang Haiyuan burrowed out from under the sofa. What? How did they suddenly run away? Did you guys fight back too hard? The squad leader replied. No, we did as you said, counterattacking passively. Not letting them fight in, but not fighting out either, to stall for time, but they suddenly closed up without any warning. Wang Haiyuan's face changed. Damn! I was prepared to wait for Ning Group's rescuers to arrive, and wrap them up in a dumpling in a back-and-forth attack. Now we've lost all the people we lost earlier for nothing. The squad leader nodded. Yes, there's a lot of tension. It seems that we really underestimated the mountain stream, and the mountain stream's big boss, Zhang Zude, isn't a reckless bastard at all. We were completely played by him this time. The shift leader also feels aggrieved. They don't dare to say they can match the regular troops though, but at least it's professionally trained. The weapons held are also comparable to those of regular troops, but yet, he couldn't even beat an organization of landlubbers, making him suddenly feel so bad about himself. On the high floor, Li Knight watched the mountain stream's people leave, and only then did he let go of his heart. The mountain stream can't be exterminated yet, or else who's going to give Ning's group an eyeful? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Li Knight stood on a high building, watching the foot of the Zhang group's fleet of vehicles passing by. Really majestic. Do not know the people. Estimated that this is a regular army and armored vehicles, and tanks. Li Knight turned to leave. He found a secluded alley and asked the canine demon to push out the safe. He was thinking of blowing it up, but suddenly he thought that he had a canine demon. A single claw from a canine demon is capable of toppling the top of an armored car. Inuyasha slaps it down. Dang. There was a loud noise from the silent alley. 3 claw slits had appeared in the safe and some gold and silver jewelry had fallen out immediately after the Inuyasha was ready for another claw. Li Knight hastily called a halt. That's enough. Li Knight carefully took out the seeds of the fingernail-sized golden flower and put them in along the scratches of the safe. Just landing on top of a pile of gold bars, the seeds of the golden flower flashed a layer of golden color for the first time in a long time. Inuyasha seemed very confused, but said it was a big shock. Turns out the master went to all this trouble just to steal a chest with gold out of it and put his golden peas in it. After the golden flower seed fell in, it became invisible. Li Knight tried to see if it was in contact with the gold bar but couldn't see it, so he finally decided to let Inuyasha rip the safe door open for him. Only the walls and bottom of the cabinet are left. Like a vase that nurtures the golden flower to grow up, the canine devil seems to be not very good at doing this kind of fine work. Directly big mouth bite up. The result is that the teeth are sunk in. How to shake off cannot be shaken off. Inuyasha craned his neck in anger, and Li Knight straightened then and there. The golden today, just like rain, clattered into the canine devil's mouth, and among them was the seed of that golden flower. which also fell into the canine devil's mouth together. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. It was a brainstorm of hard stuff that nearly choked the canine demon to death. And it took a lot of effort to swallow it. It was hard to pull the teeth out. And Inuyasha pushed the empty safe in front of Lee Knight with his tongue. Look. Here's the case. Lee Knight's entire body froze, straight up dumbfounded. Fucked up. The brain went blank. What the hell is going on here? Inuyasha doesn't even realize he's made a mistake. And even looks a little complacent. Lick the empty safe deposit box skin with your tongue. It also kept licking towards Lee Knight's heel. Take a look. That little piece of shit door was taken off for you. And the rest of it was undamaged and square. Lee Knight gritted his teeth and was so angry that he was smoking. I'll fuck you. Lee Knight's fists clenched tightly, angry as hell. Inuyasha even sat on his butt on purpose. As if he was watching out for him or something. Fuck. Lee Knight wanted to go crazy. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. He's been laying it out for so long, playing the grandson for so long in Yamashiro, and in the end it all came to nothing? Inuyasha is a bit more specific. Unlike the other corpses he manipulated, Inuyasha is now technically a living creature. It is a resuscitated fae, and resuscitating a fae is also recognized as a single death by the career panel, which is why he had the chance to enshrine a canine demon. So Inuyasha still has the ability to poop. And even if Inuyasha has a steel stomach and an iron gut, something like gold shouldn't be so easy to digest, right? So it's still pulling out? Lee Knight stroked his chin in contemplation, but soon he got rid of the idea. Let him eat what Inuyasha pooped out? Might as well let him die for good. You kid. You can't lose any of the gold in your stomach. If you dare to pull it out, you're dead. Lee Knight threatened canine demon. Inuyasha nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. That's the only way to dare lift your ass up a little, just don't dare it. System recommendation. Lee Knight quickly disappeared into the night. If he hadn't estimated it wrong, now Ning's group was afraid that they would think that a sharpshooter had come out of the Mountain Stream organization. So even if he started sniping at the Ning clan's people, the Ning clan shouldn't suspect him. As for Yamashiro, after Yamashiro obtained this batch of standardized weapons, combat power will increase dramatically, and is good at fighting guerrilla harassment wars in the city. Fight if you can beat them, but if you can't beat them, then run. The headache will only be the Ning group. Also, he needed to pay more attention to Jiang Ziwen's side. Jiang Ziwen's current range of abilities is unclear. During the attack on the Zheng family home, Jiang Ziwen actually cut off the heads of those combatants on the periphery of the Zheng family villa from a distance of 50 meters. It could have been a level 2 professional. Snap. Li Knight stood on a high building, overlooking the entirety of the river city. In nowadays, Zhangcheng is already on fire and ice. The South City, where the fighting was most intense, is instead a relatively safe place now that the military has added a garrison. Those survivors hiding in the seafood market are safe for now. Lee Knight was considered to have done a good thing after being reborn. Got some right twists on the world. Snap. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Li Knight turned around violently, only to find a pistol, fitted with a silencer, already pressed against his forehead. The other guy was a cool babe with a ducktail hat and a special ops suit. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Tokian? Lee Knight was a bit alarmed. Where did Tokian get close to him? Tokian took his gun back and took a few glances at Lee Knight's equipment. You upgraded your equipment? High-precision sniper rifle with silencer. The posture of holding the gun is also very standard, not at all like a layman who just got a gun. She had noticed last time that Lee Knight was very decisive in shooting in the seafood market. Aiming can be done in a flash. A shot like that was something she had only seen in one person. It's the head-busting monster in Ning's group's 36 monsters department. But Bakugo was a combination of talent plus acquired specialized training, shooting thousands of rounds a day to develop that kind of marksmanship. Does Lee Knight have that? Tokian suddenly realized that the only person she remembered clearly from her childhood memories was someone she didn't know very well. Lee Knight laughed nervously. Picked up. Casually used. You came to catch me for Ning's group? If I had caught you, I would have shot you just now, Tokian said faintly. Oh, Lee Knight didn't say anything else. He didn't know if Tokian had seen him by any chance or had been following him, although he had developed a love affair with Shirzeen in his last life, and he wanted to confirm his relationship with her. But in this life, Shirzeen and he did not have any emotional foundation to just blindly desire. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Do you know anything about my past? Tokian suddenly asked Lee Knight. Lee Knight glanced at Shirzeen, then sighed. To be honest, not much is known. Your information is not available in the orphanage. All our other children can find out some general information, such as where they were picked up and where they are from. But you don't have any information at all. You investigated me too? Tokian was a bit surprised. Lee Knight was stunned. Understood a little bit about it. In fact, he was the one who investigated it in his previous life. In his previous life, he was in love with Tokian because of his love for him, and specifically returning to the old orphanage site from his childhood. Although it was in a state of disrepair and a lot of the information had been taken away, He found a roster that recorded the basic information of each child before they came to the orphanage. The roster shows that he was picked up next to a garbage can in a wealthy neighborhood, and is only known by the name Lee Knight. With the rest of his identity unknown, the information about Tokian was originally recorded, but it was heavily scratched out with a carbon pen. All the other children were normal, except Tokian's special. That's why he felt at that time that Zi-Yin's identity might not be simple, otherwise he wouldn't have been valued by the Ning clan and selected to enter the Ning clan's Junior Genius Intensive Training Center. Maybe Ning's group knows information about Zi-Yin's identity, but in his last life he didn't have a chance to investigate before he was killed by Ning Zhe. Tokian lapsed into silence. I also went to the orphanage to investigate. Except for the director. All the teachers are dead. Some were infected into zombies, and some were shot to death with guns. I don't know why this is happening. Is Dean still at Ning's group? Lee Knight asked that. He actually wasn't very impressed with Dean, even though everyone said that Dean was a good and kind man. He didn't think so, because he always felt that Dean was hypocritical. Or at least, that's how he felt. Because he never felt cared for by Dean. The Dean was in the shelter established by the Ning group as the director of the orphanage. The end times came and many children were displaced. The Ning group brought these children back. Lee Knight frowned. They did something like this again? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Tokian nodded. Those children are pitiful. People on the outside, seeing Ning's group relieving orphans who lost their homes, might even be all praises, but in fact, after Ning's group took those children back, they were secretly nurtured like parasites. That's how Tokian was raised. To survive, he had to desperately make himself stronger and then kill the other party in order to advance to the next level of the training camp. After advancing to the highest level of the training camp, one could come out of the training camp. And after coming out, they all became Ning's humanoid weapons. However, those children who were raised with parasites had little complaint against Ning's group, because the people of Ning's group had been instilling theories that favored Ning's group at all times, such as there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. We have given you a new life by rescuing you, and you deserve to accept all the arrangements of the Ning group. It's you who owe Ning's group. So work hard to become stronger and then repay Ning's group. A lie repeated 1,000 times is the truth, especially in that environment. The fear in the children's hearts was awakened, and they were also the most helpless. So they were also the most easily controlled by Ning's group. That's human nature. Ning's group has played with how to control others to perfection. In order to survive, in order to get the care of Ning's group, those children will train themselves more and more desperately, and then kill their own competitors, to become the one who can exclusively enjoy the care of Ning's group. Tokian was like that in the beginning, hearing him talk bad about Ning's group. If it wasn't for the fact that he had checked Lee Knight's information ahead of time and knew that Lee Knight and himself had been in an orphanage, he almost wanted to help Ning's group kill Lee Knight. There will come a day when the truth will be known. Lee Knight comforted Zi-Yin. He unconsciously felt some heartache and touched Tokian's head. Zi-Yin lowered her head like a well-behaved little girl, and just when Lee Knight thought he had sensitized Zi-Yin, Zi-Yin suddenly raised her head and slapped Lee Knight's hand away. Coldly, he said, "Shanghai's father said that everyone who is nice to me, except him, is trying to harm me." System recommendation. Lee Knight's mood was a little hard to bear. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Zi-Yin. He just hated Ning's group even more. To take a kind and simple girl and raise her like that is a crime. Don't trust the Ning group too much. I know that you may not be able to understand it now that I'm talking to you, but you can look at the orders that the Ning group has placed on you with a questioning eye. Lee Knight leapt down after he finished speaking. On the verge of hitting the ground, he suddenly had the canine demon appear and drag himself away to the end of the road. In a relatively central part of the city, Lee Knight found an upscale neighborhood. This neighborhood was previously inhabited by rich people. A suite can be sold for tens of millions of such sky-high prices. Lee Knight had counted when he was still in college that if he wanted to buy a commercial residence here, then he would need to work since the Ming dynasty to make it possible. He also wondered how much money those who could afford tens of millions of dollars in mansions had. How did they earn all that money? But after the end times, such a mansion became something within reach. The building he was in was swarming with survivors, the same ones he had said before, the vast majority of whom had never experienced life in a mansion. However, relatively speaking, such mansions were instead a bit safer, because the population of the mansion area was small, and there were also fewer zombies. So if the survivors who had moved into the upscale neighborhoods could unite and clear out the zombies, and then form some kind of defensive union, they could form a civil refuge. It had been done now, and he heard outside the room, where someone was organizing a roundup of walkers. Quickly, 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 corner it and club it to death. Which room is still occupied? Come out and help. In the future we'll all take refuge in the same neighborhood. Everyone should do their part to help. Jason Liao. Thank you all. Hearing the words shouted by the person outside the door, one after another there was the sound of other rooms opening their doors. It seems that this Liao Jiexing is currently the boss of this neighborhood, the bosses of these communities, some of whom would later become tribal lords of these civic sanctuaries. would be officially registered, though not officially in office, having a certain amount of power and resources. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, having people means having resources. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. There will even be subdivisions of occupations such as slavers, guardsmen, resource dispensers and food wardens that will extend from the tribal masters. However, Lee Knight did not intend to participate in their activities. Lee Knight came here for just two reasons. One reason is that it has a good view of the Banana River in a great distance. Another reason is that it is on high ground and the building is constructed to a good standard and does not leak. Lee Knight raised his head and looked at the dark cloudy sky. By now it should have been half light, but it was still as dark as night. Rumble, thunder rolls, dark red lightning arcs flashed rapidly between the clouds. The air also began to smell damp and sour. Irritation tickles the nose. The first microbial acid rain is about to fall. Lee Knight looked somewhat despondently at the dense crowd of zombies downstairs. Soon, these walkers will have their first round of great evolution. Microbial acid rain, a natural phenomenon that creeps humans out and exists only in the end times. In the post-apocalyptic world, human society has collapsed while billions of creatures, including humans, plants and animals, and zombie corpses, litter the world. These bodies underwent a prolonged process of decay and decomposition that resulted in the growth and multiplication of a large number of unknown microorganisms and bacteria. Some microorganisms have evolved extreme acid tolerance and thrive in decaying corpses, forming a symbiotic network of microorganisms known as the cadaver ecosystem. These microorganisms are not only strongly acidic but also highly irritating, capable of corroding biological tissues, metals and buildings. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The concept was named and proposed by the End Times Mythological Institute. The microbial community in the cadaver ecosystem grows as large numbers of corpses accumulate on the surface. Especially around abandoned cities and mass graves, they release large quantities of gases, including hydrogen sulfide and other corrosive gases, from decomposing corpses. When these gases interact with moisture and oxygen in the atmosphere, they form the precursors of acid rain, wrapping up a large number of microorganisms and entering the great ecological cycle. The arrival of microbial acid rain will create a new and huge crisis for human survival that can corrode buildings and equipment, forcing survivors to constantly migrate in search of shelter. What's most worrisome is that this acid rain can enter living organisms, including zombies. The effect on walkers is a particularly frightening aspect of it. Microbial acid rain alters the biochemical makeup of the zombies, causing them to be more aggressive and have higher intelligence. This makes walkers a greater threat to survivors because they are able to work together, climb over obstacles and plan more sophisticated attacks. In this hostile environment, survivors must take steps to protect themselves from microbial acid rain. For example, the use of special acid rain protection equipment, the preparation of acid rain filters to purify water, the establishment of elevated shelters to avoid acid rain, and so on. There's also the evolved zombies to contend with, and the human race is going to be in an increasingly hostile environment. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. It seems that the walkers in the hallway have been taken care of. So these guys are going door to door checking every room for survivors who are hiding and not contributing. When he knocked on the door of this room of his, Lee Knight did not answer. The other side seems to be planning a strong attack. Lee Knight frowned. He didn't intend to dip into these people's light, nor did he want them to bother him. The moment the other party was about to bang on the door, Lee Knight immediately opened the door. A tang knife went out across the room. Lee Knight didn't even show his face. He just coldly threatened, "I won't cause any trouble for you guys, but you don't bother me either." This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. At the doorway, a youth with a sturdy figure was slightly intimidated by Lee Knight's tang sword. The stench on this tanged sword was so bad that it felt like it should have cut up a lot of zombies. Liao Jieshang was a bit scornful, but quite a few people behind him were looking at him. "Since you're also in this community, we should be acting together. Just like just now, when we people were fighting with the zombies, you obviously had weapons, but you didn't come out to help. You weren't willing to give. You were just sitting back and enjoying yourself. That's not appropriate, is it, brother?" Lee Knight was really too lazy to say anything more to Liao Jiesheng, closing the door directly behind him. He didn't think the other man had the guts to come charging in. Liao Jiesheng ate a closed door. His expression instantly became incredibly dark, and there were quite a few people next to him. There were settlers like him who came here from the outside. There were also well-dressed and well-groomed men and women who were natives of this neighborhood. Everyone looked at Liao Jiesheng, who gave a cold snort. "Ignore him for now. Let's go to the other floors and see if there are any survivors. If you want to stay in this neighborhood, you have to obey the management or you'll be thrown out." Liao Jiesheng raised his voice and shouted, obviously speaking to Lee Knight. Lee Knight didn't bother with him. Tick-tock, raindrops had begun to fall outside. It landed on the glass and scratched a white trail. The glass is considered a more corrosion-resistant material, so it won't be corroded by acid rain. And these white marks are left by microorganisms. Microbial acid rain is at its highest concentration and most corrosive in the early stages. If a person stood outside, It wouldn't take more than a few minutes to dissolve the five senses. A system recommendation. Lee Knight heard a shrill scream from somewhere downstairs by a window. Needless to say, someone must have wanted to feel the cold rainwater in their hands and then be corrupted to the point of melting their flesh and blood. In the case of people with an average constitution, they may even contract some persistent diseases, for example, year-round coughs, cauliflower-like skin diseases, microbial dysentery, blood diseases, inflammatory diseases, and the like, and these persistent problems are particularly acute in slums where supplies are scarce, sanitation is rudimentary, and healthcare is strained. So slowly, the people inside the high walls, treating the people outside the high walls as filth, unwilling to contact them, much less let them in, further monopolizing access to the safe zone. Lee Knight recalled many of the tragic things that had happened in the slums. So he knows best the horrors of microbial acid rain, but there's nothing that can be done about it. After all, the microbial acid rain problem hasn't even been solved a decade after the end of the world. Lee Knight looked at the water level of the Banana River below getting higher and higher, vaguely trending to be about to miss the shore. It didn't wash ashore, but the microbial acid rain was heavy and torrential, and it fell all day and night, leaving a lot of water in the city. Even some low-lying areas have formed ponds, further compressing the space for human activities, and, furthermore, it has led to supplies becoming more scarce. The era of cannibalism has officially begun. Lee Knight munched on a packet of wafers when he removed the gold bullion from Yamashiro's warehouse. He also touched some of Yamashiro's supplies along the way. He had contributed 2 boxes of compressed cookies to Mountain Stream, and it was not too much for him to take 20 boxes of wafer cookies and 6 boxes of canned beef from Mountain Stream. Was it? In the meantime, Zhang Zude and the others excitedly returned to their base camp, only to instantly widen their eyes when they saw the mess. Those few women immediately gave up Lee Knight in order to prevent Zhang Zude from suspecting them. As they heard Zhuo Wanqing call out Lee Knight's name, this chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Lee Knight? Zhang Zude looked puzzled. He doesn't recognize it. Never heard of it. At this point, the women added that it was the young man in the ducktail hat. Zhang Zude immediately looked at Quan Taiping, and Quan Taiping's heart was completely cold. What's coming is coming after all. No wonder Lee Knight disappeared when they attacked the Zhang family. It turned out that Lee Knight came back to pull out their lair while they were all out, and this was the true purpose of Lee Knight's mixing into the Mountain Stream. What's going on? Zhang Zude pick up Quan Taiping. Quan Taiping hastily cried to explain. When everyone, I wish I really do not know that what is called Lee Knight is halfway to join us? That 2 boxes of compressed cookies is also we found. I think it is useful to our Mountain Stream. Let him join. Zhang Zude gritted his teeth. What else do you know about Lee Knight? Also know that he's a particularly good shot. Zhang Zude is now also beating drums in his heart. He always felt that he could not tell the whole bottom of Lee Knight, afraid that Lee Knight would come to look for the back account, and he could not explain anything, or Zhang Zude could not even spare him at this time. So after Quan Taiping weighed the pros and cons, he hid the matter of Lee Knight's big black dog, and only said that Lee Knight was a sharpshooter, and described how accurate it was as well. Sharpshooter. Zhang Zude seemed to know who this Lee Knight was. Ning's group has a department of strange people. You may not have heard of it. That department brings together the top elites in various fields. It's called as the 36 Monsters Department. And in the 36 Monsters Department, there's a sharpshooter who's a top sniper. Zhang Zude felt that this explained everything. Lee Knight didn't yet know that he had been considered by Zhang Zude to be the already dead head-bursting monster in the 36 Monsters Department. He was eating cold canned beef in his room, which by this time could have been heated up a bit in a ready-made pot if there had been an open fire. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation right now. While the water has not been shut off at the Residence Bureau, the gas has been shut off in many areas, because gas is a huge risk. Once unoccupied and in disrepair, it leaks and explodes when it meets an open flame. The seemingly unforeseen decision should have been made by the official superbrain scientists, initiating a series of anticipatory responses to the end times. It was pretty much the same situation as the previous life, so it was within the circumstances that Lee Knight had expected. Another ghostly cry came from the corridor. We won't dare to do it again. Please let us go, okay? A man's near-collapse plea for mercy. Late. You've already been given a chance just now. It's all been said that it's the end of the world and everyone should coexist peacefully. And although you are the original residents of this upscale neighborhood, isn't it more important to show your host spirit at this time? Why do you have to drive us away? The person who spoke was still the same Liao Jiexing. I was wrong. I apologize. If you have any grievances, find me and leave my wife alone, will you? She's only in her 2nd month of pregnancy. The man had completely broken down. Oh, it's not like your wife is pregnant with mine. What do I care? Liao Jiexing slammed a door hard. The woman's terrified screams came from inside the door. But the more the woman screamed, the harder Liao Jiexing and the others smashed. Clunk. The door was smashed open. Liao Jiexing stood in the doorway, looking at a beautiful young woman who was knocked down by the door, glanced at the sight of a few men. A few people revealed an unspoken smile. This can be a blessing. Pregnant woman. Looks just watery. When I worked as a steel worker, I wondered how people who lived in these high-rise buildings could afford a house like this, and have such a good-looking wife? Liao Jiexing laughed and said, in the past, I looked up to you guys high and mighty, but now that the end times are here, you guys are nothing. This world will be reshuffled greatly, and everyone's position will be reshuffled as well. And now, I'm the one you should be looking up to from on high. The elite man in a suit cried and hugged Liao Jiexing's leg. Please, don't touch my wife. Just now I was the one who said to expel you guys. It has nothing to do with my wife. Please, don't hurt my wife. She's pregnant. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Liao Jiexing looked at the elite man with a cold face, then kicked it in the face and sneered. I know it was you who said that, but you're a male. What can we do to you? A female is another story. Liao Jiexing was at this time in the expansion of power. Maybe his original idea was to get people here to deal with walkers in unison, but when he encountered people opposing him one after another, and then after they were suppressed by him by force, along with that, his lust for power gradually skyrocketed. Once people have power in their hands, they are unchecked. Liao Jiexing was about to pounce on the woman when suddenly Li Knight opened the door. Liao Jiexing immediately stood still and coldly looked at Li Knight. Li Knight swept a glance at a location 4 or 5 rooms away from him. There were a dozen people standing over there, and those dozen people were all looking at him. The elite man on the ground who was surrounded and beaten was also looking at him. The elite man suddenly remembered Liao Jiexing's men discussing that there was a tough guy on this floor. That guy had a legendary tang knife in his hand, and the tang knife exuded an extreme stench, and he didn't know how many zombies he had killed before leaving so much of the stench behind. The elite man suddenly asked for help. Brother, please save us. Husband and wife, we'll do our best to repay you. System recommendation. Unperturbed, Li Knight placed a garbage bag in the doorway and closed the door. The garbage bag was clear and actually contained several empty cans of beef. Those people froze for a moment and immediately said to Liao Jiexing, Brother Liao, canned beef. It's canned beef, and several cans of it. Liao Jiexing was also surprised that this upscale neighborhood didn't really have much in the way of supplies. Even though the houses were expensive and the people who lived here were rich, people don't hoard food. They buy fresh ingredients every day, buy it the same day, make it the same day, and eat it the same day. And those vegetables, fruits, and meats that were fresh in the first place have long since been inedible after a power outage. So instead, they didn't have much supplies, not enough to eat at all, and it looked like this acid rain was going to rain for who knows how long, and if they didn't find food, they were going to starve to death. Brother Liao, we don't have much food left. A little brother next to Liao Jiexing was drooling furiously. They were already drooling one after another just from smelling that canned skin. Liao Jiexing glanced at the woman, and then glanced at the bag of control canned skin, picked up the pickaxe handle in his hand, and led a dozen people to Li Knight's door. The other side of the door, Li Knight leaned against the wall and counted down to 3.3, 2, bang! The door shook heavily, as if something sharp and heavy had slammed into it. Li Knight, however, didn't panic at all and instead revealed a pleased smile. As he had expected, these people were more interested in food than women. He deliberately put the finished canned skin out, in fact, to give Liao Jiexing a chance to choose. If Liao Jiexing does not provoke him, he will follow what he said before, not to take care of them, and will not see the righteousness. But if Liao Jie vividly got greedy, it would not be his fault. Bang. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Another heavy thud. 2 iron picks chiseled a hole in the door, and Liao Jiexing was ready to stick his eyes through to look inside. As a result, a muzzle stuck out just above Liao Jiexing's head. Liao Jiexing was instantly confused. The others took several steps backward in shock. Guns, 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 guns. The sidekick stuttered until he sang, who in the ordinary world has ever seen a gun? Liao Jiexing's reaction is also considered fast. Did not wait for Li Knight to shoot, but quickly a roll to escape the aim of the gun. After all, it is only a small hole. The range that can be shot is limited. Liao Jiexing fled downstairs without looking back, and Liao Jiexing's minions, too, hurriedly followed in Liao Jiexing's footsteps. Letting go of the 2 aborigines and fleeing downstairs, the man thanked Li Knight warily, then returned to his room with his wife. There was no way they could go downstairs again, and to do so would mean falling once again into the hands of Liao Jiexing's group of settlers. Li Knight withdrew his gun. He was just staring Liao Jiexing, letting Liao Jiexing know that he wasn't afraid of him, but he was too lazy to pay attention to him, and that he could easily take away everything from him if he wanted to. The 14th floor, the central event plaza in this upscale neighborhood building, is now home to hundreds of survivors. Half of them are aboriginals in the building. The other half are like Jiexing Liao, new settlers to the area. The aborigines looked, as it were, like people being watched over, shrunk into a small circle, watched over by the settlers on the periphery. Generally speaking, people who can make so much money to buy a house here use their brains to make money. So one looks more elegant, and the settlers are through a lot of hard work, all the way to kill the funeral escape over the body of the hostility than the aborigines to be much more violent. Hit people? That is really to the death beat. Liao Jiesheng nibbled on a ham sausage and stared blankly at the candle in front of him, pulling in the flame as if it mirrored his mood, scratching and clenching his teeth. Shit. Liao Jiesheng stomped out the candle. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. The inch-headed little brother next to him saw Liao Jiesheng getting angrier and angrier as he thought more and more. So he took the opportunity to arch his fire and said, "Brother Liao, it's not that I'm saying we're the bosses of this community. So if we keep letting a guy with a gun stay in the same building, it's going to be a hidden danger sooner or later." Jason Liao asked. So, the young man with the inches continued, "Even though he said he wouldn't interfere with us, wasn't that kid just interfering with our business? If it wasn't for him, we would have already gotten rid of that guy's wife. And, although holding a gun looks scary, but think of it in another way, he dares not go out easily with a gun. It shows that he still has little confidence in himself. Either that gun is fake or he picked it up, and he doesn't know how to use it very well. We have so many people, we can flush him out, can't we?" Liao Jiesheng, however, was not moved by the words, "You want me to die? Then you take my place and become the boss here?" The inch-headed youth quickly shook his head. No, I didn't think that way. I just think that if that kid is left unchecked, sooner or later he will be a hidden danger to us. If you want to die, go ahead. I won't stop you." The young man with the inch head said no more. Sitting on the other side, his eyes looked at Liao Jiesheng with resentment. To be honest, the moment Liao Jiesheng saw through his thoughts just now, he was still a bit flustered. He was trying to take Liao Jiesheng's place. This is the end of the world. Who doesn't want to make more profit for themselves? As long as he has a gun, he can top Liao Jiesheng. He secretly gathered a dozen or so people who were close to him, and while the others were asleep, he quietly rushed upstairs with pickaxe handles and whatnot. Liao Jiesheng opened his eyes, glanced at the direction they rushed over, and snorted coldly. "Stupid inch youth, they are construction team. So there are a lot of pickaxe handles and other hard weapons?" With a look from the inch youth, several people at the same time ruthlessly cleaved Li Knight's door. It took only a few seconds for the door to break down, with several of them taking turns slashing at it. Li Knight was sitting on the couch, leisurely pointing his gun at them. "We are not afraid of you," the young man with an inch head said. "This gun is either fake or you don't have confidence in your marksmanship. Otherwise you wouldn't have hidden in your room and not come out. You would have become the boss of this building long ago." At the order of the inch-headed youth, a dozen people all rushed towards Li Knight, ready to chop Li Knight to death with a messy pickaxe. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The corner of Li Knight's mouth lifted into a contemptuous smile, slightly adjusting the muzzle of his gun before firing. Bang! The young man with an inch head fell straight backward right in the center of his forehead. There was a deep bullet hole that was gurgling blood. The others were immediately stunned. And I don't know who shouted, "There are so many of us. Let's charge together." A dozen or so people rushed towards Li Knight stiffly. Li Knight fired without panic. 9 bullets, accurately hitting 9 frontal centers. There were still 5 people left, and they had been completely stunned. This what the young man with the inch head said. Not confident in his marksmanship? Never seen a more confident one. Since the beginning, people haven't moved from their place on the couch. There's no bullets, is there? At that moment, Liao Jiesheng led a group of people and walked in through the door. Liao Jiesheng looked at the corpse of the inch-haired youth lying on the ground and laughed contemptuously. "Stupid one, still presuming to snatch my boss's position?" Liao Jiesheng laughed and said to Li Knight, "I used to be a soldier, so I know that this Type 99 pistol can only be loaded with a maximum of 9 rounds of bullets, and without the bullets, you'll be at my mercy." System recommendation. Liao Jiesheng had a winning expression on his face. It felt like he had done the math to the nth degree, letting the snipers fight it out and ending up with him. The fisherman. Li Knight didn't say anything and just looked at Liao Jiesheng. Jason Liao might even now consider himself a natural tactician and strategist, but it didn't occur to him that his so-called cleverness in the extreme was only countered by the fact that some people were too stupid. "Did I mention that I don't bother you guys and you don't bother me?" Li Knight asked Liao Jiesheng indifferently. Liao Jiesheng frowned slightly as he repeatedly sized up Li Knight. Judging from his voice, Li Knight was not very old, at best in his early 20s, and was still a bit untouched by his tenderness. "You're so young. Where did you get such a big deal? Putting on that confident demeanor? You don't even have any bullets left. Why are you pretending?" Liao Jiesheng snorted. "It's good for young people to have guts, but they also need to understand one thing, to see the good things and figure out the situation." Liao Jiesheng's little brother also shouted, "If you want to live, bring the food over. Maybe our boss will still leave you alive. After all, the boss has explained that in the end times, People are the greatest wealth. So we are not allowed to kill innocents indiscriminately. But if you don't know what's good for you, you're just asking for your own death. Li Knight remained expressionless and even tried to laugh a little. The reason for such a drastic change in the attitudes of these men was because Liao Jiesheng said something about how he had emptied the bullets in his pistol and didn't consider him to be a threat. Bang. Li Knight fires another shot that lands on Liao Jiesheng's knee. Liao Jiesheng fell straight to the ground in pain. He looked at Li Knight with horror. Impossible. I counted clearly just now. You've already shot 9 times. It's impossible to have bullets left. Ignorant. Did you know that by loading your pistol 1 round ahead of time and then filling the magazine, you can load an extra bullet? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Li Knight threw the pistol to the side, then took out another pistol directly from his back and laughed fiercely. Besides, how did you know that I only have 1 gun? Li Knight's gun was aimed at Liao Jiesheng's head, and Liao Jiesheng was in a cold sweat. His body immediately shivered. Don't kill me. I'm wrong. I don't dare anymore. Liao Jiesheng begged for mercy again, just as humble as before. It's too late. The first time I could have considered you ignorant and forgiven you, but this is already the second time. It's you who must seek death, and I won't give you any more chances. Bang! With 1 shot, a bullet hole appeared in Liao Jiesheng's forehead and heart, and he died with his eyes open. The others were completely stunned. Even Liao Jiesheng was dead. Li Knight aimed his gun at the others, all of whom were crouching on the ground, not daring to move. Get out! As soon as the crowd heard that Li Knight was going to release them, they immediately fled as if they were on the verge of amnesty. Rolling and crawling. Li Knight didn't rush all of them. He didn't intend to stay here for long anyway. Killing all of them wouldn't have much of an impact on him. Li Knight looked at the computer in the room and tried to connect to the network. Such upscale neighborhoods are usually equipped with dedicated internet lines, so there will be some possibility that the internet is uninterrupted. Sure enough, after a few minutes of waiting, the networking worked immediately. First inserted Ning's group 36 strange departmental chips, using the program within the chip. He remotely connected to the official webpage of the 36 Monsters Department, and then saw the latest intelligence update of the 36 monsters. He could only see information about the middle 12 monsters and the lower 12 monsters, the poison monster and the money monster. At the moment, are definitively ruled dead. Below the head bursting, knife sniffing, and sniffing monsters, there were also question marks marked, meaning that Ning's group was still unsure of the life and death of these 3 people. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation of the middle 12 and the lower 12 monsters. 7 had awakened non-combat attributes for their professions. A mechanical restorer, a biopreventer, a ruin artist, a material broker, a ruin surveyor, and a disaster feng shui master. Respectively, there are 5 combat attribute professions or powers: a flame weapon specialist, 3 fighters, and a tactical specialist, together with the poison monster, head-bursting monster, knife monster, and sniffing monster from before. That was 16 people who had awakened their professions or special abilities. Of the middle 12 monsters and the lower 12 monsters were only 24 people in total, and actually 2/3 of them had awakened. This percentage was terrifying. In that case, wouldn't the upper 12 monsters, which are classified as absolute secrets, have a higher percentage of awakening? Those professionals with non-combat attributes, while it may seem like they're not much of a threat, often people like that will get good jobs and pay, just like the disaster feng shui master. Following the traits associated with the pre-apocalyptic profession of feng shui master, the disaster feng shui master was more adept at utilizing feng shui techniques to find safe areas and reduce the possibility of the shelters established by humans being raided by the creatures of doom. Of course, after the end of the world, disaster feng shui master is still the field of metaphysics. Anyway, Li Knight is not very believe, but some big people will be very obsessed with this. Professions like ruin surveyor, biopreventer, and material broker, where the main career skill is the ability to find, collect, plan, and strategize in this area of materials, have similar general career goals, but feature slightly different abilities. As far as wasteland artists go, it tends to be more uplifting, inspiring hope, that sort of thing. However, Li Knight hadn't even noticed it before. This wasteland artist, the 27th monster in Ning's next 12 monsters, was actually Ai Shichi, the little diva with the huge lungs who held a concert at the West Side Coliseum. Even she was an employee of the 36 monsters. Ning's group had really racked their brains in order to form the 36 monsters, and had included talents from all fields. Underneath Eskies, it's labeled survival. This meant that Ning's group had confirmed that Aishiki was still alive, but Aishiki should be surrounded by over 100,000 zombies inside and outside the stadium right now, making it difficult to come out. The stadium is now the hardest hit area. More than 100,000 zombies crowded there with super high density. That is to send the army there. I guess there is no good way other than washing the ground with shells. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Lee Knight logged out of the internal webpage of the 36 monsters, and he didn't notice that the moment he logged out, a small line of code appeared in the upper right corner of his webpage and flickered away. Lee Knight continued to browse the popular webpages. There were many survivors who were currently begging for help online, through various means, text, video or photos, but in Lee Knight's opinion, it was of little significance. A lot of people can't save themselves right now, let alone save others. Lee Knight even saw some female anchors, who took the initiative to publicize the address of their homes, telling the big brothers in the live broadcast that she could promise to give the other party a timeout as long as anyone could save her. The anchor is not a star, but for some users who regularly watch her live, and stars are actually similar a system recommendation, so there are still a lot of people are very moved, but also really someone to protect themselves like an iron bucket, with homemade weapons, rushed to the door of the anchor woman. But the anchor woman look at the other side of the look is really not to see the past want to reverse, and then pressed by the fans on the bed, in front of the live broadcast of all the viewers of the strong. Things like this have been seen all over the internet. Lee Knight also watched it as a pleasure. He was mainly aware of the movements of some big institutions and organizations. The Dragon Academy of Science held its first post-apocalyptic general meeting and decided to unite 3 top super brain scientists, 33 researchers, and more than 100 apocalyptic-related professionals to formally establish the Doomsday Research Institute, which will continue to provide the majority of survivors with apocalyptic intelligence. The 3rd, 13th, and 21st Corps have completed their merger and are preparing to support the Longnan region in 3 days. The Imperial Capital's top consortiums, the Li Consortium and the Shin Consortium, have joined forces and invested a large amount of money and resources to establish the Guardian Alliance, widely inviting aspiring individuals to join them and work together to guard the peace and order of the human world. Superbrain scientists have a new name for acid rain, called microbial acid rain. A special kind of acid rain that forms as a result of large numbers of microbes entering the great ecological cycle and falling with the acid rain. Mythic Technology Corporation, claiming that they have developed a successful titanium alloy prosthetic limb that is ready to be mass-produced and put into use, and intend to establish a steel mythic regiment. Lee Knight saw a lot of news one after another. It was similar to what he had learned in his previous life, only he hadn't gotten the network equipment in his previous life. So he didn't know they were getting started so early, and how many legions have carried out mergers of their old parts to form new legions, like the Longnan Legion, which was formed by merging the old parts of 6 legions and fought mainly in the Longnan region. In the future, the Jiangcheng garrison will be subordinate to the Longnan Legion. As for the institute formed by the Dragon Academy of Sciences, although it was the first to be officially announced, it was not the most authoritative. The most authoritative instead was the Mythic Technology Corporation, which had only officially announced its mechanical prosthetics at the moment, and had privately begun to form the Mythic Doomsday Research Institute. But of course the scale could not be compared to the official one at the moment. But the founder of Mythic Technologies, himself a super brain scientist, was so fastidious in his development that he soon surpassed the official institute. Lee Knight was looking at it when there was another knock on the door. There was a hole in the modern day of his door that had been chiseled out by an iron pickaxe. Lee Knight was too lazy to care. Anyway, he was going to leave this place as soon as the microbial acid rain stopped, ready to make a trip to the boxer's villa if he had the chance. There were also some guns and ammo in that basement that he just couldn't take last time, so he left them there for now. The other man knocked on the door with a careful voice, as if he was afraid of upsetting him. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Lee Knight went over to open the door. It was the elite couple on their floor. At the moment the woman was carrying the man. The man's face was very pale. The wound on his arm began to rapidly pus. "Brother, do you have any medicine? Please, can you save my husband? My husband's wound seems to be infected." The woman begged Lee Knight. Lee Knight originally wouldn't have saved it, but seeing that the woman had a motherly aura that was unique to pregnant women, Lee Knight was somewhat softened. For a child born in the end times to be born alive is already a great blessing that was cultivated in a previous life. It means that their parents need to go through a lot of trouble to make him born. Very difficult. New life, for human beings, is new hope. Wait a minute. Lee Knight closed the door. He had the zombie in the hidden body space help him find a box of antibiotics in the supplies, and he took out 3 tablets, then plus 2 boxes of compressed cookies, and a box of canned beef and handed them to the woman. When the woman saw this, she was immediately moved to human tears and was immediately about to kneel down to thank Lee Knight, but was stopped by Lee Knight. "This is the last time I'm going to help you, and you're not going to come back to me." Lee Knight closed the door. The women also knew that Lee Knight had helped them enough. Helping out this far would have been a kindness. Lee Knight was ready to continue browsing the web, but he realized that the network had been interrupted. With nothing to do, Lee Knight laid down on his bed and called Canine Devil out to help him let off steam as he prepared to take a nap. After sleeping for an indeterminate amount of time, he was vaguely disturbed by the sound of a quarrel. "And you say you didn't sell your body? Why on earth would he give you canned beef? The man roared in rough-necked fury. And there was the sound of smashing. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The woman cried and said she didn't. But the man wouldn't listen no matter what. And there was even the sound of punches and kicks being thrown at the woman. The woman couldn't stand it and fled to Lee Knight's door, begging him to open it. The man had a pickaxe handle in his hand and said, somewhat frantically, see, I told you guys were having an affair. Why did you ask him to protect you? Shouldn't you explain it to me properly? The woman said in fear, I told you, but you didn't believe me. And all you did to me was punch and kick me. But don't you prove my suspicions by asking him for help now? Shouldn't I be the one you trust the most? Why are you turning to another man for help? Is it because you think I'm useless? So you want to turn to another man? Oh, women really aren't any good. The man was carrying a pickaxe handle. Godlike, the woman knocked furiously on Lee Knight's door. Lee Knight was the only one she could turn to. Lee Knight opened the door and handed out a gun. There's only one round in the gun. Then Lee Knight closed the door. 10 years of post-apocalyptic experience in his previous life had taught him that it was better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. If the woman herself does not have the courage to protect herself, and can only rely on others to protect, after all, can protect the first day, but cannot protect the 15th. In the post-apocalyptic world, only women like Zhuo Wanqing can survive. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the empty hotel. A plop. The man falls to the ground. The woman froze for a moment and then started bawling. He turned out not to be like that. He was a sunny, happy, energetic man. After graduating from a prestigious university, I joined a pretty good state-owned enterprise with a very high annual salary, and we have a very privileged life. However, ever since Liao Jieshang and the others appeared, he has been beaten often, and in order to protect me, he even knelt down to lick Liao Jieshang's shoes. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. He lived with no dignity for me, but I killed him. The woman continued to bawl, perhaps also crying about their hopeless future. How should she face the horrors of the post-apocalyptic world when she is 2 months pregnant and alone in the future? Lee Knight sighed. This is what women have to deal with. Lee Knight continued to go to sleep, and when he opened his eyes again, the acidic rain outside had stopped, and the sky was flooded with gray. And the entire city was shrouded in gray. The air was filled with strands and strands of what looked like spit, and certain buildings had been completely enveloped in this filament, as if they were covered in cobwebs, incredibly claustrophobic and filled with inexplicable eeriness. System recommendation. The canine devil in his old yellow form, who was sprawled out on the side of the bed, suddenly raised his head and pricked up his ears to listen to something. Woo! Woof! Old Yellow suddenly began to growl very smartly and low toward the floor and pawing at the ground. It's like there's something in the floor. Old Yellow kept following the thing, plowing his way down, plowed the floor in pieces. Although the old yellow form of the canine demon didn't have much combat power, but after all, the foundation was here. Suddenly, Old Yellow stuck his mouth into the hole in the floor as if he was gnawing on something. What's to eat, Old Yellow? Lee Knight actually heard the sound of crunching and biting bones. As soon as Old Huan lifted his head, the animal in his mouth was already just half left, but he could tell just by that half that it was a very large rat. It had to be at least 2 feet long. The limbs get some sort of mutation and the nails are almost 3 inches long. The hair all over the body shows signs of chemical burns. Lee Knight was stunned as he immediately told the canine demon to throw that rat down. The canine demon immediately did as he was told, and as Lee Knight observed the half-rat, there was indeed no problem with his guess. It's the Doomsday Rats, a creature that brought about the bubonic plague, one of the 3 plagues of Armageddon. Huge numbers of them, most living in the sewer pipes of human life, or in mountains of garbage, eroded by a combination of post-apocalyptic energy and microbial acid rain into their current form. There is a saying in post-doom that once you see a doom rattler, you need to run away from this place because it is completely surrounded by doom rattlers. That means there are a lot of doom rats in this building right now. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. They were originally in the underground water pipes, but are now being driven inside the building by standing water from the acid rain. Lee Knight immediately stood up. No! Can't sit around and wait for death. Although the Doom Rats didn't have much combat power on their own, the Doom Rats acted in groups, and a group of Doom Rats could even eat everyone in the entire building, and might not even be able to walk away from him. Lee Knight opened the door to find the woman leaning against his doorway, falling in as soon as he opened it. There's a big puddle of blood on the floor, all coming from the woman's wrist. The woman's husband was beaten to death by her, and she herself, having lost hope and motivation to live, slit her wrists and killed herself with a possibly unformed child in her womb. Although it was pitiful, Lee Knight didn't have much sympathy. He has given the woman the opportunity to choose her own destiny, but the woman chooses, but does not have the courage to meet it. Such a person can live for a while in the end times, And it is difficult to live all the time. Li Knight walked into the hallway and listened carefully with bated breath. A rustling sound could already be heard faintly in the hallway. Li Knight turned on the strong flashlight and gathered the light to a minimum that could be directed to the bottom of the stairwell, and yet it was still pitch black. But in fact it wasn't pitch black. But the bottom of the stairwell had been flooded with a blackened tide of doom rats. There are an unimaginable number of doom mad rats that are crawling from the bottom of the building to the upper floors, and may have reached the 3rd floor by now. Li Knight immediately leapt down and speed dropped to the 5th floor through the means of parkour, and by the time he reached the 5th floor, the 4th floor already had the advance guard of the doomsday rats rushing up. Li Knight let the sharpshooter war pet help him get the gasoline out, dumping gasoline all the way up the stairs. The thick smell of gasoline filled the stairwell. By the time he reached the 6th floor, a barrel of gasoline had been emptied. Then Li Knight immediately lit the fire. And the moment it was lit, the fire quickly ran down the gasoline. Immediately a large amount of searing flames sprang up in the doom rats' eye in the relatively airtight hallway. The flames raced wildly upward again. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Li Knight's quick eyes and hands put the Divine Gunner battle pet into the hidden corpse space, then casually found a building door and rushed out. Immediately slamming the door behind him, the searing flames immediately burned the door quite hot. And there was a great deal of shrill yelping from the rats on the other side. Li Knight found something to block the door, then turned around and found so many people looking at him with confused faces. These people were men and women, young and old, and some of the men were still holding weapons in their hands nervously. These people should be the aborigines and settlers of this building that were gathered here by Jie Shang Liao. He had actually rushed to the 14th floor without realizing it. Almost 100 people, containing almost all the survivors in the building. Act now. Li Knight suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at each other. None of them had seen this youth before, but suddenly, he was pointing his finger at them, causing some people to immediately frown slightly. They only knew that Liao Jiesheng was very scary. Could it be that this youth was one of Liao Jiesheng's men? Is he so rude to them? Li Knight patiently explained. Now that the doomsday rats are about to rush up, everyone, immediately fill all the doors and windows in the room with something. Must, immediately. The crowd was puzzled. What doomsday rats? And who are you? What gives you the right to dictate to us as soon as you arrive? Where's Liao Jieshen? Why didn't he show up? There was a middle-aged man with a greasy hair, wearing a shirt and suit pants, who looked like he should have been a corporate executive or even a boss before the end of the world. He looked Li Knight up and down and felt that Li Knight was not quite the same as Liao Jiesheng's gang. Jason Liao. The middle-aged man looked around. We just heard gunshots coming from upstairs. Is it true that all of Liao Jiesheng's people are dead from the firefight? The middle-aged man condescendingly asked Li Knight. Li Knight looked at the middle-aged man and didn't say anything. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. And as the middle-aged man saw Li Knight acquiesce, the timid energy in his body immediately dissipated. The posture of the body also became very stretched. Li Knight suddenly laughed. Also, he almost forgot about it for a while. Although Liao Jiesheng's management methods were very rough and brutal, they were very well received within the survivors. The vast majority of people are ambitious. And even those who appear to be more or less Buddhist on a regular basis are more or less ambitious to become leaders, especially after they have seen what Liao Jiesheng's power can do. They all want to be the next Liao Jiesheng. So of course, they wouldn't be willing to let Li Knight, a young man who looked like he hadn't even grown his beard yet, manage them to do things. The middle-aged man added, I'll introduce myself. My name is Qiu Jinpeng. I'm an executive of a listed company. At the same time, I'm also the management of the industry committee group of this neighborhood. People call me Brother Qiu. Looking at your face is raw. You should not be an aboriginal of this neighborhood. You're also a settler? Li Knight still didn't say anything. He wanted to see what kind of demon this Qiu Jinpeng wanted to create. Qiu Jinpeng realized that Li Knight was not as domineering as Liao Jiesheng, who hit people at the drop of a hat, which made Qiu Jinpeng even more certain that he could eat this young man. Since you are a settler, don't tell us what to do. We aborigines are the masters here. If you don't want to obey us, you can leave. And the other settlers too. If you don't obey, you can leave. The settlers bowed their heads in a hurry and left. Where are you leaving? The acid rain has stopped now, but there is standing water everywhere outside left by the acid rain, and the acidity is quite high. Someone accidentally fell in, a living, breathing man of flesh, and floated up with nothing more than a pitted skeleton. Now that there were only a dozen of them settlers and 80 or 90 aborigines, they had to be nestled in a corner trying to keep a low profile, not expecting to be directly named. They immediately nodded as if they were pounding garlic when the other aborigines saw that the settlers were finally not rampant. They stood up one by one and said to Li Knight, you go and crouch over there as well. We're going to go upstairs and see what's going on. They have to make sure that Liao Jiesheng and the others are really dead. Also, they just heard gunshots means there are weapons upstairs that can protect them. System recommendation. Several men kept their mouths shut, but in their hearts they were fighting the idea. Next to Qiu Jinpeng, there was also a middle-aged man wearing glasses. And that middle-aged man seemed to be very skittish about Qiu Jinpeng. Brother Qiu is our boss now, and with Brother Qiu around, he'll surely lead us out of our predicament. Qiu Jinpeng looked at the spectacled middle-aged man in a very flattering manner, nodding his head. He said, or Lao Zhang has a sense of the big picture. Later if I find the supplies that Liao Jiesheng and the others robbed, first give Lao Zhang you more points. Your wife is so beautiful. You guys must be night and day. All of you are tired and weak. Skinny what kind of? Eat a little more. Make up for it. Or else your wife ran away with someone else. How to do? What if your wife runs off with someone else? Qiu Jinpeng laughed out loud. The middle-aged man wearing glasses was slightly stunned. Subconsciously, he glanced at the woman who was watching him worriedly from the crowd. His wife is a famous beautiful young woman in this building, although more than 30 years old, but he usually do not even want to let his wife do a heavy job. So his wife is particularly well maintained. The body, in particular, was especially enchanting and perfect. Some people privately described his wife. That is simply a willow waist hanging two big gourds. To be as charming as possible, usually walking in and out. There was no shortage of other men staring, but when the end times didn't come, it was a society of law and order. So others just looked at it a few more times and didn't dare to do anything. But now the end times are here. Just now there are several men, under the false pretext of avoidance, make a strong stick to his wife. All were scolded away by him, even. It was almost snatched away by Liao Jiesheng and the others. If it wasn't for the fact that the Aborigines were fairly united before, everyone understood the truth that if one person's wife couldn't be saved, then everyone's wives and daughters might be reduced to the tools that Liao Jiesheng and the others used to vent their frustrations next. So a group of aboriginals sort of got on the same page and bailed out his wife, but now that Liao Jiesheng and the others are gone, there is no external contradiction, and some people aboriginal began to focus on his wife again, and even Qiu Jinpeng, who has always been known for his righteousness, began to openly flirt with her. Qiu Jinpeng, this guy is just a moralizing guy too. The last time he was on a business trip, this guy actually pretended to visit his house and wanted to enter his house. Luckily someone else stopped him at that time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. But he could only endure now. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Guns. As long as he has a gun, he can protect his wife. These few were ready to go upstairs, each with their own idea in mind. Li Knight laughed lightly. Originally he wanted to tell these people about the rat plague, but the attitude of these people made him very upset, taking the anger he suffered at Liao Jiesheng and releasing it on him. Then he didn't care. Li Knight stepped aside, seeing that those people were about to open the door. Li Knight immediately rushed towards the window. Qiu Jinpeng looked at Li Knight with a scared look and laughed contemptuously. Kids are just kids. They get scared as soon as they're scared. He went to the front of the line and was the first to open the door. After all, he'd thought about taking the gun into his own hands for a long time. As soon as he opened the door, there was a sudden burst of fire, and some fireballs actually rushed towards his face. Qiu Jinpeng didn't have time to dodge and was immediately plopped on his face by those fireballs. Qiu Jinpeng immediately felt a very sharp pain on his face, not just the pain of the fire, but the pain of being torn and scratched by something. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, fireballs all over the floor screamed as they came through the door, immediately sending the crowd into a panic. Still not closing the door? Li Knight rushed over and kicked the door shut. Then he took out his tang sword and precisely slashed at a fireball that was rushing towards him. These doomsday berserkers undergo mutation. Their bodies become larger, and the fat in their bodies will increase in a short period of time, only to slowly settle into muscle at a later stage, and basically just fat-filled in the early stage, because fat cells are more active. Once stimulated, they will start dividing before bone and muscle cells. This also allowed Li Knight's plan to work. A barrel of gasoline served as a flame to fuel the flames, and the fat of the dune rats was the fuel. So unsurprisingly, the flames could wipe out most of the dune rats. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. It's rats. It's rats. Shoot them. Someone exclaimed. Then the crowd frantically smashed at the burning doomsday rats with whatever tools they could get their hands on. Although the doom rats are fast and very agile, but it couldn't be helped that there were many people here, and with each person taking out one or two doomsday rats, the doomsday rats that had just burrowed in through the doorway were killed off. The crowd saw that there were no living doomsday rats, which caused them to lose their strength and sit down on the floor. Looking at Qiu Jinpeng again, his face had been eaten by the doomsday berserker rats that had eaten his features, and his skin was burnt and oily. Still wailing, with one eye open, he looked to the nearest middle-aged man in glasses. Help! Help me! The man wearing glasses hesitated for a moment and immediately copied the folding chair next to him and ruthlessly smashed it into Qiu Jinpeng's face. I'll kill you! The man with the glasses went crazy and smashed Qiu Jinpeng's head directly with hundreds of angry smashes. The scene was silent. Lao Zhang. A woman looked at the middle-aged man with glasses in horror. Old Zhang smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry. I will protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you." Old Zhang's wife didn't say anything, but just looked at him with some fear. And his glasses still had Cho Jinpeng's brain smeared on them, which looked a little scary. It was so hard to get rid of Liao Jiashang. And now there's a big rat. It's not giving us any chance to live. Some people couldn't take the ups and downs and just started bursting into tears. One person cries, and the others can't help but want to cry. Sadness lingered in the congregation. You guys have time to cry. Why don't you find something to plug up the cracks now? Sooner or later those doom-mad rats out there are going to get in. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. As soon as he heard Li Knight say that, the crowd immediately rushed into spontaneous action. Li Knight smiled darkly. People were such creatures, they can't be so well behaved and do their work without the horrible reality being laid out for them. After blocking all the corners of this hall, it was already night and the hall was dark. Li Knight sat alone on the windowsill. A window had to be left open or the room would be negatively pressurized and allow the smoke from the building to burrow in. He sat on the windowsill so that he could leave immediately in case of danger. And secondly, if any of the doom-mad rats tried to climb in, they'd have to be hacked in two by his tanged sword. The survivors had a few weakly lit candles in the center of the fire. Old Zhang, how do you feel now? A soft female voice asked. Honey, I'm hard. I'm thirsty. I want some water. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. I'll get you water. The woman gets up and passes through a crowd of survivors immediately. There were several eyes, greedily staring at the woman's graceful legs, and water snake-like waist and crotch. There was a lot of gulping. Li Knight opened his eyes and glanced at the woman out of the corner of his eye. Woman, after passing a strapping young man, the youth reached out with a lightning bolt, startling the woman slightly. She turned her head to find so many men looking at her with unsavory eyes. Her footsteps immediately became a little heavier. System recommendation. The woman trembled as she entered the restroom, which hadn't stopped running. And there wasn't a shortage of water for everyone at the moment, but when the woman walked into the restroom, the lanky man hesitated and followed her in, closed the restroom door, and then a very harsh shout erupts from inside the door. What are you doing? You get out! The woman cried out. The sounds of pushing and shoving and clothes ripping came out as well. Let me go! Please, can you let me go? The woman desperately begged the man, but the sound of ripping clothes continued. The man's physique was tall, and it looked like he worked out regularly. His strength was by no means something that an average woman could resist. Within a few minutes, there was heavy panting coming from the restroom, and the sound was clear to the ears in the silent hall. The middle-aged man wearing glasses awoke from his coma and heard the voice. Who? You let go of my wife. He was weak. Plus he hadn't eaten properly for days. There was no strength at all, so he had to fight his way forward, but there was always someone intentionally or unintentionally in his way, only forcing him to crawl around the road. The voices in the restroom continued, and the middle-aged man's heart was breaking. While crying, she gritted her teeth, her eyes filling with red blood. The others just looked at him indifferently. There was no intention of going up to help when he finally managed to crawl to the restroom door with a lot of effort. The door to the restroom opened. The lanky man put on his pants as he stepped out of it, out of the corner of his eye. He looked at the middle-aged man with the glasses, spit on his head. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Then he returned to his original seat and sat down, seeming to reminisce about something with his eyes closed. The other man stood up as well, stepping over the middle-aged man with glasses and walking into the restroom. Closing the door behind him, the middle-aged man with glasses frantically slammed the door, but there was no other sound inside in response to him other than that voice, and the woman's cries, much to the despair of the middle-aged man in glasses. When the second man came out, the third and fourth men walked in at the same time. A new round of torture for women. Li Knight stayed right by the windowsill, watching the hazy city in the waning moonlight. There are so many tall buildings in the city. It's not uncommon for this to happen. Human nature has returned to a primitive level, even after a long period of repression of instincts, exploding more violently than in primitive societies. Li Knight knew that a new set of order was needed in human society after the end times, but he wasn't going to bother about it, because he looked out into the haze and always had an ominous feeling that haunted him. He was planning to leave when the water in the city had pretty much receded, but it seemed that he might not be able to wait until then. The tragedy in the restroom went on for hours, except for some men with families and wives and children, who were very much in the mood but didn't go in. Almost all the single men on the scene had gone in, and the women didn't even have the strength to scream. The middle-aged man then desperately crawled into the restroom and hugged his wife's body as he cried in pain. Honey, it's my fault. It's me who didn't protect you. It's me who's sorry. The middle-aged man with glasses cried out. Only a few people showed sympathetic expressions, while the men who had just gone into the restroom had only gloating expressions, and even had a kind of intention to do it again. It was completely dark, and the middle-aged man with glasses, desperate, held the woman in his arms, who was covered with his clothes, his body trembling. The middle-aged man with glasses, his eyes red, stared intently at the men who had just gone into the restroom, but didn't care for him. Just a skinny, sickly GUI. No matter what kind of position he held and how much power he had before the end of the world. But in the end of the world everyone was equal, and the fist was the hard way. Wow. Suddenly, Lee Knight heard the sound of water coming from downstairs. Immediately, he looked down, but saw nothing but a slight ripple in the water. It's getting weird. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Lee Knight held the Tang sword in his hand, noiselessly climbing down the security window. He was going to see if something had gotten into their building. There were several wet handprints on the wall below the first floor windows, and even the steel bars of the first floor security windows, which had been broken and bent just enough for an adult to fit through. Lee Knight's mind instantly recalled a piece of information from his previous life appeared in the super-infected body in Jiangcheng. 3 are good at surviving in water, while only one is good at surviving in strong acidic water. River City 3. The first super-infected body to come into view, the body carries a highly corrosive acid, and an ordinary person who touches a little will immediately trigger skin ulcers all over the body. It's a very deadly acid. Lee Knight noticed that on the handprints left on the wall, some corrosion could be seen on the wall. Lee Knight's heart sank. If he wasn't wrong, River City 3 might have entered this building. 14th floor lobby. Everyone drifted off to sleep in the latter part of the night. The middle-aged man wearing glasses suddenly got up and walked tremblingly to the door, which was directly blocked by the crowd with tables, chairs and benches. Now the middle-aged man was actually going to open that door. Stop him. Someone saw the behavior of the middle-aged man. A group of men immediately flew over and pressed the middle-aged man underneath them, then frantically punched and kicked him, but the middle-aged man just curled up and didn't say a word. Click. The middle-aged man's glasses were stomped on. The burly youth lifted the middle-aged man's body up and viciously slapped the middle-aged man several times. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation shit. What do you want? If you want to die, don't take us with you. The lanky youth tossed the middle-aged man aside. Bah! Spit in the middle-aged man's face again. The others in the room looked a little exasperated, but no one dared to say anything. It was now obvious that this lanky youth had become the fist and mouth person in their place. Don't go. You got my wife. I'll kill you. The middle-aged man's breath was dying when the burly youth heard this. They all laughed outright. Ha ha ha. You're going to kill me? With just you? Do you have the skill? The lanky youth viciously kicked the middle-aged man a few more times, the brutal force of his kicks collapsing the middle-aged man's sternum a few points. The middle-aged man looked like he was going to die. Bang. Suddenly, the door was poked by something. The crowd took a closer look and it was actually an arm. A pitted, covered in various pustules, rather nasty-looking arm. The arm reached out to the middle-aged man, who suddenly let out a weird laugh. I'm weak, but I'm determined. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul to the devil. All of you. I'm going to kill. The middle-aged man screamed and gave his arm to the arm that was outside the door. Snort. The pustules on the arm outside the door began to rupture. A large amount of acid flowed towards the middle-aged man, rapidly dissolving the skin of the middle-aged man's arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the burly youth saw this scene, they couldn't help but take a few steps backward in fear. It was painful to watch, but the middle-aged man let out a very soothing cry, and his eyes became increasingly scarlet. At system recommendation, Lee Knight, who was still outside the first floor, suddenly heard hissing screams coming from the 14th floor and immediately scurried up quickly like a nimble monkey. Before he could reach the window on the 14th floor, suddenly a man was mentioned outside the window and carried by the neck. It was that lanky youth, and the person choking him was actually a middle-aged man. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man's skin all over his body was corroding at a high speed, and even the muscles and blood underneath the skin were also being corroded rapidly, turning into a very tight charred black color. Lee Knight could clearly feel that the apocalyptic energy in the middle-aged man's body was surging. Breathe rough. The expression was hideous. Eyes red fey. And it wasn't just any fey. It had quickly crossed the first and second levels and was evolving into a third level fey. The lanky youth was horrified. His neck had been corroded by the middle-aged man, and used all his strength to try to break the middle-aged man's fingers. But the middle-aged man's fingers were like steel pincers. Even though all the muscles of the lanky youth's arm bulged, he was unable to break the slightest bit. Spare me. The lanky youth begged for mercy in agony. Hiss hiss hiss. The middle-aged man's voice had been corroded, and he couldn't even let out a laugh. Only a sharp intake of breath. The eye in the lanky youth's desperate eyes. The middle-aged man let go of his hand, and the lanky man fell downward in despair. He was ready to be corrupted by acid, but it was suddenly yanked by another hand. It's Lee Knight. It wasn't as if Lee Knight had to be generous with his kindness, but he reached out and pulled a hand since he had witnessed the Fae persecuting the humans. Thanks. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. The stout youth's words had just fallen. Lee Knight then violently swung the lanky youth's body like a sledgehammer and ruthlessly slammed it back into the middle-aged man's body inside the window. Then Lee Knight took advantage of the situation and jumped into the window. And at this moment, the hallway door of the hall had been destroyed. A dozen or so zombies poured in, led by a zombie with a greenish color. That zombie was about 1.5 meters tall and relatively short. The pustules on his body kept rupturing and growing new ones. A lot of acid comes out of the burst pustules. So much acid gathered on the floor, forming a large puddle of pale greenish acid that corroded the floor tiles with white smoke. And a pungent, strong acidic gas filled the entire hall. The survivors in the halls have apparently been subjected to the first round of attacks. On the ground lay several people who had already been corrupted by the strong acid, and they were having the tendency to mutate into zombies. The other survivors, hiding in three corners, everyone looked at Lee Knight in horror. Lee Knight kicked the lanky youth away from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's hair was thoroughly corroded clean by the strong acid, but the middle-aged man's form was vaguely recognizable. Wife! Wife! In the middle-aged man's throat, he shouted something indistinct. Immediately, he rushed towards Lee Knight, intending to touch Lee Knight's skin with his hands full of strong acid. Lee Knight's eyes were cold and penetrating, and his tang sword was instantly sheathed. Clank! A momentary flash of cold light. Lee Knight cut off both of the middle-aged man's arms. The middle-aged man looked at his broken arm with some confusion. Although he still retains a little bit of his pre-birth obsession about his wife, his brain has been completely destroyed and he is already a zombie. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Wife! 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 The middle-aged man once again frantically rushed towards Lee Knight. Even if he didn't have both arms, he would still use his teeth to bite Lee Knight to death. Although the middle-aged man, due to his great obsession with his wife and his extreme vengeance against these people, picked up the power of the super-infected body and mutated into a powerful fae, but this kind of fae with a slower stature. Lee Knight wasn't really very scrupulous. Another cut directly severed the middle-aged man's neck. The head landed on the ground, and the middle-aged man collapsed completely. The crowd was stunned and none of them had paid much attention to the young man before. It just seemed like there was something idiosyncratic about this young man. I didn't realize it was so powerful. This one with the glasses should turn out to be the Fae zombie that was previously publicized on the radio, right? Although many areas have been disconnected from the internet, the officials, in order to increase the survivors' chances of survival, sometimes tell the survivors some information about the zombies in the shelter through citywide broadcasts, or airplane broadcasts. So everyone knows the Fae are awesome, but they don't know how the ones with glasses became Fae. That super-infected body, which was constantly bubbling with acid, looked towards Lee Knight, possessing something similar to a human look in those green eyes. Then he stretched out his slimy finger and pointed it at Lee Knight. The dozen or so zombies immediately. Lee Knight, the super-infected's command response is also sharp, knowing that he was the biggest threat out of all of them. He had all the walkers attack him at the same time. Lee Knight looked at the other people in this hall, although he did not think that these people were worth saving, but it also did not seem necessary to have to put the battlefield here. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Lee Knight immediately leapt out and started climbing upwards along the window's guardrail. Hands and feet are pretty fast, but the walkers behind them weren't slowing down either. And there were a dozen or so Fae rounding up on him at the same time. This was the first time he had encountered such a trap since the end of the world. Lee Knight breathed frantically, huffing and puffing, seeing that one of the room windows was open. Lee Knight immediately used his arms as a rope and swung his body leisurely over. A Fae at his feet was about to touch him when he kicked it down and fell into the strong acidic stagnant water, but came back up quickly, infected and mutated by a super-infection. It inherits some of the super-infection's attributes. So none of the dozen or so Fae were afraid of acid. Instead it was still their best energy supplement. Lee Knight jumped into the window and immediately set up his sniper rifle just as a Fae pounced in front of him. Bang! Lee Knight pulled the trigger and punched a large hole in the Fae's head. The ghostly light in the Fae's eyes immediately disappeared and turned to free fall into the standing water, never to climb out again, while Jiang Chung 3 let out a shrill cry. Those Fae no longer began to recklessly rush towards Lee Knight, but instead began to variously sway from side to side, dodging from side to side, not allowing Lee Knight to take proper aim. Even they lift the survivors from the halls and hold them above their heads to act as a shield for the guns they've taken for them. Under Lee Knight's scope, all that could be aimed at was the human, while the Fae hiding underneath the human were still dodging from side to side, not giving him an easy chance to aim for the head. The Fae's vitality was tenacious, and even if they were hit in the head, they would have to be completely blown out before they could be killed. Lee Knight stared. This was the super-infected body. The zombie who has insight into the weaknesses and flaws of humans is the wisdom of the zombies. A system recommendation. Assault rifle bullets hit the Fae, but they can't penetrate them because the Fae were just so thick-skinned. The sticky layer of acid on their bodies acted as a soft-sided shield to keep bullets on the surface of their bodies, but it still surprised Lee Knight a bit. A Fae that could resist assault rifle bullets at such a close range had to be at least a level 3 Fae or above. It seems the acid rain has given River City 3 and its Fae a very big boost. How far has River City 3 grown on its own? A dozen or so zombies surrounded them, and Jiang Chung 3 came over unhurriedly behind them. Lee Knight's heart was beating wildly. He's already stuck in this building with acid rain buildup. The only way to survive was to kill River City 3 and these Fae. And it couldn't be delayed, because the zombie's endurance was near infinite. His endurance was limited, and after a few laps of being slithered around like a dog by Jiang Chung 3, he had broken himself. Lee Knight's heart fluttered, putting away the assault rifle. He took the Tommy knife in his hand. Sniper rifles are useless for this kind of close-range fighting. Assault rifles and handguns aren't powerful enough again. So it's all about slashing. Lee Knight condensed a drop of black liquid at his fingertips and dripped it onto the blade of the Tang blade. And the shiny silver blade immediately turned into a black blade. He hadn't been idle for the past few days, and had nothing better to do than to use his powers to condense the time-paralyzing air-twisting poison. Anyway, the time-paralyzed air-twist poison is an allomantic poison, works on all species, including walkers. Jiang Cheng number 3 raised that slimy finger and pointed it at Lee Knight. A dozen Fey flew at him. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Lee Knight immediately stormed back a few steps, aiming at one of the Fey at the front and slashing at the opponent's neck, but Fey are Fey and have quick reflexes. Shrinking back, he avoided the vitals, and his blade just made a slash, but the next moment, the Fey body began to shake like a drunk. He staggered and actually rushed towards one of the Fey on the other side of the room, frantically nibbling up the other. The Fey was all confused, and before he could react, he was chewed raw several times, but the Fey never attacked the lunging Fey, allowing it to gnaw its head in half. And there was something strange in the eyes of River City 3 in the back. It seemed to be pondering something. Lee Knight's eyes lit up. This was the time-paralyzing space-twisting poison. At this moment, the Fey who had been hit by the trick could no longer distinguish between up and down, left and right, front and back, and even their sense of time was sluggish and paralyzed. However, that didn't stop it from biting at the other Fey indiscriminately like a rabid dog. River City 3 immediately pointed at the Fey that was biting indiscriminately and madly, and the other Fey immediately pounced over and split the Fey into pieces. Looking back again, Lee Knight had already disappeared. Enraged, River City 3 pointed at the open door and told the Fey to continue their pursuit, and with his roar, outside the area of the water, gradually surfaced a large number of floating corpses. The floating corpses gathered towards the Stulu, then stepped on each other's bodies and climbed in through the doors and windows of the first floor. Lee Knight, who was standing on the roof of the building, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. This was also the terrifying aspect of the super-infected. Each super-infected would form a territorial area of their own, and within this territorial area, there would be a large number of their minions. River City 3 has now gathered all its minions. The bottom of Lee Knight's eyes ran with killing intent. This scene reminded him of the scene in his previous life when he and a group of brothers killed ogres. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendations. Zombies, huh? Come on. Lee Knight poured all the gasoline he could down the attic stairs. He had previously gathered quite a few supplies in terms of gasoline, which he had intended to use as fuel when using his car in the post-apocalyptic world. Gasoline is something that is considered a scarce commodity after the end times. At this point, however, he couldn't be bothered to keep it, and in one fell swoop, he poured several barrels of gasoline down the stairs. Ordinary zombies didn't have the ability to climb up the building from the outside, so they could only come up by crowding between the hallways, which was why Lee Knight was going to the rooftop. He's going to put on a fire-roasted walker in a narrow hallway. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The whole building was vaguely vibrating. The sound of dense footsteps came from between the buildings. It's like there's a million marchers between the buildings already. He could see that a walker had reached his floor, and Lee Knight took out a lighter. The wobbling fire flickered in eerie forms in his pupils. Let's give you a free group cremation. Lee Knight threw the lighter down, and after the flame touched the gasoline on the stairs, it instantly scurried down the stairs and to the feet of the zombies. The flame thing is always a threat to walkers, even if these guys were water spirits that crawled up from the water. The nice thing about gasoline is that it allows flames to burn through the water. The fire immediately ran up the bodies of the zombies, who immediately became chaotic, and the corpse oil was refined and squeezed out by the flames, which in turn formed a good accelerant. So a spectacular scene occurs as a circle of walkers bursts into flames, flaming from upstairs to downstairs. A heat wave came and blew around Lee Knight, causing Lee Knight's clothes to grin. There were footsteps behind him. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. Lee Knight turned around, and Jiang Cheng 3 and a dozen Fey had already climbed up and had surrounded Lee Knight. A hint of coldness flowed under Lee Knight's eyes. Jiang Cheng number 3, do you think you're winning? Jiang Cheng number 3 looked at Lee Knight angrily, because Lee Knight burned many of its minions. Humans, what a pain in the ass. Using something as horrible as flames at every turn. Lee Knight didn't care if Jiang Cheng 3 understood. He counted the number of Fey present, 15 of them, and they're still basically all second or third level Fey. This acid rain has brought you no small amount of evolution, and it's no wonder that you've built up a not-so-small zombie territory in the wake of it. But it's just a pity that you met me too early, Lee Knight said as he unloaded the rest of the equipment on his body. Only a sniper rifle and a few grenades pinned to his waist were left, and then the tanged sword gripped in his hand. Jiang Cheng number 3 looked at Lee Knight with contempt, as if in its view, it was impossible for a mere human to break free from the cage it had set up. Jiang Cheng 3's finger slowly pointed at Lee Knight, and a sharp hissing sound came out of his mouth. A dozen or so Fae immediately rushed towards Li Knight. Li Knight held the Tang blade with both hands, which still had some time paralyzing air twisting poison on it. Applying one-time paralyzing air twisting poison to the Tang blade would allow him to swing it about 3 times, and he had already swung it once. With a third of the time paralyzing air twisting poison thinning on the blade. He immediately chopped at a Fae in front of him, which was affected by the time paralyzing space twisting poison. The body staggered and immediately slammed into the attic wall next to it, taking the attic for him. He scratched frantically, and the walls of the attic, made of reinforced concrete, were torn apart by its scratches. Li Knight was a little disappointed, but it was normal. This time paralyzing space twisting poison would just affect the enemy's perception of space and time. It won't be like mind control or illusions, where 100% of the time the enemy kills itself. Suddenly, a female Fae jumped at him, with a very large upper body, and as it ran, it was actually quite bouncy, and the acidic slime on it flung wildly. Li Knight's pupils suddenly shrunk as he saw several drops of strong acid flying towards his side, and he immediately swung his Tang blade to block it. System recommendation. Li Knight was alarmed. The Fae's strong acidic liquid under the command of Jiang Cheng No. 3 was this strong. His Tang sword was still refined. If it was replaced with other metals, it was estimated that it would directly corrode through. Li Knight stabbed a knife through the female Fae's throat, then crossed the blade and directly cut her head in half. It wasn't enough to kill the Fae, but the time paralyzer twist poison had been injected. The female Fae staggered towards a lanky male Fae in the back. River City 3 let out a hiss. The female Fae suddenly stopped and didn't attack the male Fae. The male Fae charged right towards Li Knight, who rushed towards the attic in 3 steps and continued to drop a drop of time paralyzing air twisting poison onto the blade of the Tang blade. TSK. River City 3 is no less than a super-infected body with a high IQ. After the lessons learned from the previous experience, it had already thought of a way to deal with the time paralyzer twisted poison, and that was to just call out to stop the Fae. The Fae it created had the attribute of absolute obedience to it, so when it called out to stop, even though the female Fae couldn't tell north, south, east, and west, she would stop when she heard the order. But Li Knight laughed softly. For the time being, what Jiang Cheng 3 had seen was also only the toxic effect of distorting space. The toxic effect of the time paralyzing delay it hadn't seen yet. The female Fae suddenly began to move again, pouncing on another Fae, which didn't even react before the female Fae's sharp arm went through its head. It was only after that the female Fae immediately stopped and stood respectfully as if she had just heard an order. The toxic effects of the temporal paralysis and the deteriorated perception of time made it seem to the female Fae that she had only just heard the roar of River City 3. River City 3's ghostly green pupils trembled even more as it seemed to wonder why its subordinates would lose control one after another. Bang! A gunshot. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The male Fae's upper body had only just climbed up to the attic when he was shot in the head by Li Knight, his neck becoming empty before he fell straight down towards the back. Li Knight confirmed that the male Fae had died, then immediately condensed white silk threads on his fingers, and those silk threads drilled into the male Fae's body through the air. Repairing the male Fae's deceased body, spaced in coffining, was more energy intensive and slower, but he couldn't touch a male Fae's corpse, so he had to use this method. Secondary Fae being encoffined. Countdown to encoffinment: 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55. I didn't realize that spacing out a level 2 Fae would actually take a minute. River City 3 would definitely not give him that time. As expected, Jiang Cheng 3 let out a scream and the other Fae rushed towards Li Knight. Although it didn't know what Li Knight was doing, it understood one thing: this human wasn't quite the same as those it had encountered before. It couldn't just let the other party mess things up. Inuyasha. Li Knight was also enraged. Originally, he didn't want the canine demon to come out. The canine devils only had the means to get up close and personal, and if they were to deal with this group of Fae, they would also be injured by the strong acidic slime on their bodies. But it looks like there is no way out. Inuyasha's massive body immediately appeared when the moment the dog devil appeared. Jiang Cheng 3 was even more stunned. This is not the overlord of Jiangcheng. Why are you on the side of the humans? The super-infected could clearly feel the aura of the revived Fae in Inuyasha's body, resuscitating the Fae. Is their king? River City 3 let out a puzzled growl. Roar. The canine demon, not sure if he was listening or not, slapped a claw at a charging Fae, sending the Fae flying straight downstairs. After all, it was a second or third level Fae. The strength of the body was here, and it wasn't that easy to just slap it. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. It was also because Li Knight had the exquisite skills of a master swordsman, as well as tons of strength, that he was able to slash the Fae's neck. Otherwise, normally, even if a second or third level Fae was hit by a sedan that was going 100 miles per hour, the probable outcome would be that the sedan would be scrapped and the Fae would be sent flying dozens of meters, missing an arm or a leg, but still able to stand up. Thumbs up. The steel needle-like hairs on the canine devil's claws had a piece of them corroded off by the strong acid. It was a good thing that Inuyasha couldn't feel the pain. Otherwise I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stand now. Inuyasha straddled the front of Lee Knight, intimidating the Fae around him, seeing that the canine demon had been completely reduced to a human's battle pet. River City 3's eyes grew cold as he slowly walked over. The other Fae rushed to make a respectful path for Jiang Cheng 3. River City 3 was covered in light green acid, emitting a dazzling light, and River City 3 slowly raised his arm. It glowed even brighter, like a cannonball exploding in slow motion underneath the strong acidic slime. Li Knight immediately thought of something and immediately shouted to the canine demon, "Be careful, it's going to explode with strong acid flying needles." But it was already too late, and Inuyasha couldn't dodge it. Once he did, the acid needles would shoot towards him. Countless light blue silver light flying needles shot out from Jiang Cheng 3's body and flew onto the canine demon's body, making a sound like a drum beating. Not only that, the surrounding ground and walls were corroded like a hornet's nest by the acid-flying needles of Jiang Cheng 3. The strength of the River City 3 acid is much stronger than these Fae, and those acid-flying needles didn't go into the bodies of the Fae, and instead of causing any damage, they formed a strengthening effect on those Fae. The posture and movements were hideous, and his body size had grown wildly by a couple of rounds. As far as the eye could see, those Fae frantically pounced on Canine Demon, who didn't take half a step back and used his claws and teeth and body to block them to death, not allowing them to get close to Lee Knight in the slightest. Li Knight's eyes were filled with a ferocious light. Canine Demon had followed him for such a long time. To him, Canine Demon's significance had long been different from that of an ordinary battle pet. Seeing Canine Demon being scratched by the Fae with hair falling off in many places all over its body, and its skin and flesh being corroded by the strong acid, the anger in Lee Knight's heart flared up. Turn on Canine Demonization. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. The canine demonization only lasts 3 minutes, and during this 3-minute period, all of his attributes could be increased by 5 times, which also included the speed of the entombment. The readout had just reached 20 seconds when it suddenly went to 4. Then 3, 2, 1. Ding. Successful enshrinement of a level 2 Fae. Loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the currently deceased for you. Loading successful. Loaded with content 4A3 memories totaling 25 minutes, 100% water-based enhancement, 100% acid-resistant fortification, 300% 60 seconds acid-resistant capacity protective film that can be applied to any object, strength plus 50, speed plus 10, endurance plus 10, spirit plus 10. Lee Knight stood up in a mischievous manner, his eyes blazing with anger. Jiang Cheng number 3. It's my turn to fight back now. Lee Knight's furious roar, which was exchanged for a contemptuous look from Jiang Cheng 3. It seemed that in Jiang Cheng 3's opinion, both he and Canine Demon were already at the end of their strength. In the next second, Song Liang's finger pointed at one of the Fae attacking the Canine Demon, and the headless male Fae at the bottom of his feet immediately stood up and rushed towards that Fae, and after a hug, he tore into his opponent. River City 3 was once again surprised. What happened again? Meanwhile, in the window of a room, a girl with a double ponytail whip, holding a telescope, a snow cone in his hand, clicking away. Wow, that guy is pretty good. He's actually a battle pet master. Looks like that battle pet is quite powerful. System recommendation. Do you think he's a miracle worker? The girl with the double ponytail asked suspiciously. Behind him, there was a long-haired young man in a bathrobe, with a knife-sharp, angular face that looked feminine and handsome. The miracle worker. The long-haired youth sized up Lee Knight, who was fighting the zombies on the roof of the building. To say that he's a miracle master, he's not qualified enough for that. And if he's a miracle master, he doesn't need to put himself in such a mess. At that moment, from the shadows of the room, a lanky red-haired man emerged with a rather sturdy body, and unlike the long-haired man, the red-haired man's muscles were rather angular. It's amazing that there's no hegemon here in this city. It seems that our Miracle Division Group 7 can create a heat wave here. The red-haired man's voice was loud, and his two fists collided together, immediately stirring up blinding red sparks. Like two flints colliding, the long-haired man laughed softly. Fireman, and not to be underestimated here. Although there is no hegemon in this city, there is a relatively large private group, the Ning Group. The Ning Group has its own private armed forces, and I've even heard that there is also a special department of strange and unusual people, so you can't underestimate them. Fireman snorted. What are you afraid of? Even though those capable people can produce a few professionals or aberrants, ordinary professionals are as fragile as confetti in front of miracle masters like us. The long-haired man didn't say anything. They were miracle masters. And miracle masters and ordinary professionals really weren't the same concept. Well, let's just see how he deals with that super infection. And if he can survive it, Maybe he can be my servant. The girl with the double ponytails clicked her tongue and ate a snowcone. It seemed to be uninterested in what the long-haired man and the red-haired man were discussing, only interested in the young man on the roof of the building across the street. The strength is not bad. I want to go and save him. After Lee Knight turned on canine demonization, a 3-minute countdown appeared on his body. He immediately rushed towards the female fae whose head was about to fall off, and with a harsh slash, he severed the female fae's head, which rolled to the ground. The ghostly green light in its eye socket still flickering with confusion. Lee Knight has synchronized to start enshrining the female fae with the 5-fold speed boost of Inuyasha's demonization. A minute of encoffinment turned into a dozen seconds, and in the process, the male fae he'd encoffined earlier had helped Inuyasha out of his misery. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. The canine demon's body was covered with traces of corrosion from the strong acid, and where it was stabbed by Jiang Cheng's number 3 acid flying needle, it was almost penetrated by corrosion into its internal organs. It was also because the canine demon was an overlord level recovery fae. Its own recovery ability was extremely strong, so it utilized its strong recovery ability to cover the corrosion speed of the strong acid flying needles of Jiang Cheng 3. Otherwise it might not even be able to complete the most basic standing movements. Now, the headless male fae Warpet, using his lack of fear of strong acids, blocked the charging fae before allowing the canine demon to smash his head with a claw. The price was that each head slap erupted a massive amount of acid from the carapace, which then corroded the canine demon's claws badly. After Lee Knight put the female fae into the coffin as well, he started to bring the female fae to join the battle. He didn't have a long time of control over these two fae. Both of them only had 50 seconds. So he wanted to finish off all the fae within 50 seconds, including the Jiangcheng 3. Lee Knight used the female fae as a shield. Whoever rushed to his side, the female fae blocked whoever. Then while both sides were wrestling, Lee Knight sheathed his tang blade and chopped off the other side's head, and immediately after that, he let the female fae help him stop the other fae that pounced on him, and he continued to encoffinish this fae he just chopped off as a way to realize the borrowed power of the battle pet. Moreover, the enhancement to himself from being enshrined in a fae species was quite large. Into the coffin of a secondary fae, his basic strength alone can grow 50 pounds. The effect of this increase can be more useful than eating any elixir. If the dozen or so fae were to be enshrined and completed, he would be able to grow at least 600 or 700 pounds of strength, speed, endurance, and mental aspects are all increased more substantially. Warpets after being enshrined by him, for the duration of the manipulation, were in fact rather more combatant and vital than the unusual fae. Adding him and Inuyasha immediately reversed the trend. The ghostly light in the eyes of River City 3 flickered even more oddly and not personally, but directly leapt down from the roof of the building, and with the departure of Jiang Cheng 3, those zombies that had entered the building also immediately retreated back into the stagnant water once again. Lee Knight stood on the roof of the building, panting and looking at the standing water downstairs, then lost strength and sat down on the floor. The time for canine demonization has passed, and a 2-hour period of weakness will follow. This was the reason why he didn't use Inuyasha demonization so easily. He had Inuyasha guarding his side, knowing that perhaps he was fighting on the roof of the building while it might have been seen by some people, but there was no way. He couldn't let Inuyasha return to the hidden corpse space. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Inuyasha had to guard him for 2 hours, otherwise, once someone came to attack him at this moment, he would inevitably die. Lee Knight had his battle pet take out 2 boxes of canned beef from the hidden corpse space and took a big bite. In fact, the period of weakness brought about by the demonization of the canine could be quickly replenished with a large amount of food, except that this way was a great waste of supplies, and he didn't want to use it. But you can't give it up now. You have to have the gusto. Meanwhile, Lee Knight finished casketing all the fae corpses lying on the ground, first letting the newly cast fae return to the hidden corpse space, and the fae that had passed the time of manipulation. Lee Knight just let the canine demon eat them. The Inu devils in this life are growing much slower than in the last one, because of Lee Knight. The canine demon could only eat zombies, and in the last life, Inuyasha ate more humans. The evolutionary effect gained by a canine demon eating a human is far greater than eating a zombie. So he's the one slowing down the evolution of the canine demons, but there was no way around it. He couldn't just let the canine demons go cannibalistic. Lee Knight seemed to have suddenly felt the gazes of some people buzz off immediately afterward. A drone slowly flew over. The drone was carrying a camera that could clearly be seen watching him. Lee Knight's eyes were cloudy. This looked like an extremely professional drone, not like something an average person could have, but it's also not a military drone, which is a proprietary model for the military, and this drone in front of him should be a private one, or a corporate drone, the very expensive kind. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. A drone is over 100,000, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, but no matter how much money. The other guy actually attempted to spy on him. Lee Knight picked up his pistol and fired several shots at the drone. As she was speaking, She saw the drone transmission suddenly skyward and then quickly sink into the standing water. A Fae was seen curled up, floating in the standing water. After the drone crashed into the standing water, the Fae suddenly opened its eyes, then it lunged at the drone, and the drone's image disappeared instantly. Shit! I bought a drone for $300,000, a bulletproof drone, but those guys actually broke the drone's propeller with their guns. The twin ponytails cried out in anger. The other two were a bit surprised. Such a shot was still relatively rare. That kid actually managed to develop such marksmanship? System recommendation. The girl with the double ponytail said viciously. He broke my drone, and he's going to have to be my servant or I'm going to kill him. The other two looked at each other and began to sympathize a bit with the kid. I can't believe I pissed off this cranky loli. Li Knight had completely recovered after eating 2 boxes of canned beef and lying on the rooftop for 2 hours. By now the sky had brightened up and the dark clouds in the sky had thinned out so much that the sun came out. When the sun comes out, the standing water in the city is evaporated relatively quickly and humans can reappear on the ground. However, Jiang Cheng 3 still had to pay more attention. The super-infected body held a grudge. He had burned so many zombies in Jiang Cheng 3 this time, and took out more than a dozen Fae, so it was estimated that Jiang Cheng 3 was about to hate him. At this time, Li Knight saw that on the roofs of other buildings, some survivors had also appeared, and everyone had come to the roofs to ask for help. A full day of acid rain coupled with standing water formed on the pavement made the already scarce supplies in these buildings even more scarce, and everyone climbed to the top of the building on a hungry stomach. When you see people on the roofs of other buildings, you immediately call out if there's any food. Everyone is in a similar situation. You have no food, and so does pretty much everyone else. Otherwise, who would be out running around outside at this time of year? Although floors at the same height couldn't see the bottom of his feet, with the fence in the way, it was inevitable that higher floors would see it. Li Knight looked at these people. Most of them were ordinary survivors. It wasn't easy to survive until now, so they were all excitedly chatting across the building, and it wasn't just for a mouthful of food. There were times when seeing that there were still people alive would make them less desperate. Don't be in a hurry. I've already called for help from the officials, explaining our situation, and they'll send the emergency operations department to distribute supplies to us. There was a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, standing on the roof of the building, shouting at the others. Now, what you need to do is to report on the survivors in your own building, mainly the number, and remember not to report them indiscriminately. If the officials see that there are too many supplies needed, they might create trouble for rescuing us as well. The crowd rushed to report on their building. Some buildings say there are 20 or 30 survivors left, some buildings say there are 7 or 8 survivors. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. There were even buildings that said there were only 2 or 3 of them survivors, only to have someone walk up to the rooftop and call them selfish right after they said that. Obviously, there may have been quite a few people alive in each building, but at this point, everyone could only look out for themselves. The man in the suit was taking notes with a small notebook in his hand, then continued to ask, "What's the situation with the professionals? Are there any professionals in each building?" People reported back on the professionals, and there were really some, but not that many, and after asking a few buildings, there were only 1 or 2 with professionals in them. The man in the suit then looked over to Li Knight's side. "What about your building? Why don't you say anything?" Li Knight shook his head. Still not speaking, his expression was a bit cold. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to save the survivors in the building, rather, the man in the suit has a problem. "Why don't you guys say something too?" "Talking about you guys? Those 3 over there." Li Knight looked over and realized that on the opposite side of his building, which was an office building, slightly taller than his building, there were 3 people standing side by side on the fence railing. Li Knight was immediately alerted, and those who dared to stand on the fence railing were either ordinary survivors who were already desperate enough to plan to take a leap from a tall building to die. It's either that or a professional or an alien. Obviously, the second one is a bit more likely. These 3 people didn't look much like ordinary people. Their faces didn't have the slightest hint of sadness on them. Instead, they had an unbeatable expression, especially the girl in the middle who was wearing shorts and short sleeves, with a very good figure that made people look at her and not want to take their eyes off her. She was actually carrying a wolfsbane on her shoulder. The girl with the double ponytail even raised a middle finger at Li Knight when she saw him looking over, sick in the head. Li Knight cursed in his heart. He was just looking at her a few more times. And, although the shorts were very short, so short that one would want to look into them and think about them, but in the end, they were revealing everything. So what was there to be afraid of? This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. The 3 men also ignored the man in the suit, who frowned slightly, seemingly unhappy with Li Knight's reaction to them, and shouted, "When the supplies are sent, there will be no part for you." Li Knight did not say anything. The opposite building, the double ponytail girl snorted. "Oh, I'm afraid you say even you believe it? There's no such thing as official supplies. You're just trying to mark which building is occupied and how many people there are, right? You're from Ning's group. What do you want to do when your Ning group collects so many survivors back? The man in the suit's expression instantly darkened, staring at the three men with a shadowy look, but without speaking. The fact that these three men could tell his old self at a glance meant that these three men were not ordinary survivors turning around. He proceeded to talk at length with the survivors from the other buildings, and Lee Knight became a little curious about the origin of these three people. He looked at these three people rather faceless, and felt that he hadn't seen these three people much in his previous life. However, these three people gave him a feeling that was somewhat similar to that of Shi Ziyin and Zhang Ziwen, both of which had a feeling of transcending common sense. Miracle Worker? Zapping the Miracle Worker. Lee Knight's face changed slightly. He seemed to know who the three men were. In a previous life, there was an organization called the Miracle Workers that claimed to be forming hundreds of miracle workers, although hundreds of miracle masters was an exaggeration. That organization had really brought together quite a few miracle masters, and they acted very early. The name Miracle Worker was the first name given by that organization, distinguishing miracle workers from ordinary professionals based on their abilities and characteristics. Some people analyzed that there might be a seer-like professional, or an overbrainer, in their organization who analyzed the special features of some rare ability professionals. So they started collecting miracle workers all over the place almost not long after the end of the world had begun. Could it be that these three men came from the Miracle Workers organization? Lee Knight's expression was indifferent. He didn't have a good impression of the Miracle Master. Professionals were already condescending, while Miracle Masters were even more condescending, directly treating ordinary survivors like ants. That Miracle Worker organization is even more unearthly. The organization is obviously full of top-tier powerhouses, but they simply stood by when the powerful Fae attacked, and sat back and watched the Fae massacre a safe zone the size of a population of over 100,000 just because no one was paying them to do so. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. Today's hot pick. The content of this site is based on your instructions to search the list of links obtained from the major novel station. Does not mean that we agree with the content of the searched site or stand. Reblogging to this site is just for promoting this book to a wider audience. If there is any book content or pictures on this site have violated your copyright, please contact us. We will confirm the information after the first time to delete the relevant content. Copyright 2023, all rights reserved to system recommendation. You, says you. The girl with the double ponytail crossed her arms and shouted, "I'll give you a chance to be my servant." Lee Knight didn't have much of an expression, and didn't even feel that the girl was speaking to herself. He didn't recognize the other party, and in his previous life, the Miracle Masters didn't come to Lone City so early, probably because he had subdued the canine demon and left Zhang City without an overlord. These Miracle Masters had set their eyes on Zhang City. "You smashed my drone. Is it hard for you to renege?" The girl with the double ponytail cursed. Lee Knight now knew who the drone belonged to. It seemed that the three Miracle Masters had seen the entirety of his battle on the roof of the building. It couldn't be helped though. Whoever made him point blank just happened to have a high desire person who attracted super infections in their building. If the high lusters appeared in the building where the Miracle Workers were located, then they should be the ones who were killing the battle with River City 3. Lee Knight gave the girl a middle finger before leaving the rooftop without looking back. Back in the building, there were charred zombies lying all over the building. Except for the stench of rot that was overpowering, there was also a smell of burning plastic, a smell that was produced by acid being burned, very pungent, making Lee Knight's throat feel very uncomfortable. Most of the walkers were largely incinerated and not worthy of a coffin. Lee Knight discovered a feature of the mortician skill. There were times when the higher the degree of destruction of the deceased, the higher the goodwill of the deceased he could get after he put them in the coffin. But if it's damaged to the point where it's really hard to repair, then there's no point in challenging that high. Even if the incoming coffin is repaired, it can't be repaired too well. By the time they reached the hall on the 14th floor, it was already a mess, with dozens of zombies roaming the halls. These zombies, all the survivors who hid in the hall before, almost none of them were spared. Some were infected into zombies after being bitten, while some were directly gnawed to the point that even their bones were incomplete. Those zombies saw Lee Knight and rushed over with a low roar. These newly infected zombies were clearly not as strong in their mobility as those who had experienced the acid rain, and in today's Lee Knight's opinion, they were already very slow. Lee Knight sighed, although he wouldn't easily let others become a drag on him. But seeing all these survivors who were humans not long ago, now they had all turned into zombies, and they were even wearing the same clothes they had before they were born. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendation. Clank. Lee Knight's tang sword was sheathed. A knife split a female zombie in front of him in half. More and more walkers rushed over. The sense of oppression was still there, and the average person might have their hands full when encountering a zombie frenzy. But Lee Knight had survived the apocalypse for 10 years in his previous life. As an ordinary person without an awakened profession, he had to master more combat skills than others if he wanted to survive. Lee Knight charged straight in one direction, and in the straight line of his charge, all the zombies could not escape the fate of being cut down by his slash. Rushing to the end of the other end, he had killed about 24 walkers, and the others would just have to redirect and continue to converge on him. Li Knight continued to rush over without panicking as he picked a direction, just like that. After 2 charges, he had decimated nearly 40 zombies, and the number of zombies in the hall had plummeted by a third. Suddenly, Li Knight sensed an unusual aura, which was the aura of the Fae. Could it be that there are still Fae that didn't go up to the rooftop with River City 3, fell off the wagon, or a newly advanced Fae? Looking towards the direction where the voice appeared, Li Knight understood. It's that woman. The woman stood in the corner, her eyes glowing in ethereal green, but Li Knight recognized her from the clothes she was wearing, because the woman at this moment, her figure had completely changed. Before she turned into a zombie, the woman's body was pretty much perfect, wanting men to stare wherever she went, and hating the fact that her eyes were her hands, making it a point to buckle deep in the front and back of the woman's body. But after turning into a Fae, the woman's figure completely changed, as if she had turned into a man, without a little bit of front and back. And even that face of hers became very ugly and mediocre. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. It seemed that Zhang Chung 3 had sensed the obsession in the woman's heart again after she left, so she infected the woman into a Fae, and the change in the woman's form is related to the woman's obsession. Maybe the woman thought that if her own is not such a body, not such a look, not go everywhere will be missed, maybe her husband will not be so poor, so women make themselves unattractive. Standing in the corner, he hissed sadly, hissing with some sadness and resentment in his voice. It was as if he was blaming Li Knight for obviously having such a strong strength, but choosing to stand by while his couple suffered. Li Knight's expression was indifferent, not shaken in the slightest by the woman's lamentation. He had survived for 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world in his previous life, and all his experiences during the 10 years were telling him that as long as there were human beings, there were rivers and lakes, there were strengths and weaknesses, there were highs and lows. And there were those who were in power and those who were being exploited. It's something in human nature that if one sees injustice everywhere and draws his sword, he won't be able to finish his sword. In his previous life, he had also had this kind of grief towards those strong people, but after being reborn once again, he had a new epiphany that it might not actually be good to persistently punish the strong and help the weak. For example, if that group, Liao Jiasheng, did not mess with him, he would have let Liao Jiasheng's exploitation and oppression of these survivors go, because although Liao Jiasheng is exploiting, he is also managing, uniting and coordinating the strength of the group instead of being scattered. In this way, it is possible to increase the chances of survival of these people in the end times. If he thought Liao Jiasheng was a bad guy, he killed Liao Jiasheng and the others. And in fact, Liao Jiasheng and the others were indeed taken care of by them. How did it turn out? The stout young man who had been oppressed before became the new Liao Jiasheng and began to make passes at the women, even other men who were once oppressed by Liao Jiasheng. In the strapping young man out of the bathroom also lined up to go in on the woman to take turns abusing. This is human nature. This is the evil in human nature. If you kill the strongest, there will be those who are next strongest. And if you kill those who are next strongest, there will be those who are next strongest again. As long as the gap between the strong and the weak always exists, the oppression and exploitation of the weak by the strong will always exist. This was the reason Li Knight chose to stand by and watch the woman rush towards Li Knight in grief and anger. And Li Knight rushed towards the woman. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. System recommendations. Madaka. A slash at the woman's body. A huge spark was stirred up. Li Knight was a bit shocked. Not only did the woman make her body look like an iron barrel, her defense was also really comparable to an iron barrel. Seeing that the woman's hand was about to touch him, Li Knight dodged the woman's claw attack with a boxer's mini-step, reaching the back of the woman's side. He twisted his waist at full force and slashed at the back of the woman's neck once again. Dazzling sparks were stirred up, but it still didn't cut through the woman's defense. No, this Fae doesn't seem to be the work of River City 3. Li Knight snapped out of it, hurriedly storming back a few steps. Without looking back, he watched a few zombies sneaking up from behind him die, then looked at the woman with a grave expression. Steel-like defense. Li Knight contemplated the intelligence in his mind, from his previous life, about the super-infected body in Jiangchang, the Lion of Steel. Jiangchang 6. River City 6 had the strongest defense among the super-infected in River City. His body was like cast iron, and even conventional heavy weapons, shooting at the Jiangchang 6, were unable to break the Jiangchang 6. It was important to know that when being shot at by a heavy weapon, even steel and concrete several meters thick could be pierced through, but when it hit the body of the Jiangchang 6, it would only make the Jiangchang 6 move slightly slower. This ability of the woman was very similar to that of the River City 6. Li Knight immediately looked around alertly. River City 6 might be in this building. Li Knight immediately let try to keep his vision free of dead ends. The woman once again pounced on Li Knight, who put away his tang blade, which was useless at a time like this. System recommendation: tang daggers were sharp weapons that could be used to slash enemies, but against a Fae such as a woman, one would instead need to use a blunt weapon to knock her out. and Tang daggers did not take advantage of the situation. Li Knight took out the finger tiger, which was also a weapon he had found from the boxer's basement, and was similarly refined from steel, and was a collector's grade finger tiger. The moment the woman lunged over, Li Knight immediately blasted out a punch with all his might. It struck the woman's body with a crash that sounded like a bell ringing. Dang it! The woman was sent flying a dozen meters by him and fell to the ground with the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. Very loud in the silent building. Li Knight immediately leaped up and frantically slammed his fists like meteors on the woman's body, took the woman's steel body and punched a dent in it. The woman continued to flail. Li Knight sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He was now very powerful, with a base strength of more than 2,500 pounds, and with the boxing champ's power generation skills, it was equivalent to nearly 3 tons of power. And yet, they still can't take out women. Now he could be sure that the woman was infected by River City 6. Roar! Li Knight took advantage of the woman's grief and roar and shoved a grenade into the woman's mouth, then threw an uppercut that made it impossible for the woman to open her mouth. Li Knight immediately jumped away, and the woman was just about to get up and chase after her when suddenly a torrent of searing heat burst out of her mouth. Rumble. As soon as the explosion sounded, Li Knight was the first to fall on his back and then protect his head. This type of fragmentation grenade, although it is considered older in terms of craftsmanship and has been around since decades ago, is still in use to this day. It's because it's powerful and has a short detonation time, and it's easy to operate. Li Knight raised his head and saw that the woman's head had been blown away. This kind of fey that had extremely strong defense on the outside. The weakness was usually on the inside, because very few fey can be made strong as steel inside and out. Not even the River City 6. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The woman fell to her knees where she was, kneeling at the exact spot where her husband had been decapitated by Li Knight after he turned into a fey. There was an inexplicable sense of guilt in Li Knight's heart. After all, he wasn't born with an indifferent nature. While he didn't think he was responsible for the fate of the couple, it was true that they were both killed by him. The grenade's fragmentation power could cover about 15 to 20 meters in diameter, so when that grenade exploded, it also killed a dozen zombies at the same time. The other zombies still rushed towards Li Knight without knowing how to die. Li Knight leapt up and sheathed his tang blade once again. After a few rounds of rushing, the entire hall of walkers was decimated by him. Li Knight breathed deeply and walked over to the woman, successively enshrining the woman and the man together, both of which were fey. Ding! Successful enshrinement of a level 2 fey. Loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the currently deceased for you. Loading successful. Loaded with content 401 memory for a total of 5 minutes, 100% water-based enhancement, 100% acid-resistant fortification, 300% 60 seconds acid-resistant capacity protective film that can be applied to any object, strength plus 50, speed plus 10, endurance plus 10, spirit plus 10. This is what the middle-aged man in the coffin with glasses gets. It seems to be about as rewarding as enshrining those fey on the rooftop, as they all come from the series of River City 3. Overall, the capabilities are centered on water resistance, acid resistance, and acid resistance protective film. Currently, he has increased his water resistance by 1,300%, his acid resistance by 1,000%, and his acid resistance is 3,000% with the 60-second acid protection film. It felt awesome from the values alone. But in fact, to put it another way, he was 13 times more watery than he was. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. This is reflected in the fact that his swimming speed and breath holding time underwater are 13 times higher than the original. He was only able to get into the water to the extent that he could simply swim with a doggy paddle, but now he should be more professional. As for acid resistance, he didn't really have any idea. I wonder if he's afraid of the water that's now on the road? If he didn't have to fear the puddle of water on the road, then he'd have some head start. After all, it would take some time for the water to fully fade away, and most humans, even most zombies, wouldn't be able to travel normally until the water had completely subsided. He might be able to use this time for something, like going to the Ning and destroying a couple camps or something. Ning's group was still rapidly developing its own private armed forces, and this acid rain actually had little impact on Ning's group, because Ning's group had a lot of supplies. They didn't have to worry about running out of supplies at all. So this acid rain had instead helped them form a natural defensive circle, so that people from other organizations and institutions wouldn't be a threat to them. Even the officials and the military had no way to regulate the Ning group in real time, leaving more than enough time and space for the Ning group to develop their private armies. In his previous life, after the end of this acid rain, it took a full 2 weeks for the chance of pavement to sort of subside, and 2 weeks later, Ning's group came out of nowhere with several formed private armed forces, completely broken free from official and military constraints, and Li Knight, as a reborn person, already knew about the Ning group's plot, so he was bound to not let the Ning group go along for the ride. Li Knight went down to the first floor, and the standing water was currently about a foot below the first floor window. About a meter deep from the ground. This is still because the ground here is relatively high and the water is relatively shallow. While certain deep water areas are now even 7 or 8 meters deep. Li Knight took a deep breath as he planned to test his acid resistance with his hands. However, he was also prepared to do a double take and activate the anti-acid protective film at any time. Although the acid-resistant protective film could only last for 60 seconds, he was confident that under the protection of the acid-resistant protective film, even if he was corroded by the acid, he shouldn't be corroded too badly. Li Knight was just about to put his hand down, but then hesitated for a moment. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. No, it was still too risky to try it directly with his hand, which was also a very important weapon for him, and if his hand was injured, he might not be able to rack a sniper for a while. So Li Knight gritted his teeth and decided to try with his arm. Although the arm had a large contact area, at least it wasn't as important as the hand. Li Knight flattened his arms and slowly approached the standing water. At the same time, his heart was beating wildly. I hope it doesn't get corrupted too badly. Li Knight's words just fell. There was a sudden ripple in the calm water. A dark shadow quickly scurried up from underwater, and he vaguely saw a hideous face. Li Knight immediately retracted like lightning, but the black shadow was extremely fast and immediately leapt out of the water, even pushing him to the ground and opening its slimy, bloody mouth, ready to bite him to death. It's heterozygous. Li Knight violently erupted his strength and directly backhanded that Fae's arm. Then a punch knocked the Fae against the wall, and the moment Li Knight got up, the Tang blade was sheathed, instantly decapitating the Fae's head. Phew! Fortunately it's only a Fae. If it's the Jiangcheng 3, I'm afraid I can't escape death. That scene just now reminded him of the animal world, where a moose goes to drink at a lake and is bitten on the neck by a crocodile that suddenly springs out from underwater and then instantly drags it into the water. Li Knight looked at it. His own clothes were corroded through by the acid that the Fae brought up, exposing all the flesh inside. Li Knight froze for a moment. Check yourself immediately, except on the wrist that had been gripped by the Fae, which had been corroded slightly worse by the acid. The other places on the body that had been showered with acid droplets showed almost no signs of corrosion, and only felt a little itchy. Li Knight was stunned that it actually did work. System recommendation. Even the acid from the Fae didn't have much corrosive power over him. With his self-healing ability, the grip marks on his arm would probably have a few days to disappear. However, the walkers hiding in the water like crocodiles turned out to be the most troublesome. Although he had improved his water skills by more than 10 times, he had the self-awareness that fighting in the water with a zombie that was even more proficient in water skills would be suicide for him. Song Liang went back to the 14th floor the same way. He walked very cautiously, wary of Jiangcheng number 3 or Jiangcheng number 6 suddenly sneaking up on him. Even he unleashed his canine demon sense of smell despite the consequences of choking on the smoke in the building and about to cough his lungs out. And there was no sign of a super-infected body in the building. Li Knight returned to the 14th floor, and after making sure that there were no super-infected individuals worth his attention for 3 kilometers, or at the very least, in this building, he quickly retraced the woman's memories from before she was born. Only 4 memories remain of the woman. Li Knight found that once he became a Fae, although it seemed as if he had some more humanity than an ordinary zombie, he actually retained the least amount of memories from before he was born. Instead, the first memory is that the woman is talking to her best friend about her blind date, and her best friend says it looks skinny and weak, like a skeleton. So how can she possibly protect her? But she laughed and said, "But I think he loves me and he's so decent and kind that it feels like a good idea to keep reaching out." In the face of her best friend's incessant chatter, a woman always feels in her heart that a man is a good choice for her. The second memory is a scene from when the two were newlyweds. The man was very nervous, and with the woman's eyes encouraging him, the man nervously climbed up. But within a few strokes he was done. The man looked embarrassed while the woman laughed playfully. In the third memory, the woman was working out at the gym when a stocky man approached her and squeezed the woman right on her ass, taking the woman by surprise. The woman turned around to see that it was her fitness instructor, so she didn't say anything, didn't blame her at all, but rather her eyes were drawn in shyness. Li Knight noticed that the fitness trainer the woman remembered was the first lanky youth to lead the charge in abusing her in the bathroom. So the two have been hooking up for a long time. Li Knight laughed contemptuously when they were in the lobby of the 14th floor. The two were just pretending they didn't know each other. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The fitness instructor introduces the woman to someone whose size scares the woman straight into shock. It was a man with very broad shoulders. The fitness instructor had developed a rather large body, but in front of that man, it was the equivalent of a skinny chickadee. The fitness instructor egged the woman on to walk into the man's arms, the woman's cheeks blushing and her eyes revealing mixed emotions of fear and anticipation. The fourth memory is of the woman underneath that man, being mad. These 4 memories don't seem to tell us anything more than the 4 psychological stages a woman goes through when she betrays her family. However, the man with a rather lanky physique was very similar in terms of size to the River City 6 he remembered. It's hard to believe that the object of the woman's cheating is actually the Jiangcheng 6. In fact, Zhang Cheng 6 didn't come here, but when he did that with the woman, he injected certain mutation factors, and under special circumstances, the woman mutated? While this scenario sounds pretty far-fetched, in the post-apocalyptic world, anything can happen. Li Knight put the ordinary zombies in the hall into coffins in turn. Although they could not obtain much, but Li Knight still insisted on using up the 50 times of coffins every day. The legs of flies are also meat. Although the coffin of a level of ordinary zombies can only let him strength growth of 2 or 3 pounds, but the coffin of 50 that is also more than 100 pounds of growth, growing more than 100 pounds a day, was not as satisfying as those who gain thousands of pounds in an instant by swallowing exotic flowers and fruits. But exotic flowers and fruits were not available every day. Professionals in exalts upgrading also need to accumulate to a certain point before they can improve themselves significantly. He, on the other hand, had been steadily growing at least 100 pounds every day. And as luck would have it, just like today, he had already increased his strength by more than 800 pounds just by enshrining those fae, and together with the ones he had enshrined in the hall, he was about to reach 1,000 pounds of increase in his strength today. At the same time, the speed, endurance and mental aspects are also improved considerably. The attribute data of his current career panel didn't change much with those skills. As for the basic attributes, strength, it had been raised from the original 2,000 gears, to the current 3,000 gears, 3,000 kilograms, 1,500 kilograms of strength. With the fighter's power, his punch could easily blast out more than 2,000 kilograms of strength. The speed, from 850 before, was now up to 1,350, and the 100 meters took only 2 seconds and 77 seconds. Such attributes, in a second-level professional, were also upper class, except for certain specialized enhancements. Against other professionals, he should be able to kill the other party in seconds with his basic attributes. Li Knight came to the rooftop. The waterway he couldn't go for the time being. Zhang Cheng 3 lost from him and wouldn't leave easily. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Super-infected body intelligence is similar to that of humans, and no less so when it comes to holding grudges. Zhang Cheng 3 must be hibernating in the water at the moment, just waiting for him to create an opportunity and then ambush him. Li Knight's face was icy cold. Holding a grudge? He also holds a grudge, and he's hunting River City 3. Li Knight found a rope, and it looked like he was going to use it to lead the way to the other building next to him, and at the same time, the stagnant water below began to ripple, and then formed a vortex, covered in blue-green color like a clear snot. Man like Zhang Cheng 3, standing on the vortex of stagnant water with a pair of green eyes, he looked straight at him. Li Knight also looked at Zhang Cheng 3, while around Zhang Cheng 3, several more existences with figures different from normal zombies appeared. Another new batch of fae. River City 3 was in the acid, and its ability to infect the fae had been drastically enhanced. So if it wasn't restrained, then within half a month of the stagnant water receding, River City 3 would become the #1 super-infected body threatening River City. However, Li Knight wasn't very worried because if he wasn't mistaken, Zhang Cheng 3 was already in the sights of the military and some organizations, the super brain scientists and the institute profession. Maybe the end of the world for human beings to open a window. Zhang Cheng 3's ability in the super brain scientists and the research vision will have nothing to hide. Li Knight took out his sniper rifle, stepped on the fence with one foot, set up his sniper with both hands, and blasted out a shot without hesitation. Extremely destructive bullets discharged and blasted into Zhang Cheng-san's head, but Zhang Cheng-san's reaction was quick and he was running fast and furious across the water. So the sniper rifle's bullets only hit Zhang Cheng-san's shoulders. Li Knight continued to aim at Zhang Cheng 3, but even with his sniping ability, he was still unable to aim at the super-infected body that was moving at high speed. Li Knight threw the rope to the opposite building, and then stepped on the rope to run quickly and wildly. At the same time, Zhang Cheng 3 let out a sharp, stern whistle, and those fae, quickly crawled towards the opposite building that Li Knight was going to. Not only the fae, but even ordinary zombies can climb buildings, which is one of the results of zombie evolution. After this microbial acid rain, a large number of zombies evolved from level 1 to level 2, and their mobility was further enhanced, with stair climbing being one of the most notable enhancements to their abilities. A large number of zombies crawled out of the stagnant water, as if they were dense water ghosts crawling out of the water. A system recommendation. Li Knight accelerated his speed, with his speed of 100 meters in 3 seconds. Even though on the ropes would greatly limit his speed, it didn't reduce his speed to any extent. After all, his balance was also very strong now. Running wildly on the ropes, you can probably reach speeds of around 100 meters in 7 seconds, and he was just 200 meters in 14 seconds from the building across the street. Li Knight is making a big bet. Suddenly, the ropes under his feet were shaking dramatically, and when he looked back, there was actually a fae intent on tearing through his ropes with his claws. Li Knight's eyes revealed a flash of sternness. Looking for death, Li Knight turned around and sniped directly at the fae's head, and the Fae's body fell straight down into the standing water. It was a pity. If he had been enshrined, he would have been able to grow a few dozen pounds of strength again at the very least. Li Night shot continuously. Although ordinary zombies can also climb buildings, but after all, they are slow. They need at least a few minutes to climb dozens of meters of high buildings, while the Fae only need more than 10 seconds, so he only needs to keep the Fae from getting close to the ropes. On the surface of the water, River City 3 watched as the Fae under his command, like dumplings, were knocked out of the water by Li Night. Shot after shot, the ghostly green glow in his eyes was flickering violently, as if it was about to turn into monstrous fury. A few meters away from the opposite building, the ropes under his feet suddenly loosened. It turned out that the Fae had wielded their own acid and relied on it to corrode the ropes off. Li Night glanced at Jiang Cheng 3. Needless to say, this kind of witty strategy was bound to be something that only a super-infected body like Jiang Cheng 3 could come up with. Li Night grabbed the rope with one hand, and relying on the inertia of the rope, he stepped on the wall of the opposite building with one foot, and then ran violently for a few steps before rushing up to the opposite high building. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the girl with the double ponytails admired Li Night's entire line of maneuvers through her binoculars, her mouth still clicking on a snow cone. My servant is really good. With such mobility, it feels like he's been professionally trained. Look at the pants he's wearing. Could he be a member of Ning's group's special operations team? The girl with the double ponytail was a little confused, although the three of them were miracle masters. But if they really wanted to talk about the degree of control over their bodies, I'm afraid that all three of them would have to be inferior when facing Li Night. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. The long-haired youth narrowed his eyes as he looked at Li Night, who was frantically shooting at the zombies below on the roof of the building, shaking his head. No, he shouldn't be a member of Ning's group's special operations team, or at least not from professional training. If he was a professional, then he wouldn't be gambling on wasting bullets at this point. Yes, gambling. He had clearly escaped to the opposite building. His purpose had been accomplished, and now the most important thing was to head straight to the next building before the zombies reacted. But he stops and retaliates against the endless walkers. It's something only kids do. The twin ponytails beamed. What's wrong? I do think that my servant has a lot of character. Who says that when we humans face a zombie, we must run away with our tails tucked between our legs? The super-infected body is intelligent. It sees that humans are like running away with their heads when they see it. It will only encourage him more. The long-haired youth frowned slightly. You seem to have changed your opinion of ordinary people because of that brat. Don't you despise ordinary people? The girl with double ponytails snorted coldly. He may be an ordinary person, but he's really strong, like what he just did. Even the three of us wouldn't necessarily be able to do it that smoothly, right? At that moment, the red-haired man walked up to the window. Contemptuously. It's you guys. For me, I wouldn't fly over the edge with that kind of wretchedness. I just steam dry the water on the ground and leave the walkers in the water with nothing to hide. Bragging rights. The girl with the double ponytail didn't give a damn. Since you're so good, go steam dry it. The three of us are about to run out of supplies. It's just as well that you're steaming the stagnant water dry and we're getting out of here. The red-haired youth was speechless. He does brag, but in the past, he bragged. They Miracle Division 3-person squad. No one will deliberately poke his cowhide. Changed. Ponytail moved on because of that kid. Roar. As expected. Looking at the juniors who were knocked down one after another, Jiang Cheng number 3 really got angry. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more system recommendation. It glowed brightly as more alien walkers surfaced like floating corpses, then rose from the water. There were probably a couple dozen of them. Clearly Fae. The trio of miracle workers in the room were stunned. They had thought that Jiang Cheng 3 should be the biggest beneficiary of this acid rain, but they had not expected that Jiang Cheng 3 had also hidden so many Fae. Now, because that kid had completely enraged the Jiang Cheng number 3. The Jiang Cheng number 3 was planning to not hold back his strength and directly come out with his nest. Li Night, who was shooting wildly on the roof of the building, also sucked in a breath of cold air. My god. Li Night even had a creepy feeling. He had really underestimated River City 3. In the next moment, the corner of Li Night's mouth lifted into a playful smile. It was right up his alley. If Jiang Cheng 3 wasn't strong enough, he was really worried that he wouldn't be able to break through the Ning Group's steel walls when he was in his room. He saw through the news that the Ning Group was rapidly building a giant wall of steel, seemingly to create a steel fortress in Jiangcheng that belonged solely to the Ning Group before the end of the world. There were a lot of people gossiping after tea, speculating about how much money Ning's Group actually had. Ning's Group's industry was too huge. It was completely unimaginable to ordinary people. There are those who say tens of billions and those who say hundreds of billions, and after arriving at the end of the world, Ning's Group finally stopped pretending, and the large amount of steel they had secretly accumulated became public in front of the world for the first time. The steel, through what had happened in his previous life, had been intentionally accumulated by Ning's group in order to develop his military skills. So it was hard to imagine. If the end times didn't come, what exactly was the purpose of Ning's group working so hard to secretly develop their military skills? However, after the end of the world, survival became the #1 factor for all of humanity. So no one continued to pursue Ning's group's purpose before the end of the world. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Lee Knight swept over the rooftop. There were no more ropes on his body, so he jumped straight down with a long leap, stepped on the roof of a car that was attached to the acid, then jumped onto the roof of a bus not far away. Using this method, he quickly approached the next building. Meanwhile, a large number of zombies were running wild in the water, and the scene was just spectacular. Endless zombies ran wildly through the standing water, stirring up a lot of splashes, and there were also zombies swimming in the water like fish, chasing after Lee Knight, who was jumping forward on the roof of the car. Lee Knight isn't still turning around and firing off a few shots. No one knew what Lee Knight's true purpose was. They just thought that Lee Knight was a vindictive and ruthless man who dared to turn around and shoot in this situation. Lee Knight looked at the high greenish-black wall in the distance, which was already getting closer and closer. System recommendation. In the meantime, on the high steel wall of Ning's group, there were rows of heavily armed soldiers standing as orderly as possible. They were the private armed forces of the Ning group, and were currently holding their guns up, aiming downwards with their fingers on the triggers, ready to fire at any time. But underneath the high wall, instead of zombies, there were many ordinary people with quick hands who were survivors. Near the high steel wall, when families ran out of supplies, they risked their lives by organizing themselves to lay planks, tree trunks, and other suspended objects on the standing water to create a suspended surface that could be stepped on, then lay it all the way down to the bottom of the high wall, praying that the Ning group would let them in. But their prayers were only greeted by rows of black and cold gun muzzles. A youth roared angrily, "It's okay for you Ning group to raid our people on weekdays. It's already the end of the world. We're all human beings. How can you save us from death?" The private armies on the high wall did not speak. They had been given the task of shooting immediately and without mercy if anyone dared to cross a certain line. A frontline commander of the Ning group looked indifferently at the cynics below. Other survivors began to speak as well. They've come this far. There's no turning back. On the shore, it was already full of walkers, and those walkers couldn't get into the acid. So they just stood on the shore waiting for them to turn back. They would surely die if they turned back, so they could only pray that Ning's group would let them in. I really didn't expect Ning's group to be like this. In vain we supported you so much before. This is the so-called plutocrats, treating us like leeks when they were rich, and now that the end of the world is here, they don't even treat us as human beings anymore. The cynic continued to shout loudly. Ning's group privately assembled troops and built a high wall, blocking us survivors outside the high wall, seeing the zombies trying to drive us to extinction, but still stood by and watched. We should report them. I don't believe that the relevant authorities don't care about them. Bang! A gunshot. A dark, bloody hole immediately appeared in the cynic's forehead, and his head was run from the front of his forehead to the back. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The survivors were immediately silent. It was the same frontline commander who fired the shot. The survivors froze. To be honest, they never expected the other side to actually shoot. For ordinary people, they actually couldn't tell the difference between the Ning group and the regular troops, thinking that if they wore soldier-like combat clothes, they should behave like soldiers, and at least they wouldn't shoot at ordinary people like them. However, they thought wrong. The Ning group was the Ning group. They were not a regular force, and they were not bound by morality in the slightest. The lives of survivors are worthless to the Ning group, much less need to be protected. The cynic fell to the ground, eyes still open next to her. Her girlfriend looked fearful and covered her mouth in shock. What she saw was far more horrifying than what the others had seen. The front was just a bullet diameter-sized gunshot hole, but she could see clearly that the bullet came out of the back of her head with a large chunk of scalp and skull, and burst completely open like a watermelon that had been blown out of the water. Blood and brains splattered her face, causing her to immediately lose the strength to hold herself up and staggered backward to the edge of the raft. Before anyone could warn her, she lost her footing and fell into the acid. "Help me!" The girl flopped around a few times, and when she flopped out of the water again, the features on her face were almost melted, bloody and blurry, and her two beady eyes were black. The man on the side, who had already put his hand out, immediately retracted his hand in fear when he saw the beautiful girl being skinned by the acid. The others were too afraid to save the girl, who finally sank in agony. The other survivors were immediately emboldened, not daring to speak again. He looked fearfully at that frontline commander of the Ning clan. That frontline commander revealed a contemptuous smile. "Just a bunch of rabble. How dare you come to morally kidnap the Ning clan? If you don't want to be killed by me, remove the first 2 rows of rafts and stay away from the Ning clan's steel barriers." This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The survivors are horrified as the frontline commanders give the order. It's already crowded and they have to remove 2 more rows of rafts. As the survivors hesitated, the frontline commander fired again, breaking the lashings on one of the rafts with a single shot, which immediately broke loose and the bamboo canisters on top of it tumbled down into the acid like dumplings. The survivors on the raft fled hand over hand to another raft. The frontline commander laughed softly. If you guys don't do it yourselves, I can help you, but my bullets don't have eyes. So if they hit someone, there's nothing I can do about it. The survivors bowed their heads. They were too scared of this feeling of life being dominated by someone else was just too painful. And as far as the current situation was concerned, it was actually all better for them to be trapped in the room. Even if they were to be starved to death, it was better than being corroded into a monster by the acid here. Still, some survivors on the periphery, fearful of being shot, took the initiative and began to untie the rafts, with 2 rows of rafts missing. The survivors concentrated on the remaining 4 rows of rafts, and it had gotten to the point where people were sticking to each other, and those on the periphery could only hold on to those in front of them for dear life. A succession of people from outside fell into the acid with a haunting wail. The survivors could only desperately crowd into the center. But the center was out of breath. A middle-aged woman yelled, "Stop squeezing! Stop squeezing! My daughter is going to be crushed to death." But no one heard her wail, so she could only watch as her 7 or 8-year-old daughter turned blue, and in the end suffocated completely, and then mourned with pathos. On the high wall, the frontline commander revealed a playful smile. "Sure enough, a bunch of idiots. Such losers have brought me a lot of fun. It would have been a joy to fight zombies, but after the steel wall was erected, the higher-ups didn't allow for the random waste of guns and ammo, so there was no shooting unless it was necessary. And there was no more fun to be had in fighting zombies. It's a different kind of fun to play these survivors off each other now." Next to them, a girl with a duck-tongued hat frowned slightly. "If you're not willing to let them in, why make things difficult for them? They can't possibly enter the barriers if you let them stay on the raft." The frontline commander glanced at the duck-tongued girl and laughed contemptuously. "Since when do special operators get to run the Department of 36 Monsters?" The frontline commander laughed softly. "I heard that you were sent down to the frontline as punishment because you were out of contact for a few days during your mission. I know you'll be back in the special forces, so I won't bother with you, but don't you dare tell me what to do." Tokian glanced at the frontline commander. "This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. Today's hot pick. The content of this site is based on your instructions to search the list of links obtained from the major novel station. Does not mean that we agree with the content of the searched site or stand. Reblogging to this site is just for promoting this book to a wider audience. If there is any book content or pictures on this site have violated your copyright, please contact us. We will confirm the information after the first time to delete the relevant content. Copyright 2023, all rights reserved. A system recommendation. Tokian didn't say anything else. The reason why Ning's group could manage such a huge group in a well-organized manner was because Ning Changhai followed through with a system where each person had his own duties and responsibilities. This man is the commander of the front line. Then he is the biggest at the front line, and no one can stop him from doing whatever he wants. Tokian looked into the distance, and vaguely, it seemed as if she saw a tide similar to blackness coming over. Tokian glanced back at the frontline commander again, who, at the moment, was still immersed in the fun of playing with the survivors. Tokian didn't remind him. Anyway, he had the most power at the front line, and when something went wrong, he had the most responsibility. Tokian found a high platform to sit on and rested one hand on his leg, surveying the black tide. Since she had made a mistake, Ning had unloaded her equipment, but it didn't matter. She didn't need to rely on those things if she really wanted to fight. On the other side, Lee Knight was still running wildly with the zombies. At the moment, he was wearing a secondary fox mask on his face, supposedly from the island's secondary culture. It was when he walked through a room that seemed to happen to be a room for secondary teenagers, and there were a few of these masks hanging in the room, and Lee Knight put them on when he thought it would be just enough to hide his appearance, run a few steps back and fire a few shots. Mostly at the Fae and the zombie horde in the River City 3. Anyone who has played the game knows that it's called pulling hate. Otherwise, even super-infected bodies had a sense of territory, and would not easily leave the boundaries of their own territories, much less set foot in the territories of other super-infected bodies. Lee Knight weaved between the tall buildings with his hands and feet. Suddenly, he felt a coolness coming from his side and jerked his head, which dodged the coolness. A stone. Lee Knight looked in the direction where the stones were coming from. On the residential building 100 meters away, there were dozens of zombies standing, the leader of which was his old friend, Jiang Cheng 17. A super-infected body that was extremely good at using Nimbus. Although it couldn't compare to Jiang Ziwen in terms of precision in the use of Nimbus, it should be far superior to Jiang Ziwen in terms of power, being able to bounce a stone just like a bullet to fly up to 100 meters away by relying on the power of the mind, and still maintaining the ability to penetrate. With this kind of chanting intensity, I'm afraid that it could lift a column of tanks. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. The evolutionary speed of the super-infected body was truly terrifying, and after not seeing Jiang Cheng 17 for so long, He thought that Jiangcheng 17 had already hung up. In Jiangcheng, there were a total of 23 super-infected bodies with serial numbers, regardless of whether they were strong or weak. As long as they possessed the ability to create xenos in bulk, they would all be recognized as super-infected bodies. However, there is a difference between the strength and weakness of the super-infected body. The one that attacked the seafood market, Jiangcheng 6, belongs to the individual who is not much stronger, but is particularly good at long-distance mental interference, which can disrupt the order of the human position, and the River City 3 chasing after himself behind him wasn't much of a fighter just by looking at it, and without that tricky acid. It wasn't really anything, and while something like acid is horrible to say the least, strong enough to melt even metal, it's rather less horrible for humans, who have experts in chemical occupations. Although strong bases are not usually found in large quantities in urban environments, these types of chemicals are not usually found in large quantities in general urban locations because they can be hazardous and require special storage and handling. However, it is not so difficult for the military and some institutional organizations to obtain, and large quantities of sodium hydroxide or potassium hydroxide can be manufactured in bulk in laboratories or chemical plants. When the amount of strong alkali is large enough, it can weaken or even destroy River City 3 and its gang of minions. But Jiangcheng 17 obviously belonged to a strong single destructive force, and this ability of Nianli originally belonged to a relatively high-end combat ability. Humans still had to learn a little bit, and it was more difficult for ordinary nihilists to raise the level of their nihilism, except for super nihilists like Zhang Ziwen. But zombies don't need to train. Zombies are born with the ability and are able to naturally level up their chanting with each incoming post-apocalyptic energy. Jiangcheng 17 is a living example. Last time he and Jiangcheng 17 remote hand-to-hand, Jiangcheng 17 still only can block the flying bullets, cannot put through the Nianli to attack him 100 meters away, but it is now possible to do so. Li Knight had a very anxious feeling. He was not sure why Jiangcheng 17 had set his sights on him, but this hidden danger he had to solve as soon as possible, or else when Jiangcheng 17 grew up, he would have even less power to fight with Jiangcheng 17. In front of Jiangcheng 17, a few stones once again levitated up, seemingly intent on knocking him down. Li Knight wasn't one to sit around and wait for death. He also simultaneously aimed his sniper rifle at Jiangcheng 17. He just couldn't believe that Jiangcheng 17 could still maintain a shield of Nimbus for himself when he used Nimbus to attack him remotely. The advantages and disadvantages of Nimbus are also pretty much transparently dissected by intelligence 10 years after the end of the world. Although offense and defense were not in conflict, River City 3 was at best a level 2, at most a level 3 super-infected body, and right now it couldn't possibly synchronize its defense while attacking from a distance. As expected, Jiangcheng 17 was slow to shoot the stone out. This chapter is not complete. Please click on the pagination numbers below to see more. A system recommendation. Li Knight laughed coldly and gave Jiangcheng number 17 a middle finger. It's fine to fool the others, but trying to fool me? In your next life. Jiangcheng 17 was a bit shocked and angry, and the stone suspended in front of it trembled violently, seemingly ready to blaze out at any moment. Roar! Suddenly, there was an angry growl from below. River City 3 violently flung its wet arm. Jiangcheng 17 was a bit unresponsive and was directly doused with acid. A large amount of white smoke rose from the body of Jiangcheng 17, and an eerie green, dangerous light flickered in the bottom of Jiangcheng Xvi's eyes. Immediately reversed the direction of the stone and shot it towards Jiangcheng 3. A few tiny stones splashed dozens of meters high in the stagnant water. Each stone seemed to weigh a few tons, and the impact was so strong that it pushed the acid around Jiangcheng 3 empty for a time. Jiangcheng 3's body was smashed out of several holes, and his head was also punched out of a dent. Jiangcheng number 3 was incomparably shaken and let out a mournful scream. Li Knight stopped with a dumbfounded look on his face. If it was usual, seeing two super-infected bodies clash, Li Knight would probably be dying of laughter. He can't wait to sit back and watch the tigers fight. But now, he was going to take Jiangcheng 3 to attack the Ning clan's steel barriers, and he couldn't give the Ning clan any more time to leisurely develop. The Ning clan's level of danger was far more frightening than the super-infected. Therefore, he would never allow River City 17 to mess up. Li Knight stepped on the fence with one leg, set the sniper rifle on his leg, and instantly blasted out 3 shots.